Lu Ding, a student in the Department of Geological Exploration at Yunhai University, is not just a transmigrator but also possesses a unique, golden finger, a monster containment prison. As an orphan transmigrator, he relies on government subsidies and scholarships to afford his university education. Faced with the dual pressures of a summer internship and living expenses, his attention was drawn to a job advertisement for a geological surveyor. The ad offered an enticing deal: a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan for students from prestigious universities, with the possibility of negotiating higher pay for those with special talents. These so-called talents were merely a euphemism for expertise in feng shui and metaphysics. In this age of science and technology, metaphysics may not be openly embraced, but fields like architecture and geological exploration have never completely disregarded such considerations. Since his transmigration, Lu Ding had long abandoned blind materialism. Given that his golden finger provided him with a monster containment prison, the world clearly harbored hidden mysteries. He devoted himself to studying metaphysics, preparing to confront monsters with confidence if the need arose. In particular, he felt especially assured when it came to dealing with ghosts and spirits. A middle-aged man with a less than perfect command of Mandarin answered Lu Ding's call. During the interview, Lu's eloquent discourse on feng shui, grave construction, road building, and the taboos surrounding dragon veins thoroughly impressed the project supervisor. However, he deliberately avoided discussing fortune-telling or reading destinies, wary of inviting unnecessary trouble. Thus, Lu Ding successfully landed the job. Just as payday was approaching, something strange occurred at the construction site. A massive boulder oozing a blood-colored liquid was unearthed, terrifying the workers. Lu Ding rushed to the scene, where the project manager, Luo Onping, immediately sought his guidance. Amid the workers' speculations about Tai Sui and their hesitations, Lu grabbed a jackhammer without hesitation, ready to act. Some warned him against violating taboos, others claimed the stone was a treasure that could prolong life, and still others recited the old saying, better to offend the king of hell than Tai Sui. But Lu Ding cut straight to the point. Who's going to be responsible if the project gets delayed? Pressured by the looming deadlines and Lu's persistent taunts, Luo Onping finally relented. As the jackhammer roared, crimson liquid splattered everywhere, and Lu Ding grew increasingly exhilarated. At last, his golden finger would have its moment to shine. Suddenly, as the stone fractured, two eyes appeared on the surface of the sphere. In the next instant, those eyes opened wide. The workers scattered in terror, and even Luo Onping instinctively fled. But as he looked back and saw Lu Ding still standing there, his face twisted with indecision. Ultimately, he couldn't leave him behind. Turning back, he grabbed Lu by the arm and shouted, "Lu, let's go. That thing's a monster. Don't stop me. Let me drill him to death." Lu Ding shook off Luo Onping's hand and aimed the power drill unhesitatingly at the eerie eyes of the stone sphere, which had suddenly opened. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly staining Lu Ding's work uniform a deep red. The stone sphere let out a piercing, agonized scream, confirming Lu Ding's suspicions this was no ordinary object. A regular stone sphere couldn't possibly bleed or wail like that. And now, it was completely immobilized. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After years of waiting, Lu Ding finally saw a breakthrough. A triumphant, determined smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In this moment, he felt a strange gratitude for his long-standing habit of watching horror movies. Those high-definition, gory scenes had long since hardened his nerves. Luo Onping stood frozen, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, but Lu Ding's composure somehow gave him a sliver of courage. Abandoning any thoughts of fleeing, he decided to stay put and watch the spectacle unfold from behind Lu Ding. With a sharp crack, the stone sphere split into two halves. At that exact moment, Lu Ding felt a strange sensation, as if pages of a book were flipping through his mind. Monster Containment Prison Registry contained Monster. Nanshan Stone of Tenacity Unborn. Reward obtained. The way of the burdened cart. A warm surge coursed through his body as Lu Ding felt newfound strength growing within him. At long last, he had uncovered the secret to his golden finger, the key to his hidden potential. Memories of his grueling past flashed through his mind. The hellish beginning of being orphaned, leaving the orphanage at 14 to fend for himself, juggling school and work just to survive. If not for the small stipends he had received, he wouldn't have made it this far. Letting the power drill drop to the ground, Lu Ding sank to the floor, utterly drained. Luo Onping handed him a cigarette, his hands trembling so badly it took several tries to light it. "Lu, my man," Luo stammered. "I've seen tough guys before, but you're on a whole different level." The promised 20,000 yuan salary and bonus arrived in his account shortly after, and coupled with his newfound abilities, Lu Ding felt a sense of security for the first time in his life. He thought back to the legend of the Nanshan Stone of Tenacity, recorded in Zibu Yu, a tale involving a scholar, an immortal, and a city god. Who would have thought he'd encounter the unborn stone in this world? It was nothing short of a miraculous opportunity. Carefully gathering the shattered fragments of the stone sphere into a wheelbarrow, Lu Ding politely declined Luo Wanping's suggestion to take a break. He knew deep down that he would never return to this construction site again. With the power of the way of the burdened cart now in his possession, his life would no longer be ordinary. However, shortly after Lu Ding left, two men in tactical uniforms from the National Security Agency arrived to confront Luo Wanping. Faced with the menacing barrels of their guns, Luo had no choice but to spill everything he knew, even pulling up the surveillance footage. After watching the entire incident, the two agents exchanged a look of stunned disbelief. They left with a terse warning, leaving Luo alone in his office, drenched in cold sweat. A deep sense of guilt gnawed at him for betraying Lu Ding, but he knew there was no other choice. Lu Ding stood at the base of the apartment building where he had lived for 5 years, holding a suitcase containing fragments of a peculiar stone. The building, though modest in appearance, offered a one-bedroom apartment for just 300 yuan a month, the rare deal in today's market. As an orphan with exceptional academic performance and a unique background, he had been granted this social assistance housing after leaving the orphanage. Now that his financial situation had improved, he decided it was time to give up this valuable resource to help others in greater need. Back in Unit 1503, after washing up, Lu Ding carefully examined the stone fragments from his suitcase. Apart from the faint traces of blood, the stone seemed utterly ordinary. Could it be used in medicine? For forging? He couldn't think of any other possible purpose. Just as he began packing his belongings in preparation for tomorrow's move, he caught sight of a figure standing in the bamboo grove behind the complex. Their eyes met briefly, and the figure began slowly raising a hand, counting upwards from below. Is this guy counting which floor I live on? Lu Ding's instincts immediately kicked in. Was his newfound golden finger already attracting trouble? Tossing the clothes in his hand aside, he shouted out the window, "Stop counting! I live in 1503. If you've got the guts, come up here." But in the next moment, Lu Ding realized he had made a mistake. That wasn't a person at all. The figure in the bamboo grove dashed toward the building with astonishing speed. Under the dim lighting, Lu Ding could see its long fur swaying as it moved. 19 years without seeing a single one. And now two show up in one night? Are you kidding me? Lu Ding muttered, a mix of excitement and irritation flashing across his face. Quickly slipping on his shoes, he headed to the hallway, ready to face the intruder in a more open space. Standing by the stairwell, he spotted a shadow racing up the stairs, triggering the sound-activated lights one floor at a time. When the figure reached the 14th floor, Lu Ding struck decisively. A sharp slash of energy tore through the air, shattering the iron handrails and leaving deep gashes in the wall. Under the flickering light, the creature's true form was revealed. A towering figure over 2 meters tall, covered in thick, black fur. Its face resembled a desiccated mask, with glowing yellow eyes that pierced the dimness. A deep wound marred its chest, where vine-like tendrils writhed grotesquely. Without hesitation, Lu Ding launched a second attack. Though the creature had tried to defend itself, the strike still cleaved off half of its skull. Its agonized screech echoed through the stairwell, reverberating across the 15 floors of the building. The sound caught the attention of a pair from Team 749, who had just arrived at the complex. Hearing the noise, the two exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions heavy with meaning. The beast roared. Hearing the deafening cry of the monster, the two knew something was terribly wrong. With a sudden burst of strength, they shattered the pavement beneath their feet and, in just 2 strides, crossed the distance from the neighborhood gate to the building entrance. At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Focusing their gaze, they saw the creature, its jet-black fur matted with grotesque scars from countless blade wounds. Once a ferocious and unstoppable force, it now resembled a dying beast, struggling to breathe and desperately attempting to crawl away. Its actions seemed to convey an unspoken terror, as if something far beyond its comprehension lurked in this place. Run? Now you want to run? Where was that courage earlier? A furious shout echoed, followed by a swift and lethal slash. The monster, barely managing to stagger to its feet, was cleaved in two at the waist by the strike. Its upper body lurched forward and collapsed, while its legs remained upright, frozen in place, a chilling and grotesque scene. The two individuals below instinctively looked upward. A small figure darted effortlessly between the rooftops, leaping and maneuvering with remarkable agility before landing gracefully on the ground. A light breeze swept past, yet it felt like countless tiny blades slicing their faces. Glancing back at the monster's upper body, they saw it had been carved into 4 pieces, arranged in a cross-like pattern on the ground. Lu Ding felt a surge of newfound power coursing through his body. The system's notification rang out. Monster contained. Reward for capturing Wang Xiang for getting form. The name instantly triggered a memory in his mind. Wang Xiang was mentioned in various ancient texts. In Huainanzi and the Analects, it was described as a malevolent aquatic spirit or a mountain-dwelling demon. In Taoist writings, it was interpreted as a state of transcendence achieved through the crown of the head, representing the ultimate harmony between heaven and man. The reward, forgetting form, granted Lu Ding the ability to freely control this transcendent state of unity with the universe. What was once an elusive and uncontrollable phenomenon was now a skill he could summon at will in extraordinary gain. The two who had arrived behind him were left utterly stunned. If defeating the Nanshan stone demon could be attributed to luck, then this brutal decimation of Wang Xiang was a pure display of strength. Such a feat left even them in awe. Though the creature seemed like nothing more than a helpless prey under Lu Ding's blade, they knew that if it had been up to them, the battle would have been far more arduous. Lu Ding, a man's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Ding turned toward the source of the voice. In truth, he had already noticed these two individuals even before slaying the creature. However, with the immediate threat of the monster, he had no choice but to deal with that first. Still, their calm demeanor in the face of danger and their composed attitude throughout the ordeal had piqued his curiosity. "I'm Lu Ding, and you are?" "My name is Zhou Jia, and this is Long Shanshan," the man replied with a warm smile. "We're trainee investigators from the 749 Bureau. Would like to ask you about the situation at the construction site, but this doesn't seem like the right place to talk. Could we go somewhere else?" The mention of the 749 Bureau sent a jolt through Lu Ding's mind. Whether in his past life or his current one, this organization had always been shrouded in mystery, its existence often debated. He hadn't expected them to seek him out directly. "Let's talk at my place," Lu Ding offered. He was about to gather his spoils of battle when he noticed something strange. The corpse of the creature, the wraith-like Wuxiang, had vanished. "Huh. It's a Mu Wang, a wooden stone spirit," Long Shanshan explained. "When it dies, it naturally merges back into the earth." Lu Ding's expression showed a hint of regret. If he could have preserved the corpse, it might have proven useful. Zhou Jia and Long Shanshan exchanged a glance, their brows twitching slightly. They had done their homework on Lu Ding before arriving. Aside from his excellent academic performance, he was supposed to be an ordinary individual, perhaps just a bit precocious due to his unique background. But the person standing before them defied all expectations. Not only had he dared to confront the unborn Nanshan stone spirit with nothing but a power drill, drenched in blood without a trace of fear, but he also seemed exhilarated by the experience. And now, he was lamenting the inability to collect the corpse of a Mu Wang. This was far from the behavior of a normal person. When they arrived at Lu Ding's home, the sight of shattered fragments of the Nanshan stone spirit scattered across the living room left Zhou Jia and Long Shanshan momentarily speechless. "Lu Ding, you really shouldn't keep pieces of the Nanshan stone spirit lying around," Zhou Jia said carefully, choosing his words. "It shares the same origin as the Taishui, both being essence of heaven and earth. It will attract all kinds of spirits and demons. That Mu Wang from earlier was likely drawn here because of it." Lu Ding's eyes lit up at this revelation. He was already contemplating taking this bait out into the streets to see what else he might lure in. Sensing his intentions, Long Shanshan immediately intervened, her tone sharp. "Don't even think about it. Attracting another Mu Wang is one thing, but if you summon something truly terrifying, you won't even have the chance to run, let alone fight." Hearing this, Lu Ding reluctantly abandoned the idea. Though he was eager to hunt more creatures and claim their rewards, he wasn't foolish enough to provoke something beyond his ability to handle. Once they were all seated, Zhou Jia activated the recording device on his chest. "All right, let's begin. Lu Ding, I'd like to ask, did you experience any kind of awakening while slaying the Nanshan stone spirit?" "Awakening?" Lu Ding looked puzzled. Zhou Jia elaborated patiently. "People like us are called refiners of Chabit, like cultivators in legend. But in reality, there's no such thing as spiritual roots. It's all about innate talent. Some people are born with the potential to cultivate, but it requires an external stimulus or a baptism of sorts to manifest. This baptism, also known as spiritual awakening, involves using rare treasures of heaven and earth to unlock latent abilities. Sometimes, it even grants the awakened person the abilities of the treasure itself. The Nanshan stone spirit is one such rare treasure. Your display of slashing techniques may very well come from it. Additionally, you might have an innate talent of your own. Have you noticed anything unusual?" Lu Ding silently rejoiced. This explanation spared him from having to concoct one himself. As for his innate talent, it could serve as a card to play for future rewards. He shook his head and instead asked, "Is it possible to absorb or awaken more abilities like this in the future?" "Not likely," Zhou Jie replied. "The fusion of abilities only occurs during the first awakening. Of course, you can still learn and master various spells and techniques later on, but they won't come as naturally to you as an innate ability." Lu Ding nodded thoughtfully. "Then I suppose I've awakened." Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan exchanged another glance, their hearts skipping a beat. Awakening as a chi refiner through the Nanshan stone spirit was already extraordinary, but successfully absorbing its abilities was exceedingly rare. If Lu Ding had truly succeeded, It meant he was a rare dual-talent individual, a rarity, even within the 749 Bureau. The astonishing strength displayed by Lu Ding left Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan utterly amazed. They attributed it all to the mysterious effects of the Nanshan Stonia seemingly routine patrol mission that unexpectedly uncovered such a significant anomaly. If they had known its importance beforehand, they might have dispatched official investigators to handle it. After the conversation ended, Zhou Jie shifted into a serious tone and got straight to the point. Lu Ding, for someone like you, who has awakened their potential, the 749 Bureau offers two management options. He raised one finger. The first option is to join the 749 Bureau. You'd start as a trainee investigator, and after completing 10 missions or securing 10 anomalies, you could become a full-fledged investigator. In terms of compensation, the trainee period comes with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, while a formal investigator earns 50,000 yuan, plus 7 types of insurance and 3 types of benefits. Additionally, there are mission bonuses. However, you'd be required to take on at least one mission per month. Zhou Jie continued, more importantly, by joining the 749 Bureau, you'd gain access to resources for cultivation and techniques through an exchange system, as well as mentorship from specialized instructors. Think of it like joining a top-tier sect in a novel. There are also numerous societal perks: legal authorization to carry firearms, unconditional cooperation from local departments, and even temporary supreme command authority at the regional level. As for the second option, he lowered his hand. It's to not join the 749 Bureau. However, you'd need to guarantee that you won't pose a threat to society, report to the local 749 Bureau once a month, and refrain from leaving the country. The choice was clear. For Lu Ding, joining the 749 Bureau was undoubtedly the more appealing option. He already felt a deep sense of belonging to the nation. His stable life today was entirely thanks to the government's various subsidies and support. Now, the opportunity to secure a stable, lifelong position while also advancing his cultivation was exactly what he wanted. You mentioned cultivation earlier. Lu Ding's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, "How does that work, exactly?" Zhou Jie explained in detail the conditions required to become a qi refiner. Anyone who has unlocked their spiritual potential can become one, but cultivation demands both techniques and resources. These crucial resources are primarily controlled by the 749 Bureau and other qi refining sections. However, sects are typically cautious about accepting disciples. Consequently, joining the 749 Bureau is the best option, as one can earn contribution points by completing tasks and exchange them for the techniques and materials needed for cultivation. As a benefit, new recruits are allowed to select one foundational technique for free upon joining. After hearing this, Lu Ding immediately made up his mind. I'm willing to join the 749 Bureau. Although he could rely on his special abilities to grow stronger, it would be a waste not to cultivate and fully utilize a skill like forgetting the self, which embodies the unity of heaven and man. Zhou Jie couldn't hide his smile. According to the 749 Bureau's rules, successfully recruiting a new member earns a reward, with the size of the reward based on the recruit's talent. Considering Lu Ding had just unlocked his potential and managed to defeat a Mu Wang, not to mention being a dual-talent individual, his aptitude was undoubtedly extraordinary. After packing up briefly, Lu Ding dragged his suitcase and followed Zhou Jie to the 749 Bureau. Before leaving, he expressed concern about the damaged apartment hallway. Zhou Jie reassured him that a dedicated team would handle it and promised it would be repaired better than before. As they exited the city, Lu Ding watched the passing scenery and couldn't help but wonder why the 749 Bureau was so far from the urban area. Zhou Jie explained that daily patrols are conducted within the city, with him and Long Shanshan responsible for the construction site area. If they encounter situations beyond their capabilities, they report it, and more skilled personnel handle the issue. The vehicle entered a tunnel, and when they emerged, they arrived at a base nestled in a mountain valley. Lu Ding followed Zhou Jie into the main hall to register his information. After answering a series of questions, he walked through a small door. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan waved goodbye as he left. Once Lu Ding was out of sight, Long Shanshan asked if they should wait for him. Zhou Jie, seeing the bigger picture, replied, "He's not going to be part of our world anymore. His level is far beyond ours, and we're on different paths. A polite nod in the future is enough. We've got patrols to handle." Lu Ding followed a staff member down a sleek, futuristic corridor. Behind the transparent glass walls on either side were displays of various monster specimens, some grotesque, some terrifying, others mysterious or elegant, and even a few that were indescribably beautiful. He was mesmerized, imagining how many rewards he could earn if he were the one to hunt down such creatures. The staff member eventually led him to a room and explained that it was already past midnight, and the lunar calendar marked it as the first day of the month. Earlier that morning, the previous month's new interns had undergone their official assessments. The staff member suggested that Lu Ding observe the process in preparation for next month. When Lu Ding inquired about the details of the assessment, the staff member elaborated. The evaluation primarily tests combat ability, and performance is categorized into 3 levels. These levels determine accommodation, rewards, and the types of tasks one can take on. Those with average performance are assigned to 8-person dormitories, while outstanding individuals qualify for double occupancy rooms, receive a Tongshi pill, and may even serve as lead investigators for non-combat investigation tasks. In the single dormitory at Base 749, Lu Ding's performance was nothing short of outstanding. As a reward, he received a Kaiqiao pill, a medicinal pill that gently opened up all the acupoints in his body, instantly advancing him to the Zhaoxian realm. This breakthrough allowed him to take on monster containment tasks on the 749 app with the same priority as full-fledged investigators, eliminating the need for auxiliary work. Once he completed 10 tasks or contained 10 monsters, he would be promoted to an official investigator. A staff member was explaining to him that he now had a full month to study cultivation techniques before taking the assessment on the first day of the next month. However, Lu Ding's eyes suddenly lit up, and an excited expression crossed his face. Wait, I arrived at the base before midnight, so technically, I joined last month, right? That means tomorrow is the first of the month. Can I take the assessment right away? The staff member, seeing Lu Ding's eager and glowing expression, couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Technically, yes, you can. But rushing into the assessment makes it difficult to achieve a high score. Even though you have dual talents, your acupoints have just been opened. I recommend taking this month to solidify your foundation and study the cultivation techniques. You'll perform much better when you're in peak condition. Besides, you're still in the registration phase and already have a single room assigned. No. Lu Ding interrupted immediately. I'm not some athlete who needs to build momentum. Do I need to sign up for the assessment? Go ahead and register me now. I want to take it tomorrow. He had waited 19 long years for this moment. Now that he had unlocked his golden finger and joined 749, he no longer had to blindly search for monsters on his own. He wasn't about to wait another second. As for cultivation techniques, those could wait until after the assessment. The staff member looked at the impatient young man in front of him and silently shook his head. Most people would seize the opportunity to grow stronger and aim for the best results, but this one seemed brimming with confidence just because of his dual talents. All right, I'll register you. Here's the 749 employee phone. It has the 749 app installed. You can log in to check your personal information and related materials. After the staff left, Lu Ding lay on the bed and, following the earlier instructions, logged into the 749 app to check his personal information. Throughout the night, he eagerly absorbed knowledge about this unfamiliar world. Through the app, he gained a detailed understanding of the cultivation system for Lianqi practitioners. The levels from lowest to highest were Kaiqiao, Zhaoxian, Linghai, Shundian, Siming, Dicha, and Tiancha. Information on higher levels was inaccessible due to his current permission level. Additionally, the app contained records of numerous strange creatures and rare treasures he had never heard of before. While browsing, Lu Ding came across detailed information about the Nanshan stone spirit. This type of spirit was not only a rare treasure but also contained red liquid within its body, rich in earth essence, which could be used for Kaiqiao cultivation. Its stone limbs were excellent materials for crafting weapons and could even be exchanged for contribution points in the 749 system. Reading this, Lu Ding silently celebrated his fortune in obtaining such a valuable item. With thoughts of future weapon designs swirling in his mind, he gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, his alarm clock rang right on time. After freshening up, a new staff member guided him to the examination venue. They navigated through bustling corridors, taking several twists and turns, until they finally arrived at their destination. The examination site was on Spiringa sunken area about the size of a football field, with dozens of individuals scattered within. Surrounding the area was a crowd of diverse spectators, armed with all sorts of weapons. From swords, spears, and halberds to peculiar magical artifacts, the variety was astonishing. The hum of conversations filled the air, most of it about the relationship between exam timing and performance. Some lamented having to take the exam on the 16th day after joining, only to achieve average results. Others complained about being assigned an exam at the end of the month after joining on the 23rd, leaving them with too little preparation time. Among the chatter, 2 names stood out: Lu Yun and Chu Hao. These names caught Lu Ding's attention. They were his fellow students. Chu Hao was a freshman in the Economics and Management Department at Yunhai University, while Lu Yun was a third-year senior and president of the university's Ancient Style Club, renowned for her beauty and traditional charm. It was said that during a club event, they encountered a supernatural incident where over 20 participants were involved, but only the 2 of them survived. Following this, they joined the 749 organization. As Lu Ding was about to enter the examination area, he inquired about the examination criteria from the staff. The standard was as follows. Killing 10 monsters within an hour was a passing grade. 11 to 40 kills were considered average, 41 to 70 kills were deemed good, 71 to 99 kills earned an excellent rating, and 100 or more kills were considered perfect. With the rules clear in his mind, Lu Ding stepped into the examination arena. Instantly, countless gazes turned toward him. Outside the examination venue, a commotion suddenly drew everyone's attention. Why is there one more person? Weren't there supposed to be 64? Someone asked in confusion. That's the 65th candidate. Another person responded, frowning slightly. Probably someone who joined in the past few days. Coming here right after awakening their abilities? They probably haven't even mastered their techniques yet. They only get one chance at this test. He's definitely going to regret it later. Passing will be tough. Young people these days are too impulsive. Impulsive? More like overestimating themselves. They think just because they've awakened, they're suddenly the chosen one, the protagonist of the world. Why are your words so sharp? You sound like you've been through this yourself, thought you were special, and then got a harsh reality check? The unexpected newcomer was none other than Lu Ding. His arrival not only caught the attention of the onlookers, but also drew the gaze of the other candidates. Among them, Lu Yun and Chu Hao stared at Lu Ding's face, both feeling like they had seen him before. This guy looks like a freshman from our school, Lu Yun recalled. I saw him moving equipment to the storage room after military training ended. Her words jogged Chu Hao's memory. You're right. I think I saw him in the lecture hall during an open class too. Never thought we'd run into a classmate here, Lu Yun said as she prepared to approach him. Come on, let's go say hello. But Chu Hao stopped her. Don't bother. We've been here all this time and haven't seen him, so he must have joined recently. Someone this clueless, jumping into the assessment as if he owns the place, won't do well anyway. Let's just focus on ourselves. His words were loud and clear, deliberately unrestrained, and they reached Lu Ding's ears without fail. Lu Ding turned his head, a cold smirk forming on his face. This guy really has no filter, huh? He thought. He'll take the test whenever I want. Who is he to judge? Not only does he assume I'm out of touch with reality, but he's already predicting my failure, and that look in his eyes pure disdain, as if he's above me. If you're bold enough to insult me openly, don't blame me for responding in kind. Lu Ding raised a finger, and in an instant a sharp, slicing force shot out, slamming directly into Chu Hao's vine armor. The strike was as swift as lightning. Before anyone could react, Chu Hao's entire body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He clutched his chest, struggling to catch his breath, while the vine armor bore a deep, jagged slash that was nearly torn through. Mind your own business, Lu Ding said coldly. We're not even acquainted. Next time you can't keep your mouth shut, don't bother keeping your teeth either. Lu Yun quickly rushed to help Chu Hao up. But when she saw the alarming gash on his armor, her pupils constricted in shock. She and Chu Hao had tested the armor before it was tough enough to withstand strikes from a demon blade with barely a mark. Yet this person, with just a flick of his finger, had inflicted such terrifying damage. The fractures on the vine armor remained still, showing no signs of self-repair. This once regenerative artifact had now fallen into lifeless disrepair. Don't you think you went too far? He only said a few words, Lu Yun said, her anger barely contained. Lu Ding crossed his arms and sneered. Too far? So what? What can you do about it? He despised these excuses people made for others, calling it a slip of the tongue, a joke, or thoughtless words. Just hearing them made his stomach churn. You run your mouth, I hit you. Simple as that. What are you gonna do? Lu Yun was momentarily speechless. She knew she was powerless. Her strength was comparable to Chu Hao's, and if that devastating attack had brought him down, she stood no chance of resisting it either. Candidates are prohibited from engaging in physical altercations. Please prepare yourselves. The test will begin in 5 minutes. A mechanical announcement reverberated through the examination hall. Meanwhile, the audience outside buzzed with heated discussion over the unexpected conflict. Some were awestruck by Lu Ding's ability to defeat Chu Hao, who had the protection of his vine armor. Others criticized Lu Ding for being overly arrogant, but many silently cheered, glad to see Chu Hao finally get what they felt he deserved. After all, he had often bullied other newcomers, relying on his armor's defense. The 5 minutes passed quickly. Chu Hao had managed to calm himself, but the fear in his eyes as he glanced at Lu Ding was unmistakable. The gap in their abilities was so vast that any thoughts of retaliation had completely dissipated. As the signal for the test's start echoed through the hall, hundreds of kilometer-tall wooden constructs emerged from the ground. Lu Ding's eyes lit up with excitement as he charged forward. With a horizontal slash, he effortlessly cut through over a dozen wooden figures, severing them at the waist. He moved fluidly through the swarm of creatures, his strikes sweeping around him in a deadly arc with chips flew with every motion of his blade. Within 10 minutes, his kill count had already surpassed 80, leaving the other candidates far behind. Outside the arena, trainee evaluators were once again stunned, murmuring in amazement that he might just break the test's record. Not far away, Lu Yun wielded her demon blade in battle, but her tally of just over 30 kills paled in comparison to Lu Ding's near 200. For the first time, she felt the weight of the gap between their abilities. her cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and determination. As she cut down another wooden figure, she silently vowed to herself it was time to work harder. As the countdown approached its end, Lu Ding had long ceased to concern himself with the assessment. His focus was entirely on the wooden dummies before him, each strike serving as an opportunity to hone his combat skills. With the activation of the state of selflessness, a profound harmony between man and nature enveloped him. His strikes became increasingly fierce, each slash imbued with immense power, and his unpredictable angles rendered his moves nearly impossible to counter. This extraordinary state immediately caught the attention of the monitoring staff in the observation room of the 749 Bureau. Harmony of man and nature? This kid actually entered that state. They exchanged astonished glances. He had only achieved enlightenment yesterday, joined the 749 Bureau on the same day, and hadn't even had time to choose a cultivation technique before participating in the assessment. Yet here he was, displaying terrifying combat prowess and now entering the harmony of man and nature state. All signs pointed to him securing a perfect score. Once he takes another enlightenment pill, he'll likely break through straight into the second stage of cultivation, the Zhaoxian realm. After that, he can select a cultivation technique. The management team analyzed excitedly. This kid's buffs are maxed out. If the average combat strength of others is a 1, he's already at 30. Once he fully comprehends the harmony of man and nature, his innate slashing ability will grow even stronger, and his combat strength could reach 100. After taking the enlightenment pill tonight, he'll ascend another major realm, pushing his combat power to nearly 1,000. And that's not even accounting for the cultivation techniques he'll learn, or the fact that his second innate talent hasn't even manifested yet. The observation room erupted in laughter. A genius whose abilities already surpassed those of regular investigators, yet still classified as a trainee, was absurd, akin to a high schooler attending elementary school. But rules were rules, and the founder's requirement of 10 missions or 10 monsters was immutable. As the assessment concluded, Lu Ding withdrew from the state of selflessness. His score dominated the leaderboard. The management team watched him exit the harmony of man and nature state with a hint of regret, unaware that for Lu Ding, entering that state was as effortless as flipping a switch. The results were displayed. Lu Ding was the sole candidate to achieve a perfect score. 10 others, including Lu Yun, earned excellent, while Chu Hao was relegated to average. Under normal circumstances, Chu Hao's strength would have secured him an excellent, but his damaged rattan armor severely compromised his defense. Combined with his lack of evasion training, his performance fell short. Chu Hao stood with his head bowed, his heart simmering with humiliation yet powerless to change the outcome. Stealing a glance at Lu Ding from the corner of his eye, he realized the latter hadn't spared him a single look. With a bitter sigh, Chu Hao came to terms with his own irrelevance in Lu Ding's eyes, nothing more than a clown. As the assessment concluded, Lu Ding received his reward, a wax-sealed, jade-green enlightenment pill. Gazing at the pill, he recalled the information head read on the 749 Bureau's app. The enlightenment pill was a rare and invaluable resource for those in the enlightenment realm. It contained a vast, gentle, and pure energy that could help cultivators unlock all the acupoints in their body, propelling them directly into the Zhaoxian realm. The first stage of cultivation, the enlightenment realm, focused on unblocking all 365 acupoints in the human body, aligning with the number of days in a year. Unlocking all acupoints marked the completion of this stage, laying the foundation for further cultivation. Next came the Zhaoxian realm, where the 365 acupoints formed a unified energy vortex, channeling and storing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Beyond that was the Linghai realm, where the 365 acupoints merged into one. Those with access to rare materials could expand and enhance their cultivation, while others had to rely on gradual accumulation. These three realms formed the foundation of cultivation, requiring both aptitude and resources. Lu Ding felt fortunate to have joined the 749 Bureau. Without their support, acquiring cultivation resources on his own would have been nearly impossible. Now, not only did he have access to the enlightenment pill, but he could also exchange contribution points for various rare materials in the future. This filled him with anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. Even when he went out on missions, it was all for the sake of capturing anomalies to earn rewards and contribution points. Lu Ding silently felt grateful for his decision to join the 749 Bureau. It was undoubtedly the right choice. Deng Wufu watched the young man in front of him. As the person responsible for distributing rewards, he had long been impressed by Lu Ding's talent and work ethic. Seeing the thoughtful expression on the young man's face now, Deng felt even more pleased and mentally labeled him as someone with a pure heart. Lu Ding, what's on your mind? Deng Wufu asked, unable to hide the smile on his face. Nothing much. Thank you, sir. Lu Ding replied politely, snapping out of his thoughts. A staff member nearby chimed in with an introduction. This is Minister Deng from the Logistics Department of the 749 Bureau's Yunhai branch. Don't underestimate logistics, it's not just about handling food and supplies. If this were a cultivation novel, Minister Deng would be the elder of the library pavilion. All techniques, resources, and elixirs have to go through him. Realizing the importance of Deng Guofu's position, Lu Ding quickly corrected himself. Thank you, Minister Deng. Quick learner, aren't you? Haha. Minister Deng teased with a hearty laugh. Lu Ding chuckled along. The old man's kind demeanor reminded him of the head of the orphanage he grew up in, as well as the nearly retired director of the neighborhood committee. These figures had left an indelible mark on his 19 years of life. You haven't chosen a technique yet, have you? Deng Guofu asked warmly. Not yet. I was planning to do that once I wrap things up here. Perfect timing. I'm heading back to the logistics department too. Let's go together, I'll give you some advice. Deng decided on the spot. His advice carried significant weight. With so many techniques available for rookie investigators, it was easy to make the wrong choice without guidance. This kind of special treatment wasn't given to just anyone, but Lu Ding's exceptional performance had earned it. Before the current matter was fully settled, Minister Deng was already leading Lu Ding out. On the way, the two of them chatted enthusiastically. Lu Ding shared stories of his 19 years of life, earning a firm pat on the shoulder from the older man. You're a real man, Deng exclaimed with admiration. People my age are already grandfathers, said the elderly Mr. Deng with a kind smile as he looked at Lu Ding. If I had descendants, my grandson would probably be about your age. Though, I doubt he'd be as accomplished as you. Their light-hearted conversation carried them to the front of the logistics building. This uniquely designed structure resembled an open book, and its interior was filled with rows upon rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, holding a variety of texts on techniques, miscellaneous discussions, and research materials. Lu Ding headed straight for the section dedicated to trainee investigators' techniques. He casually pulled out a book titled The Ape Strike Method and began flipping through its pages. This technique is best suited for individuals with unusually strong arms. It emphasizes extending one's reach, striking from afar, with bold and sweeping movements. By calming the restless mind and achieving unity, one can attain perfection. He glanced at his own arms, shook his head, and placed the book back on the shelf. Next, he picked up a book titled The Yin Scorching Manual. This technique involves tempering the body with yin fire, planting the seed of yin fire within, and channeling energy imbued with its essence ultimate softness. It sounded intriguing, but Lu Ding decided to explore further options. Noticing Lu Ding's hesitation, Deng Guofu handed him an ancient-looking scroll. As Lu Ding unrolled it, a wave of timelessness seemed to emanate from the parchment. The scroll depicted an awe-inspiring image of a massive bear with wings sprouting from its back. The creature roared toward the heavens, standing amidst a mountain of rare and exotic beast carcasses. Rivers of blood flowed from the scene, creating a vision both majestic and terrifying. This is the flying bear visualization diagram, Mr. Deng explained. According to legend, the flying bear was an ancient mythical beast. In the north, it was a harbinger of chaos, violent and destructive, spreading havoc. In the south, it was an auspicious guardian, maintaining order in the rugged mountain ranges. Everyone interprets the diagram differently, finding unique insights within. The distinction between north and south holds profound significance. Would you like to give it a try? Lu Ding immediately recognized the immense value of the scrollet was far superior to ordinary techniques. Without hesitation, he accepted it gratefully. Mr. Deng advised him to combine its practice with the use of an aperture-opening pill for optimal results. Back in his spacious 200-square-meter single dormitory, Lu Ding carefully spread out the visualization diagram and consumed the aperture-opening pill. Activating his skill, formless state, he felt a surge of warm energy erupt from his heart and flow through his bloodstream, spreading across his body. The once static diagram began to come alive before his eyes. Atop a towering mountain range, the winged bear's deafening roar reverberated for hundreds of miles. Beasts of the southern lands responded in unison, while the northern skies churned with clouds of dust and chaos. The flying bear spread its wings and charged northward, unleashing a storm of blood and destruction. 2 days later, Lu Ding opened his eyes, his entire being transformed. All his bodily apertures were now fully open, and he had ascended to the Zhaoxian realm. From the visualization, he had comprehended the flying bear slaughter technique, a devastatingly powerful combat method infused with a fierce and overwhelming aura of brutality. Stretching his limbs to shake off the stiffness, Lu Ding opened the 749 app, ready to accept his first mission since joining the organization. It didn't take long for his attention to be drawn to a mission with an intriguing title, Investigation of the 816 Massacre. On August 16th, a chilling case unfolded in Xinhua Community, Longan Street. A family of 6 was brutally wiped out, leaving behind a horrifying scene. All victims died from severe blood loss due to lacerations. But what made the case even more grotesque was that each body was missing the skin from their face. Local authorities initially attributed the tragedy to a wild animal attack. However, After the case was handed over to Department 749, professional investigators discovered traces linked to the Black Granny at the crime scene. According to ancient folklore, the Black Granny, also known as the Black Daxian, originates from a northern religious sect's guardian deity. This sinister entity is believed to be the result of a black fox, black bear, or black snake transforming into a malevolent spirit through cultivation and a mystical process called corpse dissolution. Among these, the Black Granny formed from a black bear is particularly terrifying, known for its gruesome habit of peeling off human faces while they are still alive. Coincidentally, Lu Ding specialized in a technique specifically designed to combat black bears, known as the flying bear strike. This serendipity made him feel as though fate itself had chosen him for this task. The mission rewards were highly enticing. The team leader would receive 20 contribution points along with 100,000 yuan in cash, while the supporting investigator would earn 5 contribution points and 50,000 yuan. Additionally, if they managed to capture the Black Granny alive and bring it back to Department 749, each participant would receive an extra 10,000 yuan and 1 more contribution point. Lu Ding had previously spotted a wooden sword crafted from 10-year-old lightning-struck wood in the 749 app marketplace. Renowned for its exceptional ability to ward off evil and its hardness surpassing that of regular steel, the sword was priced at just 5 contribution points. In the 749 system, 1 contribution point was equivalent to 100,000 yuan, making 20 contribution points worth a staggering 2 million yuan. While it was generally considered unwise to exchange contribution points for cash, the rewards for this mission were undeniably tempting. However, Department 749 had a strict regulation. Whether a trainee or a certified investigator, missions must be conducted in pairs or larger teams. This rule was established to ensure mutual oversight and to provide support in case of emergencies. As a lone wolf, Lu Ding had no contact with other investigators, leaving him with no choice but to post a recruitment notice on the forum. Trainee investigator Lu Ding seeking one supporting investigator. Requirements: quick thinker, self-sufficient, able to handle miscellaneous tasks. Combat skills not a priority. This blunt recruitment post immediately drew a flood of comments from onlookers. Who is this guy? Talking so big. You'd think he was a certified investigator. Check his ID first before making assumptions. After just 2 days of buzz, Lu Ding had become a household name in 749. His achievements were nothing short of astounding. Joining the organization one day, undergoing evaluation the next, and showcasing an overwhelming combat prowess and unparalleled talent that made him the most sought-after figure in 749. When Lu Ding posted his mission lineup, dozens of applications flooded in almost instantly. After carefully reviewing them, he selected a trainee investigator named Yin Fifan. Do you have a car? Lu Ding asked directly. While he knew how to drive from memories of his past life, he hadn't obtained a driver's license in this one, let alone owned a car. Caught off guard, Yin Fifan blinked in surprise. He had only applied on a whim and never expected to be chosen. Yes, I do. A sturdy Jeep, reliable and tough. Plus, I'm a great driver. All right, meet me at Exit A of the base. In their shared dormitory, Yin Fifan couldn't contain his excitement and let out a cheer. Yes, but before the sound could fade, a pillow came flying from the neighboring bed. Are you yelling for your mom? Can't a guy get some sleep around here? Sorry. I'm leaving right now. Get out. Carefully closing the door behind him, Yin Fifan's grin returned, and his steps became lighter. He drove to Exit A, where he spotted a figure standing with arms crossed in the distance. Though simply dressed, the man's striking features and commanding posture naturally drew attention. After parking, Yin Fifan hopped out to open the passenger door for Lu Ding before returning to the driver's seat. Handing over a bottle of water, he began to outline his analysis of the mission. Brother Lu, there are 3 main suspects in this case. The first is Tong Yong, 21, a junior at Yunhai Vocational College of Computing. His family used to be neighbors with the victims. Tong Yong's father got into a fight with the victim's family, lost, and passed away shortly after. The second is Zhao Haichuan, 52, the ex-husband of the victim Wu Daoxiang. He has a history of drug abuse and often harassed the victim's family for money after being released from prison. The third is Fan Wurue, 24, the ex-boyfriend of the victim Zhou Lian. He works at an auto repair shop and was beaten by Zhou Lian's father for trying to continue their relationship despite opposition. Leaning back in his seat, Lu Ding took a sip of water. Tell me your thoughts. I used a process of elimination and think Tong Yong is the most likely suspect. Fan Wurue, while a bit unruly, comes from a harmonious family and has been stuck as a junior employee at the repair shop for years. She doesn't seem like someone who'd have the guts to commit murder. Zhao Haichuan, on the other hand, is motivated by money. The victim's family had already given him some, so it doesn't seem worth the risk for him to do something so extreme. But Tong Yong is different. He's a loner at school, academically capable, but nearly beat someone to death back in high school, showing a ruthless personality. And with the involvement of the Black Widow entity, Zhao Haichuan, being older, wouldn't fit the profile to be chosen. Plus, he's currently in custody. After thorough analysis, the final suspects were narrowed down to two young men, Fan Wurue and Dong Yong. Yin Fifan took a deep breath and began explaining his reasoning in detail. Although possession by Hei Laodai allows her consciousness to take control, the host's own awareness still remains partially intact. Fan Wurue and Jolien are genuinely in love, could never harm her so cruelly. Comparatively, Dong Yong is the more likely suspect. After saying this, Yin Fifan took a sip from his water bottle, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Lu Ding. Seeing Lu Ding nod in agreement, he continued, then let's go find Dong Yong. If he has ever been possessed by Hei Laotai or has any connection to her, he'll be able to detect it. As a Fixianga fearsome beast that took pleasure in hunting and killing monstrous creatures, tracking down such entities was Lu Ding's specialty. He could easily discern whether someone was ordinary or not. Initially, he had planned to investigate each of the three suspects individually, but Yin Fifan's analysis presented a more direct approach. With Lu Ding's approval, Yin Fifan immediately started the car. Along the way, he occasionally glanced at Lu Ding from the corner of his eye, still finding it hard to believe that he was working alongside such a master. Noticing Yin Fifan's gaze, Lu Ding broke the silence in the car. What did you do before this? Your analysis was quite professional. Actually, I'm just a student, Yin Fifan replied sheepishly. I've just always loved watching movies. Ever since I was a kid, I've watched tons of films and documentaries. It's my only hobby. While movies are fictional, a lot of what you learn can be applied to real life. His words sounded a bit far-fetched, but they piqued Lu Ding's interest. It reminded him of a movie he had seen in a past life, Sheep Without a Shepherd, where the protagonist, a movie buff, used his knowledge of films to navigate a crisis. Who would have thought that a random recruit for the investigation would turn out to be so talented? What's your special ability? Lu Ding asked. When it came to talking about his special ability, Yin Fifan couldn't help but scratch his forehead, his tone tinged with hesitation. Well, it's walking through walls. Walking through walls? Lu Ding's curiosity was piqued. How did you awaken a power like that? Yin Fifan kept his eyes on the road as he explained. It happened during a paranormal incident at home. Somehow, I got sucked into a wall. I was terrified and desperately wanted to escape. Before I knew it, I popped out on the other side. Ever since then, I've had this ability. If you can walk through walls, does that mean you can tunnel underground too? In theory, yes. But I can't swim, so I'm afraid of sinking. Lu Ding burst into laughter. Yin Fifan quickly added, I'm serious. I'm really scared of water. I almost drowned as a kid. But I'll learn, I promise. All right, do well, and once you've learned to swim, I'll take you on the next mission. Lu Ding's promise instantly lit up Yin Fifan's eyes. Compared to other candidates, Lu Ding found Yin Fifan to be a good fit. Though a bit timid, he was sharp. People like that were less likely to be overly assertive, making them reliable. And with his ability to phase through walls or potentially even the ground could prove invaluable in the future. Really, Brother Lu? Honestly, I'm pretty useless. I'm no good in combat, terrible at reconnaissance, and I barely passed the assessment by exploiting loopholes. Doesn't that just show you're smart? If you're working with me, you won't need to fight anyway. If it ever comes to that, both of us are probably in trouble. Yin Fifan thought about it and realized Lu Ding had a point. Before long, the two arrived at a bubble tea shop located at a busy intersection. This was where Dong Yong had been working a summer job. As soon as they stepped inside, a faint but unpleasant smell hit Lu Ding's nose. Dong Yong was nowhere to be seen. Yin Fifan ordered 2 cups of freshly squeezed lemon tea and casually asked, Hey, where's the guy who used to make these with so much enthusiasm? How come you're the only one here today? The female staff member, busy pounding lemons, replied irritably. You mean Dong Yong? He quit. He was supposed to give us 2 weeks notice, but he just up and left yesterday. Now it's just me running the whole shop making drinks. Taking orders, it's driving me crazy. Yin Fifan chimed in with a sympathetic tone. That guy's really inconsiderate, leaving you to handle everything alone. It's not fair for such a beautiful girl to be this overworked. Let me buy you a drink to cheer you up. With that, he paid for an extra cup of tea. The girl blushed slightly. Oh no, that's not necessary. We're not allowed to accept gifts from customers. It's just a drink, no big deal. Someone as pretty as you probably has people lining up to treat you after work. It's just that Dong Yong didn't know how to seize the opportunity while he had it, Yin Fifan said, his clean-cut looks and sweet words making the girl turn even redder. Not at all. He wasn't interested in me one bit. When he left yesterday, I saw him chatting with a gorgeous woman. Not long after, a fancy sports car came to pick him up. I thought he was just here to make some extra cash like me, but it turns out he's some rich kid playing at life. When their lemon teas were ready, the girl kept sneaking glances at Yin Fifan and Lu Ding. One had a charming smile and a gentle demeanor, while the other was quiet but exuded an air of sophistication, looking even more polished than a model. She had half expected the sweet-talking guy to ask for her contact information after buying her a drink, but to her disappointment, he simply walked out, engrossed in his phone. Back in the car, Yin Fifan glanced at his phone and said, "Brother Liu, I had the Bureau's task support check the surveillance footage for this area, as well as details about the car that picked up Dong Yong." At that moment, Lu Ding was certain that recruiting Yin Fifan as an auxiliary investigator had been the right decision. He was incredibly proactive, anticipating needs and taking action without being prompted. It was a dream come true. Find anything? Yes, I did. Yin Fifan was reporting the investigation findings to Lu Ding, presenting a series of thought-provoking clues in the documents he held. According to surveillance footage from the Sky Eye system, Dong Yong was seen yesterday morning riding in a black sports car owned by the G Corporation. After a detailed comparison, it was confirmed that the driver of the car was none other than Ji Feiyu, the eldest daughter of the Ji family. What's even more intriguing is that on August 17th, the system captured footage of an encounter between Ji Feiyu and Dong Yong at the Mountain Goods Old Street. The report further revealed that Ji Feiyu has a younger sister, Ji Yinshuang, who seems to have been experiencing some supernatural disturbances recently. Despite hospital examinations showing no abnormalities, they eventually sought help from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who diagnosed her with a deficiency of yang energy. She has since been on medication for treatment. Coincidentally, the mountain goods market is known for occasionally having illegal wild medicinal herbs for sale. What's even more intriguing is the fact that on August 18th, the same day as the Huarong community massacre, Dong Yong was brought in as a suspect for questioning. However, Ji Feiyu quickly stepped forward to vouch for him. Coupled with Dong Yong's solid alibi, the local authorities released him shortly after. Hearing this, Lu Ding couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the state machinery, which had managed to dig up such detailed information on the involved parties in such a short time. Yin Fifan, becoming increasingly animated, added, "Today, G Corporation's chairman, Ji Hong, even invited a skilled Chuma disciple to specifically look into Ji Yanchuang's situation." At this point, he couldn't resist saying, "Luge, may I speak freely?" "Go ahead," Lu Ding replied calmly. This Dong Yong is like the textbook protagonist of an urban supernatural novel. Yin Fifan analyzed enthusiastically. If he really has the black old lady spirit with him, he'd definitely be able to see what's wrong with Ji Yinshuang. Given that Ji Feiyu lives with her sister, she might have been affected as well. Based on the typical narrative, Dong Yong would point this out. Ji Feiyu stepping in to bail him out shows she's already starting to trust him. Next, she's likely to ask for his help in cleansing the evil spirits. And now they've brought in a Chuma disciple. If Dong Yong gets involved, the usual Chuma disciple's spirit guide would be no match for his black old lady. Isn't this straight out of a classic face-slapping storyline? Dong Yong was calculating his next moves. By taking on the role of an apprentice medium, he could not only uncover the secrets of the Qi refiners and step into this mysterious world, but also leverage the connections and wealth of the Ji family to build his own reputation. If a wealthy individual ever encountered a supernatural disturbance, he could step in to help and earn a fortune. Even better, after saving Ji Yinshuang, he might win the favor of the two sisters. After all, to ordinary people, Qi refiners were akin to beings from another realm of existence, possessing an irresistible allure. This guy's got some nerve planning for a pair of sisters, no less, Lu Ding remarked, casting a meaningful glance. Yin Fifan instinctively scratched his hiata habit he had developed to mask his insecurity, often using small gestures to divert attention. I've read a lot of urban supernatural novels over the years, and this whole plot feels like it's straight out of one of them. Luge, do you think I'm crazy for noticing this? I don't think you're crazy. If anything, you're a genius for catching on to this, Lu Ding said with a slight shake of his head. Encouraged by the compliment, Yin Fifan squinted with a grin. Nah, this kind of plot is way too cliché. I bet this guy just read too many novels and copied the storyline. But seriously, if things keep going this way, even if you don't take this case, 749 will definitely notice him. He's flying too close to the sun, completely ignoring basic common sense like, if these things exist in the civilian world, how could the government not have a dedicated department for them? When he's at his most arrogant, well, hit him with a dose of reality, show him what it really means to face the music. Lu Ding's interest was piqued. After all, those unrealistic fantasies always had to be shattered by the harshness of reality. Take Dong Yong, for example, committed a crime, yet still strutted around without even attempting to flee. The sheer audacity was astounding. And the idea of some romantic subplot with two sisters? Completely absurd. Yin Fifan slammed on the gas pedal with a mischievous grin. Heh Luge, you're just two. He caught himself mid-sentence and quickly corrected. No, I mean Luge, you're so cool and charismatic, like one of those high-level villains who crushes the idiotic protagonist with a flawless plan. So, what does that make you? The scheming advisor to the villain? Lu Ding quipped, clearly unfazed and even joking along. Seeing that Lu Ding wasn't upset, Yin Fifan grinned even wider. Then I guess I should laugh like this. Mwahaha. Cut it out. That ridiculous laugh is giving me goosebumps, Lu Ding said with a mock shiver. Meanwhile, inside the Ji family's villa, a tense confrontation was unfolding between a man and a woman. The man, dressed in white, had a clean, refined appearance, none other than Dong Yong. Ever since forging a connection with the black old lady, he had undergone a transformation. The infusion of heaven and earth chi had revitalized him completely. Becoming a chi refiner had not only elevated his status, but also imbued him with a newfound confidence that radiated from within, reshaping his entire demeanor. Opposite him stood Bai Xiaoxiao, a medium brought in by Ji Corporation's chairman, Ji Hong. As fellow practitioners of the arcane arts, the air between them was naturally charged with hostility. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice was cold as she demanded, "Chairman Ji, what is the meaning of this? You hired me, yet you feel the need for a backup plan? Are you doubting the abilities of the Bai family?" As a descendant of the Northern Five Immortals by lineage, she was well aware of her family's standing in the medium community. The Five Immortals Fox, Yellow Weasel, Bai White, Willow, and Gray each had their own specialties. The Fox family commanded influence, the Yellow Weasel family excelled in illusions, the Bai family in healing, the Willow family in combat, and the Gray family in warding off misfortune. Ji Hong offered an apologetic explanation. "Miss Bai, it's not that I don't trust your skills. It's just that my daughter didn't know I had already invited you. So she went ahead and brought in this young man." He turned to Dong Yong with a look of remorse. "Mr. Dong, I truly apologize. Hey, raise $500,000 as compensation." Dong Yong remained unmoved. "I don't take money for work I haven't done. I can leave, but if you call me again, the price won't be the same." "So, you're implying that I can't handle the Ji family's second daughter's condition?" Bai Xiaoxiao's brows knitted in displeasure. Dong Yong let out a derisive chuckle. "You? A little girl still wet behind the ears? Go home and train for a few more years before you try again. The spirits you serve won't be able to cure Miss Jai's ailment." Not far from the villa, in a parked jeep, Yin Fifan was watching the entire scene play out through a copper mirror in his hands, capturing every detail of the unfolding drama. Seeing Dong Yong's behavior, Yin Fifan couldn't help but rant to Lu Ding. Pointing at the scene in the mirror, his tone was dripping with disdain. "Lu bro, look at this guy. He's putting on such an act. Barely out of diapers and already acting all high and mighty. Just managed to learn a few idioms. And I bet he's not even taller than most people. Always pretending to be so mature. Throwing around smirks like he copied them from some third-rate novel. Honestly, he just looks like he's begging for a beating." He continued, getting more animated. "If you've got real skills, just step up when someone's challenging you. If you don't, then stop with the fake bravado and all this dramatic humble beginnings to grand finale nonsense." Lu Ding had to admit the guy did seem a bit pretentious, even more so than himself at times. Outsiders might actually think Dong Yong was something special. However, his attention was soon drawn to the peculiar mirror. "That mirror of yours is pretty interesting. Where'd you get it?" "It's a small artifact I exchanged for contribution points," the other replied. "It's actually pretty limited in function, mostly just lets me monitor the surroundings. If someone way stronger than me shows up, though, they probably notice it. It's mainly for survival during missions. If things get dangerous, I can use it to phase through walls and escape." Hearing how limited its usefulness was, Lu Ding immediately lost interest and turned his focus back to the scene in the mirror. The confrontation was reaching its climax. In the reflection, Bai Xiaoxiao declared firmly, "Fine. Since you think I'm not qualified, let's see who can cure the second Miss Illness. If I succeed, you'll crawl out of here. If I fail, you can make any demand you want." At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed from outside the main entrance. A woman in a figure-hugging dress walked into view. Her curvaceous silhouette paired with rimless glasses exuded a lethal charm, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Seeing her, Dong Yong casually slid his hands into his pockets and, in a mock, gentlemanly manner, said, "All right, I accept your proposal. Ladies first, I'll let you go ahead." "Ugh, Lu bro." Yin Fifan couldn't hold back any longer. "Can we just rush in there and punch this guy already? That line gave me goosebumps. So cringy. Ladies first? He's like a peacock showing off its feathers, desperate to impress. I'm done with him." Lu Ding, equally annoyed by Dong Yong's posturing, had initially planned to keep watching the drama unfold. But now, even his toes curled in frustration. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore either." Without another word, the two flung open the car doors and charged toward the villa, one from each side. In the luxurious villa, Ji Feiyu quietly listened to the conversation between the two so-called masters, a trace of impatience welling up within her. Although their abilities were indeed extraordinary, using her sister's illness as a wager to compete against one another was utterly displeasing. She had already shown enough sincerity to Dong Yong, even promising a generous reward, yet his attitude remained as insufferable as ever. Glancing at her father, she noticed the same anger flashing across his face. Letting out a soft sigh, Ji Feiyu spoke, "Gentlemen, why don't we just begin now?" Dong Yong calmly pulled his hand out of his pocket and responded indifferently, "Please, go ahead." Suddenly, a deafening bang shattered the room's silence. The wall behind them exploded into fragments as a figure burst through, sending debris flying everywhere. For a fleeting moment, the onlookers thought they saw a ferocious bear-like beast with wings charging towards them. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ding sprang into action. He seized Dong Yong by the neck, hoisting him into the air before slamming him heavily onto the ground. The expensive flooring shattered instantly, splinters scattering in all directions. Lifting Dong Yong again, Lu Ding held him suspended in midair and roared, "What kind of please was that? Do you even know the meaning of shame? I was outside cringing so hard I wanted to bury my toes into the ground. You think you're some big shot?" Blood trickled from Dong Yong's mouth and nose. Though Lu Ding had held back his full strength, the blow was enough to render Dong Yong incapable of fighting. Who are you?" Dong Yong choked out, trembling. "Who am I?" Lu Ding sneered. "I'm the one sending you to meet the king of hell. Dong Yong, your little act is over. Let the black old lady inside you show herself." In Dong Yong's mind, the black old lady's hysterical screams echoed. "No, no, I won't come out. I won't come out. Flying bear. He's the flying bear." As it turned out, the black old lady was also a spirit that had evolved from a bear. Despite living for countless years, her talent was limited, and her cultivation had reached its peak. Seeking another path, she abandoned her physical body. However, even if she had a physical form now, she would stand no chance against Lu Ding, who had mastered the art of the flying bear's deadly combat techniques. The flying bear was a legendary predator, infamous for its merciless brutality, and a figure of terror even in her ancestral lineage. For the first time, Dong Yong saw the once arrogant black old lady lose all composure. Fear took root and grew wildly in his heart. Ever since the black old lady had accidentally possessed him, he had viewed himself as the protagonist of the universe, akin to the hero of a novel. The black old lady's constant boasting about her power only fueled his delusions, leading him to treat her like a personal mentor. Emboldened by this newfound arrogance, he had sought revenge against the Zhou family, with whom his father had a long-standing grudge. Under her instigation, he impulsively murdered 6 members of the Zhou family, believing he had covered his tracks perfectly. But now, his past had caught up with him. I'll turn myself in. Please, don't kill me," Dong Yong pleaded desperately. Lu Ding let out a cold laugh. From the side, Yin Fifan mocked, "Idiot. What were you thinking? Strutting around like a big shot, even pretending to cure illnesses and exorcise spirits. And now you want to surrender? Lu bro, what do you say?" "Too late," Lu Ding said icily. "I gave you a chance to handle this with dignity, but you chose to squander it. So be it." Under the horrified gazes of everyone present, Lu Ding tightened his grip. Dong Yong's body was torn in two with a sickening sound, blood spraying everywhere. A black mist burst forth from the corpse, taking the form of a massive black bear that frantically tried to flee. "Flying bear. Flying bear. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't kill me," the black old lady wailed in terror. Lu Ding raised his hand slightly, and a faint breeze swept through the room. "Shatter," he commanded softly. The fleeing black bear disintegrated instantly into countless fragments, vanishing into the air without even leaving a final cry. A system notification echoed in Lu Ding's mind. Entity contained. Black old lady. Reward acquired. Power of the bear. Power of the bear. Strength to move mountains. Hands that can topple peak. Lu Ding mentally calculated the reward. Strength to move mountains, about 30,000 pounds of force. Pretty terrifying for a human, but still far from a tractor's pulling power. Oh well, it'll do for now. Every little bit counts. If any martial artist specializing in physical cultivation overheard his thoughts, they'd likely cough up blood in frustration. 30,000 pounds of strength required years of painstaking training, countless rare resources, and exceptional natural talent to achieve. Yin Fifan respectfully handed him a handkerchief. Lu Ding took it and calmly wiped his hands. Yin Fifan walked steadily, holding a confidentiality agreement in his hand, and stopped in front of the 3 people who were already petrified with fear. Narrowing his eyes, his voice carried an undeniable authority as he said, "This is 749 business. Sign the confidentiality agreement. Not a single word about what happened today is to leave this place. Violate the rules, and you'll be detained immediately with no chance of bail." He then turned to Chairman Ji, his tone softening slightly. "Chairman Ji, rest assured, someone will negotiate compensation for your losses, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Suddenly, a sharp scream shattered the stillness of the villa. It was by Xiao Xiao, who had finally snapped out of her daze and let out an ear-piercing shriek. "If you scream again, they'll tear you apart," Lu Ding said coldly. Bai Xiao Xiao immediately fell silent, trembling hands covering her mouth, her face as pale as a sheet. Though she had encountered members of 749 as a chi refiner before, she had never met an investigator as ruthless as this. Stammering, she asked, "You aren't 749 supposed to contain and detain?" Lu Ding let out a derisive laugh. Contain and detain? And where would my rewards come from? For a few measly contribution points or a few $1,000? That's not worth it. His gaze sharpened. I joined 749 to use their intel to hunt down and eliminate creatures. Capture them alive? That's someone else's job. Me? I don't leave loose ends. Bai Xiao instinctively swallowed hard, her eyes darting nervously to avoid meeting Lu Ding's gaze. Chairman Ji, though shaken, managed to maintain a semblance of composure thanks to his experience weathering many storms. Sir, don't call me sir. This isn't ancient times. Just call me Investigator Lu. Lu Ding replied indifferently. Chairman Ji cautiously made a request. Investigator Lu, could you erase my daughter's memory of this? You know, like in the movies. He glanced at Ji Feiyu, who stood motionless, her face pale and her eyes vacant. Lu Ding gave Yin Fifan a nod of approval. While 749 did possess the technology to erase memories, its use was strictly regulated. It required video documentation and the presence of at least 2 investigators. Any procedural violations would result in immediate disciplinary action. As Yin Fifan approached with a slender device in hand, Ji Feiyu suddenly came to her senses. Panicked, she raised her hands to block him. No, don't erase my memory, Lu Ding's lips curved slightly as he observed the stubborn person standing before him. Even under such circumstances, the other party still refused to accept compensation. He was just about to stand and return to the investigation bureau to complete his task when Ji Hong suddenly called out to him. Investigator Lu, could you wait a moment? I don't want compensation. I just hope you can stay a little longer. All right. Lu Ding nodded in agreement. Not having to pay compensation was actually a relief for him after all. As a trainee investigator, he only had a monthly compensation quota of 5 million. Exceeding that would subject him to a stricter set of standards. This rule was designed to prevent certain investigators from recklessly causing destruction under the pretense of state-funded compensation, effectively turning them into walking cannons. With Lu Ding's consent, Ji Hong turned to Bai Xiao. Miss Bai, can you start treating my daughter now? Bai Xiao instinctively glanced at Lu Ding, who replied indifferently, Why are you looking at me? They invited you to treat someone. So go ahead and do it. All right, we'll get to it. Where is the young lady? Ji Hong gestured for her to follow. This way. The living room was now left with just 3 people. Lu Ding, Ji Feiyu, and Yin Fifan. Ji Feiyu leaned weakly against the sofa, her gaze unconsciously following Lu Ding as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Yin Fifan, standing respectfully to the side, leaned closer to Lu Ding's ear and whispered, Brother Lu, she might have Stockholm Syndrome. Combined with your striking looks and the ruthless methods you just displayed, I'd say she's probably... Noticing Ji Feiyu's overly direct gaze, Lu Ding asked bluntly, Am I that good-looking? Ji Feiyu nodded instinctively, then quickly shook her head, flustered. Suddenly, a chilling sensation swept through the room, accompanied by a piercing voice. A mere junior of the Bai family, you think you can break my spell? Lu Ding stood up abruptly, another monster. He couldn't stand anyone being brazen in his presence. In Ji Yanchuang's room, black mist churned as a translucent female ghost in white hovered in the air. Bai Xiao trembled, utterly unprepared for the vicious ghost that Ji Hong's second daughter had provoked. This was far beyond her capabilities. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and several sharp slashes cut through the dark mist, eliciting a chilling scream from the ghost. Come on, let's see if you can break my spell. The ghost's face contorted as bloody tears streamed from her eyes. She fixed her gaze on Lu Ding, who had barged in, and upon seeing the badge on his chest, growled, 749. Before Lu Ding could respond, hundreds of slashes tore through the black mist, dispersing it completely. The ghost let out a final threat. I've memorized your aura. It'll come for you. Then she vanished. Lu Ding's face darkened. Being targeted by a ghost was no trivial matter, but he was never one to sit back and wait. He preferred to take the initiative. On the bed, Ji Yanchuang slowly opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Lu Ding's. She felt a sense of safety but was also intimidated by the aggression in his eyes. Where did you encounter that ghost? Lu Ding asked directly. Ji Yanchuang thought for a moment. In Baiyao ancient town? Yes, it was when I was admiring Baiyao porcelain there. After I returned, I kept dreaming about her. Yin Fifan, check if there are any missions related to Baiyao ancient town. Lu Ding ordered. He wasn't about to wait passively, preferred to strike first. Having an official mission would make things more convenient, and any damages could be reimbursed through official channels. After searching for a while, Yin Fifan shook his head. Brother Lu, I didn't find anything. Then forget it. Let's head back to the bureau, Lu Ding said, turning to leave. Ji Hong quickly interjected, "Investigator Liu, why not stay for a meal?" "No need." Lu Ding declined resolutely. He needed to return to the bureau to submit his report and then head straight to buy out Ancient Town. He wouldn't tolerate any threats. This was his golden opportunity after nearly 20 years of waiting, and anyone who dared to threaten him would pay the price. Ji Hong escorted them to the door, watching as their vehicle disappeared into the distance. At some point, Ji Yinshuang had quietly made her way into the living room. The gruesome scene inside the room was horrifying, yet she appeared unusually calm. Having endured far more terrifying visions in her dreams, the carnage before her seemed almost insignificant. On the sofa, the sisters Ji Feiyu and Ji Yinshuang clung to each other tightly, tears streaming freely. Once their emotions had somewhat subsided, Ji Yinshuang lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice still trembling from crying. "Sister, where did you and Dad find that investigator Liu?" "Fine," by Xiao Xiao, who was standing nearby, interjected with a hint of mystery in her tone. "Your family couldn't have just found someone like him." Ji Yinshuang turned her curious gaze toward Bai Xiaoxiao. She had a delicate, innocent charm, with large, guileless eyes. Having just recovered from a serious illness, she looked even more fragile and pitiable. In her soft, sweet voice, she asked, "Sister Xiaoxiao, do you know Investigator Liu?" Bai Xiaoxiao was utterly charmed by her demeanor, her heart practically melting. Her eyes sparkled as though filled with stars. Clearing her throat, she lowered her voice and said, "This isn't something you should go telling others. I'm in the business, but you're not, so just listen and don't spread it around." She went on to explain that Investigator Liu works for the 749 Bureau of National Security Investigation and Containment. It's different from regular national security. The 749 Bureau specifically handles supernatural incidents within the Han territory, as well as rogue spirits and demons causing trouble. Their job is to capture, detain, and contain these malevolent entities. She frowned slightly as she added, "But that Investigator Liu has a rather heavy-handed approach. While he technically follows the rules, tearing someone apart alive is excessively brutal." The sisters listened quietly. Ji Yinshuang glanced at the bloodstains on the floor and asked in a small voice, "So, the one who died was a demon?" "No." Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head. "They were like spiritual practitioners. The difference is, I follow the proper path with the backing of higher powers, while they were unorthodox and had committed offenses. My guess is that your sister brought him here to treat your illness, which ended up attracting the attention of the 749 Bureau." Ji Feiyu quickly explained, "I really just ran into him by chance. At the mountain goods market, he told me I had something unclean clinging to me. Later, he called me asking for bail, saying he could save your life. So I brought him here." Ji Yinshuang listened attentively, her face a mix of confusion and understanding. After a moment, she nodded slightly, then leaned in to hug her sister. With heartfelt sincerity, she said, "Sis, thank you. But next time, you really shouldn't act so recklessly." Curiosity quickly took over as she asked, "By the way, what did you mean by people in the trade just now?" Meanwhile, in a quaint, antique-style inn located in Baiao Ancient Town, a woman dressed in black gauze sat cross-legged on a bed. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hearing the commotion, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, burst through the door, his voice filled with concern. "Lingu, what's wrong?" The woman waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious. My spell was broken, and I lost a key ingredient for my medicine." The man sat down at the edge of the bed, his expression pained. "Ingredients are easy to replace. If it's lost, it's lost. Just tell me who hurt you, and he'll kill them." "I don't know his name," Lingu replied weakly. "All I know is that he's a rookie investigator from Unit 749, with a single star on his shoulder. Don't act rashly and ruin everything. The Flying Centipede's ascension is just days away. We need stability. This can wait." The man gently pulled her into his arms, his voice tender. "Don't worry, Lingu. We'll do as you say. I won't cause any trouble." As night fell, back at the 749 Bureau headquarters, Lu Ding and Yin Fifan were on their way to submit their mission report. For practitioners of qi cultivation, the night was often the most active time of the day. As they approached the mission hall steps, Yin Fifan suddenly slowed down, lowering his head. "Brother Lu, I need to use the restroom. Should I go now? Or do you want to wait for me?" Lu Ding, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. But before Yin Fifan could leave, he was intercepted by Sun Changming, who approached with a smirk. "In such a hurry, Fifan? Where are you off to?" "Suinga, I just need to use the restroom," Yin Fifan replied awkwardly. Sun Changming forcefully steered him back toward the mission hall. "You're already here? What restroom? Hold it. Hey, Laudu, weren't you looking for Fifan just now?" Du Guang, who had been idly scrolling on his phone, turned around and approached with a fake smile. "Where were you this morning, huh? Didn't you know I was out on a mission all night and didn't get any sleep? And the laundry hose at 4? Me?" Lu Ding stood nearby, his expression darkening as he watched the interaction. Even in a place like Unit 749, bullying still existed. After all, awakening one's abilities didn't only happen to model citizens. People of all personalities found their way in. Yen Fifin's eyes filled with a pleading look. Dude, I was on a mission today. They'll do the laundry tonight, okay? He desperately wished Du Guang would show him a little respect in front of Lu Ding. As the weakest member of his dormitory, Yen Fifin had long been relegated to chores like cleaning and laundry. Having been raised with the belief that enduring hardship is a virtue, he had grown somewhat timid. But today, standing before his first real friend, Lu Ding, a spark of defiance flickered in his heart for the very first time. When Du Guang raised his hand, clearly intending to deliver his usual humiliating slap to the back of Yen Fifin's neck, Yen Fifin braced himself, ready to fight back. But in the next instant, before he could act, Du Guang was sent flying across the hall with a single kick. Lu Ding stood silently to the side, calmly retracting his outstretched leg. In the corner, Du Guang was curled up on the ground, his school uniform wrinkled and crumpled from being kicked, resembling a battered, Sunto-bescrapped folding screen. Quit the act, Lu Ding said coldly, his gaze shifting to the young man still gripping Yen Fifin's shoulder. Let go of him. Now. In the dimly lit room, Yen Fifin looked up at Lu Ding. At that moment, Lu Ding seemed to be bathed in an invisible light, piercing through the surrounding darkness. Yen Fifin couldn't help but silently marvel. Who says a white moonlight has to be a girl? The young man quickly released his grip and stumbled back a step, his voice trembling. Lu Ding, this has nothing to do with me, I swear. You know who I am? Lu Ding narrowed his eyes. Good. That makes things easier. Before the young man could respond, Lu Ding stepped forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a slap that sent the guy spinning 3 times in midair before he crashed heavily to the ground. You know me, and yet you still dare to bully my assistant? Lu Ding looked down at him with disdain. From now on, you and your buddy are doing his laundry. Got it? The young man clutched his swollen face, nodding frantically. Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it. Lu Ding turned toward the corner. And did you hear me? A flicker of resentment flashed in Du Guang's eyes. Though unwilling, he had no choice but to nod reluctantly under the circumstances. At that moment, a faint breeze swept through the room. Du Guang looked up, only to see the darkness in front of him torn apart by what seemed like a giant, clawed, furry hand. From the rift, a gaping, bloodthirsty maw emerged. Lu Ding's voice was icy, as cold as frost. Go on. Show me that look you just gave me again. Terrified, Du Guang scrambled backward, his legs kicking frantically against the corner. But the cold, unforgiving wall behind him left him with nowhere to run. He could only raise his hands to shield his face. I give in. I give in. I didn't mean anything by it, I swear. I'll clean the dorm. I'll do the laundry. I'll do everything. Lu Ding stared at Du Guang, a mix of confusion and contempt in his heart. If you know you can't win, why put on that defiant face? Trying to prove how tough you are? That's just asking for trouble. What baffled him even more was how some people wouldn't finish off an opponent who clearly still harbored resentment. Utterly idiotic. As he turned and headed toward the steps, Lu Ding asked casually, Still need to pee? Yen Fifin quickly jogged to catch up. Nope, Luge. Let's go hand in the task. Lazy donkeys always need the bathroom when they're about to work. Next time, take care of it beforehand. Got it, Luge. Yen Fifin replied obediently. Lu Ding stood at the task handover station, handing over the mission proof for the black old woman to the staff member. Let me see. I'll add contribution points for you, the staff member said, reaching out to take it. She's dead, Lu Ding said. What? Dead? She's dead? The staff member was visibly shocked. Yeah, killed her, Lu Ding replied calmly. The staff member looked Lu Ding up and down in disbelief. I wouldn't have guessed. A trainee investigator managing to take down the black old woman. What's your name, kid? Lu Ding. Lu Ding. The staff member quickly double-checked the ID card, which indeed had Lu Ding written on it. Over the past few days, Lu Ding's name had been quite the buzz around the base. You're just 9 missions away from becoming a full-fledged investigator. Keep it up, the staff encouraged, then added. Actually, Lu, you could have left her alive. That way, you'd only need 8 more missions instead of 9. Would have saved you some trouble. All right. Next time, I'll go easier, Lu Ding said, humoring him. The staff member efficiently completed the handover. Contribution points and payment have been credited to your account. Please check. Nearby, Yen Fifin leaned in toward Lu Ding. Lu, the lady at the counter smiled at me. She's never done that before. Come on, wasn't the milk tea girl smiling at you earlier today too? Lu Ding teased. That's different. Lu, are you heading to buy out Ancient Town? Yeah, someone's got a grudge against me. Gotta take care of it, or I won't sleep well, Lu Ding admitted. Yen Fifin volunteered enthusiastically. Let me come with you. I've studied the records of Baiao ancient town and memorized the satellite maps. I might not be much help in a fight, but when it comes to running, I'm top-notch. Considering the long journey and the need for transportation, Lu Ding agreed. On the way, Yin Fifan gave a detailed rundown of Baiao ancient town's history from the glory days of its tribute porcelain to its modern-day tourism industry, highlighting the deep cultural heritage of the town. As night fell, two official investigators from 749, each bearing the insignia of 2 stars on their shoulders, quietly infiltrated Baiao ancient town. Inside an inn, a shirtless, muscular man named Ma Chi awoke with a start. Beside him, Lingu slipped on her clothes. The door burst open with a loud crash, and 2 investigators stormed in, wielding twin blades of different lengths, the other swinging a meteor hammer that sparked with fire. Ma Chi, Dan Lingying, you're coming with us, one of them ordered. Lingu stepped behind Ma Chi and sneered. Chasing blade when Yuchuan. Firestorm hammer in Feng. 2 dogs from 749. Huh? Your noses are pretty sharp to have tracked us down here. Do I even need to smell it to know? Your stench fills the whole street. It's hard to miss. In Feng sneered coldly. Lingu's face darkened instantly at his words. When Yuchuan followed up impatiently, enough with the stalling. The rest of your Tianli sect is being dealt with by our colleagues. It's just the 4 of us here today, 2 against 2. No one else is getting involved. Exactly what I was hoping for, Ma Chi said, rolling his shoulders as his muscles glimmered faintly with a golden hue. Last time was too rushed. Today, they'll see if your so-called life-taking blade lives up to its reputation. Before he finished speaking, he struck with a palm, the howling wind of his attack heading straight for Wen Yuquin's chest. When Yuchuan spun his long blade with a flourish, and the sharp energy from the blade stirred the thin gauze on the antique bed in the room. Blade and palm clashed, and both men took a half step back. It seemed evenly matched, but the sound of dripping soon filled the room. Ma Chi's palm had been cut, and blood was beginning to drip onto the floor. Your so-called iron body and Arhat protector techniques are nothing special. In Feng taunted as he swung his meteor hammer, creating a fierce windstorm in the enclosed room. He unleashed a move called Serpent Strike, aiming at a tricky angle. Suddenly, black mist surged. Lingu formed a seal with her hand, channeling her inner energy. From the mist, a round black orb with a trailing tail shot out, colliding heavily with Yin Feng's meteor hammer. The 4 combatants stopped holding back, launching lethal attacks at each other, cleaving through 1,000 troops. When Yuchuan shouted as he struck, "Hey one, don't you care about your blade's reputation anymore? That move is called splitting the mountain, not cleaving through 1,000 troops." Ma Chi snapped angrily. The battle raged on, so intense that the windows shattered. 2 figures leapt out and fled into the street. When Yuchuan, his blade in hand, pursued them with a calm, steely expression. "You're complaining about my naming? You heard me, you saw me, and yet you got hurt because you believed me. Now you blame me for calling it wrong? You talk about honor, but you and Lingu, calling yourselves Arhat and Saintis, have been harming innocents, raising venomous centipedes, and murdering local enforcers. Do you even deserve those titles? Take this." A wave of blade energy surged forward. Ma Chi dodged to the side and countered with a palm strike. At that moment, a jeep came speeding down the street. In the passenger seat, Lu Ding caught a familiar scent exactly the same as what he had detected on the Ji family's vengeful ghost. Narrowing his eyes, he realized it was coming from the fleeing woman. His gaze turned cold, and a murderous intent welled up within him. "Run her over," Lu Ding growled, his voice low and brimming with excitement. "Which one, Brother Lu?" Yin Fifan asked from the driver's seat. "The woman. Step on it. Full throttle. You got it, Brother Lu. Watch this. I bought this baby for its durability and power." Yin Fifan, adrenaline pumping, slammed his foot on the gas. The jeep roared forward, aiming straight for the fleeing Lingu. Under the harsh glare of the headlights, Lingu instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light. She had never expected that a casual, unintended threat could provoke such a lethal response. Just as the car's front end was about to collide with her, a thunderous shout rang out, "Lingu!" It was Ma Chi. With a swift, calculated move, he pushed her out of harm's way. The vehicle, which should have struck Lingu, instead rammed directly into Ma Chi's abdomen. Utilizing his towering physique and years of training in hard qigong, Ma Chi instinctively redirected some of the force upwards. Even so, the impact sent him crashing headfirst into the windshield. Through the shattered glass, his eyes locked onto those of a strikingly handsome young man, whose gaze burned with unrelenting fury. "Enjoy playing the hero, do you?" Lu Ding spat venomously. His death blow, meant for Lingu, had been thwarted by this bald brute. Without hesitation, Lu Ding grabbed Ma Chi by his bald head, yanking him through the broken glass and into the car. His fists rained down like a relentless storm, each blow carrying an overwhelming, bone-crushing force. Ma Qi's famed hard qigong was rendered utterly useless under the assault. From the driver's seat, Yin Fifan joined in, drawing a short blade and hacking mercilessly at Ma Qi's lower body. Blood quickly soaked the interior of the vehicle. Ling Gu, who had been pushed aside, turned back, ready to rush to Ma Qi's aid, only to hear his agonized roar, "Go! Ling Gu, run! It's an ambush!" By now, when Yu Chuan and Yin Feng had arrived on the scene, Ling Gu, her eyes brimming with tears of fury and despair, had no choice but to flee. When the two investigators finally reached the vehicle, the jeep had gone still. Shards of glass littered the ground, and the blood splatter inside the car painted a horrifying picture. As Lu Ding and Yin Fifan emerged from the vehicle, Yin Fifan flicked the now dull blade in his hand and spat, "Damn, his skin's tough, his live's tougher. Blood even got in my mouth." Lu Ding, meanwhile, casually discarded Ma Qi's severed arm and began sniffing the air, tracking Ling Gus's escape route. When the two investigators confronted them, Yin Fifan immediately straightened up and greeted them with a respectful, "Good evening, esteemed investigators." Lu Ding had already noticed their presence, but couldn't be bothered with these colleagues also pursuing Ling Gu. Instead, he tersely instructed Yin Fifan to check the vehicle's condition before leaping onto a nearby rooftop to continue the chase. Yin Feng quickly stopped Yin Fifan, who seemed ready to follow. The entire situation was too bizarre to ignore. Two trainee investigators had not only overpowered Ma Qi, the renowned pagoda-wielding Arhat, known for his hard qigong, but had also killed him outright, even tearing off one of his arms. Their strength was far beyond what Wen Yuquan's earlier, superficial attack had suggested. "What's your cultivation level?" Yin Feng asked in a low, serious tone. Awakening, Yin Fifan replied without hesitation. "And him?" Yin Feng gestured in the direction Lu Ding had gone. Yin Fifan's expression turned sly. "Brother Lu's taken an awakening pill. At the very least, he's at the illuminated realm. The perfect candidate?" Yin Feng's exclamation was filled with disbelief. He frowned in thought. He had never heard of such a person before. This month's evaluation results were still unknown to him, since he hadn't returned to the team. If this really was a newly promoted candidate with such formidable strength, what did that make veterans like them? "Captain Yin, let's not dwell on this." Yin Fifan interrupted urgently as he saw Yin Feng was about to ask more questions. "Weren't you planning to catch that woman who escaped? Brother Lu is already chasing her. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid we'll only have her corpse to take back." "What do you mean?" When Yu Chuan's expression turned serious. "That woman threatened Brother Lu," Yin Fifan said gravely. "Knowing his temperament, he might tear her apart." Hearing this, the trio immediately leapt onto the rooftops and darted toward their target. In the forest outside Baiyao ancient town, Ling Gu was fleeing in terror. The ominous presence drawing closer behind her sent chills down her spine. She desperately tried to recall the faces of the renowned investigators from the 749 Bureau, but none matched the person chasing her. Could he be from somewhere else? "Hey, young man, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us?" Ling Gu shouted over her shoulder as she ran. But when she turned to look, Lu Ding, who had been relentlessly pursuing her, was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the wind roared past her ears. Instinctively, she raised her arm to block, but it felt as if she had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. The immense force sent her flying, slamming her into a massive tree. Blood spurted from her mouth, her arm twisted grotesquely, and her internal organs throbbed with unbearable pain. Lu Ding landed gracefully in front of her, crouching slightly with a cold smile playing on his lips. "A misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding between us. You seem to have a rather short memory. You threatened me earlier today, and now you've already forgotten? Didn't you say you'd remember my presence? Yet here I am, right in front of you, and you can't even sense me?" Ling Gu's eyes widened in shock. "You're the one who broke my spell." Her hands formed into claw-like shapes, aiming straight for Lu Ding's eyes. But before she could even touch him, a light breeze swept past, and her arm instantly shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Her piercing screams echoed through the forest. "You made me chase you all this way. I thought I was dealing with some kind of demon or monster, but it turns out you're just an ordinary human," Lu Ding said with a hint of disappointment in his voice. "What a letdown. Tell me, should I tear you apart or flay you alive?" Lu Ding stood amidst the forest, his disappointment barely concealed. He had hoped today would bring him a double reward, just like the day he captured the unruly stone spirit of Nanshan. But to his dismay, the figure before him was nothing more than an ordinary human. Having come all this way only to find nothing of value left him feeling rather irritated. "You say you're human, so why provoke me? Why must it be a human?" Lu Ding's complaints only heightened Ling Gu's terror. Racked with pain, she could do nothing but stare at the man before her, convinced he was utterly insane. A lunatic like this in the 749 squad? He was actually upset because she was human. If that wasn't madness, what was? Was she truly going to die at the hands of this lunatic today? Just then, an aged male voice echoed from the dense forest around them. Young one, you're too young to carry such a murderous intent. Spare Lingu, would you? Give this old man, Qinjin Laoren, some face. Leave a way out for others, and you may find one for yourself in the future. Lu Ding remained still, propping his head on his hand as he gazed at Lingu. Well, cheer up. Someone's come to save you. Seeing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, the very next moment, her body, along with the large tree behind her, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Her round head rolled across the dirt. Only then did Lu Ding leisurely rise to his feet, spreading his arms toward the empty forest. Apologies, senior. I've never heard of this, Qinjin Laoren. I seem to have accidentally disrespected you. I deeply regret it. As an apology, am willing to accept any punishment you see fit. Please, come out and punish me. I'm absolutely terrified right now. You impudent brat. Are you courting death? The old man's furious roar reverberated through the woods. Lu Ding played along. Yes, I'm courting death. Please, come out and finish me off. He waited for a while, but no one appeared, and no attack came his way. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he thought to himself, this isn't how it works in the novels. Someone should have leapt out to attack me by now. A raspy chuckle broke the silence. Hee, can't fool you, can I? The younger generation truly surpasses the old. This old man can't outplay you. Fine, they'll leave for now. The world is vast, and perhaps we will meet again. Leave? Too late. Lu Ding sneered. The time he had spent stalling was precisely to locate his opponent's hiding place using the flying bear hunting technique. Had the old man left earlier, he might have escaped detection. But no, it was far too late. With a sudden clap of his hands, Lu Ding unleashed a fierce gale, sending 100 slashes fanning out in all directions. Bushes, trees, grass, soil, and stones, everything in their path was reduced to fragments. Amidst a muffled groan and the thick scent of blood, a dark figure shot into the sky. Found you, senior, Lu Ding said with a smirk, raising his hand to send another powerful slash toward the figure. This was the essence of his chariot path technique. The fewer the slashes, the greater the power, though the range would be narrower. Conversely, the more slashes, the wider the range, but with reduced force. The earlier attack had merely been a search tactic. This strike, however, was the true killing blow. The airborne Qinjin Laoren had no time to dodge and hastily summoned a treasure resembling a golden ingot. The artifact expanded rapidly in the wind, barely managing to block the deadly blow, though it now bore a deep scar from the attack. Lu Ding spoke calmly. Artifacts certainly have their merits, but when damaged, I imagine the owner feels it too, doesn't he? Collapsed on the ground, Qinjin Laoren gasped for breath, forcing a grimace that was more a grimace than a smile. Young man, let's not be hasty. Look, I haven't really done anything to you. We just had a little disagreement, a minor unpleasant exchange. He'll apologize. I shouldn't have acted all high and mighty, playing tricks. If that's not enough, he'll even kowtow to you. Plus, I can offer you a treasure in exchange for my life. What do you say? Whether it was Chu Hao's vine armor or the golden ingot artifact before him, both were life-saving items in critical situations. Without such artifacts, neither of these individuals, whether alone or together, could likely withstand even a single blow from Lu Ding. This underscored the importance of such treasures. So when Qinjin Laoren mentioned a treasure, Lu Ding's interest was piqued. Show it to me so I can inspect it. The old man bared his gold-toothed grin awkwardly. It's not on me. Seeing Lu Ding's face darken as he approached, the old man hastily added, Wait, don't get angry. While it's not on me, it's not far from here. The treasure is the Dingfeng Pearl. It can stabilize the wind for steady movement, or even allow one to ride the wind. It's an exceptional item, truly one of a kind. Dingfeng Pearl? Lu Ding's eyes narrowed in thought. Mentioning the Dingfeng Pearl inevitably brought to mind the flying centipede, one of the exotic beasts. According to folklore, it possessed the ability to soar through the skies and burrow into the earth. It had a particular appetite for snake brains, making it the nemesis of serpents, especially favoring the brains of beautiful serpent women. The size of the flying centipede was terrifying. Though its appearance bore some resemblance to the giant Dobson fly, its sheer size was beyond comparison hundreds of times larger and exponentially more ferocious. Lu Ding discovered that the Dingfeng Pearl was actually the inner core of this flying centipede. However, it was only a semi-finished product at the moment and required further refinement to transform into the true Dingfeng Pearl. At that moment, Lu Ding's thoughts shifted to the Ji family's second young lady, and suddenly, everything became clear. No wonder that woman had targeted Hershey was after the Dingfeng Pearl. The flying centipede had a peculiar preference for the brains of beauty serpents, a rare type of woman born from the union of humans and snake demons. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in the modern era. To obtain one, The only way was through dark sorcery creating a hybrid creature, forcefully accelerating its growth, and then harvesting the brain at the right moment to feed the flying centipede. This process would enhance the creature's magical power and accelerate the condensation of its inner core. As these clues came together in Lu Ding's mind, they formed a coherent picture. His curiosity about both the Dingfeng Pearl and the flying centipede grew stronger. This was a notorious demon beast of legend slaying. It would undoubtedly grant him a generous reward from his golden finger. The thought caused his previously stern expression to relax slightly. The elderly man, known as the Qianjin Elder, noticed the flicker of interest on Lu Ding's face and let out a sigh of relief. This young man, a veritable disaster star, actually recognized the value of what was before him. He seemed barely over 20, brimming with vitality, yet he possessed such formidable combat abilities. To the elder, it seemed utterly wasteful for someone like him to be working as an intern investigator at the 749 Bureau. Where is the flying centipede? Lu Ding asked bluntly. Sensing an opportunity, the Qianjin Elder quickly scrambled to his feet and pointed to a nearby mountain hollow. The Tianli sect keeps it over there. Oh, and that woman you just killed, Lingu, was one of their members. All those wicked deeds were her doing. And you? Lu Ding cut straight to the point. What's your role in all of this? The Qianjin Elder froze, visibly flustered, and stammered. I am just a handyman. I don't really do much. Without hesitation, Lu Ding raised his hand and delivered a swift palm strike, instantly slicing off half of the old man's skull. If you don't want to talk, fine. A crow is black wherever it flies, and people like you stick together. You're no innocent either. As for whether Lu Ding himself could be considered a good person, even he wasn't sure. His moral compass was far too flexible to align with the label of a righteous man, though he couldn't recall committing any truly heinous acts either. He simply had a habit of silently condemning the behaviors he found most despicable in others. As a rookie investigator for Unit 749, Lu Ding understood the principle of one day as a monk, one day striking the bell. He lived by the ironclad rule of an investigator eradicate evil without compromise. Faced with the elderly thousand gold man, who was mingling with members of the Tianli sect, Lu couldn't be bothered to investigate the old man's background. He simply dealt with him as part of the problem. With a light leap, Lu darted nimbly through the forest, vanishing into the distant mountain pass. Moments later, when Yu Chuan and the others arrived hurriedly, it wasn't that Lu's movements were exceptionally fast, it was his efficiency in battle that was truly astonishing. Despite their efforts to catch up, the three were still a step too late. Oh no, they're all dead. Even the old man didn't make it, Yin Feng remarked, clapping his hands in exaggerated disbelief. When Yuquan's face darkened with visible frustration, Yin Feng stepped forward to examine the two mutilated corpses. It's Lingu, no doubt about it. And she dragged along the 1,000 gold man. Everyone we were supposed to capture is now dead thanks to him. How are we supposed to report this? Should we say we were out here sightseeing? Even claiming the contribution points feels wrong now. Yin Fifan, is Lu Ding always this bloodthirsty? Lingu just mouthed off a little, and he traveled miles just to take her out? Yin Fifan gave a brief explanation of the events leading up to this. The other two could only shake their heads in disbelief. After all, as cultivators of spiritual energy, who didn't have a temper, a few harsh words after taking a minor loss shouldn't lead to someone being hunted down and killed on the spot. Lu's just overly cautious, Yin Fifan explained. He was worried Lingu might cause trouble for him in the future, so he decided to take her out preemptively. Who could have guessed she'd actually be here and that she couldn't even put up a fight? Just bad luck for her, really. When Yu Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He finally understood that sometimes, when you're utterly speechless, you just have to laugh. Well, what's done is done. Let's just say we came to Baiyao Ancient Town for a little outing. Yin Feng, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. I'd like to have a drink with Lu Ding and get to know him. He's my kind of guy. Since we've crossed paths, I've got to make friends with him. He glanced around. Where did he go? Yin Fifan pulled out his phone to contact Lu Ding, but when Yuquan's phone rang first, he opened the voice message and a woman's voice came through. Weren't there only 6 of us assigned to this mission? Who's this rookie investigator, and why is he so ruthless? Did someone call in reinforcements? Wait, Lu Ding went to the mountain pass. Yin Feng exclaimed, dashing off in that direction. It turned out that just moments earlier, while chasing the flying centipede, Lu Ding had stumbled upon Shi Inghe locked in a fierce battle with a group of Tianli sect cultists at the mountain pass. The two combatants had already exchanged over 100 moves, and both were injured, though Shi Inghe was worse off. Shi Inghe, a full-fledged investigator with Unit 749, was known by the nickname Backward Smile. It was said her ultimate killing move was hidden in the strands of hair at the back of her head, and no one who had seen it had ever lived to tell the tale. Her opponent sneered. But what if you never get the chance to use that move on me? In the darkness, a puppet the size of a kettle lunged repeatedly with a blood-stained steel fork. Shi Inghe struck it down with the sword, cursing under her breath. Her opponent was a puppeteer. Though she had a deadly technique, she couldn't use it without seeing her enemy's true form. She had already destroyed several puppets, yet new ones kept appearing, seemingly endless. Each time she managed to locate the puppeteer, they slipped away using another puppet. At this rate, she feared her only outcome might be death in the line of duty. Sure Ingha stood frozen in place, her long sword slipping weakly from her grasp. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. I'm begging you, please, let me go. Don't kill me. Life hasn't been easy for me, you know? I'm still a maiden, not to mention quite good looking, but no man, no money, nothing to show for it. It's too soon for me to die. Could you find it in your heart to spare me? As she spoke, she flung her long sword to the ground without hesitation. The puppeteer, hidden in the shadows, watched this scene unfold, his expression twisting into one of disbelief. Though it was he who had proposed surrender, Shi Ying's immediate and unreserved compliance left him in an awkward position. He had not expected this woman to give up so utterly, tossing away her weapon without a shred of dignity. As the puppeteer found himself caught in this dilemma, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. See? She did exactly what you suggested, and now you're unhappy about it. Who's there? The puppeteer spun around in panic, instinctively hurling a short dagger toward the source of the voice. In the next instant, his arm, along with the dagger, was sent flying through the air. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Stumbling out of the underbrush, the puppeteer clutched his bleeding shoulder, his eyes filled with terror. From that single strike, he knew he had encountered an opponent far beyond his ability to contend with. Lu Ding emerged from the shadows with an unhurried gait, stepping precisely on the puppeteer's heel. A chilling crack echoed through the air. Who are you? The puppeteer howled in agony. Shiringha, too, was studying the unexpected newcomer. When her eyes landed on the single-star badge on Lu Ding's shoulder, her expression mirrored the astonishment shared by Wen Yuchuan and the others earlier. An intern investigator? Where did you come from? Always the same question, Lu Ding muttered, his tone calm and unbothered. He hoisted the puppeteer up by his collar and asked evenly, let me ask something different. Where's the flying centipede? The puppeteer stared at Lu Ding's face, the calm expression only amplifying the eerie menace radiating from him. Trembling all over, the puppeteer raised his remaining arm and pointed shakily toward a mountain hollow. They're over there. Then how about you show me the way? Lu Ding's voice was as composed as ever. To the puppeteer, those words sounded like a death sentence. He broke down, screaming hysterically, no, I can't. Shiringha, aren't you a 749 investigator? He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. Just don't make me go with him. He'll confess it all. We're raising the flying centipedes here to work with the treasure hunters. We provide the Ding Feng beads, they supply the manpower, and together we're going to Fengding Mountain to capture the Jiran and Jima. That's it. I've told you everything. Please, save me. Save me. Shiringha stood still, glancing around. She feigned ignorance, as if she hadn't heard any cries for help. This scene completely shattered the puppeteer. Shiringha, you fraud. As an official investigator of the 749 Bureau, how can you be so spineless, standing by while others perish? The puppeteer shouted furiously. As Lu Ding dragged the puppeteer further away, Shi Ingha bent down, picked up the sword lying on the ground, and swung it lightly to shake off the dirt. TCH, what's honor worth? Staying alive comes first. A heretic from the Tianli sect has the nerve to call me a fraud? She let out a cold laugh. You begged for mercy and even faked surrender. Talk about honor? Your brain must be broken. Watching the two figures disappear into the dense forest, Shi Ingha pulled out her phone and sent a message to the operations group chat. Weren't there supposed to be only 6 of us on this mission? Where did that insanely capable intern investigator come from? Who brought in outside help? That explained Wen Yuchuan's earlier reaction. The mountain hollow was bone-chilling, with sinister energy running rampant. A swarm of venomous insects flitted through the air. Perched on a treetop, Lu Ding held the puppeteer upside down, his gaze scanning the valley below. The area was just the right size, and he had almost searched it entirely. Apart from the target, the flying centipede, every other venomous creature imaginable had already come into view. Wake up. Where's the flying centipede? Lu Ding shook the puppeteer, who was on the verge of passing out from blood loss. In the cave. The puppeteer's pale lips barely moved. Lu Ding looked ahead. At the base of the mountain wall at the valley's end, partially hidden by trees, was a narrow cave barely wide enough for one person to enter. A rancid, nauseating stench wafted from within. The smooth edges of the cave entrance suggested frequent activity. However, Lu Ding was no fool. In such a confined space, any danger would leave little room to retreat. You'd better not be lying, Lu Ding said, lifting the puppeteer closer to his face. I'm not. It's really in there. The puppeteer weakly shook his head. Let me go. Take me back to the 749 Bureau for judgment. If I don't get treated soon, I'll bleed to death. Even as a cultivator, losing an arm and being hung upside down for so long was too much to endure. The puppeteer understood well falling into the hands of the 749 Bureau might still offer a sliver of hope, perhaps even a chance to atone for his crimes. But remaining in Lu Ding's grasp? He wouldn't survive until tomorrow. He wasn't ready to die. Lu Ding didn't respond. He glanced at the cave entrance, then at the puppeteer in his hand. Without warning, he swung the puppeteer in a wide arc and hurled him directly toward the cave. Survive first, then we can talk about turning you in. You. The 749 Bureau is full of scum. The puppeteer cursed as he crashed into the cave. A rustling noise followed, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Moments later, silence fell. In its place came a sound like the relentless buzzing of a helicopter. A human-sized black shadow shot out of the cave. Lu Ding reacted instantly, unleashing a slash in its direction. But the creature was astonishingly fast, evading the attack in a flash and climbing onto a tree branch. In the darkness, a crisp, crunching sound echoed. It was the giant jaws of the flying centipede, gnawing on the puppeteer's skull. This was the flying centipede, its body covered in spiked armor, with massive mandibles capable of snapping through a human with ease. Its defense and attack were terrifying, but what truly made it fearsome was its incredible speed. Lu Ding carefully observed the creature. Setting aside its savage nature, it was undeniably impressive, especially the massive pincers on its head, which gleamed menacingly in the night. If it competed in insect battles, the other contenders combined probably wouldn't be enough to satisfy its appetite. But alas, it was a monster and it had appeared before Lu Ding. Its fate was sealed. For a moment, man and beast faced off. Then Lu Ding made the first move. His slashes rained down like a storm, covering a 10-meter radius. If speed was the enemy's strength, then blanket destruction was the solution. Rocks and trees were reduced to rubble as the flying centipede darted through the chaos, evading with cunning angles. Exactly as Lu Ding had hoped. He pressed down hard on a tree trunk with his foot, bending it like a drawn bow. Then, with a sudden release, he shot forward like an arrow, slamming his palm into the flying centipede with tremendous force. Got you. A barrage of slashes exploded from his palm, one, then 10, then 100. The sound of metal shattering filled the air as the centipede's armor cracked piece by piece, exposing its soft flesh. Its piercing screeches echoed through the valley before its massive form was torn apart midair. When Lu Ding landed, his hands were coated in sticky bug blood. In his palm, however, was a walnut-sized green pearl, the flying centipede's core, the key ingredient for crafting a wind-stabilizing orb. A mechanical voice chimed. Monster contained. Flying centipede. Reward obtained. Wind stabilization technique. Capable of calming raging winds and turbulent clouds, as well as enabling flight across mountain ranges and valleys. Lu Ding stared at the core in his hand. This meant the wind-stabilizing orb he had worked so hard to find was now unnecessary. But who needed an artifact when he had a full-fledged technique? Especially one granted by his golden finger, system maxed out, powerful, and efficient. Slowly, Lu Ding's feet lifted off the ground, and a surge of joy filled his heart. Who could resist the allure of flight? It was a primal yearning, etched deep in his soul. He had once been dissatisfied with his speed, but now, with the wind stabilization technique, his last shortcoming was resolved. Long-range attacks, close combat, strength. Speed was now an all-round powerhouse. At this moment, even Lu Ding himself had no idea just how strong he truly was. Lu Ding carefully put away the flying centipede's inner core and pulled out his phone to check his messages. On the screen, a series of urgent texts from Yin Fifin popped up. Brother Lu, we've accidentally stepped into an official investigator's mission. Brother Lu, where are you? Stop killing. Stop killing. These targets are part of their mission. The latest one had just come through. Brother Lu, we've already reached the valley entrance. Are you still inside? The 749 investigators you encountered on the way said they want to come in and find you. Lu Ding quickly replied, don't come in. I'm coming out now. Brother Lu, did you find the flying centipede? I heard from Sister Sure that you went in to look for it. Already dealt with. By the way, who's Sister Sure? She's the female investigator you just saved earlier. Outside the valley, Yin Fifin was holding his phone, showing the chat logs to Wen Yuchuan and the other two. The inner core is probably with Brother Lu. There's no need for us to go in. He said he's coming out soon, so let's just wait here. The three investigators exchanged looks, falling into a contemplative silence. Sure, Ingha broke it first. I just overheard the puppeteer saying they raised the flying centipede to refine its inner core into a wind-stabilizing pearl. They plan to collaborate with the treasure hunters to capture Jiren and Jima on Dingfeng Mountain. Now that the mission's done, we've also figured out what was happening in Baiyao Ancient Town. Xuaning, Meng Huizhou, and Yu Yuan have wrapped up their side as well. They even saved an injured law enforcement officer and sent them to the city for treatment. They're saying they'll meet us directly at headquarters. But they're also asking about the flying centipede and the external reinforcement. Now that Lu Ding killed the flying centipede and took the inner core, how do we file this report? Yin Feng swung his meteor hammer lightly and suggested, how about we just leave out the wind stabilizing pearl? After all, it was Lu Ding who handled the matter. Our mission was only to investigate and capture the Baiyao ancient town's Tianli sect cultists. Even though the targets are all dead, they still have survivors on their side. Not including it saves us the trouble. The inner core wasn't part of the mission anyway, so there's no need to report it. Whoever gets it, keeps it hat's always been the rule. Shiringhe raised another concern. I don't mind, but Xuening and their team contributed to this mission too. According to the rules, they should get a share of the inner core. Now that it's in Lu Ding's hands, what do we say if they ask about it? Having witnessed Lu Ding's strength firsthand, the three investigators no longer had any desire for the inner core themselves. However, Xuening's team was unaware of the situation. By the original plan, the mission's rewards and spoils should have been evenly distributed. Who could have predicted the unexpected appearance of Lu Ding? When Yu Chuan offered a straightforward solution, let's just talk to Lu Ding directly. I don't care either way, it's not like I killed it. It'll depend on how he wants to handle things with Xuening's team. That's not exactly fair, Yin Feng said, prompting Wen Yuchuan to wave his hand dismissively. Then what do you suggest? I'm done with this. As far as I'm concerned, the inner core belongs to Lu Ding. He killed it, so he keeps it. If someone's not happy, they can go settle it with him. That's the rule too. I agree. If anyone's unhappy, they can come fight me. Lu Ding suddenly leapt out from the forest, landing steadily in front of the group. On his way out, Lu Ding had already made up his mind. With his mastery of the wind stabilizing technique, he didn't actually need the wind stabilizing pearl. But once something was in his hands, there was no way he was giving it up. He was short on money and planned to sell the pearl to help Yin Fifan repair his car. That blood-stained vehicle, still carrying the corpse of a Tianli sect cultist, was a mess. Not compensating for the damage would just feel wrong. Brother Lu, Yin Fifan called out. Lu Ding nodded in response, thinking to himself, with that attitude, how could I not fix the car? If I weren't broke, I'd even buy you a new one. The three investigators then introduced themselves. Lu Ding, M1 Yuchuan, a formal investigator from Division 749. Nice to meet you, Lu Ding. Yin Feng. My name is Shiringhe. Lu Ding didn't put on airs and quickly warmed up to the three, engaging in a lively conversation. Lu Ding listened intently to Wen Yuchuan's warning. There was a note of gravity in Wen Yuchuan's voice as he said, regarding the matter of the flying centipede's inner core, most people are manageable, but there's one person you must be extremely cautious of. Who? Lu Ding asked, his gaze sharp and focused. Xuening, Wen Yuchuan said slowly, revealing the name. This man is no ordinary individual. Known as the Little Overlord, he comes from a family of chi refiners and has been training both internally and externally since the age of 8. His mastery of the Shui clan's Overlord spear technique is unparalleled. In terms of combat prowess, he is arguably the strongest among us. Since joining 749 last fall, he's completed over 20 missions, every one of them flawlessly. When Yuchuan paused, then continued, his personality is eccentric. He might not care about the Dingfeng Pearl, but his pride? He'll definitely fight for that. Even if he wins, he'll likely hand the Dingfeng Pearl over to Yohuz, just that unpredictable. A flicker of interest flashed in Lu Ding's eyes. Fascinating. No interest in the item, just pride. His expression quickly turned resolute. But pride is something I can't afford to concede, let alone the item itself. If that's the case, it's just a matter of whose methods are superior. The prospect of facing an opponent from a family of chi refiners intrigued him, was eager to see how they measured up. Meanwhile, in Jing City, one of the major cities in the Yunhai region, the Longting Tower stood tall and imposing. At the top of this iconic Longting Group building, a dragon-shaped structure roared toward the heavens, exuding an aura of grandeur. This was the local branch of the Tianli sect, the very group responsible for the chaos in Baiyao ancient town. Inside a lavishly decorated office, a one-eyed man stood by the window, swirling a glass of wine in his hand. Dressed in a sleek, black suit, he exuded an intimidating presence. Boss Lu, a voice broke the silence in the room. The operation in Baiyao ancient town has been compromised. With 749's intervention, our people suffered heavy casualties, and the flying centipede's inner core ended up in the hands of their investigators. The one-eyed man's hand slowed as he swirled the wine, his raspy voice laced with suppressed anger. Flying centipedes are easy enough to rear, but one that can produce an inner core suitable for refining a Dingfeng Pearl? They're 1 in 100, if not rarer. It requires the perfect combination of time, environment, and opportunity. This year, our Taishui mineral yield has declined instead of increasing. Without Jimon and Jima as offerings, and without the Dingfeng Pearl, we can't ascend Dingfeng Mountain. If we can't capture the Jimon and Jima, it won't just be Mir entire branch will face severe punishment. He spun around abruptly, his voice rising with urgency. Send people to retrieve it. Before they return to 749, make sure to get the flying centipede's inner core back at all costs. On the highway back to Yunhai, when Yuchuan's car was steadily following the vehicle carrying Yinfeng and Shiringhe. Since Yin Fifen's car was stained with blood, both he and Lu Ding were currently seated in Wen Yuchuan's car. Leaning back into the comfortable leather seat, Lu Ding examined the car's refined interior and casually asked, Wen Yuchuan, this car's got great space and a fantastic design, both inside and out. How much did it cost you? Just a little over 300,000 yuan, Wen Yuchuan replied nonchalantly. Over 300,000? Yin Fifen leaned forward from the back seat, clearly surprised. This is a G-Class, and it's got full leather interior. My car cost over 600,000. Wen Yuchuan smirked slightly. Well, we don't buy cars the same way others do. This is a repossessed car, so the paperwork isn't exactly standard. Yunhai, being an ancient capital of 3 dynasties, is full of wealthy people. You can find all kinds of repossessed cars, auction vehicles, and even smuggled foreign cars here great quality and much cheaper. Once I get a license plate through the bureau, all the paperwork will be complete. That's quite the strategy, spend the least money to get the most value, Lu Ding remarked. Curious, Yin Fifen asked, Brother Quan, haven't you run into any repossession crews? At this, Wen Yuchuan couldn't help but chuckle. I did. Once. The car was parked by the roadside, and when I came out it was gone. But less than half a day later, the owner of the car dealership returned it untouched, filled up the tank, and even cleaned it. Why? You'll understand if you lift the back seat, Wen Yuchuan replied with a grin. Yin Fifen shifted his position and lifted the back seat, revealing a neatly arranged sniper rifle and several pistols. Lu Ding, seeing this, also burst into laughter. The car dealership owner must have been terrified upon discovering these weapons after repossessing the car. Investigators from Unit 749 are allowed to carry firearms, but they're not particularly useful for cultivators, Yin Fifen said, running his hand over the sniper rifle. Wen Yuchuan explained, sometimes, when we have missions in the mountains, it gets boring, so I use it as a toy to shoot at birds. If you like it, you can have it. They'll just file a request at the bureau and get another one. We've got plenty of guns in stock. Though Yin Fifen verbally declined, the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable. He resolved to apply for one himself once he became a full-fledged investigator. The conversation turned back to buying cars, and Wen Yuchuan immediately offered to introduce Lu Ding to some options. Lu Ding replied that he'd wait until he sold the Dingfeng Pearl first, which surprised Wen Yuchuan. He advised Lu Ding that selling a magical artifact like the Dingfeng Pearl for money was a waste. It would be better to trade it for cultivation resources and some cash on the side. He estimated its value at several $100,000 to tens of millions. Hearing this, Lu Ding was thrilled. He turned to Yin Fifen and said, Fifen, what do you think of this car? Once I sell the Dingfeng Pearl, we'll get you one too. Are you serious, Brother Lu? Yin Fifen immediately sat up straight. Though he could afford such a car himself, receiving it as a gift from Lu Ding would mean so much more. Just as the atmosphere grew lively, Wen Yuchuan's expression suddenly turned serious. Looks like someone doesn't want us to make it back safely. Lu Ding's smile faded as he glanced into the rearview mirror. A convoy of black vehicles had closed in, flanking them on both sides in a pincer formation. Turning his head, he caught sight of a black sedan driving alongside them. Inside, a man wearing a grinning pighead mask turned to face him and made a gesture as if pointing a gun to his temple. From behind the mask came a burst of wild, manic laughter. Lu Ding's lips curled into a faint smile. When Yuchuan's voice filled the car, stopping a 749 vehicle? They must have a death wish. Too many cars on the highway, how about we exit at the next off-ramp and play with them a bit? Before he even finished speaking, Lu Ding had already made his move. With a swift wave of his arm, a sharp slash cut through the air, instantly slicing the nearby black sedan in half. The wreckage crashed to the ground, engulfed in roaring flames that shot skyward. Why bother getting off the highway? Lu Ding said dismissively as he swung the car door open. His tone carried a hint of disdain. Let's hurry up and get back. I still need to secure the Dingfeng Pearl. With that, he leapt gracefully out of the car, using the breeze to steady himself as he landed firmly atop another black sedan. The scene left the members of the Tianli sect utterly stunned. Their original plan had been simple: exploit the 749 investigators' reluctance to act on a crowded highway, wait for the convoy to exit, and then use their superior numbers to overwhelm them. But Lu Ding's completely unorthodox approach, launching a fool-in assault right on the highway, shattered their strategy entirely. Fifen, you take the wheel. I'm going to help Lu Ding. When Yuchuan, impressed by Lu Ding's show of strength, wasn't about to pass up the chance to fight alongside him. He shouted his instructions eagerly. Got it, Brother Quan. Leave the car to me. Yin Fifen quickly scrambled from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. slipping through the gap with ease and taking control of the steering wheel. When Yuchuan wasted no time, he opened the door and climbed onto the car roof. By this time, Lu Ding was already making his move on the other sedan. With a single motion, the car's roof was torn apart, splintering into pieces. Inside, chaos erupted as severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ding grabbed one of the surviving enemies by the collar, leapt back onto the roof of the G-Wagon, and ripped off the man's mask, revealing a face twisted in terror. "Who sent you to block us?" Lu Ding demanded coldly. "You took something from us. I suggest you return it, or else." The man's words were cut short as his head exploded in Lu Ding's grip, sending blood and flesh scattering. "If you don't want to talk, then don't," Lu Ding said calmly, as if Head just handled a trivial matter. He knew full well these people were from the Tianli sect. They were here for the Dingfeng Pearl, which he had taken from them. When Yuchuan, having witnessed Lu Ding's brutal efficiency firsthand, realized this confrontation wasn't going to end quietly. Pulling out his phone, he spoke urgently. "He'll call the cleanup team. Stay sharp." Lu Ding nodded and cast his gaze toward the convoy of black vehicles ahead. From within the convoy came an enraged shout. "Damn it! If we're not afraid of 749, what else is there to fear? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Move. Get our stuff back." At the command, the doors of dozens of black cars swung open simultaneously. Masked figures from the Tianli sect leapt out like phantoms, landing effortlessly atop the vehicles. The convoy fanned out, encircling Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng's car with predatory precision. Yin Feng flipped onto the roof of their vehicle, gripping his meteor hammer with excitement. "A second round? Perfect. I wasn't done having fun. Bring it on." Wen Yuchuan wasn't one to back down, drawing his twin blades with a smirk. He turned to Lu Ding, who stood unarmed. "Do you even have a weapon?" Lu Ding slowly ascended into the air, hovering above the car roof. Raising one hand, he spread his fingers wide. In an instant, countless slashes of energy erupted forth. The air filled with the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart, blood raining down like a crimson storm. "I don't need weapons," he said calmly, his voice carrying an unshakable power. This was his true strength. Ever since mastering the art of formless unity, which allowed him to seamlessly enter a state of harmony between man and nature, Lu Ding had maintained this state at all times. While combat slightly hindered his cultivation efficiency, it was far more effective than the traditional methods of qi refinement. As a result, his combat prowess grew exponentially with each passing moment. The display left both Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng stunned, but it struck terror into the hearts of the Tianli sect members. Several of them were instantly obliterated, their bodies reduced to fragments. Seeing morale plummet, the sect's commander, wearing a serpent head mask, finally stepped forward. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto Lu Ding. "Slaughtering my men like cattle? That's a bit much, don't you think?" "If you've got a problem with it, come deal with me yourself," Lu Ding replied, meeting his gaze without flinching. "Acting all high and mighty while hiding behind a mask? Since you're here, take this." Yin Feng roared, his meteor hammer whistling through the air as he launched himself toward the masked man with a move called Sparrow Soars Over the Mountain. The man raised a calloused hand, catching the hammer effortlessly. The famed 24 styles of the meteor hammer? Overrated. "You talk too much, boy, come here." With a sudden yank, he pulled Yin Feng toward him, his palm glowing with a golden light as he struck with overwhelming force. In a flash, Lu Ding shifted his position, appearing between them. "Then try handling my overrated move." He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a force of unimaginable weight. The man, realizing the danger, braced himself with both hands. "Let's see how you fare against my mighty Vajra palm." The collision was deafening. The air seemed to explode as the impact sent shockwaves rippling outward. The car beneath the man buckled and skidded uncontrollably. Both fighters used the momentum to spring away, landing some distance apart. "Mighty Vajra palm, you're Yuan Baifeng of the Tianli sect?" When Yuchuan exclaimed, steadying Yin Feng, who had been flung back by the clash. Yuan Baifeng's hands trembled, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. The strength of his body, combined with the secret Buddhist technique he prided himself on, had been overpowered by a younger opponent at a lower cultivation realm. How could someone at the Zhao Xian stage possess such monstrous strength? He tore off his mask, his expression dark. Channeling his qi, he raised his hands to the heavens. "Kid, I'll admit your strength is impressive, but the gap in our cultivation levels is clear. That last strike must have hurt, didn't it?" Lu Ding flexed his reddened palms nonchalantly. "I'll admit, it stung a little. Even turned my hands red." "Red? I'll make sure to crush them next time." Yuan Baifeng snarled, his voice tinged with fury. "Hand over the goods, and I'll let this end here. Otherwise..." "Enough with the chatter," Lu Ding interrupted, his tone dismissive. "All talk, no action. If you've got what it takes, come and take it. If not, stop wasting my time." If words alone solved problems, there'd be no need for 749 WED, just send in a bunch of negotiators. Invoking the wind-binding technique, Lu Ding's movements became a blur, his figure weaving through the battlefield like a phantom. A razor-sharp slash hurtled toward Yuan Baifeng. Confident in his superior cultivation, the man didn't dodge, his palms radiating golden light as he prepared to neutralize the attack. But the moment his hand met the strike, a searing pain shot through his body, cutting to the bone. The moment half of his palm was severed, a flicker of panic flashed in Yuan Baifeng's eyes. As he looked up, he was met with Lu Ding's mocking smile. All those earlier remarks about age and the gap in cultivation now seemed utterly laughable. Lu Ding's strength far exceeded surface appearances. Beyond his flying bear strike, all of his techniques were max-level skills bestowed by the Systman achievement no ordinary cultivator could reach through mere time and effort. Yuan Baifeng should have had some chance of winning, but his overconfidence in his seniority and higher cultivation level led him to recklessly take Lu Ding's deadly strike hidden, costing him half his hand. The once formidable mighty Vajra palm he prided himself on instantly lost 50% of its power. Your mighty Vajra palm? Let me show you mine. Lu Ding sneered as he closed the distance in an instant using his wind-stabilizing technique, his body radiating a violent aura. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted dramatically. A massive spectral bear with wings appeared behind him, mirroring his movements as he thrust his palm forward. The surrounding light and winds seemed to retreat, creating a breathtaking and chilling spectacle. Yuan Baifeng had nowhere to retreat. Any hasty attempt to dodge would only expose even more fatal weaknesses. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he raised both hands to meet the incoming strike. But at the moment their palms collided, his hands shattered like fragile tofu, splintered bones piercing through his own shoulder. The force of Lu Ding's unstoppable palm then slammed into his chest, penetrating from front to back in a spray of blood mist. The blow struck with pinpoint precision, its energy completely infiltrating his body. Blood gushed uncontrollably from Yuan Baifeng's mouth and nose as he made one last desperate attempt to strike Lu Ding's chest. Yet this final attack was utterly futile, as ineffective as a stone sinking into the sea, unable to even make Lu Ding budge an inch. As the final flicker of life faded from Yuan Baifeng's body, Lu Ding spoke coldly, his tone devoid of pity. Strength isn't determined by age. Your mighty Vajra palm? It's nothing special. Ugh. With a final spurt of blood spraying into the air, Yuan Baifeng's life came to an end, his lifeless body left dangling in Lu Ding's grasp. The battle between Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng raged on. Meanwhile, Lu Ding tossed aside the corpse in his hand and lunged into the crowd like a ravenous beast. Each of his strikes carried a terrifying ferocity, leaving no member of the Tianli sect intact. Blood and flesh scattered in every direction. When the cleanup crew arrived on the scene, they were greeted by a highway that resembled a vision of hell. Even these seasoned professionals, who had dealt with countless cases involving cults and supernatural entities, couldn't help but turn pale at the sight. They had never encountered such a brutal fighting style from anyone in the 749 Bureau. Lu Ding leaned against the guardrail, his blood-stained fingers holding a black cigarette between them. He exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Yin Feng tilted his head, studying him. I used to think you were just a cocky guy with some skills. But looking back, you were actually pretty polite when we first met. If you can't make small talk, just shut up, Lu Ding retorted, coughing slightly from the smoke as he rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha, that's a compliment, you know? Yin Feng laughed. From now on, I'll make sure to call you for the good missions. Your combat skills are no joke. You even took down Yuan Baifeng. After today, your name's definitely going to spread across Yunhai. When Yuchuan walked over and chimed in with a grin, if Lu Ding wasn't part of 749, he'd probably be our most wanted criminal. He exchanged a glance with Yin Feng, and the two burst into laughter. Lu Ding, take off your shirt, it's soaked in blood. That can't be comfortable, sure, Inghe suggested, her eyes lighting up. Lu Ding considered her words and found them reasonable. He stripped off his shirt, revealing a well-defined physique that matched his sharp, clean-cut features and striking eyebrows. It was hard not to stare. Sure, Inghe. You're practically drooling. Yin Feng teased loudly. Sure, Inghe instinctively touched her chin, finding nothing there. But her face flushed red with embarrassment. Damn you, Yin Feng. I'll make you pay for that. She snapped. Though videos of the highway incident were briefly uploaded online by witnesses, they were quickly censored. While the event didn't cause much of a stir among the general public, it sent shockwaves through the Yunhai cultivator community. Lu Ding's ruthless methods and blood-soaked fighting style earned him the nickname the Butcher of Corpses. Back at the 749 Bureau, all participants were summoned for debriefing. The commotion on the highway had drawn too much attention. In the interrogation room, a man and a woman scrutinized Lu Ding. So, you really killed Lingu just because of a single threat? Not entirely, Lu Ding replied carefully. She was using dark magic to harm people. As an investigator for the 749 Bureau, it's my duty to stop such acts. The interrogators exchanged glances but didn't press further. Closing their notebooks, they said, this incident has caused significant public impact. For now, you're to take a break from missions to avoid being recognized by civilians. And what if I want to go on missions? Lu Ding asked, his tone laced with frustration. For someone with his unique abilities, being unable to hunt monsters was a punishment worse than death. The two interrogators exchanged another look, surprised by his eagerness. Still, they acknowledged that such a mindset was ideal for a 749 investigator. How about this? One of them suggested. We'll assign you a patrol district. You'll be responsible for managing all incidents within that area. Each special case you resolve will count as a completed task. Lu Ding recalled that Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan seemed to be handling similar roles. His only concern was, will there be monsters or supernatural events in the district? The stern expressions on the two interviewers' faces gradually softened, replaced by warm smiles. One of them spoke up. There have been a lot of sudden incidents in Yunhai lately. If you're willing, we can assign you to a district where such events are more frequent. Sure, let's go with that. Lu Ding nodded in agreement. Patrolling a district requires a two-person team. According to regulations, this is usually assigned randomly. However, considering your abilities far surpass those of an average trainee investigator, we can let you choose your own partner. Do you have someone in mind? Without hesitation, Lu Ding replied, Yin Fifan. We've worked well together. He preferred teaming up with Yin Fifan over adapting to a new partner. At least he wouldn't have to worry about dealing with someone with eccentric ways of thinking. All right, we'll arrange it as soon as possible. You should receive the district information tomorrow. Don't forget to complete the handover process. With the questioning over, Lu Ding, who had been on the move for 2 consecutive days, could finally get some proper rest. He returned to his dorm, washed off the bloodstains, and sent a message to Wen Yuchuan, asking him to help gather information about the sale of the Dingfeng Pearl. Then he fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until the evening. Upon waking, Lu Ding resumed his daily routine, eating, sleeping, and cultivating. At this point, his cultivation level was at the first stage of the Zhaoxian realm, with 1/10 of his Bodis energy cyclones activated. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he practiced the soaring bear assault technique, absorbing the spiritual energy that flowed freely between heaven and earth. This energy was converted within him into spiritual qi, which he used to fill his empty apertures, forming self-sustaining energy cyclones. As each cyclone was filled, his cultivation level naturally advanced. At 9:31 and 58 seconds p.m., he broke through to the third stage of the Zhaoxian realm. At 11:46 and 21 seconds p.m., he advanced to the fourth stage. At 3:01 and 13 seconds a.m., he reached the fifth stage. By 7:30 a.m., he had entered the sixth stage. It wasn't until his meridians began to ache that Lu Ding finally stopped cultivating. The core of Zhaoxian realm cultivation lies in absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, converting it into spiritual qi, and using it to nourish the body and fill the apertures. However, with Lu Ding's physical constitution, even spiritual qi practitioners at the Linghai realm would struggle to compete with him. Only those with extraordinary talent, who specialized in physical cultivation, could hope to match him. This allowed him to skip the step of nourishing his body entirely. When it came to absorbing spiritual energy, Lu Ding had achieved a state of unity with nature through the concept of forgetting oneself. If ordinary cultivators absorbed spiritual energy like sipping through a straw, then Lu Ding was akin to activating a high-powered water pump, drawing energy in at an astonishing rate. Lu Ding focused intently on cultivating his qi cyclone, an essential step in his training that demanded extraordinary physical resilience, innate talent, and immense patience. The qi cyclone was extremely fragile and could be easily damaged if mishandled, requiring meticulous care to nurture the body. However, with his nearly indestructible physique, Lu Ding could confidently infuse spiritual energy into the cyclone without hesitation. Utilizing the state of forgetting the self and achieving harmony with nature, Lu Ding demonstrated exceptional control. While his actions appeared bold and unrestrained on the surface, they were, in fact, as precise as a fine thread. With these advantageous conditions, he astonishingly progressed from the first stage of the Zhaoxian realm to the sixth stage in just one night, showcasing an unbelievable rate of cultivation. Had his meridians not reached their limit, he might have continued advancing. However, the strain of consecutive breakthroughs forced him to pause. Stretching lazily, Lu Ding felt the surging new power within him and remarked to himself, "Let's take a break. I'll continue once my meridians recover." He opened his wardrobe and frowned. Due to limited circumstances, he hadn't brought many clothes with him. To make matters worse, one outfit had gotten dirty the previous day. The uniform of Unit 749 wasn't exactly stylish, and now his wardrobe held only the uniform and a single casual outfit. As he put on his last remaining set of clothes, he thought to himself, "Once I'm assigned to my district, I'll grab a few new outfits while patrolling, Just as the thought crossed his mind, his phone buzzed with a notification. Dear trainee investigator Lu Ding, your district assignment has been finalized. Please report to the Baofan District Public Security Management Bureau in Yunhai City within 12 hours of receiving this message to complete the handover. Lu Ding pondered for a moment. Collaborating with the local Public Security Bureau was indeed a wise move. Patrolling such a large area alone would be impractical, and the Bureau's extensive information network would ensure timely and comprehensive communication. As someone who had household registration but no permanent residence in Yunhai City, Lu Ding was already quite familiar with Baofan District. The area was a prime location, second only to a few central districts in terms of prosperity. Its inability to reach the top tier was mainly due to the exorbitant land prices, which hindered large-scale redevelopment. Decades ago, it had been the city's economic hub. While it had since lost some of its former glory, it remained a magnet for the wealthy, with multimillionaires seemingly present on every corner. At the same time, the district was known for its diverse and complex population. As Lu Ding reflected on this, a message from Yin Fifan popped up. Brother Lu, are you awake? You looked exhausted yesterday, so I didn't want to disturb you. I've been assigned my district and bought breakfast for you. They'll leave it at your door before heading off. I might not be able to join you for tasks anymore now that we're assigned separately. Lu Ding took a sip of water and replied, I'm awake. Have you had breakfast yet? Brother Lu, you're up so early. I haven't eaten yet. I wanted to get to my post early to avoid giving my colleagues a reason to nitpick. Eat first. By the way, they'll be starting in the same district as you, so no one's going to give you trouble. Lu Ding replied with a smile. He knew Yin Fifan's cautious nature while it had its merits. It also came with drawbacks that wouldn't be easily changed. Really? Before the conversation could continue, a knock sounded at the door. Yin Fifan stood outside, breakfast in hand, carefully slipping on shoe covers before entering. His face lit up with relief as he set the food down. Brother Lu, it's great that we're assigned to the same district. I was worried I wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Lu Ding took a bite of a steamed bun and said, What's there to be afraid of? Baofan District isn't going to eat you alive. Brother Lu, you might not know this. Yin Fifan replied seriously. Baofan District ranks among the top 3 in Yunhai City for incidents involving special cases. The rate has always been high. Usually, only official investigators are assigned there. As a trainee, getting this kind of assignment is nerve-wracking. Plus, I don't have much experience dealing with official investigators. The few times I've interacted with them, they found me annoying. Oh. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow as he sipped his porridge, intrigued. Sounds like you know quite a bit about Baofan District. Lu Ding was gathering information about the situation in Baofan District. He learned that the area was previously under the supervision of 2 official investigators from the Bureau Cruciform Blade Bay and Lightened Alchemy Hand Ming Jun. These 2 highly capable investigators had only recently taken up their posts, but were reassigned due to a major incident. What kind of incident exactly? Lu Ding pressed further. If he was going to take over, he needed to fully understand the situation. While confident in his abilities, he had always been cautious in his approach. At the end of last month, there was a sinkhole in Baofan District, revealing an ancient tomb beneath. The speaker paused for a moment. You know, Yunhai, as the capital of 3 dynasties, is riddled with ancient tombs. But this one was different. It housed a white-furred roar and contained a significant amount of treasure. The situation had unfolded like this. After the tomb collapsed, the white-furred roar escaped and injured people. Bei and Ming Jun arrived on the scene and managed to severely wound the creature, forcing it back into the tomb. However, they made a critical mistake. They didn't finish it off and instead hurried to search for treasures. As a result, the white-furred roar escaped again, causing significant civilian casualties. In the end, it was the local cultivators of Baofan District who stepped in and subdued the creature. To make matters worse, when it came to handling the treasures inside the tomb, the 2 investigators clashed with the local cultivators and ended up on the losing side of the conflict. Utterly foolish, Lu Ding shook his head. At the very least, they should have dealt with the white-furred roar first before worrying about treasures. Not only did they leave others to clean up their mess, but they also lost face when fighting over the treasures. Embarrassing. However, Lu Ding had another question. In a situation like this, why didn't the 749 Bureau step in to take control? Brother Lu, while the 749 Bureau oversees cultivators, you have to understand that the history of cultivators predates the Bureau by far, the speaker explained. We can't just strip the local cultivators of their space to operate simply because the Bureau exists. Besides, treasures like these, if left in the hands of ordinary people, could easily become disasters. And truthfully, compared to the Bureau's collection, these treasures are insignificant. Since the local cultivators helped subdue the white-furred roar, giving them a share of the loot is only fair. It's like those secret realms in novels. No matter how powerful a sect or dynasty is, they never monopolize everything. Sharing makes management easier. This explanation gave Lu Ding new insight. As a newcomer to the 749 Bureau who joined mid-career, he was still unfamiliar with many of these unwritten rules. You sure know a lot. Someone like you would be better suited for a management position, Lu Ding remarked casually. Don't say that, Lu Gu. With my level of combat skills, no one would take me seriously as management, Yin Fifan replied modestly. Lu Ding gave him a meaningful glance and teased. Oh, so you actually have ambitions, huh? Well, Yin Fifan. Got some guts there aiming for a promotion, are you? The comment startled Yin Fifan, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. No, Lu Gu. I swear I don't have any such thoughts. Lu Ding burst into hearty laughter. Relax, I'm just messing with you. All right, we've eaten enough. Time to head over to Baofan district. Wait, what? Lu Gu. I haven't even started eating yet, Yin Fifan exclaimed, caught off guard. That's what you get for not eating earlier. Consider it a lesson. Come on, Lu Gu, that's unfair. You were the one making me talk the whole time. Yin Fifan protested. Lu Ding shook his head with a grin and eventually let Yin Fifan finish his meal. Yin quickly gulped down his porridge and stuffed the buns into his mouth in a few bites. After that, it was time to head to Baofan district. At the top floor of the Public Security Bureau in Baofan district, the office of Bei Hugwang and Ming Jun offered an exceptional view and a spacious layout. However, due to a major mistake, the two had no choice but to relinquish this prime spot and face disciplinary action back at headquarters. At the moment, the two were packing up their belongings. Hugwang, are you really okay with just leaving like this? Ming Jun asked, scanning the office with a reluctant expression. Of course not, Bei Hugwang replied bluntly. There's definitely something valuable behind that stone door. But what can we do? We made a mistake at work, and this is the consequence. We just have to accept it. It turned out that their failure to eliminate the Bai Mao Hua ferocious beast stemmed from a discovery they made during the pursuit. They had stumbled upon a stone door engraved with mysterious runes. Initially, they planned to deal with the Bai Mao Ho first and then investigate the door. But after seeing the door, they changed their priorities. The result? The door remained sealed, and the Bai Mao Ho escaped. Despite trying every method they could think of, the door wouldn't budge. Just as they thought they might eventually figure it out, the higher-ups issued a sudden transfer order. Accept it? Hell no. Ming Jun burst out, clearly agitated. I clawed my way up from being an ordinary person to a Chi Raffinerthat's fate's blessing. Rising through the ranks in 749 wasn't just luck, it was destiny. And now this stone door appears it's got to be a reward from the heavens. Leaving it behind like this? I can't accept that. So, what's your plan? Bei Hugwang asked, crossing his arms. Do you know who's replacing us? Ming Jun pressed. The Bureau's been tight-lipped about it. How would I know? Don't you have connections? Try finding out, Ming Jun urged. After a moment of hesitation, Bei Hugwang pulled out his phone and made a few calls to his contacts. A while later, his brow furrowed deeply. Something's off. This isn't normal. What did you find out? Spill it. Only part of it. Apparently, it's a temporary assignment for a trainee investigator. No word on who exactly, Bei Hugwang replied grimly. A trainee investigator? In Baofan district? Are they suicidal? Or did they tick someone off and get exiled here? Ming Jun scoffed. Bei Hugwang shot him a resigned look. Or maybe they're just exceptionally skilled and got fast-tracked for promotion. Ming Jun considered this for a moment. It's possible, I guess. But there aren't many standout trainees left. By Heman still in confinement, Tantai Xianyue caused such a scene in Ninglong City, she won't be back anytime soon, and the others have already been promoted to full-fledged investigators. You're forgetting one named Lu Ding from Baiao Ancient Town, Bei Hugwang reminded him. The guy who killed Yuan Baifeng, the corpse-eating Tao Dai, on the highway. Lu Ding's name had been the talk of the town since the previous night. Rumors of his flawless evaluation and his personal defeat of Linghai Zhaoxian, leaving not even a complete corpse behind, had spread like wildfire. The stories painted a chilling picture of someone not to be underestimated. Ming Jun shook his head slowly, his brows furrowed as he analyzed. It's unlikely to be some big shot. Although they say, a great reputation comes with true skill, Lu Ding just completed his mission yesterday and caused such a commotion. He even had when Yuchuan released the news about the Ding Feng Pearl being used. Now when Yuchuan and Yin Feng are both on administrative leave, so there's no way they'd assign him alone to Baofan district. At the very least, they'd pair him with an official investigator. 2 interns? That's not plausible. His reasoning was logical and well-founded, even causing Bei Hugwang, who was standing nearby, to fall into deep thought. All right. Ming Jun waved his hand dismissively, deciding to drop the matter. It's probably just some capable intern investigators. Hayrest the plan when the handover team arrives. We'll first see if we recognize them. If we don't, we'll give them a hard time. Make them go back and report that they're not fit for the job in Baofan district. That'll buy us a few days, just enough time to open the tomb door. If we do recognize them, then we'll negotiate and split things evenly. Bei Hugwang nodded in agreement. This strategy of adjusting their approach based on the other party's strength and reputation seemed solid. The plan appeared flawless, except for one oversight. Neither of them had ever seen Lu Ding before. They didn't know what he looked like. They'd only heard his name and nickname. All right, let's stick to the plan. The two decided not to pack up their things yet and stayed put, waiting. Before long, Lu Ding arrived at the entrance with Yin Fifan. A single phone call later, the director of the Baofan District Security Bureau, along with the leadership team, personally came out to greet them. Their faces lit up with smiles, beaming with excitement. At last, they welcomed the new 749 Enforcement Patrol. The previous two patrol officers, while not entirely incompetent, were far from remarkable. During their relatively short tenure, they had repeatedly made mistakes. The most recent blunder had even resulted in the deaths of dozens of civilians, creating significant trouble for the Bureau. But that was all in the past. With the arrival of the new patrol officers, they could only hope that this time things would be different, more reliable. Hello, comrade. I'm Gao Zhengliang, the director of the Baofan District Security Bureau, the director said warmly, extending his hand with a sincere smile on his face. Lu Ding extended his hand and introduced himself. Intern Investigator 749, Lu Ding. This is my partner, Intern Investigator Yin Fifan. The moment Gao Zhengliang heard the words, Intern Investigator, his face darkened. Although Ming Jun and Bei Hugwang often caused trouble, at least they were official investigators. But now, two interns had shown up. How was he supposed to accept this? Boss, I've been working diligently to maintain the peace and order in Baofan District. How could you treat me like this? Gao Zhengliang exclaimed. Seeing Gao Zhengliang's stiff expression, Yin Fifan immediately retorted, Director Gao, weren't official investigators once interns too? What are you planning to underestimate us? Though abrupt, the remark hit the nail on the head. Gao Zhengliang quickly collected himself and said, that was careless of me. At my age, I should know better. My apologies, investigators. Please, come inside and have a seat. No problem, Director Gao. We've got plenty of time ahead to get to know each other, Lu Ding replied as the crowd made way for them. Meanwhile, at the glass doors of the Security Administration Bureau, Ming Jun was questioning Bei Hugwang. What do you think? Do you recognize them? The one on the right I've never seen before, but the one on the left looks familiar. Just an ordinary intern, Bei Hugwang replied. Then let's give them a little show of force, make them back off, Ming Jun suggested. The two stepped out from either side of the entrance, blocking Lu Ding and his partner. Gao Zhengliang sighed in frustration. Officer Bei, Officer Ming, what are you doing? Ignoring Gao Zhengliang, Ming Jun spoke directly to the two interns. Hey, you two think you can take over from us official investigators? Do you even have the skills for that? Before Ming Jun could finish his sentence, Lu Ding appeared in front of him in an instant, towering over him. An invisible pressure filled the air, and Ming Jun suddenly found it hard to breathe. In his mind, he saw the image of a reedy, bear-like creature sizing him up, as if deciding which part of him to devour. Thud. Ming Jun's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Lu Ding's voice was cold. You have 1 minute to disappear from my sight. This is your only chance. As the oppressive feeling lifted, Ming Jun realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Gao Zhengliang stood to the side, suppressing a laugh. Even as a regular person, he could sense that Lu Ding was no ordinary investigator. Officer Lu, the Bureau has prepared a welcome banquet for you. Let me know if there's anything you'd like, and I'll have the kitchen added to the menu. Gao Zhengliang quickly interjected, attempting to mediate. Only then did Ming Jun realize who Lu Ding was. You are the famed corpse resolver Lu Ding? Corpse resolver? Lu Ding raised an eyebrow as Yin Fifan explained. Brother Lu, that's the nickname people outside have given you. Hearing this, Lu Ding was speechless. The nickname sounded more like something out of a horror story than a title for someone dedicated to protecting the people as a 749 investigator. He chose to ignore it and walked directly into the Security Administration Bureau. Still slumped on the ground, Ming Jun called out to Bei Hugwang, who was hiding in the corner. Hugwang, help me, I can't stand. Bei Hugwang hurried over to support him. Ming Jun muttered, I was almost scared to death. What kind of cultivation has Lu Ding been practicing? He's terrifying. No wonder his reputation precedes him. Lucky for us, we're from 749 too, or we'd probably be in pieces by now. Come on, let's go talk to Lu Ding, Ming Jun suggested. Wait, Bei Hugwang stopped him. He just told us to leave within a minute. Going back now is asking for trouble? If it's about the ancient tomb, we can add him as a friend and talk through text. Ming Jun's eyes lit up. Great idea, but do you think someone like him would even add us? Then add the quiet guy next to him. He looks easier to approach, can pass the message along, Bei Hugwang proposed. The two hurriedly left the scene, abandoning their belongings in their rush. Upstairs in the office, Lu Ding declined the welcome banquet and sat sipping tea. Yin Fifan busied himself tidying up the clutter left behind by their predecessors, refusing Director Gao's offer to send someone to help. After a while, Yin Fifan returned with his phone in hand. Brother Lu, Those two official investigators just added me. They said they have something they want me to tell you. Why can't they just talk to me directly? It's not like I bite, Lu Ding remarked, puzzled. They're probably scared of you, Yin Fifan said bluntly. They mentioned knowing where to find a treasure and want to collaborate with you. Recalling the missed opportunity with the Feng Ding Pearl last time, Lu Ding's interest was piqued. Ask them what kind of treasure it is. Treasure? Lu Ding raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Yin Fifan, whose hesitation intrigued him. Since when did you start keeping secrets? No, Lu Gu. Yin Fifan quickly clarified, waving his hands. Here's my analysis. Baofan district isn't some remote mountain wilderness. Places to hide treasure are limited. There are two possibilities. Either they discovered some valuable item belonging to a powerful figure and want to use your skills to acquire it, or they found something in a tomb, something others couldn't locate or move. Personally, I lean toward the latter. Yin Fifan continued, his tone growing more certain. Judging by their behavior today, those two aren't fools. My guess is they're deliberately stalling, trying to test us. They can't take the treasure themselves, but they've confirmed it's still there, so they're seeking cooperation. Lu Gu, since you're here, maybe you're the destined one for this. My suggestion? Let's not respond to them just yet. We head straight to the tomb and see for ourselves. If we find it, you take it. If not, then we negotiate. Either way, by the rules, you get first pick of anything valuable, so there's no downside for us. A smile of approval spread across Lu Ding's face. While Yin Fifan might not be the strongest in combat, his sharp mind was a rare asset. No wonder ancient strategists were so highly valued. Having someone clever around always made things easier. You're getting smarter, Lu Ding remarked. Just picking up a bit after following you for so long. Lu Gu, Yin Fifan replied, scratching his head sheepishly. His words were flattering, but not entirely untrue. He knew full well that Lu Ding wasn't just physically formidable, but also exceptionally shrewd. Yin Fifan saw his role as one of offering advice and filling in the gaps for Lu Ding. All right, well, do it your way. No time to waste, let's go now. In broad daylight? Yin Fifan blinked. Why not? We're not tomb robbers. We've got the proper permits. Who's going to stop us? The two had just stepped out the door when they ran into Gao Zhengliang. Lu Jiao, just the person I was looking for, Gao Zhengliang said. Is it a special incident? Lu Ding asked, cutting straight to the point. Not exactly, Gao replied. Then it can wait. I've got urgent business right now, Lu Ding said decisively. As the investigator responsible for handling special incidents in Baofan district, unless it was an emergency, nothing could distract him from a treasure hunt. Wait, Lu Jiao. Don't leave yet, Gao Zhengliang called after him, hurrying to explain. The factions in Baofan Saojia Alley, Sihai Group, Wuzong Sheng Society, they all want to invite you to a meal. Decline for me, Director Gao. I don't have time right now, Lu Ding replied without missing a beat. Gao Zhengliang grew anxious. Lu Jiao, these are the local power players in Baofan district. If you don't show up, it might make future work here more difficult. Though he hadn't known Lu Ding for long, Gao Zhengliang had already realized just how extraordinary this investigator was. If Lu Ding performed well, it would greatly benefit the district's security, making the Public Security Bureau's job much easier. Then arrange it for another time. Oh, and send me the full list of Baofan's cultivator factions, Lu Ding said as he turned to leave. Yin Fifan added from behind, Director Gao, we appreciate your help. Lu Gu really does have something urgent to handle. Our apologies. Ah, fine. This old director's got to run errands now. Me back's killing me, Gao Zhengliang grumbled. But he dutifully passed along Lu Ding's message to the various factions. Chao Yuan from Saojia Alley responded promptly. If Lu Jiao is busy, well, reschedule. Please let him know that Saojia Alley is always open to him. Xie Shunan of Sihai Group also replied politely. Thank you, Director Gao. We were being too presumptuous. Well, wait for Lu Jiao to reach out when he's available. As Gao Zhengliang read through the replies, he flicked the ash off his cigarette and chuckled to himself. Lu Ding was clearly cut from a different cloth than the other investigators. During previous patrols, formal investigator 749 had also encountered similar situations. The Baofan district's Lianqi practitioners have always been this way, showing no respect for anyone, paying lip service, and doing their work half-heartedly. Even when someone takes things seriously and tries to escalate the matter, it ultimately ends in nothing. Although the management of 749 emphasizes fairness and integrity, in this state of mutual non-interference, patrol work is difficult to carry out effectively. Many tasks require the cooperation of the other party to proceed. An invitation to a meal may seem simple, but in reality, it's a test of attitudes on both sides. It doesn't require any solid commitments, just a gesture of goodwill. Gao Zhengliang found it rather intriguing, an intern investigator proving to be more effective than a formal one. That was certainly rare. As he mulled over this, his phone buzzed again. Gao Zhengliang glanced at the message and a faint, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Now that's more like their true colors, he muttered. He immediately forwarded a screenshot of the message to Lu Ding and Yin Fifan. The message read, "From Wuzong Shengxi, Tang Hu. Does this Lu Ding think he's somebody special? Inviting him for a meal, and he still acts all high and mighty? What's with the big attitude? Playing the new broom sweeps clean act? Doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Jia, sure Tai Shui? Ha! Had better watch himself." No sooner had Gao Zhengliang sent the screenshot than the sender swiftly recalled the message and replaced it with another. "Director Gao, this is Tang Bao from Wuzong Shengxi. My second brother had too much to drink, please just ignore it." Gao Zhengliang stubbed out his cigarette with a cold chuckle. "Ignore it? Oh no, that won't do. At my age, I'm not here for you to mess around with. If you have the guts to insult someone, then don't be afraid of it being seen." These words came from you, not me exaggerating. Although Lianqi practitioners were technically outside his jurisdiction, this time, with a strong-willed partner on board, Gao Zhengliang couldn't resist seizing the opportunity to assert some authority. "Jiesher Tai Shui, what a fierce-sounding name," he muttered to himself, lighting another cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke. On the way to the ancient tomb, Lu Ding was staring at his phone screen, carefully reading the message sent by Director Gao. He silently noted down the name, Tang Hu of the Wuzhengsheng Society, and smirked inwardly. Likes to run his mouth? Huh? There'll be a chance to meet him sooner or later. When they arrived at the destination, they were greeted by a small park that had been tightly cordoned off with police tape. Just as Lu Ding was about to show his credentials to enter, Yin Fifan, who was a step behind him, also caught a glimpse of the message on his phone. "Luge, this Wuzhengsheng Society is the weakest among the three groups, yet they're this arrogant? Don't you think it's time to teach them a lesson?" Yin Fifan asked. The Wuzhengsheng Society was one of the minor forces of the Baofan district's Qi refiners. Its members were mostly shaman disciples, or rogue Taoists from the wild Maoshan sect. These individuals had come to Yunhai from various places to make a living and eventually banded together to settle here. Their main businesses included feng shui, exorcisms, ghost hunting, and fortune setting, and they occasionally sold small enchanted artifacts. In the world of cultivators, they were far from being a major power. This group was led by the three Tang brothers, Tang Long, Tang Hu, and Tang Bao. The eldest, Tang Long, was bonded to an ancient spirit known as the fallen dragon Immortal, a weathered loach spirit that had cultivated for many years and was said to be just a step away from achieving true power. The second brother, Tang Hu, had a fateful encounter with a mountain tiger. Not only did he survive the encounter, but he also became the servant of this tiger spirit. The youngest, Tang Bao, was lost in the mountains as a child and was raised by a grieving leopard spirit for several years. When the leopard eventually achieved enlightenment, Tang Bao became its attendant. Interestingly, both Tang Long and Tang Hu became bonded shaman disciples while searching for their lost younger brother. The three brothers later changed their names and came to Yunhai to establish themselves. "Don't rush," Lu Ding said coldly. "Once we've dealt with this matter, I'll personally pay them a visit and make sure they understand just who these three fires of a new official are meant for." In his eyes, it didn't matter how the other enforcers handled things, but as long as he was here, whether they were dragons or tigers, they'd have to behave. Since they had chosen to provoke him, he intended to make it worth their while. Stepping over the police tape, Lu Ding entered the park, which had been divided into two zones. In the outer area, archaeologists were carefully excavating the ancient tomb, while the inner area was guarded by another group. As soon as they noticed unfamiliar faces approaching, the guards moved to intercept them. "Do you have a pass?" "No pass, no entry," one of the guards barked. Lu Ding pulled out his credentials. "Does this count?" The guard took the document and froze when he saw the words, National Security, and the official seal. His hands trembled slightly. If he were a Qi refiner, the sight of 749 on the badge would have terrified him even more. In today's world, 749 was akin to the ancient genuine elite force with the authority to act first and report later, sanctioned by the highest powers. Obstructing their duties could easily cost someone their life. "Sir, this area is now under the jurisdiction of Sihai Group," the guard said hesitantly. "Without a pass, entry is against the rules. If I let you in, I'll be the one in trouble." Lu Ding calmly drew his handgun and chambered around. "What about this? Can this get me in?" Faced with the barrel of the gun, the guard didn't dare to argue further and nodded repeatedly. "It can. It can. Please go right in." He was terrified that saying one more word might earn him a bullet. Blocking national security officers was no joking matter. Retrieving his credentials, Lu Ding holstered his weapon and strode toward the actual sinkhole area. The guard quickly pulled out his phone to send a message. "Brother Xian, national security is here. They've already drawn their guns. I couldn't stop them. They're heading your way now." Yi Xian glanced at the message on his phone, then at another notification that read, "Explosives and the construction crew are on their way." He couldn't help but click his tongue in irritation. What's national security doing here? 19-year-old Yi Xian was a Qi refiner from the foot of Dahe Mountain. To understand Dahe Mountain, one had to go back a century, when it was a den of demons and bandits. It wasn't until the Great Han Army's crackdown that the area was pacified. While the demons were hard to eradicate completely, the bandits who had been looting and pillaging were eliminated. The remaining early defectors, who were Qi refiners, neither opposed the state nor accepted its authority. They simply lived in seclusion on Dahe Mountain, detached from the world. Yixian had grown up under their guidance. Now that he had come of age, staying on the mountain offered no prospects, so he was sent down to make his way in the world. Fortunately, the elders on Dahe Mountain had some connections with the founders of Sihai Group, so they sent him to Yunhai to seek his fortune. Not long after arriving, Yixian heard about the sinkhole incident. Being bold and skilled, he decided to investigate. By chance, he encountered a white-furred beast known as a Bai Mao Ho. Although the creature was ferocious, its teeth were a rare and valuable material. Without much effort, Yixian dealt with it. The ownership of the ancient tomb was finally settled. Yixian, having single-handedly defeated the white-haired Hal, something that even Ming Jun and Bei Hugwang together could not achieve, rightfully claimed the area according to the rules. While Ming Jun and Bei Hugwang were still no match for him in a two-known confrontation, Yixian extended an olive branch, granting them special access rights to freely enter and exit the tomb. Yixian soon transferred the development rights of the tomb to Jie Shunan of the Sihai Group, stepping back to take on the role of head of security. Although he made some finds while exploring the tomb for treasures, none were particularly remarkable. That was until he discovered the special burial chamber that Ming Jun and the others had previously investigated. Convinced that it held something extraordinary, he became determined to uncover its secrets. In the days that followed, Yixian, much like Ming Jun, racked his brain but failed to open the mysterious chamber. Left with no other choice, he reported the situation to Jie Shunan. After several days of repeated attempts, they finally decided to resort to explosives today to breach the chamber. However, their plan was interrupted by unexpected news. 749 was replacing its patrol officer. The new patrol officer, Lu Ding, though only an intern investigator, had already gained fame by using his Xiaoxuan-level cultivation to defeat Yuan Baifeng, a Linghai refinement practitioner. His reputation soared even higher after his involvement in the Jiesher Taisui incident. At this moment, Jie Shunan was hosting Lu Ding at a banquet. This left Yixian feeling unsettled. In his eyes, anything Lu Ding could accomplish, he could as well. The two were of similar age, with the only difference being that one came from an official background while the other hailed from Dahe Mountain. If not for his humble origins, Yixian was certain that 749 would have been eager to recruit him. He's only more famous than me for now, Yixian thought to himself. When I make a name for myself, let's see if he dares to look down on me. Before leaving the mountain, the elders of his village had advised him to build a closer relationship with Jie Shunan, even suggesting that forming a romantic bond would be ideal. While the Sihai Group was undeniably powerful, Dahe Mountain was no pushover either. If necessary, Yixian believed the elders, though nearing the end of their lives, could still be called upon to lend their aid. Yixian did indeed have feelings for Jie Shunan. She was not only stunningly beautiful with an elegant figure, but also intelligent, capable, and wealthy, an ideal partner in every sense. A woman of her caliber could easily capture the heart of any man, and Yixian was no exception. When Yixian learned about Jie Shuanan's interest in Lu Ding, a wave of displeasure surged in his heart. However, upon hearing that Lu Ding had cancelled a dinner due to urgent matters, his mood lightened, and he secretly mocked Lu Ding for not knowing how to appreciate good fortune. He eagerly anticipated Jie Shunan leading the demolition team to arrive, so they could open the tomb chamber together. Meanwhile, Lu Ding had already turned the corner and spotted Yixian sitting right in the middle of the road on a small folding stool. The man exuded a bandit-like aura, sitting there with a swagger as if declaring, "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine," clearly ready to charge a toll fee to anyone passing by. Yan Fifan leaned closer to Lu Ding and whispered, "Brother Lu, this guy is in the dossier high bureau just sent over about Qi refiners. His name's Yixian, from the bandit-infested Dahe Mountain, and he's closely tied to Sihai Group. He's also the one who killed Bai Mao Ho and, 1-against-2, seized the development rights to the ancient tomb in the subsidence zone. But, doesn't he look a little, not too bright?" Lu Ding shared the sentiment. What kind of normal person would sit in the middle of the road grinning foolishly in broad daylight? He decided it wasn't worth engaging and planned to walk past without a word. "Hey, hey, hey, hey." Yixian waved dismissively without even bothering to stand. "I'm talking to you too. This isn't your backyard. Move along, move along. This is 749 business on authorized personnel, clear out." His tone and mannerisms were uncannily similar to an old neighborhood security guard shooing off delivery drivers. Yan Fifan pulled out his credentials. 749, official business. Only then did Yixian rise to his feet, sensing the same Qi refining energy emanating from the two men. He frowned. 749? Aren't you guys national security? Lu Ding sighed inwardly. Had this guy learned nothing about the world since coming down from the mountains? While 749 credentials appear to be from national security to ordinary people, Qi refiners could instantly recognize their true affiliation. Doesn't matter whether you're national security or 749, Yixian said arrogantly. This area was lost to me by your 749 Baofan District Patrol team. It's mine now. No one gets in. Faced with Yixian's brazen attitude, Yin Fifan instinctively took a step back. He knew Lu Ding too well. There was nothing Lu hated more than someone acting more arrogant than himself. Sure enough, Lu Ding's voice turned cold. So you're saying this place is yours because you won it? That's right, Yixian replied, crossing his arms. Then does that mean I can take it from you if I beat you? Yixian's expression hardened as he finally realized the two men were here to challenge him. If you've got the skills, go ahead and try. But let me make it clear, if anything happens, you're on your own. We're all Qi refiners here. Skills are meant to be tested, not debated. If you're unhappy, let's settle it with a fight. Yixian assumed a stance, one hand forming a tiger claw in front and the other a crane beak behind. Lu Ding observed his movements and commented, "Tiger crane double form? Looks like you're all about appearances." Recently, Lu Ding had been studying the Bureau's archives and had come across records of the tiger crane double form. Compared to the textbook techniques of seasoned masters, Yixian's form was clearly lacking. It's more than enough to deal with you. Yixian snapped, irritated by the remark. He lunged forward with a probing tiger claw. Lu Ding raised his hand, forming a claw to counter. Yixian sneered inwardly. His tiger claw could leave marks on hardened steel. Yet this fool dared to meet it barehanded? He decided that once his claw locked onto Lu Ding's hand, he would immediately exert force and crush the man's finger bones. Reality, however, had other plans. The moment their hands met, Yixian felt as though his hand was caught in an iron vice. Before he could react, Lu Ding tightened his grip, applied a surge of force, and twisted sharply. A series of crisp cracks followed as the bones in Yixian's entire arm dislocated, and his 5 fingers suffered compound fractures. This was an old technique used by veteran snake catchers, grabbing a venomous snake by the tail and shaking it to dislocate its entire body while keeping it alive. Although Lu Ding had never formally learned this skill, he had seen a related video on the 749 apps discussion forum. In his state of heightened perception and unity with nature, he had grasped the essence of the technique with just one viewing. After all, it was merely a matter of applying finesse. Seizing the moment, Lu Ding yanked Yixian forward by his arm and delivered a crushing elbow strike to his chest. The impact sent Yixian flying backward, tumbling over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Struggling to his feet, he coughed up blood, his face pale as he glared at Lu Ding. Yixian's right arm hung limply at his side, his fingers twisted into an unnatural shape. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead from the excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak, his voice hoarse. "Your attack was a bit too ruthless, wasn't it? We were merely sparring." Lu Ding stared at him coldly. "Spare me the nonsense. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. If I were weaker than you, it would be me lying crippled here now." In the brief clash earlier, Lu Ding had clearly felt Yixian's killing intent. It was only Yixian's lack of strength that had spared him from being a real threat. Standing nearby, Yin Fifan chuckled mockingly. "Ruthless? If Brother Lu hadn't held back, you'd already be scattered in pieces by now. You should thank your luck that you're still breathing." Yixian clenched his teeth, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. "I've experienced your remarkable skills. The world is vast, and we may meet again. Please leave me your name. Yixian will surely repay this debt someday." Well, he's lost it, Yin Fifan thought to himself with a sigh. A loss is a loss. Why say something so reckless? You must really think you've lived too long. Hearing this, Lu Ding's expression darkened, and a chilling aura of killing intent erupted from him. An oppressive force, as if emanating from all directions, descended upon Yixian, trapping him in a suffocating abyss. At this moment, retreat might have salvaged the situation, but Yixian's words had sealed his fate. With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Ding launched himself forward, the ground beneath him shattering instantly. Like a primordial beast, he surged toward Yixian with overwhelming ferocity. Yixian felt the shadow of death looming over him, memories of his life flashing before his eyes like a fleeting montage. Just as the critical moment arrived, a thunderous shout rang out. "Lu Jisun, stay your hand." The ground trembled violently as several solid earthen walls erupted from the ground, rising to block Lu Ding's path. The walls crumbled like brittle clay under his onslaught, unable to fully halt his charge but buying precious moments. In that brief instant, a short-statured elder appeared in front of Yixian, shielding him from further harm. Lu Ding charged forward with unstoppable force, smashing through the last earthen wall in his path. He moved like a ferocious flying bear pouncing on its prey. His piercing gaze locked onto the old man as his voice, laced with chilling intent, rang out. threatening a 749 enforcement officer and obstructing justice, multiple offenses combined. Come on, stop me if you can. With a powerful strike from his palm, the air seemed to tremble. The old man swiftly formed hand seals and channeled his inner energy. In an instant, rocks and soil gathered around him, forming a makeshift suit of armor. He raised his arm hurriedly to block the attack, but the overwhelming force sent him flying. The armor shattered almost completely upon impact. Lu Ding spun around, his other hand slicing through the air like a blade. In a flash, Yi Xian's head was severed, flying high into the sky. In his final moments, Yi Xian's face was frozen in disbelief, could never have imagined that a seemingly ordinary 749 investigator would possess such terrifying power. This was nothing like what the elders on the mountain had described. Hadn't they said that, given his age and talent, he was already a prodigy? How could he have lost his life within just a month of leaving the mountain? Yi Xian's headless body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Lu Ding rose to his feet, his gaze now fixed on the old man, who was struggling to regain his footing. The old man, staring at Yi Xian's lifeless form, let out a heart-wrenching roar, his bloodshot eyes filled with grief and fury. Xiao Yi. At that moment, the old man felt utterly lost, unsure of how he would face his brothers back on the mountain. Years ago, he had fled from Dahe Mountain after making a grave mistake, eventually joining the Sea group in Yunhai by chance. He had thought there was no hope of returning to the mountain until Yi Xian's arrival revealed the truth: the brothers had been secretly watching over him all these years. His past transgressions had long been forgiven, and even his position in the Sea group had been orchestrated by them. Yet now, he had failed to protect the one disciple they had entrusted to him. Overcome with rage, the old man bellowed, "Lu Ding, you're ruthless beyond measure. You disgrace the name of a 749 investigator. Today, I will kill you. Rid 749 of a menace and avenge Yi Xian." "Shut up, you old fool," Lu Ding retorted without hesitation. "As a 749 investigator, am I someone Yi Xian could just threaten? If you've got the guts, come and kill me. If not, then prepare to die." To Lu Ding, his actions needed no justification. He prided himself on his unyielding dedication to eliminating demons and threats within 749. Yi Xian had crossed the line by threatening him. Letting him go would have been foolish, leaving a potential enemy unchecked. Lu Ding had no tolerance for such risks. He would crush all threats before they could take root. The old man immediately formed another set of hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground, shouting, "Yellow mire boundary." The solid ground beneath them transformed into a swampy quagmire. Standing atop the mire, the old man had already realized during their earlier clash that overpowering Lu Ding in raw strength was impossible. Strength required leverage, and Lu Ding, being at the Zhaoxian stage, should theoretically be incapable of flight. By altering the terrain and denying Lu Ding a foothold, the old man believed he could gain the upper hand. With the advantage of terrain and a higher cultivation stage, he was confident in his odds. After all, he had both the land and human advantages, 2 out of the 3 critical factors of battle. But what he hadn't accounted for was the fact that Lu Ding could indeed fly. Slowly, Lu Ding ascended into the air, standing steadily above the battlefield. The old man's expression froze in shock. How can he fly? He's only at the Zhaoxian stage. How is this possible? Outside the mire, Jie Shunan from the Sea group watched with a grave expression. She had been the one who earlier called out for Lu Ding to spare Yi Xian. Now, her frustration grew as she tried to make sense of how things had spiraled to this point. She had initially planned to invite Lu Ding for a meal to gauge his attitude, but he had declined. She hadn't been offended. Talented people often had difficult personalities. What she hadn't expected was to encounter him again in the collapsed area, where she witnessed his confrontation with Yi Xian. The violent aura Lu Ding exuded during the fight had sent chills down her spine. She had known Yi Xian was no match for Lu Ding, but she hadn't anticipated that Lu Ding would take his life so decisively. And now, Huang Lao was locked in a life-or-death struggle with Lu Ding. As for Yi Xian's death, Jie Shunan didn't feel much sorrow. She had no personal connection to him. If it weren't for her family's elders instructing her to look after him, she likely wouldn't have paid him any attention. Something about Yi Xian had always struck her as off, seemed like a relic from a bygone era, someone who lived as though he were a bandit king. They simply weren't on the same wavelength. Even when Yi Xian secured the development rights to the ancient tomb in this area, her opinion of him didn't change. To her, this place was more trouble than it was worth. The Sea group wouldn't gain much from acquiring it, nor would they lose anything by leaving it alone. Her presence here was less about interest in the tomb's contents and more about keeping an eye on the situation. Jie Shunan was well aware that certain treasures should never be handled recklessly. Once discovered, they should either be reported to 749 or presented to higher authorities for guidance. Anything else would only bring trouble. Yet, the situation before her had spiraled far beyond what she could have anticipated. "Mr. Huang, please calm down. Xia urgently pleaded, her voice laced with concern. No matter the outcome of a fight between Huang Lao and Lu Ding, it would only lead to disaster. If Huang Lao won, killing Lu Ding would put him on 749's most wanted list. Sparing him would invite relentless revenge. If he lost, judging by the rumors and what she just witnessed, Huang Lao's death was almost certain. And beyond all that, the conflict could drag the Sihai group into a messy investigation. But Huang Lao, consumed by grief and rage, refused to listen. Miss Xie, there's no need to persuade me further. I have failed Dahe Mountain, failed my old brothers. They entrusted Yi Xian to me, and I couldn't protect him. There's a debt to be settled, and blood demands retribution. He killed Yi Xian, so we'll kill him to avenge the boy. After that, I'll surrender myself to 749. Kill me? Lu Ding's lips curled into a mocking smirk. With your so-called farmland transformation technique? Standing nearby, Yin Fifan struggled to hold back a laugh. Though the tension in the air was palpable, the sight of the cement-covered ground did indeed resemble a poorly managed farm. Lu Ding crooked a finger at the old man, his expression taunting. Come on then. Kill me. You're courting death. Huang Lao roared, his voice booming with fury. From the swampy earth, two massive mud dragons surged into the air, one lunging at Lu Ding from the left, the other from the right. Huang Lao knew the dragons wouldn't harm Lu Ding, but they were merely a distract Iona means to buy himself time to gather his strength. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lu Ding's figure had vanished. Still using outdated techniques with such obvious wind-ups? A cold voice whispered near Huang Lao's ear. Lu Ding had already closed the distance, appearing right in front of him. With a powerful swing, his leg lashed out in a devastating side kick. Huang Lao hastily abandoned his hand seals. With a swift motion, he traced his palm through the air. The swamp beneath them churned violently, rising and solidifying into a thick earthen wall. Boom! The wall exploded into fragments, sending debris flying. As Huang Lao retreated, the mud beneath his feet hardened into a platform, propelling him backward at high speed. In the next instant, the mud transformed into a massive hand, hurling him into the air. Soaring dozens of meters above the ground, he clasped his hands together, forming intricate seals. Spiritual energy surged within him, and the swamp below began to seethe and bubble. The stench of decay filled the air, as the mud's color shifted from yellow to an ominous black. Death swamp burial, he bellowed, his voice reverberating across the battlefield. The swamp erupted in a sudden explosion, black mud shooting skyward like a fountain and rushing toward Lu Ding to encircle him. The elderly man swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to strengthen the mud's binding force. I told you, these days, the whole stalling for time, long casting, charge-up finisher routine is outdated. Lu Ding's voice echoed from within the black mud sphere. Break. With a single, earth-shattering punch, Lu Ding shattered the mud sphere into fragments. He opened his palm as a gentle breeze swept through the air. Slash, he commanded, and hundreds of razor-sharp slashes surged toward the old man from all directions, each carrying enough force to dismember a cultivator of similar rank. The old man, Huang Lao, twisted his body and raised his palms as spiritual energy surged within him. The mud beneath his feet shifted forms, constantly becoming shields, walls, and even small mountains to block Lu Ding's relentless barrage of slashes. The more they fought, the more Huang Lao's shock grew. Speed, strength, ranged attacks, close combat aside from cultivation level, he couldn't find a single advantage over Lu Ding. While rumors had spoken of Lu Ding's formidable physical strength, they hadn't mentioned his astonishing speed and mastery of ranged techniques. Only now did Huang Lao understand why Yuan Baifeng had fallen to him. I can't win this, Huang Lao thought bitterly. Lu Ding was a nightmare for most cultivators. Those skilled in spells would have their rhythm disrupted and be unable to charge up a killing blow before being overwhelmed in close combat. Those relying on physical prowess would find themselves entangled by his slashes, forced into a defensive position. To make matters worse, Lu Ding could even fly, making it nearly impossible to close the distance. The moment Huang Lao's defenses faltered, a slash found its mark. Blood sprayed as his arm was severed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, his gaze turned ferociously toward Yin Fifan, who was standing nearby. Don't come after me, Yin Fifan shouted in panic, turning to flee. But the difference in their abilities was too vast, and he was about to be caught. At the critical moment, he sank directly into the solid ground, leaving Huang Lao grasping at thin air. Hey, old man, your back's wide open. Ready for? Glug glug glug. Lu Ding's voice came from behind Huang Lao. Huang Lao's eyes filled with unwillingness as his vision dropped downward, catching sight of his headless, blood-spurting body. So, I've grown this old already, that was his final thought. Lu Ding landed and yanked a nearly drowned Yin Fifan out from the ground. The latter retched violently, almost emptying his stomach. Only after he had vomited to his heart's content did Lu Ding set him down. That old guy was really stupid, trying to grab me, Yin Fifan said weakly, slumping to the ground and gasping for air. You really should learn how to swim, Lu Ding said, looking at his sorry state. I'm genuinely worried you'll end up drowning underground someday. Or maybe figure out how to control Earth like that old man. Bro, I phase through walls, not control elements. It's not the same thing. Lu Ding turned to Jie Shunan, who had remained silent throughout. So, does High Group intend to give me an explanation? Jie Shunan met his gaze steadily. Inspector Liu, as you heard, I advised him to stay calm, but he didn't listen. This was his personal decision and has nothing to do with High Group. Both I and the company maintain a friendly attitude toward you and 749. We're in the business of making deals, not getting involved in things like this. Whether it involves you or not, we'll figure that out later. For now, you can leave, Lu Ding said curtly, effectively dismissing her. He hadn't forgotten why he was here. He needed to find the treasure before anything else complicated matters. Jie Shunan's expression remained composed throughout, giving away no hint of her thoughts. Such a person was hard for Lu Ding to read, but he hoped she harbored no ill intentions toward him. After Jie Shunan left, Lu Ding searched for a long time before finally arriving at the sealed tomb chamber that no one had been able to open. Like Yi Xian and the others before him, he tried every method he could think of, even brute force, but the door remained unyielding. As he stood there, frustrated and at a loss, Yin Fifan spoke up. Lu bro, how about I give it a shot? I can phase through walls, maybe I can get inside. Yin Fifan's unique abilities were finally put to use. Faced with the ancient tomb before them, Lu Ding appeared hesitant. He was worried that Yin Fifan might encounter danger if he entered the tomb chamber alone. After all, this place had once been home to the deadly Bai Mao Ho, a creature capable of killing an ordinary person in an instant. Brother Lu, don't worry, Yin Fifan said reassuringly as he pulled a specially designed rope from his bag and tied it around his waist. This is something I redeemed from the bureau. It works perfectly with my abilities. If I run into trouble, I'll tug the rope, and you can pull me out. Maybe we should forget about this, Lu Ding frowned. We could go back and apply for some explosives from the bureau. Although Bai Mao Ho posed no threat to him, it would be a different story for Yin Fifan. Encountering such a creature would be like meeting a living nightmare. Brother Lu, you killed Yi Xian and that Linghai realm elder today. The higher-ups might punish you for that, Yin Fifan said bluntly. The longer we delay, the more likely someone else will get here first. I can phase through walls at worst. I'll eat some dirt. I'll be fine. Lu Ding understood the risks. Even though he knew he'd face punishment, he had no regrets about taking decisive action. Leaving enemies alive would only invite future trouble. All right, just be careful. If anything happens, pull the rope immediately. Yin Fifan nodded and headed straight for the stone wall. The solid wall seemed like a curtain of water before him, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. What greeted him on the other side was a massive altar plaza. Piles of bones were stacked like mountains, and the ground was stained with dried blood. For massive chains suspended a colossal coffin in midair. He carefully surveyed the surroundings. Other than the corpses on the altar and the suspended coffin, the tomb chamber appeared empty. If there were any treasures, they were most likely inside that coffin. But how would Lu Ding get in? Turning around, Yin Fifan began searching for a mechanism to open the stone door. Though the idea seemed far-fetched, he turned a nearby beast-shaped lever, and to his surprise, the stone door rumbled open. Brother Lu, this is unbelievable, Yin Fifan remarked sarcastically. Who puts a door-opening mechanism inside the tomb? Were they worried the dead might wake up and not be able to open the door? Before he could finish, his expression froze. He stared in horror at the suspended coffin. Brother Lu, do you think whatever's inside might still be alive? Hard to say, Lu Ding replied as he stepped into the tomb chamber. Maybe the tomb's owner wasn't ready to die and left some means of revival. The Bureau's archives have plenty of cases like this: resurrections, corpse transformations, even attempts to reincarnate that turned into monstrous failures. So, what now, Brother Lu? Yin Fifan asked nervously, hiding behind him. Should we climb up and take a look? Or maybe light a candle and wait to see if it changes color, or goes out before running for it? We're not grave robbers, Lu Ding said coolly. Instead of climbing up, let's bring it down. Who knows what traps might be triggered up there? Open the coffin, and the next thing you know, it could be a fatal face-to-face encounter. With that, he raised his blade and slashed at one of the chains suspending the coffin. With a metallic clang, the chain snapped. A few strikes later, the massive coffin came crashing down, hitting the ground with a thunderous impact that sent cracks spiderwebbing across the altar plaza. Lu Ding leapt forward and kicked the coffin lid open. Inside lay a man clad in armor, draped in a blood-red cloak, and wearing a sinister mask that obscured his face. His hands rested on his abdomen, and his skin appeared eerily lifelike, showing no signs of decay. Where there's something unusual, there's bound to be trouble. Before Yin Fifan could voice his shock, Lu Ding swung his blade toward the corpse's neck. In that split second, the mask began to writhe, revealing a pair of eerie, otherworldly eyes and curling into a grotesque smile. The male corpse twisted its body in an unnatural and eerie manner, deftly dodging the deadly strike. Its lips moved incessantly, yet no sound emerged. Lu Ding wasted no time, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick. Bang! The male corpse flew backward like a broken kite, slamming heavily into the wall. Brother Lu, it seems like it wants to say something, someone called out. Not listening. Lu Ding replied coldly. His hands moved swiftly, channeling spiritual energy. A barrage of slashes rained down like a violent storm, wreaking havoc throughout the burial chamber. To him, whether this thing was a ghost, a demon, a spirit, or some malevolent entity, the fact that it wasn't human meant there was no need to waste time listening to its nonsense. The male corpse darted left and right, trying to evade the relentless attacks, but it couldn't completely avoid them. Its armor began to fall away, revealing the crimson flesh beneath, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. With Lu Ding's continuous onslaught, the creature's movements grew increasingly sluggish. At that moment, Yin Fifan finally found the critical information on his phone. Brother Lu, this is a living molt corpse. It's undergoing its final molting stage. You must destroy it before it completes the process. The living molt corpse shared similarities with zombies, but was a fundamentally different entity. In ancient times, those unwilling to accept the finality of death, powerful figures and nobles often sought ways to extend their lives. The technique of the living molt corpse originated from Buddhist Vajra esoteric practices but was later corrupted and used in forbidden rituals. Practitioners would, in their final moments, refine their bodies while alive, condensing their karmic poisons, murder, resentment, and sin into a protective armor. Shedding this armor symbolized shedding their past and seeking rebirth. However, this so-called rebirth was far from true reincarnation. Instead, they transformed into instinct-driven creatures, feeding on raw flesh and blood. Though the timing of this transformation was imperfect, if allowed to complete the molting process, the creature would gain immense power. Yet during the molting, it was as vulnerable as a snake shedding its skin. With this critical reminder, Lu Ding acted without hesitation. Like a tiger descending the mountain, he charged at the corpse, his spiritual energy surging within. Behind him, a phantom of a flying bear materialized, exuding divine ferocity. At that moment, he embodied the essence of the flying bear, overpowering the living molt corpse with sheer brute force and pinning it to the ground. Why bother with molting when dismemberment works better? Let me lend you a hand, someone shouted. A menacing aura surrounded Lu Ding as he moved. His fingers curled into claws, firmly pinning the upper body of the living corpse. Under the suppressive force of the phantom flying bear, the creature couldn't move, forced to watch helplessly as its flesh, tendons, and bones were torn apart piece by piece. Blood splattered everywhere. Witnessing this, Yin Fifan couldn't help but feel that Lu Ding, in this moment, appeared even more ruthless than the living corpse itself. Lu Ding didn't actually want to resort to such a brutal method, but the slashing techniques of the Jinche school were insufficient for an instant kill. He couldn't afford to give the living corpse any opportunity to transform, so he had no choice but to use the flying bear execution technique to tear it apart. When he stood up, half of his clothes were drenched in blood. At that moment, a pleasant notification echoed in his mind. Contained monster shedding living corpse. Acquired skill. Shedding renewal. This eerie skill allowed one to heal injuries by shedding their skin and being reborn, instantly undoing any severe damage inflicted by enemies. It was, without a doubt, a skill that could drive opponents to despair. Despite gaining a max-level skill, Lu Ding still felt dissatisfied. Scanning the main burial chamber, he found it completely empty. Aside from the remains of the corpse, there wasn't a single burial item. He had hoped to find a magical artifact for himself, but once again, his desires were unmet. Seeing this, Yin Fifan tried to console him. Don't feel down, Brother Lu. Even though we didn't find any treasures, we eliminated the shedding living corpse. The Bureau will definitely reward us. Probably not by much, Lu Ding replied, shaking his head. The corpse hadn't caused any harm yet. We were the ones who proactively sought it out, so at best, it'll be considered a preventative achievement. If we had captured it alive, it might have been worth more contribution points, but I'm not trading a max-level skill for a minor benefit like that. Yin Fifan's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Brother Lu, I have a suggestion. It could not only save you from any penalties from the Bureau, but also earn you more contribution points. The scene shifted to the interrogation room of Investigation Unit 749. This was Lu Ding's second visit here, facing the same two staff members. They were holding documents, verifying Lu Ding's account. He had initially gone to check if the collapsed area had been cleared. However, due to Yixian's obstruction and threats, he was forced to kill him under the pretext of hindering official duty. Following that, he had to eliminate Huang Zhua, who sought revenge. Finally, With the help of trainee investigator Yen Fifan, he entered the burial chamber and successfully destroyed the shedding living corpse. I need to clarify something, Lu Ding said seriously. It wasn't the scent of the shedding living corpse I detected, but the aura of a monster. The flying bear execution technique I practice originates from the flying bear visualization method, which has the ability to track and identify monsters. Given the uncertainty of the situation, I didn't report it to the Bureau beforehand. This was Yen Fifan's clever strategy, structuring the sequence and timeline of events to turn a chance discovery into a premonition, thereby earning Lu Ding greater rewards. The two staff members gave Lu Ding a skeptical look. It's been confirmed that you practiced the flying bear visualization technique, but there's one question. Did you inform Yixian that you were investigating a monster when he tried to obstruct you? No. Lu Ding answered resolutely. 749 Bureau regulations prohibit revealing mission details to outsiders. Patrolling Baofan district was my assignment, and I had no obligation to inform him. Does every outsider have the right to know the plans of our investigators? Lu Ding's firm response completely altered the staff member's perception of him, a figure who strictly adhered to regulations, employed ruthless methods, and was unwaveringly opposed to demons and monsters. Though the process seemed unusual and the outcome slightly dubious, his image as a fearsome genius was solidified in their eyes. Lu Ding's defense was airtight, leaving the interrogators with no grounds for criticism. After multiple rounds of confirmation, he walked out of the interrogation room unscathed, unexpectedly receiving a reward of 50 contribution points and $500,000 in cash. Yen Fifan had been waiting outside for quite some time, and drove Lu Ding back to the Baofan district. The next 2 days were unusually calm, no invitations for meals, and no one showing up to seek revenge. This uncharacteristic quietness only heightened Lu Ding's vigilance. After all, he had stirred up plenty of trouble, killing Yixian from the notorious bandit stronghold of Dehe Mountain, and seizing the Ding Feng Pearl from the Tianli sect. One was a gang of infamous outlaws, the other a powerful cult, yet both remained eerily silent. Then, on this particular day, when Yu Chuan brought news, someone had offered an astonishing price for the Ding Feng Pearl, ancient 100-year-old ginseng doll, a matured spiritual Lingji mushroom, an elusive Nuching chicken, and 30 million in cash. Though these items seemed unassuming, each was a rare treasure for cultivation, with values comparable to the Ding Feng Pearl on their own. It's the treasure seekers, when Yu Chuan explained succinctly, revealing the buyer's identity. This revelation made everything clear to Lu Ding. He had long heard of the treasure seekers' reputation. This group of daredevils, who spent their lives scouring remote mountains for hidden treasures, were considered the wealthiest faction outside the established powers. Similar to tomb raiders, but far more versatile and dangerous, they were a force to be reckoned with. Lu Ding suddenly recalled that the 1,000 Gold Elder had once mentioned how the Tianli sect raised flying centipedes specifically to collaborate with the treasure seekers, using the Ding Feng Pearl to capture the elusive Jima people and Jima horses of Ding Feng Mountain. Now that the treasure seekers had come forward to purchase the Ding Feng Pearl, could this somehow be connected to the Tianli sect? Carrying this doubt, Lu Ding set off for the agreed-upon meeting location. The Yunxiang Grand Hotel has stood for centuries, exuding a sense of understated luxury and unique charm, distinct from the ostentatious allure of many high-end star-rated hotels. At this moment, in one of its private rooms, two rugged, sharp-featured young men were smoking heavily, waiting for the main guest to arrive. One of them, a subordinate, spoke up, "Bro, we haven't even finished our own business yet. Is it really worth it to go up against Li the Cripple and the Tianli sect for a piece of the pie?" The young man next to him was tearing apart a roast chicken, stuffing a drumstick into his mouth while handing another to his subordinate. As the subordinate opened his mouth to take it, the young man shoved a chicken bone with meat into it instead. Watching the other man's clumsy reaction, a defiant smirk crossed his face. The world is built on taking, isn't it? Walking the mountains, living by the blade, how do you still not get it? In this world, whoever has the skill and the smarts gets the prize, he continued. Remember what I'm telling you. A dog that doesn't eat doesn't grow fat, and a man who isn't greedy doesn't thrive. My mother died young, and everything that should have been ours was stolen by that bastard Chow Yuan. That's when I understood I'd rather die greedy than starve. That's why I left the comfort of Caojia Alley to head into the mountains and claim treasures. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes as he went on. Now I'm back. I've been making waves these past few years, and it's time to prepare a proper gift for the old man. I think Jiranjima is perfect, impressive enough to present. Besides, this Lu Zixun, though I haven't met him yet, his reputation precedes him. More friends mean more paths, just like more wives mean more homes. This deal is worth it no matter how you look at it. The subordinate nodded in confused agreement. As someone his bro had dug out from a literal grave, he didn't fully grasp the reasoning but knew to follow whatever his brother said. 3 knocks came at the door, and when Yu Chuan entered, with Lu Ding following closely behind. 1, as the intermediary, had made time to accompany Lu today and take on the role of facilitator. Ha ha ha, old one, long time no see. The last time we met was last time? Looks like you've put on some weight. Chowing greeted him with open arms. Though Wen's expression darkened, he didn't step away and allowed the man to embrace him. Lu Ding scrutinized Chowing carefully. Short hair, a broken eyebrow, wearing a suit without a shirt underneath, and a jade pendant hanging around his neck. What might have been a tacky look on someone else carried an air of roguish authority on him. Unlike Yi Xian's delinquent vibe, Chao Ying's presence exuded a dangerous edge. Chao Ying, in turn, assessed Lu Ding. Both were of similar age and unapologetically bold, but Lu carried a ferocity and unrestrained confidence that earned Chao Ying's respect. He wasn't one for dealing with scheming young men not because he couldn't outwit them, but because had navigated life-or-death situations and treacherous waters countless times. His cunning ran deep. If others had eyes on their hearts, he had a heart on his eyes. Lu Jixuan, Chowing said openly, "It's an honor to finally meet you. Let's get straight to the points. Hall we talk first and eat later?" This straightforwardness resonated with Lu Ding. "Let's talk, then." The three sat down, with Wen Yuchuan observing silently from the side. Chowing tossed a bundle onto the table. "Lu Jixuan, everything's in here. Take a look. If it meets your standards, 3 million will be transferred immediately." Lu Ding unwrapped the bundle to reveal a dried ginseng doll with lifelike features, a fragrant lingji mushroom, and a bound Nuqing chicken with piercing eyes and vibrant energy. The quality of the items was exceptional in both appearance and potency. "These are excellent," Lu Ding said, closing the bundle, "and I trust anyone when Yuchuan introduces. But let me remind you, this was taken from the Tianli sect. If they don't have the guts to take it back, then it's your fortune or your curse. Just don't come to me for after-sales service." "No need to worry, Lu Jixuan," Chowing replied with a grin. "Ever heard the saying? In the world of chi practitioners, there are 4 you don't mess with: the officers of 749, those who hunt the mountains, ghosts that walk in daylight, and corpses that fly in the skies. You're the first. In the second, they might not dare provoke you, but they certainly won't dare provoke me." The officers of 749 referred to investigators from the mysterious 749 Bureau, known for their relentless pursuit. Kill one, and more would come. Those who hunt the mountains referred to treasure hunters like Chowing, individuals who braved treacherous terrains and were as ruthless as they were skilled. As for ghosts that walk in daylight and corpses that fly in the skies, those were entities beyond ordinary comprehension. Encountering them and living to tell the tale was a feat worth boasting about for a lifetime. Lu Ding's role at this dinner gathering was mainly to highlight the dominance and ruthlessness of the first 2 individuals. Rumor had it that the first 2 were specifically skilled at countering the latter pair, a perfect match for the situation. With everyone well aware of this dynamic, the atmosphere naturally became more relaxed. They ate, chatted, and exchanged contact information, while Lu Ding made a mental note to remember the name Chowing. As the night deepened, the group dispersed. Lu Ding strolled along the breezy streets, his pockets heavy with a large sum of money, yet his mind unusually calm. This tranquility puzzled him. Perhaps the amount of money wasn't significant enough to excite him. Or maybe his ambitions had shifted from wealth and fame to the pursuit of cultivation and strength. "What's on your mind?" When Yuchuan interrupted his thoughts, handing him a cigarette. Lu Ding accepted the cigarette and, deep in thought, asked, "What level of cultivation and strength do you think one must reach to be considered truly powerful?" This question seemed to strike a nerve with Wen Yuchuan. He immediately extinguished the cigarette he had just lit, turned on his heel, and headed toward his car without looking back. "You're too full of yourself. I can't even talk to you. I'm going back to train." His tone was laced with frustration, and understandably so, despite having trained 10 times longer than Lu Ding. When Yuquan's combat skills didn't come close, Lu Ding could effortlessly outmatch him by a wide margin. Though Wen Yuchuan was regarded as a genius by others, in this context, he felt as insignificant as one of the nameless celestial soldiers who were swatted away during Sun Wukong's rebellion in the Heavenly Palace. Chao Ying's strength was undoubtedly forged through life and death experiences. Lu Ding's power, on the other hand, seemed enigmatic, impossible to fully comprehend, yet undeniably formidable. This stark contrast only deepened Wen Yuquan's sense of inadequacy. "They'll treat you to dinner next time," Lu Ding called out to Wen Yuchuan as the latter drove past. "You'd better keep your word," Wen Yuchuan replied, leaning out of the car window. "And watch your back, don't let anyone rob you." The comment made Lu Ding chuckle. Rob him? That would cost someone their life. Back at the Bureau of Security, Lu Ding noticed Yin Fifan still training diligently. Ever since that day in the interrogation room, the young man hadn't stopped, clearly aware that his lack of cultivation could become a burden to Lu Ding. Feeling inspired, Lu Ding borrowed a large pot from the kitchen and set out to prepare a special dish. Using fresh chicken, a ginseng spirit, and an aged, sentient lingji mushroom, he started cooking in the morning and didn't finish until late into the night. When he finally lifted the lid, a rich aroma filled the room. He took a spoonful to taste, and the flavor was exquisite. Even more astonishing, that single sip sent a surge of pure spiritual energy coursing through the empty whirlpools within his body, filling them instantly. Lu Ding poured some chicken soup into a bowl for Yin Fifin while he waited for the remaining broth to cool. During this time, he sat cross-legged, meditating to adjust his state. Once the soup reached an appropriate temperature, he rolled up his sleeves, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and began eating heartily. As the medicinal effects began to take hold, the spiritual energy in the sky suddenly surged, forming a massive vortex. The energy spiraled down like a tornado, pouring into Lu Ding's body. With the protective effects of the ginseng doll, the ancient Lingji, and the Fury Rooster's medicinal properties shielding his meridians, he fearlessly activated his unity of heaven and man skill, absorbing the spiritual energy with full force. One by one, the empty apertures in his body were rapidly filled. In just half an hour, Lu Ding's cultivation level leaped from the 6th stage of Zhaoxian to the 7th, then the 8th, and finally the 9th. When the last empty aperture was filled, all the vortexes began to rotate in unison. A surge of heat rose from the Yongquan acupoint, coursing through Taishi, Yangling, and Xuehai, before converging in the lower dantian. Simultaneously, a cool sensation descended from the crown of his head, passing through Shunting and Naiwen, and also settling in the lower dantian. At the moment of yin and yang convergence, a crisp sound echoed within, and a faint beam of light pierced the darkness of his lower dantian, signifying that Lu Ding had stepped into the 3rd stage of cultivation, the Spirit Sea realm. This breakthrough was not unexpected, given his activation of the unity of heaven and man state, coupled with the assistance of potent medicinal treasures. The Spirit Sea realm is the 2nd major milestone following innate talent. The size and stability of the Spirit Sea directly determine the capacity and quality of one's spiritual energy, forming the foundation of a cultivator's strength. Reaching this stage requires a combination of talent, resources, and time. Talent sets the upper limit, resources determine the lower limit and quality, and time ensures steady progress. A newly formed Spirit Sea resembles a parched puddle, requiring the spiritual energy from the Bodhis vortexes to be transformed into liquid and infused into it. Subsequently, rare treasures from nature are needed to expand and fortify the Spirit Sea. While it is possible to rely solely on talent for cultivation, such a Spirit Sea would inevitably fall short compared to others, akin to building a house with substandard materials compromising its overall quality and longevity. While Lu Ding possessed exceptional talent, he lacked sufficient resources. Aside from seeking fortuitous opportunities on his own, he planned to exchange for natural treasures through the 749 Bureau. However, his contribution points were currently less than 100, so he needed to find ways to accumulate more. Additionally, he considered testing the waters with his new acquaintance, the treasure hunter Chowing, to see if he could acquire resources from this wealthy and generous young man. Before beginning the process of transforming spiritual energy into liquid, Lu Ding first delivered the reserved chicken soup to Yin Fifin. After all, whether it was dealing with the flying centipede in Baiyao ancient town or fighting the living corpses in the sinkhole, Yin Fifin had been a steadfast ally. Deeply moved, Yin Fifin vowed to break through to the aperture opening realm. Lu Ding offered a few words of encouragement before retreating to his room to focus on his cultivation. Time passed, and night fell. Suddenly, a white SUV crashed into the Baofan District Security Bureau, colliding with several parked vehicles. A pale-faced woman jumped out of the car, running toward the building while screaming desperately for help. The guards subdued her, but she continued crying out for assistance. Gao Zhongliang, leading the security officers, arrived and brought her to the interrogation room. After administering a sedative, the woman's emotions finally stabilized. Wrapped in a blanket and holding a cup of warm water, she trembled as she spoke to the officers present. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just so scared. They all say I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm really not." The group of sheriffs exchanged uncertain glances, their eyes eventually settling on Gao Zhongliang. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and Lu Ding strode purposefully into the room. It turned out that Lu Ding had been in his quarters, refining his spiritual energy to replenish his inner reservoir, when the sound of a car crash from outside disrupted his concentration. Looking out the window, he saw the government-issued SUV borrowed from Bureau 749 now sitting at an awkward angle in the parking space, its paint scratched and scuffed. Though the damage was minor, it was enough to irritate him. By the time he reached the scene, he learned that the vehicle had been struck by a woman desperately seeking help. As Lu Ding entered the interrogation room, the people at the doorway instinctively stepped aside to make way for him. Gao Zhengliang stood up and gave a brief summary of the woman's account. Once Lu Ding took a seat, he addressed the woman in a calm and reassuring tone. "Can you tell me exactly what happened?" Though the woman was visibly shaken and far too distraught to notice Lu Ding's strikingly handsome features, his composed demeanor seemed to ease her nerves, if only slightly. Our wardrobe, it eats people." "No, not eats them, it replaces them," she stammered, her voice trembling. "Everyone in my family has been replaced. Nobody believes me. The local security office thinks I'm crazy. They even called my husband to take me back, but they're not my family and Amorathil consume me. I swear. Please, you have to believe me. Seeing the earnest expression on Lu Ding's face as he listened intently, the woman's panic subsided just enough for her to continue. My husband and I have been married for 10 years, she began, her voice still shaky. A little while ago, he left on a business trip, and since it was summer vacation, our child wanted to visit his grandmother. So, I sent him to stay with her. That night, I was home alone. While lying in bed, I thought I saw a pair of eyes on the wardrobe. It was too dark to be sure, and I was too scared to check. I've seen enough TV shows to know what happens when people get curious in situations like that. We bought that wardrobe recently because the old one was too small. I video called my husband and asked him to take a look. He told me to use a selfie stick to get the phone closer, but he said he didn't see any eyes. He promised we'd replace the wardrobe as soon as he got back. Several days later, my husband returned. It was late, so we didn't talk about the wardrobe that night. But as we slept, I woke up in a half-dream state and saw the wardrobe door creak open. A long, thin hand reached out, followed by a bald figure in black clothing, who pulled my husband into the wardrobe in one swift motion. By the time I fully woke up, it was morning. I thought it had been a nightmare, but when I mentioned replacing the wardrobe again, my husband suddenly flew into a rage. He smashed a bowl and shouted, saying the wardrobe had sentimental value and asking why I wanted to get rid of it. Her voice cracked, her wide eyes searching for validation. That wasn't him. I know it wasn't him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down the woman's face, her eyes filled with sheer terror. Her hands trembled as she struggled to recount the unspeakable events. My husband and I always had a good relationship, she began, her voice quivering. Sure, we had our occasional arguments, but they were never serious. That day, though, we had a terrible fight. He stormed off to work, leaving me alone to tidy up the house. I was wiping my tears, trying to distract myself with chores, when my son called. He noticed I was crying and kept asking what was wrong. I didn't tell him about the fight, just made small talk. During the conversation, he mentioned the wardrobe, saying how much bigger the one at his grandma's house was compared to ours. He told me he wanted a new one. I replied without much thought, your dad won't agree to that, and he quickly said, but I came second in my class this time. Dad will definitely agree. That evening, my husband suddenly said he missed our son and wanted me to bring him back home. I didn't think much of it and did as he asked. But after a while, my son started acting strange. He became unusually quiet, withdrawn, and even started lashing out at other kids. Detective Liu interrupted her, his brow furrowed. So, how did you realize your husband and son had been replaced? And what about your in-laws? I thought they weren't living with you? The woman's lips were pale, almost bloodless. She took a shaky breath. It was a Thursday. My son had bitten another child at the playground badly. The property manager called me, so I rushed over to apologize. When I asked my son why he did it, he said the other kids smelled delicious, and he couldn't resist. Her voice cracked, but she pressed on. On the way home, my son seemed terrified of his father. I even joked, asking my husband if he'd been scaring the boy. He denied it, but then suddenly said he missed his parents and thought our son missed his grandparents too. He suggested inviting them to stay for a while. I thought it was a good idea, maybe I could finally get some rest. The next day, my in-laws arrived. I took the opportunity to nap in the afternoon. When I woke up, the house was eerily empty. No one answered my calls or texts. Panicked, I opened the parental monitoring app on my son's smartwatch. It's something I installed to keep him safe. The location showed he was still at home, but the house was completely silent. I activated the real-time audio feature, and that's when I heard him say, "Grandpa and Grandma's meat is too tough to eat." Then I heard my husband's voice, warning him to keep quiet, or he'd be put back. Her voice broke into a whisper. I knew I had to check the wardrobe. I ran to it and flung it open, but it was empty. Still, everything clicked in that moment. My husband and my son. They weren't human anymore. I was terrified. I ran to the neighborhood security office and begged for help. They didn't believe me, of course, but they agreed to come back to my house. When we got there, everything seemed normal. My parents-in-law and my son were sitting in the living room, watching TV as if nothing had happened. But I knew what I heard. How could they still be alive after being eaten? The officers told me I was just stressed, and my husband said the same. He insisted I take some time off work. But every time I turned away, I could feel my in-laws staring at me, their eyes cold and predatory, as if they were planning to devour me next. They started keeping me locked in the house, even brought in a doctor to prescribe me medication. One day, when they were all gone, I knew they were out hunting again. So I broke free from the restraints and escaped. Her voice dropped to a whisper as her story ended, her hollow eyes darting around the room as though expecting something or someone to come for her. Look, look. The woman raised her trembling hands, her voice shaking with fear and desperation. The red marks on her wrists, clearly visible under the room's light, stood out starkly. These are rope marks. I'm not lying. They are definitely not my family. Her voice cracked with sobs. Please, save my son. Save my husband. I beg you. The room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone present lowered their heads, as if avoiding some unspeakable truth. Deep down, they all knew that monsters might indeed exist in this world, yet no one dared to admit it. Lu Ding stood to the side, having pieced together the sequence of events. He reached into his pocket, pulled out an official badge, and spoke in a calm yet firm tone. Ma'am, there's no need to be afraid or overly anxious. I'm with national security. You've heard of national security, haven't you? The woman eagerly took the badge, carefully examining it. Her eyes darted between the official seal and Lu Ding's photo, and then she nodded vigorously. A glimmer of hope lit up her tear-streaked face. Yes, I know national security. I know. Good. Lu Ding continued. Stay here for now. I'm going to your home to check things out in person. As for that cabinet you mentioned, whether it's a real monster or not, they'll smash it to pieces. Let's just hope you won't ask me for compensation afterward. The woman shook her head repeatedly. No, no, I wouldn't ask for compensation, I promise. She didn't expect Lu Ding to outright believe in the existence of monsters. Even though she had experienced it herself, she hadn't actually witnessed her son and husband transform into true monsters. Her upbringing had taught her that monsters weren't supposed to exist. Yet, at this moment, she couldn't bear to hear Lu Ding dismiss her ordeal either. After all, she had no other explanation for what was happening, and she knew she wasn't losing her mind. When Lu Ding promised to destroy the cabinet, the woman finally broke down, bending over as sobs racked her body. She couldn't bring herself to say another word. Lu Ding gestured to the female officer nearby to take care of the woman, then stepped out of the room. Gao Zhengliang followed closely behind him. Director Gao, Lu Ding said, please keep an eye on the witness's emotional state. I'm heading to Dinghao community. If anything comes up, contact Yin Fifan. Given the potential danger of the situation, Lu Ding carefully weighed his options and ultimately decided not to bring Yin Fifan along. A creature capable of seamlessly blending into human society and assuming identities was clearly no ordinary opponent. Acting alone would not only provide greater mobility but also ensure that, even in the worst-case scenario, he could retreat unscathed. Don't worry, Inspector Liu. We'll keep an eye on things here. You take care of yourself, Yin Fifan reminded him. Dusk had fallen, and visibility was low. Lu Ding gave a brief nod in response before his figure blurred and leapt out the window. With a swift motion, he activated the wind-stabilizing technique and shot straight into the sky. The sight left Gao Zhengliang utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock. In that moment, all the mythical tales had ever heard seemed to come to life before his eyes, and the image of Lu Ding merged seamlessly with the legendary heroes from those stories. Refiners can actually fly? Gao Zhengliang murmured to himself in disbelief. High above the bustling Baofan district, Lu Ding sped through the air, his eyes burning with fury. He was determined to uncover exactly what kind of creature dared to stir up trouble in his jurisdiction, bold enough to impersonate a human and even hold down a day job. Meanwhile, outside Dinghao residential complex, Dong Xinrui, having just finished moving into her new home, took her golden retriever, who had been cooped up all day, downstairs for a walk. As soon as she stepped outside, she came across a group of elderly men and women playing with their grandchildren. Her energetic golden retriever immediately joined in, happily bonding with the kids. Xinrui loosened the leash a bit, letting her muzzle-wearing dog play freely, while she struck up a casual conversation with the seniors. As they chatted, the topic gradually shifted to life, aging, illness, and death. Xinrui mentioned her grandfather, who had passed away last year. My grandpa was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He used to say that birth, aging, sickness, and death are things everyone has to face. I thought I was ready for it, but when it actually happened, I couldn't recover for half a year, especially in his final moments, when he asked me to feel his fading pulse. The elderly listeners praised her for her filial piety, and one of them suggested she check their pulse for fun. Xinrui modestly explained that her skills were limited. She could read a pulse, but wasn't qualified to prescribe medicine. It would just be for amusement. She took the pulse of several seniors. Most of them were in good health with only minor, common ailments of old age. But then, one elderly woman brought over her husband, mentioning that he had been unusually quiet lately and had lost his appetite. Xinrui placed her fingers on his wrist, and her expression immediately changed. No pulse. She switched to his other hand, then tried both wrists simultaneously, but the result was the same. A living person with no pulse sight sent chills down her spine. Making an excuse about needing to tidy up her home, she quickly left. Once back in her apartment, she immediately messaged her best friend to share the bizarre experience. Her friend half-jokingly replied, "A person with no pulse? If they're not a zombie, they're a ghost. You've hit the jackpot. Quick, record a video, you'll go viral for sure." Still shaken by the eerie encounter, Shinrue was trying to calm herself when the sudden sound of the doorbell made her jump off the couch in fright. "Who's there?" she shouted. Outside, there was nothing but silence. The doorbell abruptly stopped, but then came the knocking, bang, bang, bang. "Who's there?" Dong Wonrue instinctively raised her voice, but there was no response. Summoning her courage, she tiptoed toward the front door. As she reached it, the knocking suddenly ceased, as if whatever was outside had sensed her presence. Her heartbeat quickened, thundering in her chest as if it might leap out of her throat. Cautiously, she leaned toward the peephole. Nothing but a hazy blur stared back at her. "Ah." She exhaled deeply, patting her chest in an attempt to calm herself. Must have been someone at the wrong door. But then, a chilling thought crossed her mind. She murmured to herself, "I definitely heard knocking. It couldn't have been my imagination." But why didn't the motion sensor light outside turn on? To confirm her suspicion, she pressed her eye against the peephole again. This time, amidst the murky view, two white dots appeared. Dong Winrue's pupils contracted sharply. White dots, just like the ones in that old man's eyes earlier. The horrifying truth clicked instantly. It wasn't that the motion sensor light hadn't turned on. The old man had pressed his eyes against the peephole, blocking the light. "I see you." The old man's chilling voice rang out, followed by a deafening crash. The sturdy security door caved in with a massive dent, a terrifying testament to the unimaginable strength of whatever was outside. In that moment, Dong Wonrue finally understood whatever was out there. It wasn't human. She collapsed to the floor in terror, clamping her hands over her mouth to stifle a scream. Scrambling on all fours, she desperately reached for her phone to call the police. But it was already too late. The security door was torn open, leaving a gaping hole. The old man forced his way through, expressionless, as sharp edges of the metal ripped into his flesh. He kept repeating, "I see you." Despair swallowed Dong Wonrue whole, drowning her in its suffocating grip. In her 20-something years of life, she had never experienced anything so horrifying. And then, from behind her, the floor-to-ceiling window echoed the same haunting words, "I see you too." Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 21st floor, Dong Wonrue stood frozen, her body stiff and her face pale as a sheet. Slowly turning her head, she caught sight of a man outside, floating eerily in midair with his arms crossed. Before she could react, the glass of the window suddenly shattered into countless fragments, scattering and plummeting downward without a sound. A faint breeze brushed past her cheeks, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Ding appeared before an elderly man, hovering midair. Without hesitation, he raised a hand and pressed it firmly against the old man's forehead, channeling the spiritual energy within himself to investigate. Beneath the human facade, he uncovered the essence of a centuries-old ghost, a malevolent entity merely masquerading in human skin. What happened to the original old man? Lu Ding's tone was calm, almost indifferent. The creature let out a raspy chuckle. "Heh, I ate him. Too old, though his flesh was tough and hard to chew." With a swift motion, Lu Ding struck the creature across the face, shattering every tooth in its mouth. "Maybe the problem lies with your teeth," he remarked dryly. Tightening his grip, he applied more force until the creature's head burst like a watermelon, sending chunks of blackened tissue and green pus splattering across the room. A notification flickered silently on his golden system panel. Obtained. Colorless Spirit Shard X1. The shard, formed from condensed pure spiritual energy, held a concentrated essence of soul power, useful for replenishment, cultivation advancement, or enhancing combat strength. It seems this one was too insignificant to warrant containment. Just another weakling leaving behind a colorless shard, Lu Ding muttered, unimpressed. His true objective lay elsewhere. These minor nuisances were not his primary concern. Turning his attention to Dong Wonrue, who stood paralyzed in shock, he softened his gaze. It was her panic at the window that had prompted him to intervene. "What floor is this?" he asked. "The 21st floor? Room 2109, she stammered, her fear easing slightly but still palpable. Though she had no idea who this man was, she understood that her life had been saved by him. "So, ghosts really exist in this world," she murmured to herself. "I need to head elsewhere now," Lu Ding instructed. "Stay in your home and don't go anywhere. Keep the doors locked." Dong Wonrue nodded fervently. After witnessing the monstrous creature disguised as the old man, she had no intention of stepping outside, let alone braving the elevator or the dimly lit stairwell. As Lu Ding moved toward the damaged doorway, she instinctively called out, "Where are you going?" "There are still things lurking in this building. I'm here to clean them out," he replied. Her body trembled at the thought of more monsters. Be careful," she whispered. After he left, the doorframe collapsed with a loud crash. Dong Wonrue bolted to her bedroom, locking the door behind her before curling up on her bed, trembling with fear. Lu Ding made his way toward the emergency stairwell. A woman had reported to the local authorities earlier, claiming her home was in Unit 1911. Reaching the 20th floor, just a few steps away from his destination, he spotted a young man standing motionless behind a door. The man showed no fear upon seeing the levitating Lu Ding. Instead, he scowled in disapproval. How many times has the general told us to keep a low profile? No showing off, no unnecessary trouble. We're supposed to lay low, fortify our defenses, and stockpile resources until the Ghost Festival arrives. But here you are, causing a scene. Couldn't you just use the stairs like everyone else? Or the elevator? For crying out loud. What's the point of having a body this good-looking if you don't even act normal? Speaking of which, your face looks unfamiliar. Who the hell are you? Lu Ding remained silent, listening intently. The general, the Ghost Festival, fortified defenses and stockpile resources. It was becoming clear that this was no ordinary ghost. This was an ancient spirit with military ties, planning something sinister for the Ghost Festival. In a flash, Lu Ding grabbed the young man and slammed him against the wall, the impact cracking the plaster. With a swift strike, he severed the man's arm, sending it tumbling to the ground. The creature within the man's body tried to scream, but Lu Ding clamped his jaw shut, reducing his cries to muffled clicks. Now, I'll ask and you'll answer, Lu Ding said coldly. Hesitate for even a moment, and you'll be staring at your own brains. Who is this general you speak of? The ghost inhabiting the young man's body sneered, refusing to cooperate. True to his word, Lu Ding split the ghost's skull open, its brain matter splattering against the pristine white wall. Seems like loyalty runs deep with you lot, Lu Ding muttered. No matter. I'll find what I need in 1911. He kicked down the door to Unit 1911, revealing a family of 3 seated at the dining table, 2 elderly figures and a young child. These weren't the original residents but imposters. The couple's son and his family had clearly been replaced by malevolent entities. The 3 monsters froze at the sight of Lu Ding floating toward them, unsure whether he was human or something else entirely. The old man stood and bellowed. What manner of demon are you? This is the barracks of the Pei family army. Leave now, and I may spare your life. Demon? Lu Ding sneered. Says the one who's been defiling human corpses. In an instant, he lunged forward, sending the old man crashing into the wall, green pus spilling from his mouth. The old woman lunged at him, but with a wave of his hand, Lu Ding sliced her into 3 pieces, her remains scattering across the floor like ribbons of flesh. Grabbing the childlike creature by the neck, he froze as the old man, still embedded in the wall, croaked, Let go of the young master. Take me instead. Lu Ding severed the old man's legs without hesitation. Spare me the loyalty act. You're no victim here. If you want me to let him go, then start talking. Otherwise, he'll tear this little brat apart piece by piece. To emphasize his point, he ripped off one of the child monster's arms. His actions were brutal, more ruthless than the creatures themselves. Ah, father. Shut up. Calling for your father won't help. You might as well summon your ancestors. He'll talk. He'll talk. Ask anything you want. I'll tell you everything. The old ghost's trembling voice echoed through the room. Lu Ding turned his head, his eyes glinting with a savage fury that made even the monstrous creature shudder in fear. What is the name of your commander? Why are you stationed here? The commander's surname is Fong, given name Du. We're stationed here to await the general's resurrection. The old ghost answered hastily, then added, I advise you to leave quickly. Once the commander returns, you'll be in serious trouble. The child in your hands is none other than the commander's son. Fong Du. Lu Ding murmured to himself, his mind racing. He'll have to check the historical records of 749 later. Without hesitation, he ripped off the little ghost's arm, blood splattering across the floor. I don't take kindly to threats. Now tell me, where is your commander? Where is the general? What is his name? When will he resurrect? Blood gushed from the old ghost's mouth, but he didn't dare hesitate. The commander went out tonight to search for his wife because the young master had let her escape. Our general's surname is Pei, given name Zi, titled the Jade-Faced General of Broken Ridge. He will resurrect during the Ghost Festival, on the 15th of the 7th lunar month, when the Yin energy is at its peak. As for his exact location, neither I nor the commander knows. All we know is that it's somewhere in Yunhai. Lu Ding's expression grew peculiar. The Jade-Faced General? He recalled the jade mask on the undead he had slain earlier. I think I know who it is. Was your general buried using a secret ritual, suspended in a coffin, and interred with a jade mask? Yes. Yes. The old ghost's eyes widened in astonishment. You've seen our general? Lu Ding sneered coldly, twisting the little ghost's head off and tossing it aside as if it were nothing. Seen him? I should say. I personally cracked open his coffin and killed him. Just like this little brat, his body torn apart, not even leaving him intact. Impossible. You insignificant wretch, spewing lies. How could the general? The old ghost's words were abruptly cut off as Lu Ding strode into the bedroom. The severed head rolled across the floor, its expression frozen in eternal defiance and fury. Before him stood a yellow, wood-grained wardrobe, the very one the informant had claimed concealed the monster. Lu Ding scrutinized it skeptically. How could such an ordinary piece of furniture possibly be a vessel for energy? He raised his hand and struck the wardrobe's door, splitting it apart. Blood oozed from the shattered wood. Suddenly, the entire building trembled violently. From the outside, the structure appeared to flicker erratically, as if an old videotape were playing, its image alternating between clarity and distortion, reality and illusion. Inside the now empty wardrobe, a decrepit, cracked doorway materialized out of thin air, shrouded in a dense mist of energy. Beyond the door lay a room identical to the bedroom Lu Ding was currently in. A convergence of the realm, Lu Ding muttered, deciphering the phenomenon. This was a rare and dangerous spell, one only the most powerful ghostly entities could perform. In the natural order, the living resided in the Yang realm, while the dead belonged to the Yin realm, each governed by its own set of rules. Legendary figures like the 10 Kings of Hell, Oxhead and Horseface, and the black and white impermanents operated within the Yin realm. The Yin domain, however, was a space forged by a formidable ghost's power, capable of rewriting those rules. For instance, living beings require oxygen, die from falling from great heights, and are composed largely of water. These are natural laws. A Yin domain could suspend such laws, existing independently or anchored to a physical object in the real world. The current overlap was the result of the balance between the Yin domain and reality being disrupted. Chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the room, signaling the approach of creatures from the Yin domain and the people who had been replaced. In room 706, a woman stared in shock as her previously bathroom-bound husband suddenly bolted out the door, stark naked. Meanwhile, in room 514, an elderly man, who had been confined to a wheelchair, was now sprinting toward the door with astonishing agility, leaving his stunned wife frozen in disbelief. Her gaze was unfocused, and her body moved uncontrollably, sprinting forward. This strange phenomenon was not an isolated case. All the residents of the building, whether alone or with their families, were frantically rushing toward the same destination, room 1911. Meanwhile, outside the Baofan District Public Security Bureau, a car sat idly on the street. Inside, a man gripped the steering wheel tightly, his piercing eyes locked on the building ahead. His voice was low and raspy. "Madam, you were never meant to uncover this. My devotion to you is as clear as the heavens and earth. Why must it come to this?" As he spoke, the man's face began to twist and distort. Ancient armor materialized on his body, and his ordinary middle-aged appearance morphed into a fearsome, scarred, ghostly visage. He was none other than the general, as referred to by the old ghost, tracking the woman's aura all the way to this location. Torn by inner conflict, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the distance. Someone had broken into the wardrobe in room 1911, shattering the boundary between the Yin realm and reality. In an instant, the two worlds overlapped, and the supernatural realm was laid bare before mortal eyes. The general's fury erupted. His massive frame tore through its human disguise in an instant. "You will die. No matter who you are, you must perish," he roared. Ignoring his original target inside the Public Security Bureau, he burst through the car roof, enveloped in a swirling black mist, and sped toward the Dinghao complex. Inside room 1911, Lu Ding pulled out his phone and dialed the 749 emergency hotline. "Hello, this is Lu Ding, patrol investigator for Baofan District, reporting a situation." "Go ahead," came the calm response. "The Dinghao complex, Building 5 in Baofan District, there's been a Yin realm overlap. A powerful ancient ghost is stockpiling resources and raising an army here." Yin realm overlap. The operator at the 749 headquarters shot to their feet, their exclamation drawing the attention of everyone around them. "Investigator Lu, please hold your position if possible, or retreat and await reinforcements. We can mobilize a concentrated effort to eliminate the entity and seal the Yin realm." Lu Ding glanced toward the door. A creature that had replaced a human had already reached the entrance. The moment it stepped into the doorway, a sharp slash erupted, obliterating the wall, the doorframe, and the creature in one explosive strike. "Retreat isn't an option," Lu Ding said calmly. "Send backup to handle the aftermath. This is going to be a big mess." The moment the call was disconnected, the 749 operations unit sprang into emergency mode. "Quick, check on the investigators near Dinghao residential area." The central dispatcher issued a swift command. "Notify reinforcements immediately." A barrage of urgent orders followed like a relentless drumbeat. Patrol investigators from surrounding districts Baofan, Anong, Luding, and Taishuer mobilized and directed to converge on Dinghao. The aftermath team was also deployed, tasked with securing the area and eliminating potential threats. Emergency measures were implemented without delay. Satellite surveillance was fully activated, communication barriers erected, and the network monitoring system was thoroughly deployed. Surrounding roads were sealed off one by one. Local departments were instructed to activate the earthquake warning system, with seismographs ready providing a plausible explanation for any potential casualties. Meanwhile, Lu Ding was engaged in a brutal battle at the entrance of room 1911. The building swarmed with hundreds of monstrous creatures that had replaced their human hosts. His blade cut through them like a scythe through grass, dismembering each creature that charged at him. Every strike left deep scars on the walls, floor, and ceiling of the corridor. Yet the true threat lurked within the Yin domain. Until the domain fully overlapped with the real world, the ancient ghost could only emerge from the wardrobe in the bedroom of room 1911. While fending off the outside monsters, Lu Ding also blocked this critical point of entry, slaying every ghost that dared to emerge. His godlike presence on the battlefield struck fear into all who beheld him. One ghost, fortunate enough to evade his blade, charged toward Lu Ding. Before it could attack, he sent it flying with a powerful kick, smashing it through the wall and into room 1910. The surrounding area was littered with corpses, severed limbs, and pools of blood. Standing amidst the carnage, Lu Ding hovered above the pile of bodies, his arms outstretched like an invincible king of the battlefield. With the external threats eliminated, Lu Ding turned his full attention to the portal within the wardrobe leading to the Yin domain. Come on, give me your best shot. His taunting voice reverberated through the space. Inside the Yin domain, a half-decayed ghost general clad in heavy armor stood among the ghostly horde. Beneath the cracks in its armor, its skeletal frame gleamed. In a hoarse voice it commanded, "Advance the heavy shields. Spears, second line. Axes, third line." The ghostly soldiers formed ranks. Heavy shields led the front, spears thrust through the gaps, while the rear lines raised their axes in readiness. At the command of throw, a rain of spears hurtled toward Lu Ding. He smirked disdainfully and raised a hand, casting a wind-binding spell. A fierce gale surged forth, deflecting every spear. No longer content with mere defense, Lu Ding took the offensive. Behind him, the spectral figure of a flying bear materialized, enveloping him as he charged into the ghostly formation. Wherever he passed, shields shattered, ghostly soldiers disintegrated, and nothing within a 10-meter radius was left standing. At that moment, two ghost soldiers used their shields to form a makeshift bridge. The armored ghost general leaped into the air, wielding a spiked bronze hammer. Clad in tiger-patterned layered armor, it crossed its arms in a deadly posture, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Lu Ding. No matter how ruthless or brutal you are, under my hammer, your soul will be avenged. With a thunderous roar, Lu Ding's voice echoed across the battlefield. The heavy-armored specter lunged with its spear, striking like a venomous serpent. Yet, Lu Ding caught the spear's tip effortlessly with his left hand, holding it steady without so much as a tremble. His right hand rose high, holding a copper hammer suspended midair, unmoved and unwavering. Big talk for someone whose hands are weak and hammer is soft. Better luck in your next life. Eat better and grow stronger before coming back, the armored specter sneered, its voice dripping with mockery. Lu Ding's muscles bulged as he suddenly exerted his strength. With a deafening crack, the spear shattered into fragments, and the copper hammer splintered inch by inch. Behind him, the shadow of a colossal bear materialized, roaring toward the heavens. The earth-shaking sound waves, infused with pure energy, rippled outward in powerful waves. The armored specter, overwhelmed by the crushing force, had its armor shattered, flesh torn apart, bones pulverized, until it disintegrated into dust and vanished into the air. The phantom bear swept across the battlefield, scattering severed limbs and broken remains in its wake. A system notification appeared. Captured monster, Thunderhammer Ghost Chief. Reward, drumbeat resonance. Skill description: forge a hammer with energy, craft a drum from flesh. This skill can shatter an enemy's internal organs or be used to temper one's own body, enhancing physical strength. Historical military records describe how ancient armies, on designated days, would set up massive drums taller than a man. Soldiers wielding 100-pound mallets would strike the drums. 10 strikes earned them silver, 20 strikes granted entry into the general's elite guard, and 50 strikes qualified them as hammer chiefs, responsible for leading the battlefield drum corps. This was no ordinary task. It required immense strength and precision. Beyond drumming, they were tasked with protecting the drum, akin to the banner guard, albeit slightly less elite. The Thunderhammer Ghost Chief is the spectral form of such formidable soldiers after death. Having acquired this new skill, Lu Ding could barely contain his excitement. Without hesitation, he channeled his energy, manifesting a drum, and swung his hammer down. Boom! The deep, resonant drumbeat reverberated outward, sending visible shockwaves rippling through the air. The charging specters were obliterated in an instant, their bodies reduced to flying fragments of blood and flesh. By the time Fong Du's ghostly force that had burst through Lu Ding's neighborhood, shattering the window of apartment 1911 returned, the scene was one of utter carnage. The floor was littered with mangled remains. The ghostly soldiers that had replaced the living were now thoroughly annihilated, leaving no trace of their existence behind. Lu Ding sat in a room thick with the stench of blood, perched on the only clean patch of the sofa. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Fong Du with a mocking smile. Crossing one leg over the other, he propped his chin up lazily with his hand. As a general, you fled the battlefield and left your men behind. I slaughtered them like worthless fish. How does that feel now? Fong Du trembled all over, his eyes darting around the narrow room once again. Bloodstains and bits of flesh covered the floor and walls. It was here, in this very room, that this man had mercilessly butchered all of his soldiers. Inside, Fong Du's voice quivered. All dead. Not a single one left, Lu Ding replied casually. The carnage outside is nothing compared to the mess inside. Remember that drummer of yours with the hammer? The one so loyal had beat the war drum for you? A sinking feeling grew in Fong Du's chest, though he clung desperately to a shred of hope. Lu Ding's expression turned playful. That guy? He had it worse than anyone. There wasn't even a piece of him left intact. I turned him into dust. He burst into laughter as he stood up, walked over to a pile of corpses, and rummaged through it. Finally, he picked up a blood-soaked head. Look at this. It's your son. Oh, he screamed so pitifully before he died. I made sure to give him some special attention, Lu Ding said, throwing the severed head toward Fong Du. See, most people I kill with a single blow. But your boy? I took my time. First, I tore off his arms, then his legs, and finally, I twisted his head off. Yes, you heard me right, twisted. Lu Ding spoke with the glee of a child showing off a new toy, his tone light and self-satisfied. Oh! Fong Du let out an anguished, guttural scream as a chilling aura of ghostly energy enveloped him. You monster! Even beasts spare the innocent. He was just a child. Spare me your sanctimonious crap. Lu Ding snapped back sharply. Your son was a child, but other people's children weren't? You slaughtered an entire family, parents and their young child, and even pulled that ridiculous baby-whopping trick. You should be grateful I was too furious at the time to torture the little brat more. If I'd been calmer, I'd have cut him into 1,000 pieces. Fury consumed Fong Du as spectral energy surged around him. With a roar, he summoned a massive ghostly hand and hurled it toward Lu Ding. But in an instant, the hand was cleaved in two by a swift slash. Useless, Lu Ding sneered. You couldn't protect your son, you couldn't protect your men, and now you're powerless to even touch me. Does it hurt? Does it feel hopeless? Fong Du's rage boiled over. He ripped up the floorboards beneath him and hurled them at Lu Ding, only for them to be reduced to splinters midair. Each taunt from Lu Ding was like a dagger, driving deeper into Fong Du's wounds. His son, his soldiers, his wife, everything he held dear was gone. The ghostly energy engulfing Fong Du coalesced into heavy armor, and a black warhorse with flaming hooves and glowing eyes materialized beneath him. Mounting the steed, Fong Du conjured a massive lance, its shaft 8 feet long. As spectral soldiers armed with swords and spears appeared behind him. Charging forward, Fong Du thrust his lance straight at Lu Ding. But with a casual motion, Lu Ding extended a hand and caught the weapon mid-strike. Fong Du's eyes widened in disbelief. Never in life or death had he encountered an opponent who could stop his lance barehanded. He pulled with all his might, but Lu Ding didn't budge an inch. Instead, with a single powerful tug, Lu Ding yanked the lance from Fong Du's grasp, sending both horse and rider staggering backward. Lu Ding's figure moved swiftly within the room, unleashing a fierce and devastating kick. With the impact, the oppressive energy in the room surged backward like a receding tide. In Fong Du's widening pupils, Lu Ding's face, etched with cruelty and savagery, loomed closer and closer. The cold indifference unique to the powerful made his expression all the more piercing. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Fong Du's body was sent flying by the terrifying force of the kick, smashing through the wall behind him. Half of his body was mangled under the immense power, blood splattering everywhere. The suffocating aura of death enveloped him once more. Flailing helplessly in the air, fragments of his life flashed before his eyes like a fleeting montage. His warhorse had been torn to shreds midair by an overwhelming force, scattering flesh and blood. Lu Ding shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, landing a precise kick on the remaining half of Fong Du's chest. The downward momentum, combined with Lu Ding's sheer strength, sent both man and ghost plummeting like a cannonball, crashing through the floors from the 19th level all the way to the ground floor. Meanwhile, 6 investigators from the neighboring 3 districts of the 749 Bureau rushed into the residential area. Among them, a girl with twin ponytails, dressed in a baseball jacket and hot pants with combat boots, casually sucked on a lollipop as she skipped alongside a boy in a black hoodie carrying a rifle. So annoying, someone grumbled. Dealing with overlapping domains is way above our pay grade. Baofeng District is always a mess. while our district is quiet. First, we had the useless duo of Mingjun and Beihugwang, and now Lu Ding and Yin Fifan are even worse. They've barely arrived, and they've already caused this chaos. Xiao Xiong, you shouldn't say that. We're all colleagues, and this is part of our duty as 749 investigators. The girl chimed in without paying much attention to the complaint. Instead, she turned to ask, Brother Xuaning, don't you think I'm right? Xuaning, nickname, Little Tyrant, and a key figure in the Baiyao ancient town case, had missed encountering Lu Ding at the time due to escorting a gravely injured sheriff to the city for medical treatment. Ever since the Feng Pearl incident came to light, he had been harboring a simmering frustration. However, Lu Ding's string of fearsome exploits had kept him from confronting the man. Only recently, after breaking through to the 9th level of Zhao Xian and gaining confidence in his ability to contend with a Ling Hai realm opponent, did he volunteer to take on patrol duties in the neighboring district of Baofan. The young man stood there, his long bangs partially veiling a pair of confident, piercing eyes. Just as he was about to mock Lu Ding, calling him nothing more than an overrated scavenger, a deafening explosion shattered the air. Boom! Dust and debris erupted, drawing everyone's attention to the disturbance ahead. As the smoke began to clear, a horrifying scene came into view. Lu Ding stood over Fong Du's broken body, his foot crushing Fong Du's torso, splitting it apart. Intestines spilled grotesquely onto the ground. Fong Du, barely clinging to life, lay in a pool of his own blood. Lu Ding swept a cold gaze over the dust-shrouded onlookers before leaning down to whisper, I hear you're all waiting for the general's resurrection? Unable to speak, Fong Du could only glare back, his eyes filled with defiance and sardonic hatred. Inwardly, he sneered. No matter how strong you are, once the general awakens, you'll be nothing but another sacrifice. The general will avenge me. As if reading his thoughts, Lu Ding chuckled darkly. Forget it. Your so-called general? He's already dead by my hand. I tore him to pieces in the tomb. Fong Du's lips trembled, as though he wanted to protest, impossible. But before the words could form, Lu Ding's boot came down, shattering his skull. At that moment, information about the general's armor technique surfaced in the minds of the onlookers. It was a renowned art in 749, known for its simplicity yet boundless potential. The armor not only exuded an imposing presence, but also granted a significant boost in combat abilities. Each practitioner manifested the armor uniquely, tailored to their own power. Beyond the settling dust, 6 figures cautiously approached. Suddenly, a shadow streaked toward them. Xuaning barely had time to raise his rifle to parry the attack. The force was overwhelming, splitting the skin of his palms and bending the rifle's barrel. He was hurled backward, tumbling over 10 meters before managing to stagger to his feet. Overrated? You can't even hold your weapon properly, and yet you bark behind my back like a mutt? Lu Ding hovered in the air, his tone dripping with disdain. Xuaninga, a girl, chewing on a lollipop, cried out as she flung several throwing knives at Lu Ding. He deflected them effortlessly, even catching one midair and hurling it back with lethal precision. The blade pierced her shoulder, pinning her to a banyan tree in the Dinghao district. The knife had driven clean through her collarbone, lodging deep into her shoulder blade. Lu Ding floated closer to the gravely injured girl. Weren't you the one saying Ming Jun and Beihugwang are useless, and that Yin Fifan and I are even worse? Come on, get up. I'll treat you seriously now. The girl, known among her peers as Little Bear, was too overwhelmed to respond. Lu Ding's display of power left the group suffocating under the weight of his presence. Picking on women? What kind of man are you? Fight me instead. Xuaning roared in defiance. But before he could even prepare himself, Lu Ding teleported in front of him, delivering a devastating kick that sent him crashing into a wall. The impact left Xuaning crumpled, his body broken, with Wakno Shomani's shattered bones. Coming at me? Lu Ding sneered, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. You managed to block one of my kicks only because I went easy on you. Now, using the same method and the same attack, you wouldn't even see it coming. If you're not skilled enough, just swallow your pride and endure it. That's the way of survival for the weak. He turned to look at the girl on the ground. Although her bleeding had stopped, her face remained deathly pale. Lu Ding's voice was as cold as ice. From now on, when you see me, you'd better take a detour. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist cutting out your tongue. The man who had initially tried to reason with the girl stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. He met Lu Ding's gaze directly, his voice steady and firm. Investigator Lu, we're here to help you. Don't you think you're being a bit too overbearing? Overbearing? A mocking smile tugged at the corners of Lu Ding's mouth. He then answered his own question. The strong exist to dominate the weak. Survival of the fittest, this is the unchanging law of nature. Snakes eat mice. Mantises prey on cicadas, it's the same principle. The only reason humans are different is that the strong among us often have a sense of restraint and disdain to bully those weaker than themselves. But that doesn't give the weak the right to provoke the strong. Since she dared to challenge me, she must be prepared to face the consequences. His gaze shifted back to the man. You were speaking from a rational perspective earlier, so I humored you with an answer. But now, I'm speaking to her. Lu Ding pointed toward a flower bed about 10 meters away, his voice laced with an unmistakable threat. If you insist on playing the hero, the next second, you'll find yourself lying in that corner. The man involuntarily swallowed hard. Corpse Slayer, that infamous nickname, was something he'd heard of before. As an investigator of 749, he was well aware of Lu Ding's fearsome reputation. But seeing it firsthand today, he realized the rumors had actually underestimated his ruthlessness. Lu Ding wasn't just merciless toward monsters or brutal to his enemies. Even his own allies weren't spared if they crossed him. The girl, peeking timidly from behind the man, stammered in a trembling voice filled with fear. To understand. I won't speak out of turn again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Investigator Lu. Please forgive me. Lu Ding nodded in satisfaction. All right, someone take the injured to the hospital. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield and coordinate with the follow-up team to maintain order at the scene. He glanced around, his body covered in the blood of the creature and the soot of battle. A foul stench made him wrinkle his nose. I need to get back to the Bureau of Public Security and take a shower, he muttered. With that, his figure rose into the air and vanished into the darkness of the night. The people on the scene were left utterly stunned. Could fly. Earlier, they had assumed his floating movements were just some minor wind manipulation spell, but true flight was an entirely different matter. This was precisely why the ghosts and monsters of the 749 Bureau were so troublesome. They possessed not only bizarre abilities, but also the power of high-speed flight. In unfavorable situations, they could escape instantly. For most cultivators who refined energy, flight techniques were not only difficult to learn, but also required an immense amount of energy to sustain. As the smoke cleared, the quickly decomposing corpse of the creature on the ground came into view. Even in death, the remains exuded a chilling, bone-deep coldness. Is this the monster capable of opening a nether realm? Someone whispered. It must be. There couldn't possibly be anything stronger than this, right? Do you think Lu Ding could really handle it? The person quickly added, I'm not doubting his strength, but if there were something stronger, this entire neighborhood would have been destroyed by now. Before long, a team of personnel in black uniforms and gas masks arrived to handle the aftermath. When they made their way to the 19th floor through the secured passageway, the sight that greeted them made everyone gasp. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere, and deep slash marks covered the walls, floors, and ceiling. Could an intern investigator really have done this? Someone murmured in disbelief. As they stepped into room 1911, the sticky mixture of blood and decaying flesh clung to their boots, explaining why Lu Ding had chosen to fight while hovering. Photos of the scene were sent back to the 749 Bureau, causing an immediate uproar. The newly recruited investigators couldn't help but marvel. Is there even a point in holding this year's first-year martial tournament? Who would dare challenge Lu Ding? Originally, the top 3 spots for this year's tournament were unofficially reserved for by Hemming, the White Crane of the Thousand Trials, Wen Rushu, the Gentle Immortal Officer, and Dantai Xianyue, the Jade Guanyin. But now, with the addition of Corpse Slayer Lu Ding, the competition for the 3 advanced training slots would undoubtedly become a fierce battle. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a soft, sweet voice broke through the chatter. Brother, what is the first-year martial tournament? Everyone turned to see a young girl in a white dress standing under the light. She smiled warmly, her expression as pure as moonlight. For those who once had no white moonlight in their lives, they now have their own hopes to hold on to. If Lu Ding were present, he would immediately recognize the young woman in the 749 uniform, none other than Ji Yinshuang, the second daughter of the Ji family, whom he had saved in the past. After the Linggu incident, Ji Yinshuang unexpectedly awakened her talent as a qi refiner. She promptly volunteered to join 749. On this particular day, she intended to get a pass to visit her sister and father back home. However, as she passed by, she overheard a group discussing Lu Ding and stopped to inquire further. Brother, she politely addressed them, immediately drawing their attention as they scrambled to answer her. One person explained, the first-year martial meet is a competition specifically held for investigators who have been employed for less than a year. To be specific, another added, new hires who joined up to a month before the previous year's meet are also eligible to participate in the next one. After all, it's hard to make significant progress in just a month. A third person chimed in, the competition offers 10 reward spots. The prizes for 4th to 7th place are similar, but they're all highly valuable items. However, the top 3 spots are different. They come with the opportunity to train at the National 749 Joint Training Base, which is designed to nurture exceptionally gifted talents. Ji Yinshuang furrowed her brows slightly and, after a moment of thought, asked, so, is the competition fierce this year? Fierce doesn't even begin to describe it. One person replied with a serious expression. Take the 3 people we just mentioned. For example theory, all incredibly skilled. Especially Yu Guanyin, Dan Tai Xianyue. She possesses the Guanyin Radiance ability, and her strength is extraordinary. Not long ago in Ninglong City, she single-handedly fought against a snake spirit attempting to transform into a flood dragon. The battle was so intense that it caused the dam to collapse. Although reinforcements eventually arrived and the snake spirit escaped, you have to understand that creature had power comparable to a 9th-level chi refiner of the spirit sea realm. If it had successfully transformed into a flood dragon, it could even rival chi refiners of the divine palace realm. To hold her own against such a monster, what does that say about her strength? Hearing this, Ji Yinshuang couldn't help but recall something. But didn't Lu Ding already kill a veteran spirit sea realm chi refiner back in Zhaoxian? The man was momentarily at a loss for words. Then listen to this. One of the men said, the Warm Sun Celestial Officer, Wen Rushu, comes from an incredibly wealthy family and possesses dual innate talents. Once, he was hunted by a spirit sea realm expert from a cult. Cornered, he broke through to the spirit sea realm and turned the tables, killing his pursuer. To slay someone of the same level right after entering the spirit sea realm is no small feat, especially for someone with dual talents. His strength is extraordinary. Ji Yinshuang pondered for a moment. When did this Warm Sun Celestial Officer join? 749? Late September last year. The incident I mentioned happened this May. The man replied truthfully. But Lu Ding only joined 749 this August and already managed to kill a spirit sea-level cultivator under Zhao Xian. Another chimed in. True, Lu Ding is impressive, but Bohemian is even more so. Their achievements are comparable, and both have exceptional wit and technique. The key difference is that Bohemian had a few extra months of cultivation. When talents are evenly matched, time becomes the decisive factor. I heard he's been put in solitary confinement? Ji Yinshuang asked. He'll be released soon enough, a third man replied. Didn't they say only the top 3 mattered? The other 2 can't beat Lu Ding anyway, Ji Yinshuang said bluntly. You make a good point, the first man chuckled. It's like outrunning a wild beast. The goal isn't to outrun the beast but to outrun the person next to you. Sensing a subtle shift in their mood, Ji Yinshuang quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, brothers. Investigator Lu saved me, so I naturally think he's the best. My apologies. The 3 men opened their mouths as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. No wonder she was so defensive of Lu Ding. On reflection, her reasoning was sound. Lu Ding's strength was indeed monstrous, almost inhuman. Their hesitation to favor him stemmed from unease. While Bohemian's achievements were similarly brutal, at least he wasn't prone to dismembering his opponents at the drop of a hat. By the time they snapped out of their thoughts, Ji Yinshuang was already walking away, waving goodbye. She's stunning, has a great personality, and even apologizes for her tone. Sweet-talking, graceful, calling us brothers with every sentence, damn it. Why don't I have a sister like her? You've already said all the compliments. Leave some for me, you bastards. At the Baofan District Public Security Bureau, Lu Ding finished reporting the details of his mission to Gao Zhangliang. Afterward, he took a quick shower and headed to the interrogation room, where the woman who had filed the report was still waiting for him. Standing outside the door, Lu Ding felt an unusual sense of unease. Even when facing legions of spectral entities from the netherworld, he hadn't been this nervous. He didn't know how to break the news. He couldn't just bluntly say, your husband, son, and in-laws are all dead, completely gone. Not even a trace left. But avoiding the truth wasn't an option either. Finally, he steeled himself and pushed the door open. The woman immediately stood up, her voice trembling. Officer, where's my husband? How's my son? Were there monsters? The female officer beside her gently guided her back into her seat. Lu Ding took a deep breath. Ms. Chung, your family has been killed. But I've avenged them. The monster and its offspring have been eliminated. You. He trailed off, unable to continue. The woman's face froze. There were no cries or screams as one might expect, only silence and a crushing sense of despair. She slumped into her chair, her last glimmer of hope extinguished, her eyes lifeless like stagnant water. Tears slid silently down her cheeks. I understand. I knew deep down, but I was clinging to false hope. The monster took their forms? If I were the monster, I wouldn't have let them live either. Thank you, officer. Thank you for avenging them. She stood up, her steps unervingly steady. When can I leave? I want to go back. Lu Ding briefly explained the condition of the scene. It's fine, officer. I don't need compensation. You're a good man. May I know your name? Lu Ding. The name etched itself deeply into her heart. She bowed low to him, her demeanor, tone, and expression all indicating she had lost the will to live. Lu Ding wanted to say something to console her, but the words wouldn't come. A heavy weight pressed against his chest. He left the interrogation room and retreated to a dim stairwell, lighting a cigarette. The flame flickered in the darkness as he smoked one after another until dawn broke and the ash littered the floor. Footsteps approached. Gao Zhengliang turned into the stairwell. Officer Liu, several officers from the Silver Apricot Public Security Station have been detained by the Five Viscera Society. Trouble never comes alone. It seemed that while demons wreaked havoc, humans were just as eager to stir up chaos. Lu Ding flicked away his cigarette butt, sparks scattering. He was already simmering with rage, and now the Five Viscera Society had to push his buttons. Execute them. Capture them all and execute them. Line them up and mow them down with machine guns. Gao Zhengliang flinched, his tone cautious. That might be a bit extreme. I was hoping, as a 749 cultivator, you could help mediate and get our people back. This isn't something our bureau can handle. It turned out that the Silver Apricot Station Chief had called earlier, reporting that several officers had been detained while investigating a fruit smuggling case. They had stumbled upon a transaction between the Five Viscera Society and individuals from Zhenla. A conflict ensued, leading to the officers' capture. Realizing they couldn't resolve this on their own, the chief escalated the matter to Gao Zhengliang. When his attempts to contact higher-ups went unanswered, Gao had no choice but to turn to Lu Ding. If he could have handled it himself, he wouldn't have disturbed Lu Ding after a long night. Mediate. Lu Ding's gaze turned icy as he slowly shook his head. This isn't mediation. This is a rescue. He still remembered the last time Tong Hu from the Five Viscera Society had mocked him, saying he was just a rookie throwing his weight around and warning him to watch his back. Now is the perfect time to settle old scores. Where's the Five Viscera Society? Take me there. Hearing the emotionless tone in Lu Ding's voice, Gao Zhengliang felt a chill run down his spine. Something was about to go terribly wrong. In the bustling district of Baofan, part of the Wanjia Joint Street area, a building named Wuzhangsheng Society stood quietly, its presence unyielding. This neighborhood, known colloquially as the 10,000 residents community, was home to far more than its intended population and emblem of what once was the most prosperous area in Yunhai City. Years ago, this place was a labyrinth of densely packed structures, layered and chaotic like a fortress. Demolition and redevelopment plans were proposed by officials, but were shelved for over a decade due to various complications. Eventually, the Four Seas Corporation's four founders collaborated with a prominent local landlord to tear it all down and rebuild. This marked the company's first major success in the real estate industry, laying the foundation for its eventual expansion into other sectors. Wuzhangsheng Society took root in this location. In this prime, high-value area, a diverse collection of residents from all corners of the country converged, creating a melting pot of cultures and, inevitably, a breeding ground for strange and supernatural occurrences. Many locals, wary of dealing with official authorities, turned to Wuzhangsheng Society to resolve their problems. To this day, the society thrives, with incense offerings so abundant that their massive censer must be emptied multiple times a day. This ever-flourishing devotion is a source of pride and confidence for Tang Hu, the society's second-in-command. However, the immense demand for spiritual offerings comes at a steep cost. Wuzhangsheng Society requires a constant supply of rare and unusual materials, placenta, human bones, blood, and various exotic plants and animals. With domestic sources insufficient, they covertly extended their reach to Jinla, establishing secret channels for procurement. Everything had been running smoothly until a local sheriff, while investigating contraband fruit, stumbled upon suspicious clues. At this moment, within Wuzhangsheng Society's main hall, the red glow of ritualistic lanterns flickered. 3 gilded statues of deities towered on the altar, receiving the reverence of countless burning incense sticks. Tang Hu stood bare-chested before them, his back adorned with a lifelike tiger tattoo. His movements were deliberate and ceremonial, his eyes clouded in a pale white haze. Taking a lit incense stick, he traced it across his chest, face, abdomen, and arms before placing the smoldering tip into his mouth and chewing it slowly. In an instant, his white eyes shifted to a striking amber, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. A group of bound sheriffs watched in shock from the side, their faces pale with disbelief. Among them, one female officer, Yin Bieshi, managed to spit out the cloth, gagging her mouth, and shouted defiantly, "A bunch of cultists. Do you even know the punishment for detaining law enforcement officers? I suggest you release us and turn yourselves in while you still can. Maybe you'll get some leniency." Yin Bieshi, from the Ginkgo Sheriff's Department, was no ordinary officer. Despite her privileged background, her mother a politician and her father a businessman, she had earned a reputation for exceptional efficiency. However, her fiery and blunt personality often landed her in trouble. Her words, now sharp and unyielding, were a testament to that very trait. Some people, you can't help but call them foolish, and Yin Bixi, a sheriff, is undoubtedly one of them. Despite being in a perilous situation and facing such a grave predicament, she still manages to spout off reckless remarks without a second thought. But ironically, it's exactly this kind of person who makes the best sheriff. For the ordinary citizens, encountering her is nothing short of extraordinary luck. Not only does she have connections, but she also possesses a relentless sense of justice, the kind that would charge headfirst into a wall rather than turn back. She's like a modern-day version of those incorruptible judges of ancient times, though her methods sometimes border on overstepping her authority. Tang Hu slowly emerged from his trance-like state, taking a towel handed to him by one of his subordinates. He meticulously wiped the sweat from his face, lit a cigarette, and crossed one leg over the other, his sharp eyes fixed on Yen Bixi. "Ha, idiot," he thought to himself, a smirk tugging at his lips. He raised a thumb and pointed it at his chest. "Do you even realize who's in charge here? Talking to me like that, aren't you afraid I'll make you regret it?" "Regret?" Yen Bixi shot back without hesitation. "Go ahead and kill me if you've got the guts. You think I'm scared of a smuggler and cult leader like you?" Her words momentarily stunned Tang Hu. He'd encountered plenty of tough characters in his time, but someone as unyielding as Yen Bixi? That was a first. Still, she wasn't wrong no matter how bold he was. He couldn't actually harm a sheriff. Arresting someone and outright killing them were entirely different matters. Tang Hu's original plan had been straightforward. Use a mix of threats and bribes to ensure these sheriffs kept their mouths shut about what they'd witnessed tonight. No spreading rumors, no reporting to their superiors. His biggest concern was alerting Lu Ding. The two of them had been at odds for a long time. In the past, when the Wuzong Society procured ritual materials, other inspectors had turned a blind eye. But not Lu Dinghe was unpredictable, uncompromising, and carried a notorious reputation, forcing the Wuzong Society to tread carefully. With the Ghost Festival approaching, strange occurrences were on the rise, and the Wuzong Society's supply of materials was running dangerously low. Without knowing where Lu Ding stood on the matter, they had taken a risk by arranging for goods to be delivered by people from Zhenla, with Tang Hu overseeing the exchange. But then, out of nowhere, Yen Bixi and her team had stumbled upon them, throwing a wrench into everything. Tang Hu's patience was wearing thin. He abruptly stood up, grabbed a handful of incense ash from the burner, and began rubbing it between his palms, preparing to unleash a secret spell. "Still acting tough, huh?" he growled. A handful of incense ash was flung into the air, landing on Yen Bixi. Instantly, an excruciating pain, as if her body were being scorched by raging flames, engulfed her entirely. She clenched her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat poured down like rain, yet she refused to let out a single cry of agony. Tang Hu sneered as he watched her. "Keep enduring, let's see how long you can last. Still thinking about getting out of here and reporting me? Dream on. You'll only feel pain, but there won't be a single mark left. Even the most advanced medical equipment wouldn't detect anything. But if you're willing to cooperate, keep quiet about what happened last night, and sign an agreement, I might just let you go. Otherwise," before he could finish, the door, along with the doorframe and part of the wall, was blasted apart with a deafening crash. Lu Ding strode in, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Otherwise what?" Lu Ding's eyes swept over Yen Bixi, who was enduring the torment. With a casual wave of his hand, a cool breeze enveloped her, dispelling the burning pain in an instant. Though the agony subsided, the memory of those harrowing seconds lingered, leaving her shaken. Yen Bixi's gaze darted between Lu Ding and the man standing behind him, Gao Zhengliang. While she didn't recognize the young man, she was well acquainted with Gao Zhengliang, the chief of Baofan District's Public Security Bureau. Lu Ding glanced at the exhausted Yen Bixi, his brows furrowing slightly. In novels, the hero always arrives just in time to save the day. Why is it that I'm always late? Lu Ding, what's the meaning of this? Tang Hu roared. "You've wrecked the face of my Wuzengsheng society, attacked my people, and you think you can just walk away without an explanation? I don't care if you're with the 749 Bureau, you're not leaving here today." At his words, the room filled with practitioners of spiritual energy, who surrounded Lu Ding in an instant. Lu Ding looked around, his expression impassive. Threatening a 749 Bureau investigator, attempting to ambush a 749 Bureau operative, unlawfully detaining a law enforcement officer, and subjecting them to extrajudicial punishment. Multiple offenses combined. I, as an investigator of the 749 Bureau in Baofan District, hereby sentence you all to death. Effective immediately. The moment his words fell, the same terrifying strike that had obliterated countless spirits the night before reappeared. Before anyone could react, the crisp sound of slicing filled the air, followed by a gruesome scene of blood, flesh, and shattered bones scattering everywhere. Lu Ding stepped forward. Behind him, Gao Zhengliang hesitated, raising his hand as if to intervene, but ultimately lowering it again. Lu Ding's move had been too swift, his intent too ruthless. By the time Gao Zhengliang considered stopping him, it was already over. Reaching the head of the room, Lu Ding casually destroyed the 3 statues and the painting on the shrine. "These so-called wild gods dare to sit in a place of honor behind me?" On the ground, Tang Hu, now reduced to just his upper torso, let out a suppressed groan of pain. Lu Ding leisurely crossed one leg over the other. There's your explanation. Satisfied? You were asking why I'm so bold as a new officer, weren't you? Well, now you know. Now tell me, who gave you the audacity to detain a public security officer? And who gave you the guts to threaten me? Tang Hu gasped for air, his pain evident. Behind him, smoke swirled, carrying the scent of incense. Within the haze, the faint outline of a massive tiger's head appeared. It was his old immortal, a mountain deity descending to undergo tribulation. Adorned with a king's seal, its presence was intimidating. If you want to challenge me, show yourself in your true form. Destroying this projection of spiritual energy is a waste of time. Get lost. From behind Lu Ding, a bear's head emerged, roaring with a primal fury that seemed to come from the depths of the wilderness. The mountain deity shattered instantly, and Tang Hu was hurled into a wall, coughing up another mouthful of blood. You're ruthless, Lu Ding. The 749 Bureau's corpse slayer truly lives up to its reputation. Brutal and domineering, Tang Hu finally surrendered. Gravely injured, he knew that without immediate treatment, this very place would become his grave. Now answer my question. Who gave you the audacity? The oppressive weight of impending death bore down on Tang Hu, forcing another mouthful of blood from him. No one. I was wrong. I shouldn't have detained the officer, and I shouldn't have threatened you. Please, spare me. Good. Lu Ding pressed a button on his chest-mounted law enforcement recorder, documenting the confession. Then, with a swift motion, he ended Tang Hu's suffering, cleaving his remaining body into two. For those who dared to oppose a 749 Bureau investigator, death was the only outcome. The few surviving security officers in the room, along with Gao Zhengliang, were left speechless. Their throats tightened as they struggled to suppress the nausea rising within them. The mere mention of the 749 Bureau was enough to command awe and fear, but this was their first time witnessing one of its members in action. Gao Zhengliang's face was filled with bitterness. If he had known it would end like this, he would have tried to handle the situation himself. Now, with so many dead, he glanced around, attempting to count the bodies, only to realize that the room was filled with fragments too small to tally. Resigned, he gave up, letting out a weary sigh in his mind. Let it all burn. I'm done. Yin Bieshi forced herself to suppress the nausea rising in her chest and reluctantly spoke. Her voice trembled slightly, making it clear she hadn't yet recovered from the scene she had just witnessed. Lu she started, but then hesitated, unsure of how to address the man before her, a man she both respected and feared. Call me Lu Zhixuan, or Lu Diao, or even Lu Ding. Any of those will do. Lu Ding interrupted her hesitation curtly. Lu Zhixuan, isn't this against the rules? Shouldn't they be handed over to the courts for trial? Yin Bieshi cautiously questioned, her voice tinged with unease. Her remark made Lu Ding chuckle. He had encountered naive people before, but never anyone quite this naive. You handle ordinary people. I handle people like them. Ordinary people have their laws, and people like them have their own laws to abide by. What I do is legal and reasonable. But you didn't say it was by the book. Yin Bieshi quickly caught the discrepancy in his words. Lu Ding shot her a glare. None of your business. Don't overstep your bounds. If you can't keep your mouth shut, maybe you should just sleep for a while. Listening to you talk is annoying. No, I didn't mean anything by it. I just don't quite understand, that's all. I'm sorry. But honestly, I can't sleep even if I tried. She genuinely meant no harm, but she simply couldn't process what was happening before her eyes. Her normal worldview and the education she had received growing up made it impossible for her to comprehend the situation. Lu Ding didn't bother to argue further. He flicked his fingers, releasing a burst of energy that struck a specific acupoint on Yin Biex's body. She collapsed instantly, falling into a deep sleep. Director Gao, Lu Ding turned to Gao Zhengliang, who had been standing nearby. You have contact information for Tang Long and Tang Bao, right? Notify them to meet me here immediately. He wanted to see how the two brothers would react. If their response was appropriate, he'd continue to observe them. As much as he wanted to eliminate the whole lot, even the 749 Bureau didn't condone unjustified collateral punishment. But if their reaction was unsatisfactory, it would give him the perfect excuse to eradicate the problem at its root and send all three brothers to the underworld together. As for whether the Bureau would hold him accountable for the deaths of Tang Hu and the other Qi practitioners, like he had said himself, and as Yin Bieshi had noted, reasonable, legal, but not necessarily by the book. He might face an investigation, just like last time, but he wouldn't face any real consequences. After all, he had just resolved the major case of the Yin domain overlap at Dinghao Community, though he hadn't yet received his reward due to ongoing aftermath management. The higher-ups wouldn't punish someone who had proven to be an asset for a situation like this. Before long, Tang Long and Tang Bao met outside the Wuzhangsheng Society building. The two brothers looked up at their headquarters. Big brother, Tang Bao said in a low voice, second brother might not have made it. When we go up there, don't lose your temper. Let me handle the talking. Follow my lead. We've already lost second brother, I don't want to lose you too. Among the three brothers, Tang Bao was undoubtedly the most cunning. He managed the society's affairs, both big and small. Tang Hu was the one who showcased their strength to the outside world, while Tang Long, the most powerful of the three, focused on cultivation and served as the backbone of the Wuzhangsheng society. The task of purchasing ritual supplies earlier that night should have fallen to Tang Bao. However, Chowing from Chow Alley had urgently called him to discuss establishing a foothold for the Chow family, so he had asked Tang Hu to take care of it instead. It was at Chow Ying's place that Tang Bao heard about what had transpired at Dinghao community that night. The Yin domain had overlapped, monsters had run rampant, and the scene was one of flesh and bones strewn everywhere, with rivers of blood flowing. The more Tang Bao learned, the heavier his heart grew. Upon hearing the news, Tang Bao felt his heart sink to the bottom. He made a swift decision. Tonight, he must personally take his second brother, Tang Hu, and go to Lu Ding to offer a sincere apology. Although he had already persuaded Gao Zhengliang to turn a blind eye to the matter, life is full of uncertainties, and the dreaded what if loomed large in his mind. What if Gao Zhengliang refused to give them this favor? What if the news reached Lu Ding? The very thought sent a shiver down Tang Bao's spine. If Lu Ding were to turn his attention to this matter, the Wuzhangsheng society would inevitably crumble to dust. Offending such a fearsome figure meant not only losing their foothold in Baofan district, but perhaps being driven out of Yunhai entirely, with no place left for the three brothers to hide. However, plans rarely keep up with the pace of change. Just as Tang Bao was preparing to act, an even more chilling piece of news arrived. Lu Ding had already come to them in person, and the cause was, once again, trouble stirred up by his second brother. This revelation hit Tang Bao like a sledgehammer, leaving him utterly paralyzed. His vision went dark, and his mind was already racing through the grim scenarios of his brother's fate. Though he had never met Lu Ding face-to-face, the rumors about him were etched deeply into his memory. Moreover, Lu Ding had just finished dealing with the incident at Dinghao community, undoubtedly leaving him physically and mentally drained. Yet, even in such a state, he still personally came to confront the Wuzhangsheng society. How could anyone with such a temperament and power, especially when provoked by someone like Tang Hu, leave any room for survival? Tang Long remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. If something really happens to our second brother, this is a grudge we can neither seek nor avenge, nor should we even think about avenging it. His voice was filled with resignation. The Wuzhangsheng society has been too arrogant over the years, forgetting its own limits. Second brother's chaos isn't new. We've been cleaning up his messes all this time just because he's our second brother. He continued. Why did we come to Yunhai in the first place? Wasn't it to build a better life, to bring pride to our parents, and to make something of ourselves? Over the years, we've traded dignity for money, and then used money to regain dignity. But second brother only remembers the thrill of having wealth and power. He's forgotten the humiliation we endured when we traded our dignity for cash. The Wuzhangsheng society is the result of our blood and sweat. But what is he doing? He's driving it toward destruction. This world has rules. Acting recklessly will only lead to ruin. Do you understand, brother? Tang Long was finally moved. He nodded and said, I understand. Let's go upstairs. Wait. Tang Bao suddenly stopped him and turned back to retrieve a bundle of thorny branches from the car. These were originally prepared for his second brother as a gesture of atonement, but now, it seemed he had to use them himself. Without saying another word, he removed his shirt and struck his own back with the branches. The sharp thorns tore into his skin, and blood trickled down his spine, but his expression remained stoic. Let's go, Tang Bao said calmly. As the two brothers ascended the stairs, the heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses. Stepping cautiously into the room, they were greeted by a grisly sight, a chaotic mess of flesh and blood scattered across the floor, with Tang Hu's corpse lying in the center, severed cleanly in two. Gao Zhengliang cast a helpless glance at Tang Bao. Although Tang Hu was known for his impulsiveness, Gao Zhengliang didn't have a particularly bad impression of the Wuzhangsheng society, especially of Tang Bao. Tang Bao was intelligent, had a good grasp of the bigger picture, and had even assisted the Bureau in the past. Aside from a minor unpleasant encounter previously, there was no substantive conflict between them. One was the head of the Baofan District Public Security Bureau. The other, the founder of the local Wuzhangsheng society. One was an ordinary human. The other, a practitioner of refining qi. They had no disputes over interests, and were in a position where they were bound to cross paths regularly. Tang Bao and Tang Long's gazes fell on Lu Ding, who sat at the head of the room. Though Lu Ding remained seated and silent, an oppressive aura of authority emanated naturally from him. This wasn't deliberate, it was an instinctive fear that arose from deep within the brothers. They were genuinely afraid of this man who played by his own rules. Lu Ding adhered to principles, but only those of 749 and his own. By all logic, someone like him shouldn't have survived long. Yet his immense strength kept him firmly in power. What made him even more intimidating was his rapid rise had left others far behind in a blink. A man like this was not someone to provoke lightly. Tang Bao shot a pleading look at Gao Zhengliang, only to receive a resigned shrug in return. He understood that today, he would have to find his own way out of this predicament. With about 10 steps left between himself and Lu Ding, Tang Bao suddenly dropped to his knees, the impact cracking the blood-stained floor beneath him. "I'm sorry, Inspector Lu," Tang Bao began earnestly, his voice steady but filled with regret. "My second brother acted without thinking and caused trouble for your work. Punish us however you see fit, well accepted. I only ask that you show mercy and spare us a way forward." He held up a bundle of thorns in both hands as an offering. Tang Long knelt silently beside him. Lu Ding surveyed the scene before him and silently noted how shrewd these men were. They hadn't even left him room to exploit the situation further. Still, with Tang Hu already dead and these two brothers so quick to concede, he decided not to press the matter. "Since I took office, I've never had any intention of making things difficult for you," Lu Ding said evenly, his tone measured. "Follow the rules, stay in your lane, and we won't interfere with each other. You showing me respect is expected. Me not giving you face is also expected. Let's consider today's matter resolved. But you'd better remember my words, I don't want to see something like this happen again. As for the issue with the materials for the rituals in Zhenla, submit a request, and he'll sign off on it. Make sure to pay the taxes." Given recent events, Lu Ding had a strong sense that this year's Ghost Festival would be anything but peaceful. Bao Fan District was vast, and it was impossible for one person to oversee everything. Besides, it wasn't just Ghost Festival holidays like Qingming, Chongyang, and even Lunar New Year posed potential risks. These were nationwide problems. When the time came, 749 wouldn't have enough manpower, and local Qi practitioners like the Wuzhangsheng Society could provide some assistance. That was precisely why 749 tolerated their existence. As for the issue of ritual supplies, it was better to take a pragmatic approach than to dig too deeply. The sheer demand inevitably bred illegal activity. By shifting the supply chain abroad while keeping the tax revenue domestic, it not only solidified his position but also increased income and reduced risks. Why not? Hearing Lu Ding relent, Tang Bao exhaled deeply in relief. The Wuzhangsheng Society was safe, and the ritual material issue was resolved. It seemed that this so-called corpse resolver wasn't as difficult to deal with as the rumors suggested. And that was exactly the impression Lu Ding wanted to leave. It's like the perception of a virtuous person: they commit one mistake, and people claim their true colors are finally revealed. But when a villain occasionally does something good, others believe they aren't so bad after all, and may even deserve another chance. This is the power of breaking expectations. To the two brothers, Lu Ding's reputation was formidable, but he didn't seem as terrifying as they'd imagined. Now that he had experienced it firsthand, even at the cost of losing a brother, Tang Bao couldn't help but feel admiration. This guy's not bad. Thank you, Inspector Lu." His voice carried a genuine tone of respect. Lu Ding slowly rose to his feet, his expression calm. "No need to thank me. We're just trying to understand each other." With that, he turned and walked away. As he passed by Tang Bao, he didn't pause for a moment. Tang Bao turned his head, watching the figure gradually disappear into the distance, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. A man of broad experiences, Tang Bao had encountered countless powerful individuals and gifted talents, but someone like Lu Ding was unprecedented. To him, a person's charisma wasn't merely about their appeal to the opposite sex or likable qualities, it was a complex interplay of positive emotions. Lu Ding exuded a unique presence, so close yet seemingly untouchable, a sense of distance that was hard to define. Coupled with the bloody scene earlier, it created a kind of violent aesthetic that was both unsettling and captivating. In the span of just one day and night, two shocking events shook the Baofan district. The overlap of the Yin domain at Dinghao complex and the brutal death of Tang Hu from the Wuzhangsheng Society, whose body was reduced to nothing. These incidents caused an uproar, spreading like wildfire throughout the district. Because Lu Ding rarely appeared in public, outsiders knew very little about this enigmatic inspector. Following these events, curiosity about him grew even stronger. Among those most intrigued was Chao Ying. Unlike others, he had crossed paths with Lu Ding before. Although their interaction had been nothing more than a brief nod in passing, it had left Chao Ying with the impression of a different paths, same destination, connect Iona, sense that they shared similar principles but pursued distinct goals. At this moment, Chao Ying sat with a tea bowl in hand, using the lid to gently scrape the foam from the surface of his drink. He took a small sip of the top-grade Monkey King tea he'd personally sourced from the mountains, letting out a soft tisk as he stared thoughtfully at the tea leaves swirling in the bowl. His life, he mused, was much like these leaves, born in the depths of the mountains, forged through intense heat and hardship, refined to achieve their current flavor. But this was far from enough. He yearned for more. Suddenly, Chao Ying's eyes lit up, as though he had reached a sudden realization. Of course, instead of wasting time dealing with these local small fry, why not go straight to Lu Ding? With his strength and the reputation he has now, as long as I have his support, Who would dare challenge my authority in Saojia Alley? Saojia Alley, located in Baofan district, was a renowned hub for antique trading not just in the district but across all of Yunhai. On the surface, this ancient street appeared to host legitimate antique businesses. However, beneath its facade, it served as an underground marketplace for all manner of illicit goods, from mountain treasures to funerary items. Chao Ying's rise to fame as a treasure hunter was inseparable from his roots. He was not only born in Saojia Alley but also carried the Chao family name, his place recorded in the family genealogy. These inherent advantages, combined with his own skills and shrewdness, shaped the position he held today. Upon his latest return from the mountains, he carried two clear objectives: to reclaim what was rightfully his and to expand and strengthen Saojia Alley. However, neither goal would come easily. The moment he chose to leave Saojia Alley years ago, he had been effectively disowned by the Chao family, even though his name remained in the family records. Now, as he sought to return to the fold, his greatest obstacle was the second branch of the Chao family, specifically the current young leader, Chao Yuan, and his faction. Initially, Chao Ying intended to rally local forces in Baofan district and other cultivators in Yunhai to assemble a team capable of confronting Chao Yuan in a direct and honorable conflict. But after meeting Lu Ding and uncovering the formidable connections behind Chao Yuan, he had to reconsider. Chao Yuan's power stemmed from two key backers: a seasoned investigator from the 749 Bureau and his mother, who had returned to China supported by an overseas financial consortium. In contrast, Chao Ying stood alone, relying solely on his years of experience as a treasure hunter in the mountains. Despite this, Chao Ying was no longer at a financial disadvantage. He began to strategize. If Chao Yuan had a powerful ally, why couldn't he find an even stronger one? As night fell, Lu Ding returned from the Five Organs Society and slept until 9 in the evening. Stretching lazily, the cracking sounds from his joints echoed through the room. Out of habit, he unlocked his phone and noticed a notification from the 749 Bureau app. The message commended him for resolving the Yin domain overlap incident at Dinghao Complex, preventing mass casualties. As a reward, the Bureau granted him 150 contribution points and 2 million yuan in cash. For Lu Ding, this was a monumental piece of good news. The money was secondary. It was the contribution points that mattered most. With this reward, his accumulated points finally reached the threshold needed to exchange for rare and powerful resources. With the Ghost Festival just around the corner, he knew he had to seize this opportunity to strengthen himself. Opening the app's exchange section, he scrolled through an array of dazzling treasures. Without hesitation, he selected 3 items: the Buddha's Heart Sprout, costing 80 points, which could enhance spiritual acuity; the Falling Spirit Sand, for 70 points, which fortified the physical body; and the Full Moon Dew, priced at 80 points, capable of purifying the soul. Spending all his contribution points in one go, Lu Ding couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, these 230 points had been hard-earned: 10 points from joining the 749 Bureau, 20 from the Black Widow's gift, 50 from the Fire Husk Corps mission, and now 150 from this latest reward. Soon, a delivery arrived from the 749 Bureau. Inside the package was a neatly arranged box containing a small case and 2 small bottles. Lu Ding opened the box, revealing 10 dark golden Buddha gut sprouts. Their size and shape resembled bamboo leaf green tea, but they lacked any fragrance or golden sheen. The other 2 rare treasures also left him somewhat disappointed. The silvery white Full Moon Dew emitted a faint jasmine scent, while the pale yellow Falling Spirit Sand carried the aroma of roasted chestnuts. Together, they amounted to barely 200 milliliters. This is way too little. Lu Ding frowned at his meager haul, feeling as though his contribution points had gone to waste. He glanced around the room before picking up an unused teacup. Pouring the Full Moon Dew and Falling Spirit Sand into the cup, he stirred the mixture, which soon took on the appearance of cement being mixed at a construction site. When he added the Buddha gut sprouts, the contents of the cup reacted violently, erupting with frothy white foam. With some hesitation, Lu Ding dialed the hotline for the materials department. "Can Buddha gut sprouts, Falling Spirit Sand, and Full Moon Dew be consumed together?" he asked. "Absolutely," the person on the other end replied without hesitation. "Unless a specific restriction is noted, all rare treasures can be combined." Despite the reassurance, Lu Ding still hesitated as he stared at the bubbling foam in the cup. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth, hung up the phone, and downed the concoction in one gulp. The medicinal power erupted within him instantly, surging like a torrent through his limbs and meridians, straight to his spiritual sea. Amid the roaring in his ears, the energy of heaven and earth was drawn toward him, merging with the medicine's power to reconstruct his spiritual sea. As its size expanded and the quality of the spiritual liquid improved, his cultivation level soared rapidly. A day passed in the blink of an eye, as Lu Ding remained fully immersed in his cultivation. Meanwhile, a group of people from Dahe Mountain had arrived at the Four Seas Corporation's branch office. In her office, Xie Shunan, wearing gloves, was delicately examining a finely crafted jade gourd. Ever since the incident involving Yi Xian and the elderly man with the surname Huang, she had been searching for an appropriate gift to make amends. At last, she had found this evil-repelling gourd. Just as she was about to inspect the gourd's mystical properties more closely, the office door suddenly burst open. Several figures barged in with an imposing aura. Well, an evil-repelling gourd? What a nice find. One young man sneered as he raised his hand, executing a dragon claw technique. The powerful suction force instantly snatched the gourd from Xie Shunan's grasp. Xie Shunan sprang to her feet, her expression grim. Dragon claw hand? She muttered, her tone heavy with tension. The young man ran his slender fingers over the surface of the gourd, feeling its unique texture. He turned to look at Xie Shunan, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. You've got quite the eye, Miss Jie. You even recognize a dragon claw gourd. Since you know what it is, you must know who I am, right? Jie Shunan studied the gaunt young man in front of her, his cheeks sunken but his eyes sharp and piercing. She had already formed her conclusion, but her tone was resolute as she said, I don't know you, and I don't want to. That thing isn't yours to take. Hand it over. The young man hesitated for a moment, clearly not expecting her to brush him off so bluntly. Don't know me? Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Yifeng, from Dahe Mountain. Yi Xian is my cousin. He toyed with the malevolent gourd in his hand, stepping closer with each word. As for whether I should have this gourd or not, me, cousin Yi Xian, and the elders of my village all died in Yunhai, on Sihai Group's territory. So don't tell me what I can or can't take. Even if I take you, no one would dare say a word about it. Jie Shunan's gaze remained cold and unyielding. Since when did people from Dahe Mountain get so arrogant? Do you really think it's still like the old days? Yifeng burst into laughter. People from Dahe Mountain have always been this bold. Don't think just because Sihai Group's business has grown that you can trample all over us. This time, the other three families in Sihai Group have already given us an explanation. It's only the Jie family that's been dragging its feet. So tell me, what are you going to do about it? An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want from me? Jie Shunan retorted sharply. Whether it was Yi Xian or Elder Huang, they were killed by Lu Ding. If you've got what it takes, go deal with him. The memory of Tang He's fate flashed through her Minda man even more brazen than Yifeng, a local tyrant in Baofan district, who ended up in pieces for crossing Lu Ding. She could already foresee Yifeng meeting a similar end. Yifeng's smile faded slightly. It's true, Lu Ding is formidable, especially with 749 backing him. But I'm not afraid of him, I just have to tread carefully because of 749. If it weren't for that, I'd have taken him out long ago. His eyes swept over Jie Shunan. Don't think you can use him as a weapon against me. Let me make myself clear. I won't be going after him for now. The deaths happened on your turf, so I'm here for the Jie family. You think I'm bluffing? Soft targets get squeezed first, and you're the softest one here. He held up 3 fingers. 3 days. I'm giving you 3 days. Think it over yourself, or talk it over with your father. But in 3 days, I expect to see the Jie family's response. If I don't, Sihai Group might as well rename itself Sanhai Group. Don't doubt me, I'm from Dahe Mountain. This gourd is just the interest. When you've made up your mind, come find me in Caojia Alley. As Yifeng's figure disappeared into the distance, Jie Shunan sat down slowly, her expression unreadable. Though she wasn't entirely sure of the full picture, the fact that the other 3 families had sided with Yifeng meant his threats weren't empty. Sihai Group really could splinter into 3. Internal fractures were how collapses often began. The older generation might not have allowed this, but the successors? That was another story. The other 3 families had already shown their stance, which meant their elders had tacitly approved this behavior. She opened a drawer, pulling out a recording device, then glanced at the hidden camera on the bookshelf. A smirk of disdain crossed her face. A country bumpkin threatening people in this day and age? Laughable. You've taken something that belongs to Lu Ding, and now you want to go against him? Fine. Take it up with him yourself. Without hesitation, she sent the unedited video and audio files to Gao Zhengliang, instructing him to pass them on to Lu Ding and ensure he contacted her after reviewing them. Meanwhile, Lu Ding sat in deep thought, gazing at his current Linghai second stage and the unusually vast expanse of his spiritual sea. According to conventional wisdom, a typical Linghai first stage was only the size of a small pond, and his had been no different initially. With each increase in level, the spiritual sea expanded based on factors like talent, physical constitution, and the quality of heavenly treasures used, ranging from 1-fold to 10-fold growth. Yet his second stage spiritual sea was dozens of times larger than his first. This anomaly left him puzzled. Even though he had used top-tier heavenly treasures, it shouldn't have been enough to break the rules of common understanding. If the issue didn't lie with the heavenly treasures, then was it the cultivation technique? If the flying bear visualization diagram truly had such extraordinary effects, there was no way it would have been accessible to someone like him in the first place. Lu Ding found himself deep in thought. The cultivation method he had comprehended from the flying bear visualization diagram did not exhibit such extraordinary traits, so it was clearly not due to the method itself. His thoughts turned to his golden finger. Aside from its ability to manually activate the unity of heaven and man state to assist in cultivation, a feature he called forgetting the self, it didn't seem to offer any other cultivation-related advantages. Still puzzled, he opened the 749 app and began searching through relevant literature and forum posts. Before long, several articles caught his attention. No one ever said expanding the spirit sea would hurt this much. The title of one post made Lu Ding furrow his brows. Pain? He had experienced none. The content of the post was even more shocking. Recently, I went into seclusion to break through to the second tier of the spirit sea. I thought it would be as smooth as advancing in the illumination realm, but after consuming heavenly treasures, the pain was unbearable, like my body was being torn apart. A word of advice to anyone preparing to break through. Make sure you're mentally prepared. The comment section was buzzing with activity. Haha, another one fell for it. I wanted to warn you, but since no one else does, we might as well suffer together. Second tier of the spirit sea, and you're already crying about pain? The higher the realm, the worse it gets. Some people even stop progressing because they can't bear the agony. It's just like cultivators in novels enduring tribulations. The pain of spirit sea expansion is the real-life tribulation for energy refiners. One detailed analysis caught Lu Ding's attention. Cultivation is inherently going against the natural order. Natural growth happens gradually, but cultivation is like forced hyperdevelopment. So of course it comes with pain, especially when it involves the spirit sea, which is considered the second major bottleneck. Finally, one comment revealed the key. There are cases of pain-free breakthroughs, but they require the unity of heaven and man state, and it has to occur precisely at the moment of the breakthrough. Such opportunities are rare and heavily dependent on perfect timing. Lu Ding carefully contemplated the interplay between these comments and the ancient texts. The concept of harmony between heaven and man symbolized a perfect union between humanity and nature. Achieving this state meant earning the favor of the Tao. The bottlenecks and the excruciating pain of expanding one's spiritual sea that cultivators endured were all trials set forth by the Tao. Cultivation, at its core, defied the natural order. It was an unequal exchange. Yet, as the saying goes, the great Tao creates fortunine paths, leaving one to escape. This elusive one represented vitality and endless possibilities, enabling ordinary people to become cultivators and ascend higher. This was the Tao's backdoor, a loophole and a gift without harmful consequences. Recalling his own transcendence of form, Lu Ding couldn't suppress a smile. Since becoming a cultivator, the heavens had not merely lent him a hand, they had practically carried him upward at every step. The heavens spoon-feeding me? You really are my grandpa. Boom. A deafening thunderclap shattered the tranquility, startling Lu Ding into instinctively gripping his blade. He quickly strode to the window, gazing skyward, and shook off his wandering thoughts. After dressing properly, he noticed a rare notification on his seldom-used messaging device. It was a video and audio recording sent by Gao Zhengliang on behalf of Jie Shunan, who requested Lu Ding review it and contact her afterward. As he finished watching, the softness in Lu Ding's gaze faded. So, without the 749 backing me, you'd kill me on the spot? In nearly 2 decades since his transmigration, this was the first time someone had openly threatened his life. Dahe Mountain's Yifeng, this name, was now etched firmly in his memory. As for Jie Shunan's intentions, they were clear. She either sought his help or wanted to establish a cooperative stance. If she intended to manipulate him into eliminating Yifeng, she wouldn't have forwarded the complete recordings to him. This woman is quite clever, Lu Ding mused. Yifeng's existence was undoubtedly a threat. While it might not be fatal, it was like having a toad squatting on one's foot, harmless but deeply unpleasant. Who could predict when Yifeng might stir up trouble on a whim? Lu Ding detested this ticking time bomb of uncertainty. He needed control over everything. Right now, I'm going to Caojiao Lane to end Yifeng. Lu Ding resolved to eradicate the threat at its root. As for Dahe Mountain, he would deal with it when his strength was sufficient to crush it entirely. As he stepped outside, his neighbor Yin Fifan emerged as well, drawn by the noise. Brother Lu, he called out, exuding the unique aura of someone who had just broken into the Zhaoxian realm. Broken through? Have you? Yes, I've reached the Zhaoxian realm now, Yin Fifan replied, though his tone carried a trace of uncertainty. After his breakthrough, looking at Lu Ding felt like staring into an unfathomable abyss. Good. The safety of Baofan district is in your hands now, Lu Ding teased. Yin Fifan hurriedly asked, where are you going, Brother Lu? I heard you've been making waves lately fighting in the shadow domain, crushing Tang Hu. Your title as the corpse slayer of the Taishui is famous now. Come with me. We've got a mission. Someone wants to kill a 749 investigator. Who's the target? Me. After watching the recordings Lu Ding shared, Yin Fifan simply responded with 2 words. Let's end him. A black SUV roared out of the Baofan District Security Bureau. Inside, Lu Ding dialed Jie Shunan's number and got straight to the point. This is Lu Ding. I've seen the video. Speak your Mindy don't have much time. Inspector Liu, how about we talk in person? The situation is a bit complicated. Fine. Meet me at Saojiao Lane. I'm already on my way. Jie Shunan furrowed her brows and, after a long pause, gave a reluctant all right. As she hung up, her head felt like it was about to explode. She had anticipated various scenarios, but had not expected Lu Ding to act so swiftly, leaving no time for preparation. This is madness. The whole world's gone mad. He's a lunatic. Someone, get the car ready. As night fell, Saojia Alley finally revealed its true colors. In this dimly lit street, the crowd surged like a tide, and the air was filled with the constant calls of vendors. Stalls displayed an array of goods, fine porcelain from the Jing dynasty, exquisite bowls from the Yu dynasty, the renowned Shangyuan swords, and meticulously crafted caming blades, each item dazzling under the faint glow of lanterns. On the edges of the street, performers showcased their talents, wandering doctors and fortune tellers plied their trades, and even an old man at the corner was drawing a small crowd to watch a play. This place was a melting pot of all walks of life, offering both the bizarre and the unexpectedly novel. Yifeng weaved through the bustling crowd, his eyes alight with curiosity and wonder. Beside him walked a refined young man, Chao Yuan, the current young master of Caojia Alley. Dressed in a pristine white robe, Chao Yuan exuded an air of elegance. A jade pendant, intricately carved with a fish transforming into a dragon motif, hung from his waist, secured by a golden silk cord. With a sandalwood fan in hand, he walked with an assured and steady gait, every movement radiating an understated nobility. Brother Yi, what do you think of my Caojia Alley? Chao Yuan asked with a faint smile. Yifeng nodded enthusiastically. This place is truly impressive. No wonder those old folks up on the mountain say your Caojia Alley is like a hen that lays golden eggs. I think we could work together. How about selling some of my Dahe mountain goods here? Chao Yuan, though seemingly prepared for this proposal, maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Getting you a stall is no problem, but as for collaboration, you know how it is. Even though I'm the young master, some things still need the family's approval. Yifeng abruptly turned to him. Young Master Chao, that's not fair. A stall and a partnership owns peanuts, the other's real money. Which do you think is more profitable? Do we even need to debate this? At that moment, Lu Ding arrived at the entrance of Caojia Alley. The security guards at the gate stepped forward respectfully to check for a ticket, but Lu Ding simply flashed his 749 badge. The guards noticed the national security insignia on the badge and, treating it as good as a VIP pass, immediately allowed him entry without hesitation. Standing at the entrance, Lu Ding instructed, "Inform your young master that Lu Ding is here." He knew full well that in a place like this, it was better to let the local powerhouse come to him rather than the other way around. When Chao Yuan received the report from his men, his mind began racing. Yifeng had just arrived, and now Lu Ding had shown up not long after. This coincidence forced him to weigh his options carefully. He couldn't afford to offend Lu Ding, but at the same time, he didn't want to lose the opportunity to collaborate with Yifeng. After a moment of thought, he decided to play the role of mediator. This unexpected development stirred ripples in Chao Yuan's mind. He began strategizing how to achieve a win-win outcome, keeping Yifeng as a promising business partner while avoiding conflict with the imposing Lu Ding and his connections to national security. Chao Yuan was well prepared. He had already sent a message to his elder brother, who worked at the 749 Bureau. Although his brother was stuck out of town due to an urgent mission and couldn't be there in person, he promised to send a close friend, a skilled investigator at the Ling High level within the 749 Bureau, keep an eye on things. This was to ensure that Lu Ding, infamous for his unpredictability across Yunhai, wouldn't stir up trouble. With this assurance, Chao Yuan felt more confident. Straightening his collar, he turned to Yifeng and asked, "Brother Yi, I have an important guest to meet. Would you like to explore on your own, or come along with me?" Important guest? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. How important are we talking? The patrol officer of Baofan District, a 749 trainee investigator, nicknamed Corpse Solver Overlord Lu Ding, the infamous Lu Overlord. What do you think? Chao Yuan replied with a smirk. Yifeng's expression instantly darkened. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, I was waiting for Jie Shunan, but instead, Lu Ding shows up? Why is this lunatic here? I've never crossed him, wouldn't target me, would he?" Noticing Yifeng's tense expression and his silence, Chao Yuan patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Relax. This is Caojia Alley, won't dare act recklessly here. You're a man who came from Dahe Mountain. Don't be so timid. Besides, my brother has already arranged for a Linghe level official investigator from 749 to keep him in check. There's no way Lu Ding will get a chance to show off his skills." Though still uneasy, Yifeng knew he couldn't back out. No, it would be far too cowardly. Steeling himself, he muttered, "Fine, let's go. It's just Lu Ding, right? He's not some three-headed, six-armed monster. What's the harm in meeting him? The pair made their way to the entrance of Tsaojia Alley. As soon as they arrived, a security guard stepped forward enthusiastically and gestured toward Chao Yuan. Sir, this is our young master. Meanwhile, Yin Fifan, standing nearby, cleverly pulled out his phone and carefully compared the photos with the people around Chao Yuan. A moment later, he extended a finger, pointing decisively at Yifeng as if delivering a judgment from the king of hell. That's him, Lu. This is Yifeng. What do you mean? Targeted kill? Yifeng's face darkened instantly. Before he could even finish speaking, a sharp slash was already right in front of him. He tried to dodge in panic, but it was too late. A severed ear fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The searing pain made him grimace as he quickly scrambled to hide behind Chao Yuan. The crowd around them was left in stunned silence. No one had expected Lu Ding to strike so boldly in broad daylight. Chao Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Ding cut him off with a sharp rebuke. Yifeng, you attempted to murder a 749 investigator. You're coming with me. Yifeng was dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom when he had supposedly grown so audacious. Not even the elders of Haifeng Mountain would dare to harm a 749 investigator. Such an act was a direct challenge to the authority of the Han Empire. That's nonsense. Who did I try to murder? Lu, stop making baseless accusations. You claim I tried to kill a 749 investigator. Where's your proof? Yifeng shouted, his voice trembling despite his defiant tone. Chao Yuan chimed in to support him. Exactly, Officer Lu. You need evidence to back up your claims. Even if you're the patrol officer of Baofan District, you can't just arrest people without cause. Lu Ding's gaze turned icy as he scanned the two of them. Who do you think you are? Since when does 749 need to answer to outsiders, or provide evidence to carry out justice? Ask yourselves if you're even qualified to question us. If you have complaints, take them to the Bureau. I welcome them anytime. But right now, I'm apprehending a suspect. Anyone who dares to interfere will be treated as an accomplice and charged with resisting arrest. Now get out of my way. As Lu Ding's commanding presence erupted, the air around him seemed to ripple with tension. Dust and debris swirled violently, and the oppressive darkness seemed to stir, as if something monstrous was about to emerge. In a flash, Lu Ding closed the distance between himself, Yifeng, and Chao Yuan. With a swift, powerful movement, he raised his hand, and the shadowy silhouette of a massive bear loomed behind him, its enormous paw crashing down. Chao Yuan's heart sank. He's using his life-bound technique? Just how deep is this grudge? The overwhelming force left him no room for bravado. Quickly, he dropped to the ground and rolled out of the way, knowing full well that failing to dodge would have left both him and Yifeng as nothing more than smears of flesh and blood. Yifeng, however, wasn't so fortunate. The bear's paw struck his chest with devastating force. The first sound was the shattering of the nurturing gourd he had stolen from Jie Shunan, followed by the snapping of the longevity locket given to him by his elders on Haifeng Mountain. Even with these two protective treasures, the blow caved in half of his chest. His body crashed into the wall, sending bricks and rubble flying. He lay amidst the debris, gasping weakly, teetering on the edge of death. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Those were top-tier protective artifacts. Why else would he have gone to such lengths to steal them and keep them close? How could Lu Ding's power be so overwhelming? Was this man even human? Yifeng, who had always prided himself on being a prodigy, found himself utterly helpless in Lu Ding's presence. A flood of emotions surged through him. Humiliation, resentment, fear, and confusion. When the debris on his face was brushed aside, and he once again saw Lu Ding's fearsome visage, he instinctively used what little strength he had left to push himself backward. It wasn't me. I swear. This is all a misunderstanding. Spare me. I'll go back to Haifeng Mountain and never come out again. Lu Ding stepped forward, his boot pressing down hard on Yifeng's chest, making the sound of cracking bones echo in the air. A misunderstanding? Not you? Then take a look at this. He held up his phone and played a recording, the voice unmistakably Yifeng's, boasting in Jie Shuanan's office. People from Haifeng Mountain have always been this bold. Sure, Lu Ding's strong, but I'm not afraid of him. The only reason I hesitate is because of 749. If he weren't backed by them, I'd kill him myself. Lu Ding pocketed the phone and sneered. People from Haifeng Mountain have always been this bold? Go on. Show me how bold you are now. Attempted murder of a 749 investigator. Extortion of a local entrepreneur. Yifeng. How many lives do you think you have to act so recklessly? I was just talking. It was all just talk. I swear I'll go back to Haifeng Mountain and never step foot outside again. Yifeng's voice cracked with desperation. Before he could say more, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the chaos. Jie Shunan arrived, her high heels clicking sharply against the ground. She wasted no time in delivering the final blow. Officer Lu, he also stole the gift I prepared for you. After the incident in the sinkhole area, I felt so guilty that I wanted to give you a nurturing gourd as a token of my apology. But he barged into my office and took it by force. Nurturing a cursed gourd? Lu Ding abruptly turned his head, his gaze landing on the shattered fragments of the jade gourd scattered on the ground, now beyond repair. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Was he truly destined to be unworthy of treasures and magical artifacts? Jie Shunan added nonchalantly, "It cost me 50 million, plus a favor I now..." At this, Yifeng immediately shot her a glare brimming with resentment. "This woman tricked me. She set me up." "I didn't," Jie Shunan began to defend herself, but Yifeng cut her off mid-sentence. "What do you mean you didn't? There's video evidence. I told you this thing wasn't yours to take and asked you to return it. Not only did you refuse, but you even threatened me." Jie Shunan's expression carried a hint of grievance as she spoke, though the suppressed amusement in her eyes was unmistakable. "Can't keep your hands to yourself? Huh? Typical behavior from someone from Black Mountain, always snatching things that don't belong to them," Lu Ding sneered. "Maybe in your next life, you'll learn to control yourself. Don't touch what isn't yours." "Fine, fine. And you embezzled public property. That's an even worse crime." Yifeng growled through gritted teeth. "Multiple offenses combined. As a patrol officer of Baofan District and a trainee investigator of Unit 749, I hereby sentence you to death effective immediately." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ding's foot landed heavily on Yifeng's chest. The sheer force caused Yifeng's internal organs to surge up to his throat. Without hesitation, Lu Ding followed with a decisive slash, cleanly severing Yifeng's head from his body to ensure he wouldn't rise again. And since when does a trainee investigator have the authority to make life and death decisions? A figure stood motionless atop the treetop at the alley's entrance, arms crossed under the moonlight, exuding an air of deliberate arrogance. "Ah, he's here, but just a little too late," Yin Fifan muttered, curling his lips. Inwardly, he thought, Brother Lu has no tolerance for anyone trying to outdo him and showing off. And this guy's doing it so poorly. Does he think reading a couple of martial arts novels makes him a hero? "Brother Chiao." Only now did Xiao Yuan dare to speak. Earlier, Lu Ding's overwhelming presence had rendered him mute, especially after Yifeng's swift defeat. He had feared that Lu Ding might casually strike him down as well. Yin Fifan quietly approached Lu Ding and whispered, "Brother Lu, that guy's name is Cho Tianrang. Like us, he's an official investigator with Unit 749. He's got a Linghai cultivation level and goes by the nickname Ghostbane. Ever since the White Kiln Ancient Town incident, I've been digging into the background of the unit's official investigators, just to help you stay prepared. Knowing your temper, it's only a matter of time before you clash with one of them. Better to be ready, right?" Lu Ding glanced briefly at Qiu Tianrang, still perched on the treetop, then shifted his gaze to Qiao Yuan. It seemed something clicked in his mind. In a flat tone, he asked, "So, who are you here to stand up for? Qiao Yuan? Or Yifeng?" His voice suddenly turned icy. "Let me make this clear. In my jurisdiction, I handle things my way. No one else gets to meddle. If you don't understand, let me simplify none of your business. Got it?" For someone clearly here to mediate and assert dominance, Lu Ding had no intention of showing any courtesy. As Lu Ding's accusatory voice rang out, the entire Chao family alley fell into a sudden hush. His condescending demeanor, flaunting the status of a formal investigator earned merely through a few missions and slaying some minor monsters, seemed utterly unimpressive to Qiao Yuan. He wanted to retort, but after hearing the tone in Lu Ding's words, he decided to hold his tongue. Qiu Tianrang leapt down from the treetop, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Do you have the guts to say that again?" His aura was like a blade, cutting through everyone present. Lu Ding smirked disdainfully. "And what would repeating it prove? That I'm giving you a way out? Or showing off your pathetic sense of authority?" He pointed toward the corner outside the alley, where garbage bins were stacked. "1 minute. I'll give you 1 minute. If you're not lying there by then, you can handle today's matter however you see fit." Qiu Tianrang narrowed his eyes. "It's been a while since I've seen such an arrogant rookie. Do you think just because you throw your weight around in Baofan District, no one can put you in your place?" He was aware of Lu Ding's reputation, but so what? At the end of the day, he was just a rookie investigator who came into the field halfway. Yin Fifan's timer emitted a crisp beep. The countdown began. 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Qiu Tianrang drew his sword with lightning speed, but Lu Ding was faster. A sharp kick landed squarely on Qiu's hand, forcing the half-drawn sword back into its sheath. Without pause, Lu Ding's right leg swept across in a decisive strike. Bang! Qiu Tianrang flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the pile of trash. Paper scraps fluttered in the air as green garbage bins toppled and rolled about. Such was the chasm between a physically enhanced fighter and an ordinary chi cultivator. In close combat, even the time it took to unsheath a sword could be a fatal weakness. Lu Ding burst into laughter. Our ancestor Ing Zhang said it thousands of years ago long weapons shouldn't have sheaths, especially swords. And if you must draw one, always leave yourself enough room and time. Otherwise, you'll either end up being chased around like he was, or end up like you defeated before your sword even leaves the sheath. He turned and began walking away. Fifin, let's go. We're getting hot pot. I smelled something amazing last time I was near Dinghao Complex. Eating at the Public Security Bureau's cafeteria every day is getting old. In this summer heat, hot pot with cold beer is the way to go. Jie Shunan hesitated briefly before following after them. Once they were out of sight, Chao Yuan finally mustered the courage to help Qiu Tianreng up and steady his disrupted qi flow. The moment Qiu Tianreng regained consciousness, he sprang to his feet and unsheathed his sword, its energy rippling through the air. Where's Lu Ding? Where is he? Watching this scene unfold, Chao Yuan was filled with regret. His greed for pleasing both sides had backfired spectacularly. Not only was Yifeng dead, but he'd also offended Lu Ding and lost any leverage over the Jie family. If only he'd been sensible enough to send Yifeng away from the start. Qiu Tianreng stared down at the sword in his hand, struggling to accept that he had been defeated without even drawing it. With a bitter laugh, he muttered to himself, the ghost's bane? More like my bane. Now just the thought of Lu Ding gives me nightmares. This wasn't just a defeat, it's a full-blown psychological scar. Qiu Tianreng stood up, brushing the dirt off his clothes, and let out a long sigh. I'll talk to your brother about it, but don't get your hopes up. I'm certain your brother won't be able to handle him. That can't be right. My brother is so strong, Chao Yuan began. But Qiu Tianreng cut him off mid-sentence. Strong, strong, strong. What's the point of saying that? No matter how strong your brother is, he can't just take me down in an instant. Chao Yuan's heart sank as he considered their predicament. Could Lu Ding already have his eyes on him? As the inspector of Baofan district, Lu Ding's term was far from over. Working under his watchful gaze from now on, how would that even be possible? Just as Chao Yuan was about to voice his concerns to Qiu Tianreng, he noticed the latter was already on the phone. Meanwhile, in Feilu Lake National Wetland Park in Wangjiang City, dozens of official investigators from the 749 Bureau were engaged in a coordinated operation to eliminate the remnants of the Jioshan sect. This small sect, operating under the guise of a free-spirited lifestyle, was in fact a dangerous group with no regard for morality. They had developed a sinister technique to brew wine using human bodies. By combining secret rituals with medicinal herbs, they forced victims to ingest the concoction, allowing fermentation to occur within their bodies before draining their blood to produce what they claimed was aromatic, smooth, and richly layered wine. Determined to eradicate this menace before the Ghost Festival, the 749 Bureau had dispatched dozens of official investigators and over 100 trainees, all led by a commander at the Siming realm. Among the team were Wen Yuqian, Yin Feng, and Chao Yuan's older brother, Chao Ziyang. After swiftly dispatching a Jiushan sect member with his tiger-headed hook, Chao Ziyang pulled out his phone to answer Qiu Tianreng's call. Didn't I tell you I'm on a mission? You've really screwed me over. Qiu Tianreng exclaimed, his tone sharp with frustration. Are you sure Lu Ding is only at the Zhaoxian realm? Yes, Zhaoxian realm. But I suspect he has the combat prowess of someone at the Linghai realm. Why? What happened? He warned me ahead of time that he was going to make a move, even specifying where I should fall. Then he took me out in a single strike after I made the first move. Chao Ziyang fell silent, deep in thought. Could someone at the Zhaoxian realm truly possess such overwhelming power? After analyzing the situation, he finally said, he must have taken you down using only his physical strength. The flying bear visualization technique he practices is incredibly powerful, granting him an exceptionally strong body. Even Yuan Baifeng of the Tianli sect fell to him. You should have kept your distance, used magic to feint, and relied on sword techniques for support. Shut the hell up, Chao Ziyang. Qiu Tianreng snapped. What's the point of saying all this now? Why didn't you warn me earlier? You deal with Lu Ding yourself, I'm done. With that, he hung up. Standing nearby, Wen Rushu chuckled. Tianreng is as hot-headed as ever. Just treat him to a drink when we get back, and he'll be fine. His warm smile, paired with his squinty eyes and dimples, exuded an easy charm. Known as the gentle immortal official, Wen Rushu was a trainee investigator on par with Lu Ding. He asked, Ziyang, how do you plan to handle this? We're all colleagues here, let's not blow this out of proportion. As a senior, it's my duty to teach him a thing or two about respect. Relying on physical strength alone is nothing but a minor skill. What Chao Ziyang didn't realize, however, was that his own physical strength was leagues below Lu Ding's. And you? Chao Ziyang turned the question on Wen Rushu. At this year's Yuan Yin martial meet, do you think you can beat Bai Himian and Dantai Xianyue? Wen Rushu responded with a relaxed demeanor. Getting into the top 3 would be ideal, but if I don't, it's no big deal. No need to damage relationships with colleagues over it. If Yin Fifin had been present to hear this, he would undoubtedly have cursed inwardly. What a smug little frog pretending to be a swan. You're so full of yourself. Always hedging your bets so you can save face no matter what. Damn squinty-eyed show-off. Meanwhile, Lu Ding, guided by a faint, lingering scent in his memory, drove alongside Yin Fifan in search of the hot pot restaurant he couldn't forget. Eating hot pot alone always felt a little lacking, but today was different. One potential threat had been eliminated. Yin Fifan had broken through to a new level, and with 3 people together, it was the perfect occasion for some lively company. Inside the car, Xie Shunan seemed uneasy. Lu Ding glanced at her and casually asked, "What are you so nervous about? Didn't you say you had something to discuss face-to-face? Go ahead, now's a good time." Originally, Xie Shunan wanted to talk about Yifeng, but now that he was dead, there wasn't much point. Seeing that Lu Ding hadn't brought up any other matters, her unease deepened. After some hesitation, she finally spoke. "Lu Commander, thank you for helping my family resolve the crisis this time. While the Xie family may not be particularly powerful, whatever resources we have are at your disposal. Just say the word." Lu Ding didn't hold back and responded directly. "I don't need much, just help me gather some high-quality heavenly materials and treasures." While magical artifacts were tempting, improving his own strength was the most important thing. For the Xie family, finding some top-tier materials and treasures wouldn't be too difficult if they put in the effort. "Is there anything else you'd like?" Xie Shunan asked again. "No, just the heavenly materials and treasures." "Understood, Lu Commander. I'll get back to you in a while with an update." With that, she turned to Yin Fifan, who was driving. "Yin Commander, could you drop me off at the next intersection? I'll head back on my own." "So soon? You're already here, why not join us?" "It's just an extra pair of chopsticks," Lu Ding said, influenced by his past life habits, as he didn't mind one more person at the table. No, Lu Commander. My father still doesn't know what happened today, so I need to report back to him." Since she was insistent, Lu Ding didn't press her further and had Yin Fifan pull over to let her out. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Xie Shunan thought to herself, Lu Ding doesn't seem as terrifying as the rumors suggest, as long as you don't provoke him. If you stay out of his way, he's actually quite approachable. Approachable in what way? At least he'd invite someone to share a hot pot, wouldn't he? If it were anyone else making such an invitation, Xie Shunan might have found it strange, but coming from Lu Ding, it felt different. After numerous twists and turns, even requiring them to get out of the car and climb over some uneven terrain, Lu Ding's sharp sense of smell finally led them to a hidden Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant tucked deep within an alley. Once inside, they ordered their dishes, and soon the bubbling hot pot was ready. Picking up a piece of tripe, Lu Ding swished it through the boiling red oil a few times and, while it was still slightly scalding, popped it into his mouth. The crisp, spicy flavor paired with a sip of icy beer made him sigh with satisfaction. This is the life. Meanwhile, at the Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier, it was 4 in the morning. Tang Bao watched the dissipating flames of talismans in front of him and couldn't help but grumble internally. What on earth are these foreigners up to? As the Ghost Festival approached, the balance of yin and yang in the world shifted, weakening the yang energy and allowing all kinds of malevolent spirits to become more active. Business at the Five Organs Society naturally picked up during this time. However, with Tang Hu out of commission due to his own foolishness, Tang Bao, who usually oversaw operations, had to step in personally more often. That evening, a man from Zhenla had contacted him, saying a wealthy client wanted to hire him for a job. After inquiring further, Tang Bao learned it was about exorcising vengeful spirits and dispelling negative energy. It didn't seem particularly difficult, something any society member could handle. But when he heard the payment was 50 million, he immediately put down the teacup head just picked up. The amount was suspiciously high, but the temptation of such a large sum was hard to resist. After weighing his options, Tang Bao decided to take on the job himself, but made sure to take precautions. Using incense ash from the society's altar, he crafted a clay figurine and infused it with spirit energy by pricking his tongue to use his own blood. His plan was to observe from a safe distance and let the clay figurine perform the ritual in his place. If everything went smoothly, all the better. If minor issues arose, he'd step in to resolve them. But if things went south, he'd make a quick getaway. At the designated location, the Jinla man stood off to the side like a lackey, while the leader of the group turned out to be a burly woman accompanied by several white individuals. Tang Bao gazed at the woman in front of him, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. After carefully studying her for a moment, realization struck this was none other than Chao Yuan's mother, recently returned from abroad. A brief conversation revealed the truth. Chao Yuan's mother, along with the group of Westerners, was the true mastermind behind this operation. Following instructions, Tang Bao set up an altar at the dock and waited quietly. 1 hour passed, then another. Suddenly, the low rumble of a ship's horn echoed in the distance. A massive vessel emerged from the darkness, cutting through the night. Thick black smoke billowed from its chimneys, standing out starkly in the night sky. But this was no ordinary smoky, it was heavy with resentment and malice. Staring at the ominous ship, Tang Bao felt a deep sense of foreboding. As the ship docked, Chow Yuan's mother, the Westerners, and the Jinla people all knelt in unison. A figure appeared on the deck, a pale-faced Western man with delicate features. He was dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, a gentleman's hat perched on his head, and a cane in hand. He tilted his chin slightly upward, his gaze radiating undisguised contempt. As the ship fully docked, the man's form suddenly dispersed, transforming into a swarm of bats that circled before reassembling into his human shape. In that moment, Tang Bao finally recognized his true identity, a vampire. The vampire ignored Tang Bao entirely, maintaining his aristocratic arrogance as he strode forward. Chow Yuan's mother signaled for the ritual to begin. Tang Bao rang a bell and burned talismans. Gradually, hundreds of shadowy figures, drawn by the malevolent energy, began to float above the ship. The flames from the burning talismans glowed with an eerie green light. When the fire licked his fingertips, Tang Bao snapped out of his trance. These spirits all had Han Chinese faces. The old spirit possessing him sighed in his mind. All of them were wronged and killed by beasts. A surge of fury erupted in Tang Bao, consuming him. Sensing something was wrong, the Jinla man quickly stepped forward to intervene. Tang Bao, I hope you understand you got this job because I vouched for your abilities. Both Ms. Jia and Count Fiedler trust my recommendation. We're friends, so don't do anything to jeopardize that. Ms. Jia and Count Fiedler aren't people you can afford to offend. Isn't there a saying among you Han people, wise man submits to circumstances? Tang Bao fixed him with a cold stare. So, this ship's passengers, were they all killed by them? Answer me. Were they the ones who killed all these people? The commotion caught the attention of the Westerners and Jia Yuanfang. The vampire remained completely still, as if Tang Bao didn't even exist. Tang Bao, what are you doing? Jia Yuanfang approached, flanked by two Western men radiating an intimidating aura. Their eyes locked on Tang Bao like predators eyeing prey. Seeing their imposing stance, Tang Bao felt a flicker of relief that only his astral projection had come here. Fine, I can't take you all on, but someone else can, and sooner or later, they will. You think you're untouchable? You're not. Jia Yuanfang, you're finished. Pulling a stunt like this in his territory? You're done for. You wretched woman. You're screwed. Tang Bao turned around without hesitation and leapt into the sea, discreetly controlling the clay figurine to swim as far away as possible. As he sent a distress message to Lu Ding, he cautiously maneuvered his body to escape. Two pale-skinned men on the dock immediately followed, diving into the water after him. On the shore, Jia Yuanfang's expression was as dark as storm clouds. What should have been a straightforward mission to escort the vampire count had turned into a disaster. Out of sheer boredom during the voyage, the count had mercilessly slaughtered all the passengers on the cruise ship. To him, these ordinary people were worth less than livestock. Now, it was up to Jia Yuanfang to clean up the mess. The first priority was finding an expert capable of neutralizing the intense resentment of hundreds of restless souls. These people had died at sea, their longing to return home amplifying their vengeful energy to terrifying levels. Secondly, the chosen individual had to be local, discreet, and professional, ensuring that no information leaked. A single misstep would attract the 749 Bureau, which would descend upon them like sharks smelling blood. Under these stringent conditions, the Wuzhangsheng Society, recommended by the Jinla people, emerged as the best option. Not only were they highly specialized, but their location in the nearby Baofan district made them convenient. Most importantly, Tang Bao's professional ethics were considered exemplary in the industry. Recalling her brief encounter with the young man and reviewing the intelligence gathered, Jia Yuanfang made the decision to recruit him. However, they underestimated Tang Bao's principles. In matters like this, he wouldn't hesitate for even a second. Though he wasn't exactly a saint, this went far beyond personal morality. Jia Yuanfang rubbed her aching temples as the names Lu Ding and Jie Tai Sui echoed in her mind. Fortunately, most of the 749 Bureau's main forces were currently occupied elsewhere. As long as the scene was cleaned up thoroughly, there shouldn't be any issues. To be extra cautious, she turned to the vampire count. Count Fiedel, please step aside. We will handle everything properly here and ensure no pests disturb your leisure. The count nodded elegantly. Ah, the mysterious lands of the East, I adore this place. Tonight, find me a few delightful ladies. I'd love to savor some stimulating conversations about life. At your command, my lord. Meanwhile, Lu Ding and Yin Fifan were feasting at a small hot pot restaurant. Having each downed at least 5 bottles of beer, they had nearly emptied the kitchen's stock. Just as Lu Ding reached for a slice of lotus root, his phone buzzed. It was a distress message from Tang Bao. Officer Lu, we've got a major problem. Jia Yuanfang, that vile woman, is at Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier colluding with foreign vampires. They've slaughtered hundreds of innocent civilians. The cruise ship is radiating with vengeful energy, and now they're trying to kill me to silence the matter. Jia Yuanfang? Vampires? Hundreds dead? Lu Ding shot to his feet. Yin Fifan, after reading the message, exclaimed, "Isn't she the biological mother of Chao Yuan, who just came back from abroad in Saojiali? Well, the Chao family again." Lu Ding sneered. "First Yifeng, and now your mother's causing trouble. Who's next? Your father, your grandfather, your ancestors? And bringing a vampire into the Mixhao novel. I wonder what kind of reward he'll get for taking it down." Lu Ding instructed Yin Fifan to contact the liaison department to investigate Jia Yuanfang's background, while he himself soared directly toward Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier. Even if the perpetrators had already fled, he had to rescue Tang Bao to maintain the trust of his informants. By this time, Tang Bao had been chased into a park by several pale-skinned pursuers. "Thing cunning Chinaman, keep running if you dare," one of the men taunted, cracking his neck. "Come back with us now and clean up the mess at the pier, and well pretend none of this ever happened." Tang Bao stood in the middle of four pale-skinned men encircling him, his cold eyes scanning the opponents positioned at the cardinal points east, south, west, and north. Each of them exuded an aura even more domineering than his late brother, Tang Hu. "Get it done," one of the pale-skinned men threatened coldly. "How about I deal with your mom instead? You stupid pale pig." Tang Bao sneered in response. "I may be good at reading situations and working things out, but my fists aren't shabby either. Come on." The four exchanged a glance. Since words weren't working, they decided to act. Their fists rained down on Tang Bao like a storm, but he refused to show weakness. "Is that all you got? Didn't eat breakfast? Doesn't hurt. You stubborn yellow monkey. Let's see if this hurts." One of the men grabbed a trash can from a nearby rack, raising it high to smash it down on Tang Bao's head. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, landing squarely on the man holding the trash can, crushing him and the trash can into a mangled mess. "Who are you?" the remaining pale-skinned men asked in terror. "I am God," Lu Ding replied, and before his words had even settled, his hand pierced through the face of the one who had spoken, emerging from the back of the man's skull. The horrifying sight froze the remaining two in fear, but instinct soon kicked in, and they turned to flee. "Now you want to run? Where was all this energy when you were beating me up?" "Lu Inspector, let me report to you they hit me." Tang Bao's voice carried a trace of grievance. In a flash, Lu Ding moved, grabbing one fleeing man by the back of the neck and ripping out his spine in one clean motion. He then wielded it as a weapon, smashing it into the other man. The blow struck with such force that it split the victim in half, from his right shoulder through to his ribs, leaving his bisected body to collapse lifelessly. After wiping the blood off his hands, Lu Ding handed Tang Bao a wet wipe. "Are you okay?" At that moment, Tang Bao finally understood what Yin Fifan had once felt. Having someone so overwhelmingly powerful watching your back was undeniably reassuring. "I'm fine, Lu Inspector. My bones are tough. Their punches were soft, nothing serious." Tang Bao dabbed at the blood on his face before giving a detailed report on the situation at the Broken Bridge Pier. "Yesterday, some people from Zhenla approached me with a job offer 50 million as payment." After hearing the report, Lu Ding decided to notify his superiors first. These were foreign nationals, and handling the situation would require following proper procedures. Additionally, he needed to head to the Broken Bridge Pier to gather evidence for subsequent actions. "Lu Inspector, I think it's better if I go with you," Tang Bao insisted, unwilling to let Lu Ding head to the pier alone. Tang Bao immediately followed Lu Ding and stood up, his heart filled with vigilance. He was well aware that Jia Yuanfang had likely already set a trap at the Wuzhangsheng Society, waiting for him to walk right into it. As soon as he had informed Lu Ding, he had also warned his elder brother to lie low for the time being. Leaving Lu Ding at this moment would be tantamount to courting death, giving the enemy the chance to defeat them one by one. Lu Ding saw through Tang Bao's concerns. If you're going to help someone, you help them all the way. This kind of dangerous mission shouldn't be yours to shoulder alone. "Fine, come with me to Duanxiao Dock first." With that, he grabbed Tang Bao by the collar and soared into the air. The clouds rapidly receded behind them, and the scenery below blurred into streaks of motion. Tang Bao couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. While he could glide through the air with borrowed magic, it was nothing compared to the sensation of true flight. If he could fly like Lu Ding, even if he couldn't win in a fight, he could at least escape unscathed. He had initially worried that Lu Ding might not be able to handle those vampires, but now he realized his concerns were unfounded. Even if the vampires could fly, their speed was laughable compared to Lu Ding's. It was like comparing a wild duck to a fighter jet. Even if they turned into a swarm of bats, they were nothing more than oversized moths flapping about. Before long, the two arrived above Duanxiao Dock. Below them was a cruise ship, shrouded in a thick aura of resentment and malevolence. The souls of the dead, driven by their longing to return home, had boarded the ship only to meet their end at sea, just a short distance from their homeland. Lu Ding took in the scene, his anger beginning to boil. These people, whether they were crew members or tourists, did not deserve to die like this. Sensing the surge of energy radiating from Lu Ding, Tang Bao glanced at the white uniformed patrol officers on the dock and asked, Lu Jisun, what do we do now? Lu Ding turned off the recording device on his chest, which had captured evidence from the cruise ship, and pointed first toward the ship and then at the patrolling officers below. They're dead. These people shouldn't be alive. Tang Bao's mind was consumed by a single thought. It's time to start killing. The wind howled fiercely past their ears as Lu Ding sped through the air, gripping Tang Bao tightly. Suddenly, Tang Bao felt a sudden weightlessness and plummeted to the ground. When he looked up, Lu Ding had vanished without a trace. A muffled sound came from up ahead. Lu Ding reappeared, now holding a patrolman captive. Without hesitation, he tore off the man's limbs and hurled the mangled body towards the cruise ship. A deafening crash followed, unleashing a surge of thick, vengeful energy that flooded toward the screaming figure like a tidal wave. It was the revenge of the ship's restless spirits, justice for the wronged, debt repaid to its rightful owner. Though Lu Ding didn't kill the man with his own hands, complicity in such crimes was inescapable. Watching Lu Ding's brutal efficiency, Tang Bao was both shocked and enlightened. While the 749 Bureau rarely resorted to such extreme measures, after all, sacrificing the living to provoke vengeful spirits was a dangerous gambling idea sparked in his mind. Why not call on the members of the Wuzhangsheng Society for help? With everyone working together, they could surely resolve the situation properly. He immediately pulled out his phone and sent a call to action in the society's group chat. Tang Bao, group leader, wake up the sleeping brothers and sisters, grab your gear, and get ready to move out. Location: Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier. Mission: exorcise vengeful spirits and dispel malevolent energy. This decision would later solidify his standing not only in Baofan district but across the entire Yunhai region, earning him the unofficial title of a crisis responder. But that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, Lu Ding swiftly subdued everyone in sight. Now, he held the suspected leader by the throat, a pale man, whose gaze was fixated on the star insignia on Lu Ding's shoulder. Lu Ding's tone was calm, almost casual. 749? Seems like you've got some insight. At least you recognize me as an investigator from the 749 Bureau. As a reward, I'll give you something the others didn't get a chance to say, your last words. I am not from the Han Nation, the man croaked, struggling to speak. I demand extradition. I should be punished under the laws of the Bald Eagle Nation. A flicker of mockery flashed in Lu Ding's eyes. Are you one of those people who grow a body but forget to grow a brain? You live under the skies of the Han Nation, walk on its land, and help kill its people, and now you're asking to be judged by the laws of the Bald Eagle Nation? The Management Act, that's what it stipulates, the man stammered. Ha, ha ha ha. Lu Ding burst into laughter, the ocean waves churning in response. You want to talk about the Management Act? Fine, let me put it this way. I just don't like you. I'm openly telling you I'm going to kill you. What are you going to do about it? Come on, fight back. I'm giving you the chance, fight back. He tightened his grip, the sound of bones cracking filling the air as blood gushed from the man's mouth and nose. If you have complaints, go ahead and report me. If you survive, they'll be here waiting. Before the man could respond, Lu Ding's blade sliced cleanly through him. Holding a half of the corpse in each hand, he hurled the remains toward the cruise ship. As the man's lifeless body flew through the air, his hands clawed desperately, his final words spilling out in a garbled mess. How can someone like you be an investigator for the Han Nation's 749 Bureau? Lu Ding crossed his arms, unshaken. People like you? It's people like me who deal with you. Justice? He had it. Responsibility? That too. Patriotism? Of course. Having grown up benefiting from the nation's support, his loyalty was unquestionable. So why shouldn't he, as a 749 investigator, do what needed to be done? These killers and criminals dared to demand the so-called justice of the law? The 749 Bureau's Management Act was clear. When faced with urgent situations, investigators had the authority to act as they saw fit. And for Lu Ding, every encounter was an urgent situation. If they dared to resist, they deserved to die. By the time the matter was settled, Yin Fifin and the Wuzhangsheng Society's reinforcements finally arrived, albeit late. Lu Ding looked at them, puzzled. What's all this about? Officer Lu, Tang Bao explained, I assumed you'd report the incident. Considering it might take time for the 749 Bureau's cleanup crew to arrive, and knowing you likely have other pressing matters, I thought it best to call on the Wuzhangsheng Society. We'll ensure everything here is handled properly. Officer Yen can stay behind to supervise and report the situation to the Bureau's team when they arrive. His explanation was flawless, addressing all potential concerns and ensuring Lu Ding wouldn't be delayed in the slightest. Yin Fifin's expression grew grim as he listened. What kind of world was this, where people were fighting over grunt work? They weren't even part of the 749 Bureau. What was with the enthusiasm? Were they out of their minds? If they were sick, they should see a doctor. If not, they should go home and get some sleep. Fifin's insightful words made Lu Ding's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but secretly praise the young man's sharp mind. Fifin, stay here and cooperate with the cleanup crew. Explain the situation to them. I'll report this personally. Got it, Brother Lu. I've already sent you the details about Jia Yuanfang to your phone. Lu Ding nodded, made a call, and then leapt into the air, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, inside the well-known foreign enterprise building of Rising Capital in Yunhai, Jia Yuanfang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling a glass of red wine in her hand, talking on the phone with her son, Xiao Yuan. Don't worry, Xiao Yuan. Mom knows what she's doing. Do you have enough money? After hanging up, Jia Yuanfang felt uneasy. She knew little about Lu Ding, but the rumors she had heard were enough to leave her restless. The lack of updates from those she had sent to track Tang Bao only added to her anxiety. After much thought, she decided to call her younger son, Xiao Yuan, to gather information on Lu Ding. She avoided contacting her elder son, Xiao Xiong, since, as a member of the 749 Bureau, he was completely unaware of her activities. Alerting him could lead to disastrous consequences. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, was stationed in the Chao family's territory in Baofan district, a local stronghold known for its extensive network of informants. The information she received was both good and bad. The good news was that Lu Ding had dealt with Yifeng in the Chao family's territory earlier that evening, taught Xiao Tianrang a harsh lesson, and even killed Tang Hu of the Wuzhangsheng Society. The bad news? Even someone like Xiao Tianrang, a formal investigator from the 749 Bureau with Linghe-level cultivation, couldn't last a single move against Lu Ding. Setting the phone down, Jia Yuanfang sank into deep thought. If Tang Bao knew about the incident at Duanxiao Pier, surely he would hesitate to tell Lu Ding, right? After all, Lu Ding had just killed his second brother, Tang Hu. The people she had sent out reported they had intercepted Tang Bao, so nothing should go wrong, right? But even she couldn't fully believe her own reassurances. This matter was too critical. The only way to ensure safety was to immediately erase all evidence at the pier, leaving no trace behind. A white-skinned man in a silk robe leaned against the window and called to her, "Baby? Wait a minute. I need to make another call." Jia Yuanfang dialed the number for the pier, but all she heard was an endless busy tone. Her heart sank. The next moment, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The exterior wall of the 60-story building suddenly collapsed. A figure strolled in from the high altitude as if walking through an open door. "All right, got it. I've sent the video footage to you guys, handle it as you see fit. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly on my own." The explosion just now? That was me venting my frustration kicked down a wall. That's all. On the way here, Lu Ding had already reported the situation at the Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier to the 749 Response Department. The staff on the other end of the line was earnestly trying to dissuade him from heading there alone. After all, during the last Shadow Realm overlap incident, he had charged in by himself. But this time was different. If the opponent was truly a vampire count, with strength comparable to the 7th or 8th level of the spiritual sea realm combined with the ability to fly, acting rashly might only alert the enemy. "Inspector Lu, I strongly advise waiting for backup and acting after dawn," the operator said in a serious tone. "That way, we'll have a better chance of taking it down." Many were aware of Lu Ding's ability to fly, but even more people were oblivious to it. He had never officially reported this skill to his superiors. While the 749 Response Department knew he could fly, they had clearly underestimated his speed. To them, the mere fact that a spiritual sea realm practitioner could fly was already beyond belief. All right, I've got something to handle over here." Lu Ding cut off the other person's warnings. "Inspector Lu, please don't act recklessly." "I got it." Lu Ding hung up the phone and turned his gaze toward the shocked by Pai and Jia Yuanfang, who was quietly trying to back away. "Sorry to interrupt your little gathering," he said calmly. "I'm Lu Ding, an intern investigator at the 749 Bureau and the patrol inspector for Baofan district." He paused briefly. "Are you ready to run?" As soon as Bai Pai heard this, he turned and fled. But after just 2 steps, his head was severed, flying clean off while his body remained standing upright. Lu Ding walked forward, his footsteps echoing loudly in the silent room, each step hammering on Jia Yuanfang's heart. "Why aren't you running?" he asked. Jia Yuanfang's expression darkened. "Run? What's the point? If anyone could escape from you, then Yuan Baifeng, Yi Xian, Huang Zhua, Yi Feng, and Tang Hu wouldn't be dead right now. Seems like you know a lot about me." Lu Ding narrowed his eyes. "If that's the case, why would you dare stir up trouble in my jurisdiction?" "Just a gamble, really," Jia Yuanfang replied, attempting to sit on a nearby chair. But before she could settle, a blast of vital energy from Lu Ding sent her flying, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "I didn't give you permission to sit," Lu Ding said coldly. "Facing death and still trying to act like some strong, elegant woman? Who are you pretending for?" Jia Yuanfang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth but remained composed. "Inspector Lu, can't you at least let me keep a shred of dignity?" Someone like you thinks you're entitled to dignity? Lu Ding sneered at her. What about the hundreds of lives lost on that cruise ship? Did they get any dignity? Now, they'll ask, and you'll answer. Cooperate here and wait for the Bureau to take you in to explain why you lured a vampire to Yunhai. If you don't, I've got plenty of ways to make you talk. Jia Yuanfang let out a bitter laugh and simply sat on the floor. Inspector Liu, will tell you everything I know, just promise me one thing. Don't go after my two sons. Even if the 749 Bureau wants to deal with them, please don't get involved personally. It turned out she was the ex-wife of Chao Jianshu, the head of the second household in the Chao family alley. Years ago, unable to endure domestic violence, she had left her two sons behind and fled abroad. Later, through diplomatic channels, she reached a divorce agreement with Chao Jianshu. Although she no longer had any feelings for her ex-husband, she had always felt guilty toward her eldest son, Chao Yuan, who was just a child at the time. She knew Lu Ding's reputation for being thorough and ruthless. If he got involved, Chao Yuan would undoubtedly die. As for her other son, Chao Ziang, who was also a 749 investigator, his fate was uncertain. If dealt with by other investigators, at least there might be a chance for survival. As Lu Ding listened, he recalled the information he had received on his way here and the details forwarded by Yin Fifan. Something about that Chao family alley was indeed suspicious. It might not seem like a major issue to the 749 Bureau, but for ordinary people, this was already a grave crime. After investigation, it was revealed that Chao Yuan, the young master of Caojia Alley, was involved in a case of smuggling ancient burial artifacts. Initially, this case was not within the scope of interest for the 749 Bureau. After all, the Bureau typically focuses on containing supernatural creatures and combating demonic practitioners. Cases like smuggling should have been handled by the Public Security Bureau. However, the situation took a turn when Chao Yuan's mother, Jia Yuanfang, was implicated. It didn't take much effort before the secrets of Caojia Alley came to light. Seeing this, Lu Ding decided to merge the two cases for joint handling. You've got a stereotype about me, Lu Ding said calmly, looking at Jia Yuanfang. As for whether I go after Chao Yuan, that depends on whether what you say is what I want to hear. There was a hidden layer of meaning in his ambiguous words. Lu Ding was indeed testing her, but with someone like her, why bother with principles or ethics? After all, she herself was far from ethical or trustworthy. I trust you, Inspector Liu, Jia Yuanfang managed to say with a forced smile. Lu Ding let out a cold laugh. Don't bother with this subtle moral coercion. I have double standards when it comes to people, and you're not on the list of those I owe any credibility to. Ask away, Inspector Liu. Where's the vampire? Lu Ding finally voiced the question on his mind. Although the flying bear extermination technique was highly effective, it wasn't foolproof. If the target deliberately masked their scent, it was impossible to track them. Vampires, in particular, prided themselves on their nobility and elegance, never leaving behind any scent traces. This habit annoyed Lu Ding to no end. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted time dealing with Jia Yuanfang. The basement. It's in the basement of this very building. Inspector Liu, do you have what it takes to take down Count Fedor? Smack. A loud slap sent Jia Yuanfang flying. Lu Ding's cold voice followed. Speaking to me in that tone, anyone listening would think we were close. This time, he hit harder, knocking Jia Yuanfang unconscious and sealing her consciousness with a strand of spiritual energy. Unless someone stronger than Lu Ding intervened, any attempt to forcibly break the seal would cause the spiritual energy to wreak havoc, ultimately destroying her mind. Inside the confinement room labeled 749, the heavy iron door creaked open slowly. Bohemian sat cross-legged on the bed, his long, jet-black hair cascading like a waterfall. The silhouette of Director Deng Guofu emerged from the doorway, standing partially obscured in the shadows. He spoke with a measured tone. Hemian, you need to control your impulses next time. I've managed to secure a mission for you, an opportunity to redeem yourself. The details have been sent to your phone. Take a look. This time, make sure you do it well and make it count. Bohemian rose gracefully from the bed, stepping into the faint light. Dressed entirely in black shirt, pants, shoes, his attire bore cryptic, otherworldly patterns, resembling funeral garments more than the attire of the living. His emerald green eyes glimmered faintly, and an eerie blend of vitality and death seemed to emanate from him. Taking the phone, Bohemian caught the mention of a name from Director Deng. Lu Ding. Yes, Lu Ding, Director Deng confirmed with a genial smile. He's a good kid, just like you. You two should get along, no conflicts, all right? Before leaving, Director Deng added one last piece of advice, his voice serious. Remember, no rash actions out there. No unnecessary killing, and definitely no harming your teammates. This final warning made it clear why Bohemian had been placed in confinement in the first place. In the prior mission, the team had been tasked with capturing a fugitive cultivator who had committed murder and later gone into hiding in a remote village, where he had lived for years as the village chief. When Bohemian and his group arrived, the entire village pleaded for mercy on the fugitive's behalf. a testament to the good deeds he had done for the community during his time there. Some team members suggested letting the fugitive go, arguing he had grown old and harmless and could be reported as deceased to the authorities. However, Bahamian was resolute. If the people he killed deserved to die, or if he were my close friend, I might consider bending the rules and taking responsibility for it. But he's neither innocent nor my ally. He once slaughtered innocents, and no amount of good deeds can erase that. We accepted this mission, and we must see it through. Otherwise, why are we even here? The disagreement ended with Bahamian killing 2 teammates who advocated for the fugitive's release. The mission was completed, but Bahamian reported his actions truthfully, which led to his confinement. Only now was he being released. Meanwhile, in the outer corridors of Xing Tang Capital's underground facility, a dozen well-equipped security guards patrolled diligently. Lu Ding observed them from the shadows, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. A multi-million-dollar corporation, and yet they relied on mere mortals for security? Not even a single cultivator on staff? Laughable. Even more absurd was the fact that deep within these halls resided a vampire. Did they truly believe these ordinary guards could protect them? One guard raised his radio, about to report a suspicious shadow, but before he could finish, Lu Ding had already glided past him. With a faint buzz, the guard collapsed instantly, as though struck by an electric shock. This was only a fraction of the power behind Lu Ding's drumbeat pulse technique. As he moved through the corridors, Lu Ding's sharp senses picked up on sounds beyond the thin, poorly constructed walls. On the other side was a lavishly decorated, sealed room bathed in dim, crimson light. Several lifeless bodies lay sprawled on a luxurious bed, while a pale-skinned vampire Count Feeder perched in the shadows above the room's only entrance. Both parties were aware of each other. Count Fedor licked his crimson-stained lips, his elongated fangs gleaming as his eyes glowed with anticipation. He planned to ambush Lu Ding the moment he entered, relishing the thought of draining his blood. But plans are one thing, and reality is another. Only those who follow the rules bother with doors. Lu Ding, who once soared effortlessly to the 60th floor of a building, had no intention of entering through something as mundane as a doorway. Boom! The wall exploded into a cloud of dust and debris as Lu Ding stepped through, his figure emerging from the destruction. Count Fedor turned, his voice dripping with mockery. An Eastern cultivator, how unconventional of you. Oh, please, Lu Ding replied with a cold smirk. And you, a Western vampire, sound like a walking stereotype. That ridiculous accent of yours is insufferable. Ha ha ha, how delightful. But no matter, it'll savor your blood like a fine vintage. Count Fedor chuckled, his gaze fixed on Lu Ding's golden-tinged aura. The quality of his blood was unlike anything the vampire had ever encountered. The vampire lunged, intending to test Lu Ding's abilities. But before he could even land a blow, Lu Ding raised his hand ever so slightly. In an instant, the room erupted with razor-sharp energy, shredding everything in its path. The walls, floor, ceiling, an opulent crystal chandelier, and even the priceless wooden bedall were reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. As Count Fedor's body was torn apart, his eyes widened in shock. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Weren't they supposed to engage in a back and forth, probing each other's strengths and weaknesses before making a decisive move? Why was this over so quickly? Did Lu Ding not fear the possibility of hidden tricks or countermeasures? Lu Ding's calm, impassive expression provided the answer. Do I look like someone who needs to test the waters? Power, body, speed. These 3 choices were laid out before Lu Ding, representing magic, physical strength, and swiftness respectively. He didn't really care which one to choose. In battle, who needs all those fancy tricks and gimmicks? Even without a magical weapon, Lu Ding firmly believed that his body was the ultimate weapon. On the ground, pieces of Count Fiedler's body were scattered everywhere. Lu Ding stood silently, gazing at the remains. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Damn it! Why hasn't this cursed Eastern Qi refinement practitioner left yet? Didn't he already kill me? Fiedler cursed internally. As a vampire, he wasn't truly dead. This feigned death ability had saved him countless times in places like Shinla, Annan, and Jupa. Initially, Fiedler wasn't overly afraid of this Eastern practitioner. But Lu Ding's unwavering confidence and decisiveness unsettled him. More importantly, this wasn't Lu Ding's territory. If things escalated, it would ultimately be the other party who suffered the consequences. So, he employed his usual trick, pretending to be dead to escape unnoticed. But today, this once foolproof tactic failed him. When it came to determining the life or death of a monster, Lu Ding never relied solely on what his eyes told him. The system's rewards hadn't arrived, yet how could he be fooled? Realizing he couldn't avoid the situation, Fiedler cursed under his breath. The scattered pieces of his body quickly reassembled into human form. Can you tell me how you knew I wasn't dead? As a gesture of goodwill, it'll make your death less painful. Lu Ding listened to the latter half of Fiedler's sentence with growing confusion. Was this even proper Chinese? He wiggled two fingers, gesturing as if beckoning a dog. Come here, and I'll tell you. Ha ha ha, you Eastern Qi refinement practitioners are truly. Before he could finish, a visible sonic wave burst forth from Lu Ding's body, directly targeting the vampire's heart. Drumbeat heart-shattering technique. The moment the sound wave resonated with the vampire's heartbeat, there was a loud boom. Fiedler's chest exploded into a gaping hole, blood spurting everywhere as he staggered backward. You ambushed me again, he snarled, his sharp fangs fully exposed. This time, he was genuinely enraged. Idiot. Did you think I came here to play games with you? Since you love talking so much, why not keep chatting? I'm curious, how many times do I need to kill you for it to stick? Without waiting for a response, Lu Ding raised his hand, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes like a storm. The vampire fought back while retreating, his eyes suddenly lighting up with realization. I see it now. The great Count Fiedler has finally figured it out. Your physical strength may be formidable, but your mastery of magic clearly surpasses it. That's why you keep using magic to attack the noble Count Fiedler. Your body is your weakness. The room was engulfed in a crimson glow as Fiedler darted through the shadows, finally lunging toward Lu Ding. His wings unfurled menacingly behind him, his face twisted in fury. In the name of the great Count Fiedler, I grant you death. His hand, glowing with a blood-red light, slashed toward Lu Ding's neck. This move had claimed countless lives before, never failing. Snap. A crisp sound echoed as his wrist was effortlessly caught in Lu Ding's grip. Lu Ding looked up, his gaze filled with disdain that pierced Fiedler to his core. Yes, I'm skilled in magic, Lu Ding said calmly, but I never said my physical strength was weaker. What makes you think I was going all out with my magic? Just because I killed you twice in an instant using spells? He shook his head. Honestly, I was just intrigued by meeting a vampire for the first time. But more importantly, I wanted to toy with you, you pathetic creature. With a sickening rip, Fiedler's arm was torn clean off. As agony overwhelmed him, Lu Ding grabbed him and slammed him into the ground with such force that the floor cracked and splintered beneath them. Fiedler's mind reeled, that mocking voice echoing again and again. I wanted to toy with you, you pathetic creature. Toying with him, dismembering him, slicing him into pieces, it was indeed torment, a torment that cut deeper than physical pain. The searing pain in his chest felt as if his heart was being torn apart and shattered, yet it still paled in comparison to the anguish of his dignity being trampled. Count Fiedel felt like a mockery of himself, his pride in his analytical prowess and confidence crumbling in an instant. Now, in the name of Lu Ding, patrol officer of Baofan District and trainee investigator of Unit 749, I sentence you to death. Lu Ding's voice rang with authority. The very words Fiedel had used to intimidate others not long ago now struck him with unparalleled humiliation as they came from Lu Ding's mouth. The reversal of roles from judge to the judged was an unbearable irony. I won't die. You can't kill me. I am the noble Count Fiedel. Fiedel roared, his voice trembling with defiance. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ding seized Fiedel by the ankle and swung him like a ragdoll, slamming him repeatedly into the ground. The immense force robbed Fiedel of any ability to resist. With one final, bone-crushing blow, Fiedel's body was hurled violently against the ceiling. Lu Ding followed swiftly, his fists raining down like a relentless barrage of cannon fire upon Fiedel's body. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed through the space, while Fiedel's organs shifted under the relentless impacts. With each strike, destructive spiritual energy seeped into Fiedel's body, tearing apart the very essence of his soul. Fiedel howled in agony, writhing in pain, yet his mind grew frighteningly lucid. Above him, the ceiling had already crumbled, dirt cascading down. Then, a horrifying realization struck him: this was the underground floor, and beyond it, daylight awaited. No, no, you can't do this. Fiedel screamed, his voice raw with desperation. I committed evil. I should face proper punishment. I deserve judgment by Unit 749. Lu Ding laughed maniacally, ignoring his pleas. The noble Count Fiedel, come on. Scream, beg, wail in agony. Compose the final chapter of your miserable life. Nobility? Nobility, my ass. Thousands of years of so-called civilization. And now if you pick anyone off the street and trace their lineage, how many aren't descended from rulers or aristocrats? Nobility? That zombie I took down a few days ago, that was a real general, a proper noble. Fiedel thrashed violently, caught between the torment and his fear of sunlight. You're insane. A madman. Yes, yes, that's it. Lu Ding roared with laughter. Play the symphony of your dwindling time. Embrace the highborn grace and elegance you so arrogantly proclaim, all the way to the bitter end. Ha ha ha. In the heart of the building complex, the first rays of the rising sun streamed through the corner of a towering structure, casting a warm glow on the ground below a land just awakening from the clutches of darkness. Suddenly, the earth trembled, bricks and soil scattering in all directions, as two figures burst forth from beneath. Lu Ding stood bathed in the morning light, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin. In stark contrast, Count Fader's condition was dire. His body began to smolder, his flesh and skin disintegrating into black smoke, like the first snow melting under heat. Ah! No! Keep the sunlight away from me! You filthy Eastern Chi practitioner! Count Fader howled as he writhed violently in Lu Ding's iron grip. Hovering in midair, Lu Ding held the Count aloft by his neck, his hand like a vice. Every so often, he rotated the vampire's body, as if ensuring every inch of him was evenly exposed to the sunlight. Ha ha ha! Isn't this sunlight delightful, Count Fader? Never had the chance to enjoy it before, huh? Today, you'll get the full experience. For vampires, sunlight was more lethal than fire, its agony far more excruciating. Lu Ding could have chosen a simpler method to deal with him, but life was all about finding creative solutions. As an investigator, he often found himself relishing these moments when monstrous creatures begged for mercy. To him, it was just another reminder of how much he loved his job. 19 years of dormancy had finally come to an end. Once, he had been a transmigrator with a golden finger he couldn't utilize, an orphan swaddled in infancy, a young man whose dreams of a better future were repeatedly crushed by reality. But now, his time had finally arrived. With a sharp crack, Lu Ding tightened his grip. Count Fader, charred and broken, dissolved into a wisp of black smoke under the relentless sunlight. Apologies, my esteemed Count, Lu Ding said mockingly, for giving you such an undignified death. There's no underworld or heaven waiting for you here, only the Yellow Springs, the bridge of helplessness, and the platform of reflection. Remember this. My name is Lu Ding, and it was I who ended your miserable existence. As the vampire perished, a system notification appeared before Lu Ding. Blood Rain Technique. Summon a cursed rain of blood, ominous and forbidden. Where blood rain falls, you hold dominion. Wind Binding Technique activated. Blood Rain Technique activated. The two techniques fused, birthing a new skill. Bloodstorm. Your arrival is heralded by a storm of blood and wind. The wind tears at souls, and the rain dissolves flesh and bone. As sunlight poured down in radiant streams, Lu Ding soared into the air, heading straight for the 60th floor. Grabbing Jia Yuanfang, he flew off into the distance. With the vampire matter settled, his next target awaited in Saojia Alley, Chao Yuan. According to the laws of the Han Dynasty, grave robbers and dealers of funerary artifacts were to be dealt with severely. For practitioners of Qi refining, tomb raiding and treasure hunting are often an unavoidable means of livelihood. Many rely on it to make a living, scouring the wilderness for treasures and delving underground in search of rare artifacts. As a result, the law distinguishes significantly between practitioners and ordinary people when it comes to legal judgment. If the deceased is a Qi refining practitioner, and the tomb raider is also a practitioner, this is considered internal competition within the same community and natural conflict among peers. However, if a practitioner dares to desecrate the grave of an ordinary person, they face severe legal punishment. This forms the foremost rule of the Qi refining community. Never harm the rights and interests of ordinary people. The two groups are like parallel worlds that must remain distinctly separate. Such strict boundaries exist to prevent practitioners from exploiting ordinary people. Without such rigid regulations, the consequences would be dire. Imagine a billionaire peacefully asleep at home, only to wake and find a young man standing by his bed, brazenly demanding money. If the billionaire dismisses him as insane, the practitioner might use magic to compel the wealthy man into willingly transferring all his assets. In such a scenario, ordinary people would be reduced to helpless victims, with no means of survival. At its core, the existence of Qi refining practitioners depends on the ordinary population. Only by safeguarding the interests of ordinary people can the Qi refining community ensure its continued growth and survival. This principle is one of the key reasons for the existence of the 749 organization. The actions of those in Saojia Alley who illegally trade burial artifacts have crossed this line, going so far as to sell these cultural relics abroad. This not only disrupts the harmony between the two groups, but also constitutes a betrayal of national interests. Burial artifacts are valuable relics of history. If left undisturbed underground, it would be one thing after all. Disturbing ancestral graves is morally reprehensible, and one's own ancestors' graves could face the same fate in the future. However, once these relics are unearthed, those responsible must be held accountable. If apprehending them proves impossible, at the very least, these artifacts should circulate domestically. To dare to sell them overseas, however, is an act of unforgivable greed and malice. Lu Ding pulled out his phone and dialed Gao Zhengliang. Hey Lao Gao, calling me so early. Officer Lu? What's the occasion? Gao Zhengliang was sipping on his morning porridge, speaking lazily between small bites. Time to make an arrest. The words jolted Gao Zhengliang, and he immediately set his spoon down. An arrest? Who? For what crime? And where? His questions tumbled out in rapid succession, instantly drawing the attention of the other officers in the cafeteria. All eyes turned toward him, their collective thought clear. This has to be a major case. After all, routine cases wouldn't come directly from the chief. Only critical ones were passed down through Gao Zhengliang. As Lu Ding forwarded the intelligence from 749 to Gao's phone, he explained, location, Caojia Alley. The targets include, but are not limited to, the individuals listed in the intel I just sent you. Gao Zhengliang glanced at the names on the list. Chao Jianshu, Chao Yuan, Chao Yutong. His head began to throb. These were all key members of the Chao family. Chao Jianshu was the head of the second branch, Chao Yuan was the current young master, and Chao Yutong was the head of the first branch, also the patriarch and father of Chao Ying. The Chao family was known for its meritocratic traditions, where positions of power were determined by contributions and abilities rather than familial ties. This had resulted in the current arrangement. The first branch held the patriarchal position, while the second branch managed the young master role. When Lu Ding first learned of their system, he had scoffed inwardly, thinking, keeping up with the times, huh? How democratic of you. Officer Lu, I hope you're not joking about this. Gao Zhengliang hesitated. These are all direct descendants of the Chao family's second branch, and most of them are cultivators. Our security bureau deals with ordinary people. Arresting cultivators is outside our jurisdiction. Isn't that 749's job? Just do as you're told, Lu Ding said firmly. We're going after those involved in illegal dealings with spirit artifacts, and that's squarely under the security bureau's responsibilities. If you're worried about them resisting with violence, bring out the rocket launchers, anti-material rifles, and grenades. Lock down Caojia Alley tight. Evacuate the civilians, I'll handle the cleanup. Once it's done, just make room for 749 to pick them up. This is a golden opportunity to bust a group of artifact smugglers and earn some solid credit. Are you really going to pass up free merit? Gao Zhengliang was persuaded. The intel and reasoning seemed legitimate, and the suspicion surrounding Caojia Alley's activities was likely true. While the operation might skirt some procedural norms, at worst, it would mean burning the midnight oil to file reports. Officer Lu, I'm trusting you on this. Don't make me regret it. Relax, Lao Gao. When have I ever let you down? With that, Gao Zhengliang hung up and immediately shouted, Emergency assembly. Meanwhile, at Xingting Capital's headquarters, Bohemian emerged from the shadows, surveying the chaos around him. He crouched down and ran his fingers through the blackened ashes on the ground. Though he had previously known little about Lu Ding, the battle reports sent from the bureau had made him take notice. Now, the death of the vampire count confirmed that this man's strength far exceeded his expectations. At the Chao family estate, Chao Yuan tossed and turned in bed. Ever since receiving a late-night call from his mother, Jia Yuanfang, asking about Lu Ding, he hadn't been able to sleep. His mind ran wild with thoughts. Would Lu Ding retaliate for any offense? Would he face constant harassment in the future? What if the dealings with spirit artifacts were exposed? And why had his mother suddenly brought up Lu Ding? Could there be some connection between them? Unable to stay still, Chao Yuan grabbed his phone from under his pillow and called Jia Yuanfang 3 times. But she didn't pick up. Frustrated, he turned to his elder brother, Chao Xiang, sending him a message about his concerns and their mother's midnight call. Before long, Chao Xiang replied, Xiao Yuan, don't act rashly. Wait for me to return. They'll be in Yunhai by tonight. With me here, there's no way Lu Ding would dare touch you, not even if he had 10 times the courage. At worst, we'll settle this with strength. I've already spotted his weaknesses, and when it comes to a fight, I'm confident in our victory. Reading this, Chao Yuan felt a wave of relief. While the recent downfall of Qiu Tianrang had been a cautionary tale, his older brother Chao Xiang's power was on an entirely different level. He was certain his brother would prevail. In the early morning within the Chao family compound, the clan members were engaged in their routine exercises. For cultivators, the break of dawn, when the purple qi rose, was the prime time to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A single breath of morning energy was said to refresh the body and mind. But their tranquility was soon shattered. With a deafening boom, the grand crimson gates of the estate were blasted off their hinges, sending the guards flying into the courtyard. Shocked, everyone turned toward the entrance, where Lu Ding strode in with an imposing aura. 749 is here for an arrest. Chao Yuan, get out here now. His voice reverberated like a thunderclap, shaking everyone to their core. Above, dark clouds began to gather ominously. With each step Lu Ding took, the sky grew heavier, blotting out the morning light. This was his newly acquired technique, Bloodstorm. If the Chao family cooperated, things would proceed smoothly. The guilty would be taken, and the innocent spared. But if they resisted, the sky would darken, the winds would howl, and the rain would fall, stripping away souls and dissolving flesh and bone. The moment the number 749 was uttered, silence fell over the sprawling Chow family estate. Lu Ding stood in the courtyard, his gaze sharp as blades. His reputation preceded him, a man feared far and wide. His name alone enough to send shivers down spines. He scanned the crowd coldly, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. No matter how vast the Chow family alley is, or how deep this estate runs, once this gate is blocked, let's see if you'll hand over the person I want. Though fear flickered in their eyes, dozens of Chow family disciples stepped forward, determined to bar his way. Lu Ding's brow arched slightly before a low, thunderous hum erupted from within him. In an instant, the disciples collapsed like wheat under a scythe. Lu Ding, the so-called corpse tyrant. How dare you strut into the Chow family with such arrogance? A figure leapt from the inner courtyard, his sword flashing with a chilling gleam as it struck. Lu Ding didn't flinch. With his bare hand, he caught the blade midair, and with a surge of strength, the sword shattered piece by piece. The young man retaliated with a powerful kick from above, but Lu Ding countered with an upward strike of his leg, sending him crashing into a wall, which crumbled under the impact. Today, they'll show you what happens when the Chow family is left defenseless. Lu Ding's voice boomed like thunder. If you had real strength, would you have made that weakling Chow Yuan your young master? Would you stoop to dealing in cursed artifacts? Would you dare conspire with Black Mountain to swallow the Jia family whole? Now, bring Chow Yuan and whoever's in charge here out to face me. Realizing there was no escaping this confrontation, two figures shot out from the depths of the estate: Chow Yutong, the family patriarch, and Chow Jianshu, both seasoned experts of the Spirit Sea realm. Chow Yutong suppressed his fury, though a flicker of relief crossed his mind. Only Chow Yuan? This could work. Chow Yuan wasn't his son, after all. Sacrificing him to silence the accusations as staged suicide to cover up his crimes could resolve the issue cleanly. Losing the young master's position might even benefit the family in the long run. This rewrite keeps all the original plot elements intact while refining the language for a more vivid and dynamic narrative. The characters' actions and emotions are conveyed with precision, creating a more immersive and engaging scene. Among the younger generation of the second branch of the Chow family, aside from Chow Yuan and Chow Xiang, there was indeed no one capable of taking on great responsibilities. However, Chow Xiang's role as a 749 investigator made it impossible for him to assume the position of the young head of the family. To Chow Yutong, this situation seemed like a heaven-sent opportunity. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as his attitude suddenly grew unusually proactive. Inspector Liu, he said, the Chow family alley will fully cooperate with your enforcement. Please wait a moment, they'll bring Chow Yuan to you immediately. The meaning behind his words was clear to everyone present, including Chow Jianshu and Lu Ding. Lu Ding didn't particularly care, as his objective was simple. He wanted an outcome whether Chow Yuan was alive or dead. In fact, if Chow Yuan were brought to him as a corpse, it would save him the trouble. As long as he saw Chow Yuan's body, he could take down these two old men without hesitation. But for Chow Jianshu, this was absolutely unacceptable. That was his own son. His face darkened, and he reached out to stop him. Chow Yutong, you bastard. What are you trying to do? Before his hand could reach its target, it was gripped tightly by Lu Ding's overwhelming strength. Lu Ding spoke coldly, Chow Jianshu, are you trying to obstruct justice? The searing pain in his arm made Chow Jianshu forget everything else as he shouted, Inspector Liu! Lu Ding! Chow Yutong, that bastard, wants to kill my son. Hearing this, Chow Yutong's heart skipped a beat, and he anxiously glanced at Lu Ding. However, Lu Ding's expression remained unyielding. Impossible. The head of the Chow family is the leader of Chow Family Alley, and Chow Yuan is the young head. How could you accuse the family head of plotting against the young head? Chow Yutong immediately chimed in. Exactly. How could I possibly harm Yuan? He's my nephew. With Inspector Liu Hiran, officer of Baofan District, there's no way he would wrongly accuse Yuan. If Yuan made a mistake, we in the Chow family believe in taking responsibility for our actions. Since you're his father, you can't go to avoid suspicion. Others don't have the appropriate status to go. As the head of the family and Yuan's uncle, it's only right that I go. Inspector Liu, please keep an eye on my younger brother, might say something irrational. We'll be back shortly. Watching Chow Yutong hurriedly leave, a wave of despair washed over Chow Jianshu. Yet, deep down, he clung to a fragile hope after all. That was his own elder brother, Chow Yuan's uncle. Blood ties ran deep, didn't they? Surely he wouldn't, would he? In the dead of night, just as Chow Yuan had barely lain down, the wooden door to his room was suddenly slammed open with a deafening crash. Startled, he sprang to his feet, his instincts on high alert. Only after recognizing the intruder as his uncle, Chow Yutong, did he slightly relax. These days, being at odds with Lu Ding had left him perpetually on edge, ready for danger at every turn. Before Chow Yuan could even utter a word, Chow Yutong made his move. A surge of spiritual energy silently surged into Chow Yuan's body, obliterating his meridians and energy core in an instant. Outwardly, he appeared unscathed, but his life force had been completely extinguished. "Oh, my dear Yuan," Chow Yutong exclaimed. Yet the anguish on his face quickly gave way to a twisted grin. "Ah, you've died a fitting death indeed." Though he had never been particularly fond of this nephew, hearing uncle from the boy since his youth had left its mark. Now, having personally ended his life, Chow Yutong couldn't help but feel a mixture of emotions. However, leaving Chow Yuan alive would have risked exposing their dealings in illicit spirit artifacts, which would spell doom for the entire Chow family. Wrapping Chow Yuan's lifeless body in a blanket, he carried it outside, muttering to himself, "Yuan, don't blame your uncle. Once we get through this crisis, I'll work hard to rebuild, and when you reincarnate, you can still return as our young master. Sacrificing you for the family's survival, it's a deal worth making." Reaching the front courtyard, Chow Yutong raised his voice in a wailing cry. "Oh, Yuan, my dear Yuan, your uncle has wronged you. How could you leave us like this? Even if we made mistakes, Inspector Liu would have ensured justice prevailed. Why would you take your own life out of guilt?" Hearing the commotion, Chao Jianshu rushed over, only to see his son's lifeless face. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot rage. Staggering forward to take his son's body, he was stopped by a cold voice behind him. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. It's always tragic when the old bury the young," Lu Ding remarked icily. "But don't worry, you won't have to grieve for long. You'll be joining him soon enough." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Ding had already locked his grip around Chao Jianshu's neck. With a swift overhead throw, he slammed him onto the ground with such force that the stone pavement shattered beneath him. Every bone in Chao Jianshu's body broke, leaving him immobile. Lu Ding didn't finish him off immediately. He intended to leave that honor to Gao Zhengliang, a department head who had often lent him a hand during his time in the Bureau of Public Order. Chow Yutong stared in shock at the scene before him. Inspector Liu, what are you doing?" "It's simple," Lu Ding said, stretching his arms as he paced closer. "Take out one first, and the rest becomes a lot easier. I didn't ambush you right away because I heard you're an 8th level Spirit Sea practitioner. I've recently mastered a new technique, and you'll make a fine test subject." Though his steps seemed leisurely, they had already cut off all of Chow Yutong's escape routes. "If you impress me, I might leave your body intact. But if you disappoint me, well, I'll have to chop you into 8 pieces." The contempt in Lu Ding's tone ignited a fiery rage in Chow Yutong. He was the head of the Chow family, a seasoned 8th level Spirit Sea cultivator, and now a mere junior dared to humiliate him like this. Tossing Chow Yuan's body aside, he assumed a defensive stance. "Inspector Liu, is there truly no room for negotiation?" Lu Ding appeared before him in an instant, delivering a resounding slap that left Chow Yutong's cheek swollen. "I've said my piece. What's there to negotiate? Are you deaf?" The blow completely shattered Chow Yutong's composure. Enraged, he unleashed the full force of his 8th level Spirit Sea cultivation, stirring the air into violent gusts. Drawing upon the Chow family's signature techniques, he planted his feet firmly and summoned a sinister energy that manipulated the spiritual forces around him. This was none other than the Chow family's feared arts hunter's stake and spirit-severing palm. Lu Ding stood still, a faint smirk playing on his lips, his tone tinged with amusement. "Now, let the warm-up begin." Chow Yutong immediately sprang into action. Spiritual energy swirled around his palms as he unleashed a series of swift and powerful close combat strikes. His movements were agile yet carried a ferocious force. However, faced with this fierce onslaught, Lu Ding merely tilted his head slightly, his steps shifting gracefully as he keenly sensed the rapid disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy. "Severing spirit palm." The word severing indeed carries some ingenuity, Lu Ding remarked with genuine appreciation. Seeing his prize technique have no effect on his opponent, Chow Yutong was incredulous. "Why aren't you affected?" He quickly elaborated on the power of the severing spirit palm. Anyone struck directly would have their internal spiritual energy flow severed, their meridians blocked, ultimately leading to an explosive death from the buildup of energy. Even those who avoided a direct hit would find the unique energy manipulation of the technique disrupting both the surrounding spiritual energy and their own, severely limiting their movements and eventually leaving them vulnerable to a finishing blow. "Spiritual energy flows like a one-way street," Chow Yutong explained further. "The severing spirit palm is like introducing a vehicle going the wrong way, causing a traffic accident within the energy flow." Lu Ding responded with an air of nonchalance. "Your severing spirit palm is nothing more than a superficial understanding of spiritual energy. While my cultivation level may be lower than yours, my comprehension of spiritual energy surpasses yours by 1,000-fold. Arrogant fool." Chow Yutong exploded in anger. "You, a mere Spirit Sea Stage 2 under 20 years old, dare claim a deeper understanding than me? A Spirit Sea Stage 8 cultivator?" Before he could finish his tirade, Chow Yutong suddenly sensed something amiss. Thanks to his refined perception from cultivating the severing spirit palm and the soul-hunting stake, he was horrified to realize that the flow of spiritual energy around Lu Ding bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary state of harmony known as unity with heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator must actively draw in spiritual energy. But in the unity with heaven and earth state, one only needs to open their meridian gates, and the energy flows into the body of its own accord. Watching Lu Ding stroll leisurely, Chow Yutong's entire worldview was shattered. Sorry about that. Once I opened it, I forgot to close it again, Lu Ding explained casually. What? Chow Yutong was momentarily baffled by the cryptic statement. All right, Master Chow, your performance was decent enough, Lu Ding said, snapping his fingers. Now, let's get to the main event. At the sound of the crisp snap, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A desolate and oppressive energy swept through the area, as if the world itself had been transformed into another realm. Overlap with the netherworld? Chow Yutong exclaimed in shock, his composure crumbling. This is beyond human capability. Lu Ding, you're a monster, aren't you? The only response was the sound of rain pattering down. Lu Ding couldn't be bothered to entertain such nonsense. Though he admitted that the bloody wind and rain technique did bear some resemblance to the netherworld overlap, especially since he had experienced it firsthand just days ago, he was certain of one thing. He was human, and Fong Du was a ghost. This was no netherworld overlap. A single drop of blood-red rain landed on Chow Yutong's forehead, instantly causing him excruciating pain as his flesh began to dissolve, exposing stark white bone. Then, a torrential downpour of blood rain followed, so dense it obscured everything. Ah! Lu Ding, show yourself. What kind of coward hides in the shadows to strike? Chow Yutong roared in agony, wildly unleashing his spiritual energy in every direction. Amid the blood rain, he vaguely saw a figure approaching from the distance. The eerie sense of oppression emanating from the figure sent chills deep into his soul, far more terrifying than any ghost. In a desperate surge of emotion, Chow Yutong wiped the blood rain from his face, tearing away half of his skin in the process, and charged madly at the figure. Ha ha ha, Lu Ding, you are a monster, a ghost. He'll kill you. But his steps grew slower, his body gradually lowering, his legs had dissolved into the blood rain. By the time he reached Lu Ding, his lower body was entirely gone, leaving only the skeletal remains of his upper half. I got you, Chow Yutong mumbled incoherently, his voice fading. Lu Ding pressed the stopwatch on his phone. 5.333 seconds. You only lasted 5.333 seconds in the bloody wind and rain. I had such high hopes for you. Yet I didn't even need to use the full force of the storm for the first time after a fight. Lu Ding felt exasperated. I can't help but suspect that your spirit C stage 8 is heavily inflated. Looking down at the incomplete remains of Chow Yutong's body, Lu Ding broke his own promise. For the first time, there was no need to cut this corpse into 8 pieces anymore. All in all, the bloody wind and rain technique proved effective enough, though the energy cost was considerable. Each drop of rain required his spiritual energy to condense, and with his current capabilities, he could sustain it for no more than a day. Turning his gaze toward the depths of the Chow family estate, Lu Ding thought to himself, aren't novels always saying that powerful families have some hidden elder or ancient expert protecting them? They're supposed to show up when the family is in danger. So why hasn't anyone appeared yet? The Chow family was known to have an old patriarch. This was common knowledge. He had been in seclusion for years, attempting to break through to the divine palace realm, only making an appearance once a year on his birthday or during significant family events. As for his place of retreat, rumors varied. Some said it was within the Chow family estate, while others believed it to be deep in the mountains. Lu Ding had searched the Chow family compound thoroughly, not even disturbing a single bird. Frustrated, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, deep within the Chow residence, an elderly man slumped into a rattan chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. In his hand, he still held a pigeon struggling to fly away. Muttering to himself, he lamented how terrifying the younger generation had become. This old body can't handle this kind of stress anymore, he thought. 2 dead sons and a grandson? To the old patriarch, it was a minor issue. He had plenty of descendants. Rotten seeds deserved to be weeded out. If he were just an ordinary chi practitioner with only 2 sons, he would have fought Lu Ding to the death. But he wasn't. He bore the weight of the entire Chow family's legacy. If he fell, with no one capable of holding the family together, the Chow family's territory would surely be devoured by outsiders. So, losing 2 sons was no big deal, and losing a grandson was even less important. Besides, Chowing had returned. Compared to Chow Yuan, he valued Chowing much more. Now that Chow Yuan was dead, the position of the young master was vacant. The old man suddenly paused, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Old habits die hard, he mused. Young master? The Jade Hall is gone. The position of head of the family is empty. Why not just make Chowing the head directly? Outside the Chao estate, Lu Ding walked out and motioned to the officers waiting outside. A team of fully armed enforcers immediately poured in. Gao Zhengliang handed him a bottle of water and asked, "Tough day, Inspector Lu? How's it looking inside?" Lu Ding took a sip of water and replied, "It's handled as promised." They didn't dare resist. "Just go in and arrest them. But I've only left you one of the three main culprits." "Which one?" Gao Zhengliang asked curiously. "Only Chao Jianshu is left. Chao Yuan was taken out by his uncle, and as for Chao Yutong, well, he's only half a man now." "Half a man? You're doing?" Gao Zhengliang raised an eyebrow. Lu Ding nearly choked on his water. "Not exactly, but I had a hand in it. I wanted to test a new technique I've been learning. Turns out he couldn't take it. I was planning to leave him intact." Gao Zhengliang was momentarily speechless. Lu Ding was known for being direct and efficient. During his time in Baofan district, he had dealt with 3 local Qi practitioner factions, each with precision and without error. This had laid a strong foundation for Gao Zhengliang's future work. Now, whenever the Public Security Bureau handled cases, these factions would cooperate without hesitation, unlike before when they would stall and evade. However, Lu Ding's methods were heavy-handed, often leaving little of the spoils intact. As the accomplices on the list were escorted out one by one, Gao Zhengliang's grin grew wider. This was a significant case, involving billions in assets and the participation of Qi practitioners. It was even considered a joint operation with Division 749. Though Gao Zhengliang's age made promotions unlikely, as a lifelong public officer, who wouldn't want a few major cases on their record? Lu Ding walked to a nearby trash bin, lit a cigarette, and casually checked his phone. A message from Yin Fifan popped up. "Lu Gu, investigator by Hemian, came to the docks looking for you. He said he was sent by HQ to assist. When he couldn't find you at Xingting capital, I made up some excuse. Should I tell him where you are?" "By Hemian of mini trials fame?" Lu Ding replied. "No need. They'll see him back at HQ. Things here are pretty much wrapped up." Snuffing out the cigarette, he tossed the butt into the trash. Lu Ding decided against flying. It was broad daylight, and being spotted wouldn't be ideal. Instead, he borrowed a car from Gao Zhengliang and drove to HQ with Jia Yuanfang. Later that morning, on the Yunhai City Highway, a 3-wheeled motorcycle sped down the road. In the cargo bed sat Chao Ying, who pushed aside a corpse that was pinning him down. Spitting out half an ear from his mouth, he grimaced and cursed under his breath. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, snaking down his chest and soaking into his clothing, leaving a dark red stain. Chao Ying threw his head back and let out a manic laugh. "Compete with me? You think you're worthy?" Triumphantly, he pulled something from his robe, a finely crafted miniature resembling a man riding a horse-drawn carriage. The object shimmered with a mysterious black light, its top adorned with an ornate umbrella-like cover. This was none other than the legendary Ji Renjima. According to myth, consuming it could lead to immortality and ascension to the heavens. While the tale of becoming immortal might be exaggerated, the Ji Renjima was known to possess extraordinary properties enhancing cultivation, extending life, and deepening one's understanding of the universe. It was said that those with great fortune could even achieve a state of unity with heaven and earth through it. For years, the old patriarch of the Chao family had been stuck at the 9th level of the Linghai realm, unable to advance to the divine Gong realm. Chao Ying, returning to vie for the position of young master of the Chao family, knew he needed the patriarch's approval. Ordinarily, such matters were set in stone, but with the Ji Renjima in his possession, everything was about to change. Riding alongside him on a motorcycle, one of his lackeys joined in his wild laughter. Together, they sped back to Chao Family Lane, shouting and jeering all the way. However, the sight that greeted them brought Chao Ying to an abrupt halt. Outside the Grand Chao family mansion, vehicles from the Public Security Bureau were parked in rows. Through the iron gates, he could see members of the second branch of the family sitting in the cars, heads bowed like wilted eggplants. Just as Chao Ying, puzzled and uneasy, prepared to step forward and ask what was going on, the old patriarch's voice called out, summoning him to the rear courtyard. There, the patriarch reclined leisurely on a chair, speaking with measured calm as he explained the situation. His tone was heavy with meaning as he concluded, "In life, one must know their limits and not be overly greedy. Don't you agree, Nyonyo?" Noticing Chao Ying's lack of response, the patriarch turned to see him lost in thought, his hand fumbling absent-mindedly inside his robe. Chao Ying snapped out of his daze and quickly chimed in, Yes, I've always said Chao Yuan wasn't fit to be the young master. See? I was right all along. And in your opinion, who would be the most suitable for the position?" The patriarch asked, his expression carrying a hint of amusement. "Why, me of course," Chao Ying declared. As he spoke, he pulled out the umbrella-like cover he had just removed from the Ji Renjima and presented it respectfully. "Grandfather, I've been away from you for so many years, neglecting my filial duties during holidays and festivals. This is the Ji Renjima I just acquired today. I heard you're on the verge of breaking through to the divine Gong realm. This will surely be of great help to you. The old patriarch accepted the item, his expression turning peculiar as he examined the umbrella cover in his hand. So, all I get is the cover? Chowing gestured at his disheveled attire, a hint of pride lacing his voice. For this cap, your grandson here paid quite the price. My men suffered heavy losses, many dead, many wounded. I had to risk my life to snatch it back. Inwardly, he was already plotting his next move. Originally, he had intended to present the Jiren to the old master as a gift, a gesture of filial piety, while simultaneously using it as leverage to reclaim the position of young master from Chao Yuan. But recent events had shifted the game entirely. Chao Yuan was dead, and his father had followed him to the grave. With both threats conveniently eliminated, the Jiren had become an unexpected boon. Chowing calculated, instead of currying favor with the old master, it would be wiser to offer the majority of it to Lu Ding, the inspector of Baofan district. This could serve as a gesture to win him over. One gift, two advantages. This was a deal too good to pass up. As for the old master, he was old enough. He could do with a little less indulgence. That Lu Ding is as ruthless as they come, Chowing thought to himself. The man had orchestrated the death of his father, Chao Yutong, with such precision that it sent chills down his spine. And yet, instead of mourning his father's death, Chowing felt a twisted urge to set off fireworks in celebration. Alive or dead, his father made little difference to him. His passing only brought peace. Are you sure there's only one cap? The old master asked, his tone skeptical. Absolutely, Chowing nodded emphatically. At the same time, he discreetly channeled his spiritual energy to seal the Jiren's breach, preventing its aura from leaking and alerting the old master. This treasure was reserved for Lu Ding. After all, if he was to take charge of Caojia Alley in the future, he'd need the inspector's cooperation. Unlike the foolish Chao Yuan, Chowing prided himself on his cunning. The old master nodded in satisfaction. Then prepare yourself. Pick an auspicious day and take over as the head of Caojia Alley. Lead our family to even greater heights. Me? The head? You mean me? For a moment, Chowing was stunned. The sudden shift in fortune left him momentarily speechless. He had only aimed for the position of young master, but now, without lifting a finger, he was being handed the title of the family's leader. Scene transitions to the entrance of Bureau 749. At the entrance of Bureau 749, Lu Ding stood face-to-face with Yin Fifan, accompanied by a newcomer, Bai Hemian. The two men sized each other up as Bai Hemian recalled the information he had just looked up on the 749 app regarding Lu Ding. Lu Ding, do you think all monsters deserve to die? Bai Hemian asked bluntly, cutting straight to the point. Without hesitation, Lu Ding replied, of course. If the monster doesn't die, then I will. How else can I earn rewards, grow stronger, and take control of my destiny? As for whether there are good monsters out there, sorry, that's not my concern. This response aligned perfectly with the reputation Bai Hemian had gathered about Lu Ding. Have you never felt lost about it? He probed further. The only time I felt lost is when I couldn't find monsters to kill, Lu Ding replied candidly. Nearly drove me insane in the past 19 years. Bai Hemian managed a stiff but genuine smile and extended his hand. In Bai Hemian, Bai as in white, he as in crane, Mian as in sleep. In the warmth of spring, the ox lies down. Amidst lofty pines, the white crane rests. That's a good name. Lu Ding. Lu Ding's unexpected poetic response took Bai Hemian by surprise. It was a stark contrast to the arrogant and brash personality described in the reports. The story continues to unfold, maintaining the original narrative's progression. Bai Hemian stood still, a sudden wave of clarity washing over him. His grandmother's parting words echoed in his mind. Birds of a feather flock together. A good friend can shape your entire life, transforming your thoughts and perspectives. So, choose your friends wisely, steer clear of the wicked, and draw close to the virtuous. Over the years, Bai Hemian had indeed considered forging friendships, but those he encountered were either ignorant and naive, shallow and superficial, or obsessed with vanity, leaving his life dull and uninspired. When he joined 749, he had hoped to find kindred spirits among the cultivators of energy. Yet reality hit him like a cold slap. Cultivators were no different from ordinary people. The foolish remained foolish, and most were so unremarkable that they couldn't even grasp basic techniques after days of practice. How could such people be his equals? As his abilities grew, the gap between him and others widened, leaving him to watch as those behind him faded into obscurity. Even someone like Wen Rushu, whose talents were passable, was, in Bai Hemian's eyes, merely someone he occasionally condescended to befriend. But when Rushu's response had left him disillusioned, we can't generalize. We need to experience every possibility ourselves. To Bai Hemian, this was absurd. How could anyone truly experience every variable of time, place, person, mood, or even race? It was sheer nonsense. Yet today, Lu Ding's words seemed to crack open a new door in his mind. Time quietly slipped into the evening. Lu Ding remained in the reporting room, meticulously piecing together every detail of this major case involving the deaths of hundreds of civilians and foreigners. This was no simple matter that Yin Fifin's report alone could resolve. Lu Ding had to personally ensure that nothing was overlooked. Meanwhile, Chao Ziong had just arrived at Yunhai East Station. Pushing through the bustling crowd, his brows furrowed deeply. On his phone screen, an open chat with Chao Yuan displayed a string of unanswered messages dozens he'd sent, all met with silence. Not just from Chao Yuan, but from his father, Chao Jianshu, his mother, Jia Yuanfang, his uncle, Chao Yutong, and even the extended family of the second branch. This uncharacteristic silence gnawed at him, filling him with unease. When Rushu caught up to him with quick strides, her voice calm but firm. You might want to check the 749 app for news about Xingting Capital. Chao Ziong's hands shook as he opened the app. The headline struck him like a thunderbolt. Xingting Capital colludes with vampires to murder hundreds. Mastermind Jia Yuanfang captured by trainee investigator Lu Ding. Vampire ringleader Count Fedel executed. The detailed report made his head spin. Chao Yuan, Chao Jianshu, and Chao Yutong were implicated in the illegal trafficking of spirit artifacts. To cover up the truth, Chao Yutong had brutally murdered Chao Yuan. Chao Jianshu was gravely injured and arrested, while Chao Yutong was killed on the spot. Several cultivators from the Chao family were also taken into custody. Chao Ziong felt the world darken around him. In his understanding, his younger brother, Chao Yuan, had always been obedient and well-behaved. How could he have been involved in trafficking spirit artifacts? His father, Chao Jianshu, though hot-tempered, would never have dared to undertake such heinous deeds. And his uncle, who doted on Chao Yuan the most, how could he have killed him in cold blood? But the most devastating revelation was about his mother, the gentle and virtuous Jia Yuan Fangho. Could she have colluded with vampires to harm the innocent? Absurd. Chao Ziong's voice exploded in the room. His eyes gradually turned red, and his fingers clenched his phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Lu Ding. It had to be Lu Ding. He recalled the message his younger brother had sent earlier, and the rumors swirling around Lu Ding surfaced rapidly in his mind. Ruthless methods, vengeful to the core, intolerant of even the slightest offense. Everything began to connect in his head. This was a meticulously planned trap. Lu Ding, seeking revenge against Chao Yuan, wanted not only to wipe out all the capable forces in Saojia Alley, but also to ensure that his mother couldn't leverage her international connections to investigate. So, he schemed to implicate her as well. Yes, it must be this. Chao Ziong kept reaffirming his theory in his mind. To him, his younger brother, father, mother, and uncle were all kind and righteous people who could never commit such acts. At this moment, Chao Ziong was the very embodiment of, those involved can't see clearly, while outsiders can. His heart was filled with the goodness of his family, unable to perceive any possible darkness within them. Faced with such a disastrous outcome, he would rather attribute the cause to an outsider. Recently, tensions between Lu Ding and Saojia Alley had escalated. Coupled with Lu Ding's infamous, glorious feat of traveling thousands of miles to eliminate a Tianli sect demon over a mere verbal threat, Chao Ziong became even more convinced of his conclusion. Just then, when Rushu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, maybe there's more to this than meets the eye. But alas, it's too late to say anything now. Her words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Too late. Everything is too late. My little brother is already gone. Chao Ziong muttered to himself. Then, he abruptly looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. No, my parents are still alive. One's been captured, and the other is gravely injured. If I can find Lu Ding and force him to reveal the truth, I can save them and clear their names and my brother's. He glanced back at his phone screen. The timestamp read 6:35 p.m. A sharp light flashed in Chao Ziang's eyes. Something this major will require a lot of formalities. Lu Ding must still be at the station. At 7:21 p.m., inside the 749 bureau, Lu Ding strode out of the interrogation room, followed closely by two staff members who had been questioning him moments ago. Officer Lu, one of them called out, quickly catching up to him. Could you be a little gentler next time? Maybe leave them alive if possible. Like that vampire from this Cassie had significant research value and could have earned you quite a few contribution points. If you'd left him alive, you might have avoided having to take on so many missions. Same with that Shadow Realm overlap incident last time. You're just 2 missions away from being promoted to a full investigator. If you'd captured some of those creatures alive, you'd probably already be there. I'd love to, Lu Ding replied, spreading his hands in mock helplessness. But every time I encounter one of those monsters, I just can't help myself. I have to go for the kill. Leave one alive? Impossible. Unless it's one of those small fry that only drops worthless gray crystals when killed. There's no way a monster walks away alive after crossing paths with me. He suddenly recalled the Shadow Realm incident and added, Didn't I leave a few gasping for air last time? Yes, you did, the staff member admitted with a wry smile. But they were barely clinging to life, just their heads hanging on by a thread. And they were all low-level nobodies. If we counted those toward the promotion metrics, we'd really be bending the rules. Lu Ding fell silent. It was true those he left alive were the ones he deemed unworthy of his full effort. It was only natural that the Bureau wouldn't consider such small fry significant. Just keep it in mind for the future, the man advised before turning to leave. There's no hard rule about it, but ITLL help with your promotion and earn you more contribution points. The girl trailing behind them raised a fist in quiet encouragement. Good luck, Officer Lu. Thanks, you too, Lu Ding responded, mirroring her gesture. As he turned to leave, he noticed someone approaching from across the plaza at the foot of the steps. The figure carried a pair of twin-bladed hooks, exuding an aura of determination and menace. Their sharp gaze locked onto him. Lu Ding recognized the face from the Bureau's files. Great. He exhaled with a hint of exasperation. Can't catch a break? Huh? I've been running non-stop for over 20 hours now, fighting one battle after another. I'm only 19, and they're already working me like an old warhorse? Though he wasn't particularly fatigued, he wasn't used to going so long without sleep. For Lu Ding, sleep wasn't a necessity. It was a luxuria habit ingrained over decades. Skipping it always left him feeling slightly off. Lu Ding, the approaching man called out, his voice firm. About the Caojia Alley incident and Xingtang Capital, I want an explanation. Hearing Chao Xiang's demand, Lu Ding couldn't suppress a cold laugh. You want? And just because you want something, am obligated to give it to you? Are you my superior? Do I owe you a report or justification? Or do you think waving around some rusty hooks is enough to intimidate me? The words left Chao Xiang momentarily speechless. Indeed, whether in an official or personal capacity, he had no standing to question Lu Ding. But doing nothing felt like a betrayal of his family, of his late brother's memory, and of the sacrifices his parents had made for him. Raising his hook, he pointed it directly at Lu Ding, only to be cut off before he could speak. Enough, Lu Ding said bluntly. I don't have time to act out some cliched confrontation scene with you. We have a deathmatch arena here in the Bureau, with contracts for life and death duels. Let's go sign the papers and settle this on the platform. If you win, you get whatever answers you want. We'll tell you everything. If you lose, you die. Simple. That way, I don't have to worry about being reprimanded or punished. No more pointless talk right here, right now. Are we doing this or not? Lu Ding had been mulling over how to handle Chao Xiang's interference, but now the man had conveniently delivered himself to his doorstep. Fine, then let's settle it with a deathmatch contract. Life and death are left to fate, and strength determines the outcome. For cultivators like them, skills weren't meant to be displayed. They were meant to be tested. Right or wrong, high or low, it would all be decided on the battlefield. Once again, Chao Xiang found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't come here with the intention of signing a deathmatch contract. The Bureau's deathmatch arena was reserved for resolving irreconcilable feuds between investigators. He had only wanted an explanation, an answer. But now it was clear Lu Ding wasn't his subordinate. Why should he indulge Chao Xiang or offer him any justification? This turn of events was entirely outside Chao Xiang's expectations. At the same time, he couldn't understand. Didn't Lu Ding realize the disparity between them? Did this rookie investigator, barely stepping into the path of cultivation, truly believe that a bit of talent and a few kills at the spirit sea level made him invincible? How could he be so arrogant? What Chao Xiang didn't know was that the announcement of his brother Chao Yutong's death had omitted the cause. He had no idea that Lu Ding was responsible. At the time, he hadn't had the presence of mind to dig into the details. When Rushu quickly stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension in the air, he turned to Lu Ding with a gentle tone. Lu Ding, right? I think there might be some misunderstanding between you and Xiang. Let's talk this through calmly. There's no need to escalate things. It's better to resolve conflicts than to create new ones. Try to understand. This case involves his family, after all. Before he could finish, Lu Ding abruptly spun around, his eyes flashing with a cold, piercing glare. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Meddling in something you know nothing about? He let out a derisive laugh, trying to smooth things over. Huh? Fine. It'll make it easy for you. Both of you can come at me together. 2 against 1. Fight or not. The sight of Rushu playing the peacemaker without any context filled Lu Ding with a wave of disgust. He silently vowed to himself. If one dared to sign a death duel agreement and step onto the platform, he would kill him on the spot. If he didn't, Lu Ding still wouldn't let him off easily. He'd tear that meddlesome mouth apart. Rushu hadn't expected his good intentions to backfire so drastically. Instinctively, he took a step back. Though he kept a polite smile on his face, inwardly, he was cursing Lu Ding to no end. At that moment, Chao Xiang suddenly let out a low growl. Sign it. Sign it now and let's fight. He could no longer hold back. Since Lu Ding was so arrogant and reckless, This was the perfect opportunity to avenge his brother on the death duel platform. Think your body is invincible? You'll soon realize the gap between us is far too wide for brute strength to bridge. News of the impending duel spread quickly within Division 749. One of the combatants was Lu Ding, a rising star known as the Corpse Slayer who had single-handedly broken through the Shadow Domain during his flawless evaluation at Zhaoxian. The other was Chao Ziong, a seasoned investigator famously dubbed the Soul Reaper. Armed with his signature twin-hooked blades shaped like fishtails, Chao had carved a bloody path through countless battles. He had once vanished into the dreaded ghost Wailing Mountain for 5 years, and when everyone assumed he was dead, he returned stronger than ever, his hook techniques more sinister and lethal than before. The atmosphere within Bureau 749 was abuzz with heated discussions. News of a deathmatch between Lu Ding and Chao Ziong spread like wildfire, drawing a crowd of investigators to the dueling stage. This showdown between a rising force and a seasoned veteran injected an undercurrent of tension into the Year 1 Martial Forum, even before it officially began. Everyone says Lu Ding is ruthless. Let's see just how ruthless he really is. Murmurs like this rippled through the crowd. As the story circulated, the truth became increasingly distorted. Initially, it was reported that Lu Ding had lawfully apprehended Chao Ziang's family members, a fact documented in the Bureau's app under the latest announcements. However, as rumors swelled, the narrative shifted, claiming that Chao Ziang, enraged and humiliated, had forced Lu Ding into the deathmatch. What's the meaning of this? Outsiders can be arrested, but an investigator's relatives are off-limits? The crowd grew restless. When did Bureau 749 become the Chao family's private playground? Yet, Yin Fifan, who had witnessed the events firsthand, felt something was amiss. From what he remembered, it was Lu Ding who had voluntarily proposed the deathmatch. So how had the story twisted into him being coerced? On stage, the two combatants began signing the deathmatch agreement. Lu Ding signed his name decisively, pressing his fingerprint without hesitation. Chao Ziong, signing in turn, cast a cold glance at Lu Ding. The odds are 8,020 in my favor. If you reveal the truth now, I promise to injure but not kill. Lu Ding responded with nothing but a derisive smirk. Everyone seemed so confident. Did they truly believe he posed no threat at all? Mistaking his silence for acquiescence, Chao Ziong stepped onto the platform. With a swift gesture, he formed a seal and pressed it to his chest. In an instant, fish scale-like armor enveloped his entire body, a high-level technique known as the General's Armor. The investigators watching from below couldn't hold back their indignation. Chao Ziong, have you no shame? Using such an advanced technique against a trainee? Lu Ding, don't be afraid of him. His general's armor isn't fully perfected. His legs are vulnerable for his lower body. Encouragement and advice poured from the crowd. Even Xuaning, the little tyrant who had once been defeated by Lu Ding, shouted at the top of his lungs, Lu Ding, just fight him the way you fought me. The former adversary, now thoroughly convinced of Lu Ding's prowess, cheered him on with genuine admiration. Strength deserves to be displayed with confidence. Lu Ding stood on the dueling platform, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He understood deeply that if one possessed skill but hesitated to act, then years of painstaking training would be rendered meaningless. Investigators whispered among themselves, noting that while Xuaning was arrogant and dismissive of others, he never hesitated to strike down individuals like Jia Yuanfang and Chao Yuan who committed atrocities. Now, forced into signing a life-and-death agreement by Chao Ziong to confront such people, Lu Ding thought to himself, if faced with such situations again, would he allow himself to be trampled upon? Lu Ding pondered silently. If I turn a blind eye today, who will stand up for me when disaster befalls me tomorrow? From the crowd below came waves of disapproval directed at Chao Ziong, but he seemed unfazed, brimming with confidence. My general's armor technique may not be perfected, but as long as I maintain my distance from you, I have the upper hand. Lu Ding's gaze landed on Chao Ziang's exposed feet, a faint smirk forming in his mind. Misinterpreting the look, Chao Ziong sneered arrogantly, don't waste your time with delusions. Prepare to die. Just because I haven't spoken doesn't mean I'm delusional. Lu Ding replied coldly. I was merely thinking, how could someone wield the general's armor technique so poorly that even their legs remain unprotected? Conveniently, I happen to know this technique as well. With that, Lu Ding formed a spell with his hands, a dark, swirling flame igniting in his palm. The flame surged forward, morphing into a fiery serpent that slithered menacingly. Amidst the spreading black mist, a figure emerged clad in the four-beast warring armor, its surface gleaming with an ominous black light. The armor exuded a murderous aura, commanding awe and fear. On his feet were the Bone Mountain boots, and at his waist hung the radiant rebirth pearl, shimmering with brilliance. Impervious to blades and arrows, the four-beast's ferocity was on full display, leaving the audience speechless with shock. How do you know the general's armor technique? Chao Ziong exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Ding raised his hand, spiritual energy surging around him. The general's armor technique is just the beginning. I know much more. Go ask your uncle about it. With that, a devastating slash tore through the air, like a hurricane uprooting everything in its path, obliterating everything before him. At that moment, Chao Ziong finally realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Ding struck with the speed of lightning. Without hesitation or testing the water, she unleashed a killing blow immediately. But it was too late. Countless sharp slashes surged from all directions, shredding Chao Ziang's barely mastered general armor technique in an instant. Wherever the blade light swept, flesh and blood flew. In just 2 seconds, Chao Ziang's body was reduced to a mangled heap in front of Lu Ding, the crimson stains on the ground shockingly vivid. 2-8 split, 2 seconds, 888 strikes. Chao Ziang's death, though regrettable, provided Lu Ding with a perfect opportunity to assess the practical enhancement of the general armor technique. The results were satisfactory, particularly the overwhelming aura it exuded. The audience below had fallen into stunned silence from the moment Lu Ding deployed the general armor. It was only now that they began to piece things together. Could it be that Chao Ziang, having lost everything and seeing no purpose in living, deliberately sought out Lu Ding for this duel? Otherwise, who would dare challenge a master of the perfected general armor technique? This defensive technique was so formidable that even standing still, most attackers wouldn't be able to break through. And Lu Ding, already renowned for his unparalleled physical strength, was now even deadlier with this perfected armor. Tiger with wings. Bai Hemiang watched the entire fight, his eyes filled with admiration. Now this was someone worthy of being his friend, exceptionally strong, naturally gifted, and cultured to boot. The only pity was that Lu Ding was too low-key, tolerating the provocations of petty clowns despite his immense power. But as his grandmother used to say, true strength never stoops to meaningless displays. Lu Zhixuan, look this way. Ji Yanchuang's voice rang out, followed by the sound of a camera shutter. The moment was immortalized. Lu Ding, clad in his black, four-beast battle armor, standing tall in a triangular composition. On his left, the sky was a roiling sea of clouds, blocking out the sun. On his right, the skies were clear and bright. A slant of sunlight illuminated his profile, casting sharp contrasts of light and shadow, while stray strands of his hair danced lightly in the breeze. As Ji Yanchuang gazed at the atmospheric photo she had accidentally captured, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in awe. Although curious about Ji Yanchuang's sudden appearance, Lu Ding didn't linger. They were mere acquaintances, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. Except for failing to leave Chao Yutong's body intact last time, he had fulfilled all his promises. This time, he intended to keep another vow to tear apart Wen Rushu's mouth. Armored and resolute, Lu Ding strode toward Wen Rushu, who stood amidst the crowd. The latter Froza couldn't recall ever offending Lu Ding, having only exchanged a few words with him. Yet, if not for Lu Ding's overwhelming strength and unyielding demeanor, he might have been ensnared by the combined coercion of Chao Ziong and himself. When Rushu turned to flee but collided with Bai Hemiang. Where do you think you're going? Bai Hemiang asked, blocking his path. Lu Ding's voice echoed from behind. You seem to enjoy muddling things, don't you? Forced to face Lu Ding, when Rushu tried to maintain his composure, wearing a gentle smile. Lu Ding, perhaps there's been some misunderstanding between us? You said the same thing earlier about you and Chao Ziang, that it was a misunderstanding. Well, his misunderstanding has been resolved. Now it's your turn. Chao Ziang's in pieces. Are you planning to do the same to me? When Rushu took a step back, his tone wavering. Oh, Lu Ding, we didn't sign a death pact. Killing me would mean punishment for you. It's not just a simple detention. Suddenly, a pair of hands clamped down on him from behind, and an eerie, desolate energy surged into his body, paralyzing him. Bai Hemiang whispered into his ear, just stay still. Lu Ding grabbed Wen Rushu by the mouth. At this moment, Yin Fifan pushed through the crowd, handing Lu Ding a short blade, the same one that had once severed Ma Chi. Brother Lu, this guy's mouth is filthy. Use the blade. Lu Ding took the blade, twirled it skillfully, and in the blink of an eye, it was back in its sheath. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground. Bai Hemiang released his grip, and when Rushu covered his mouth, blood seeping continuously through his fingers. His eyes, filled with fear and confusion, locked onto Lu Ding, yet there was no trace of resentment in them. As a highly talented investigator, when Rushu understood all too well how terrifying it was for Lu Ding to display such devastating combat prowess in 749 within such a short time. Facing an opponent like this, he knew his own strength was insufficient. It would only lead to his own demise. Good. I like that look in your eyes, Lu Ding said coldly. You're a smart man. So I hope next time you'll refrain from passing judgment so recklessly without understanding the situation, especially when you're standing on the sidelines, pretending to be generous at someone else's expense or trying to smooth things over. Otherwise, it won't just be your mouth that's ruined. Got it? When Rushu suddenly realized the truth behind the saying, Disaster comes from the mouth. He nodded silently, not daring to utter another word, and quickly fled the scene. Lu Ding dismissed his general's armor and turned to leave. After over 20 hours of continuous combat, he wanted nothing more than to return and get some proper sleep. In 3 days, the Ghost Festival would arrive, and he needed to be in his best condition. Once Lu Ding departed, the onlookers erupted into a flurry of discussion. This year's 4 monstrous rookies, by He Mian, the one who has seen countless battles, Dan Tai Xianyue, the Jade Guanyin, Wen Rushu, the gentle immortal official, and Lu Ding, the corpse-resolving tyrant. Honestly, I thought Lu Ding was the weakest of them, but who would have thought he could take down Chao Xiang in a single move? Wen Rushu was intimidated by his sheer presence and tried to flee without a fight. Bai He Mian is his friend, and Chao Xiang, the veteran investigator known as the Soul Reaper, has already fallen at his hands. This year, one martial ranking is looking grim for the top 3 contenders. Nobody dares challenge Lu Ding for fear of being instantly defeated. Bai He Mian is unbeatable. That leaves only Dan Tai Xianyue with a slim chance. 3rd place is still up for grabs. Fighting Dan Tai Xianyue? That's not exactly realistic. Well, it's better than going up against those 2 for 1st or 2nd place, right? Fair point. Focus on studying Dan Tai Xianyue's techniques and aim for her spot at 3rd. Lu Ding and Bai He Mian are out of the question, but Dan Tai Xianyue, I might still give it a shot. At that moment, Dan Tai Xianyue was blissfully unaware that a swarm of challengers, all intent on analyzing her combat style and exploiting her weaknesses, was about to descend upon her. After Lu Ding left, Ji Yinshuang scanned the crowd in search of his figure, but found nothing. A faint sense of regret arose in her heart, not because she wanted anything from him, but simply because she wished to thank him in person. To Lu Ding, it might have been just a small favor, but to her, it was a life-saving act. Though the world saw her as the daughter of a wealthy family, entering the realm of chi refiners had made her acutely aware of her own mediocrity, neither exceptionally gifted nor skilled in combat. Someone like Lu Ding was, to her, as distant and unattainable as the stars in the sky or the moon reflected in the water, leaving her both in awe and self-conscious. In that moment, she finally understood the meaning behind the saying, one should not encounter someone so dazzling in their youth. On the way to Baofan district, Lu Ding turned to Bai He Mian, who was traveling with him, and asked, "What's taking you to the city?" "I ordered a piece of clothing before our last mission. Haven't been able to pick it up because of the lockdown," Bai He Mian replied. "Where is it?" "They'll drop you off. It's not like I have much to do today anyway," Lu Ding said with a hint of goodwill toward the man who had just helped him out of a tight spot. After Bai He Mian provided the address, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lu Ding, that poem you recited last Timido, you have the full version?" "Of course," Lu Ding responded effortlessly. Then he recited, "The green peaks pierce the heavens, carefree beyond the years. Clouds part to reveal ancient paths. I lean on stones to hear flowing streams. In the warmth of flowers, the azure ox lies. High among the pines, the white crane rests. Words drift with the river at dusk. Alone, I descend into the cold mist." "Wow, Brother Lu, that's amazing," Yen Fifan exclaimed, closing his eyes as if savoring the imagery. "It's like being transported to a celestial realm, white cranes spreading their wings, azure oxen resting in the fields." "Fifan, open your eyes. We're driving in the highway, no less," Lu Ding reminded him with a sigh. The poem stirred something deep within Bai He Mian. His mind wandered back to the small mountain village where he'd grown up. He could almost see himself leading a water buffalo across a narrow bridge, returning to his home halfway up the hill. In the mornings, the air was filled with birdsong and the fragrance of wildflowers. From the kitchen, his grandmother's voice would call out as she prepared breakfast. "Xiao Bai, you're going to be late, come eat." His eyes grew misty. He knew those days were gone forever. When they reached their destination, Bai He Mian turned back before stepping out of the car and said, "Lu Ding, since you gave me a poem, I'll give you some clothes in return." Glancing at his plain black t-shirt, Lu Ding readily agreed. "Sure, can you throw in a few extra? I'm running out of things to wear." "Deal," Bai He Mian replied with a faint smile before walking away. For a while, Yen Fifan didn't restart the car, even missing a green light. Lu Ding didn't rush him, waiting to see what was on his mind. Suddenly, Yen Fifan snapped out of his thoughts. "Brother Lu, how about I give you a gift too? Did you sneak a look at my ID? Already planning a birthday gift this early?" Lu Ding teased. Catching the joke, Yen Fifan laughed and hit the gas, driving off. Inwardly, he was calculating. Following Lu Ding on a case had earned him 100 contribution points, an amount he would never have dared to dream of before. Since Bai He Mian had brought up the idea of giving a gift, he figured he should prepare something thoughtful as well. Back at the Bureau of Public Security, Lu Ding walked ahead, his mind already preoccupied with the thought of finally getting a good night's sleep. "Wow, Lu Gu, are you really this handsome?" Yen Fifan's exclamation echoed through the office, almost making Lu Ding think there was some kind of emergency. Yin Fifan quickly walked over to Lu Ding and handed him his phone. On the screen was a promotional photo taken today by Ji Yinshuang, and the comment section beneath it was already buzzing with excitement. Strong and handsome. My favorite combo. Top-tier photography. Lu Ding, you're amazing. A perfect collaboration, easily the most stunning promo pic of the year. Someone curiously asked, since when did the Information and Integration Division hire a photographer named Ji Yinshuang? Her work is incredible. Could she take a few shots for me to use as wallpapers? Another commenter even admitted, I have to say, this angle of Lu Ding makes me feel inferior. This time you win. The Information and Integration Division, as part of Department 749's logistical support, was responsible for managing forums and organizing various events. Most of its staff were chi refiners who weren't particularly skilled in combat after all. An organization couldn't be made up entirely of fighters. Am I really that handsome? Lu Ding asked, somewhat incredulous. Absolutely. Yin Fifan gave him a big thumbs up. It's a rugged, unpolished kind of handsome. From the inside out. If our department held a ranking, you'd definitely take the third spot. Our Tianhua. Seeing Yin Fifan's sincere expression, Lu Ding's already good mood improved even further. If someone captured me looking this good, they deserve a hefty reward. Meanwhile, outside the Bureau of Public Security, Chowing hurriedly got out of his car and shouted from a distance, Lu Jishuan, I've brought you a treasure. The guards at the gate immediately raised their guns, their alertness heightened after the last incident involving the Shadow Realm. Although the previous intruder had acted out of desperation, such reckless behavior had posed a significant threat not only to the chi refiners, but also to the ordinary staff in the bureau. Besides, Chao Ying's current appearance shirtless under a suit jacket, wearing a necklace didn't exactly inspire trust. Don't shoot. It's me, Chowing. Lu Jishuan. I'm here to deliver something valuable. Recognizing him, Lu Ding gestured to the guards to stand down. Chowing rushed over, taking large strides, and pulled out a treasure wrapped in spiritual energia Jiranjima from his jacket. Excitedly, he said, this will enhance your cultivation and help you break through barriers while extending your lifespan. Lu Jishuan, care to take a look? Lu Ding, who had been worrying about not having enough contribution points to exchange for natural treasures to expand his spiritual sea, couldn't believe his luck. Someone had just delivered exactly what he needed right to his doorstep. Lu Ding took the Jiranjima from Chao Ying's hands. The moment his fingers touched it, he felt a texture as smooth and warm as jade, yet with a distinctive quality unique to fungi. Without Chao Ying's spiritual energy enveloping it, a delicate fragrance wafted from the damaged tip, refreshing and invigorating. As Lu Ding's gaze fell on the broken part, Chao Ying, slightly embarrassed, explained, the cap went to my old man. He's been trying to break through to the Divine Palace realm for ages without success. I figured eating the cap might give him the boost he needs. As he said this, even he felt a bit awkward after all. Who gives a gift that's already half used? Must have taken quite the effort to get this, Lu Ding remarked. He didn't know the exact details, but he understood how coveted the Jiranjima was. The Tianli sect had gone as far as ambushing 749 investigators just to obtain a Fengding pearl, so their obsession with this treasure spoke volumes. It wasn't too bad. They couldn't outsmart me, but I did lose quite a few brothers, Chowing replied, his tone heavy with sorrow. Lu Ding studied the treasure in his hands. It was indeed a rare and extraordinary item, and it just so happened to be exactly what he needed. With 3 days to spare and the remaining contribution points he had, he could exchange for more natural treasures to aid his breakthrough. I'll take it. Thank you. But I won't take it for free. If you ever need anything in the future, come straight to me. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I won't question right or wrong. I'll stand by your side. Chao Ying couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This promise far exceeded his expectations. Thank you, Inspector Liu. I'll let you get back to it. I have to go now. Still need to send money to the families of the fallen brothers and arrange for the long-distance ones to bring their parents here. Not every treasure hunter who perished in the mountains was a loner. Many had families. As the head of Caojia Alley, Chowing bore the responsibility of looking after the wives, children, and elderly left behind by his brothers who had died for his cause. Before leaving, Lu Ding gave a quick instruction to Yin Fifan. I'll be focusing on cultivating for the next few days. Handle the miscellaneous matters for me. If there's anything you can't resolve, come find me. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I've got it covered. Back in his room, Lu Ding immediately used his remaining contribution points to exchange for natural treasures. Save some for emergencies? Not a chance. How much could he even save? Instead of hoarding a meager amount, it was far better to strengthen himself now. Before long, the familiar cardboard box arrived. He opened it to reveal the treasures. A Wu Ling ginseng, nurtured in a fengshuobless land, jet black and pear-sized, worth 90 contribution points, and a coffin fungus, grown in the coffin of a centuries-old corpse, priced at 80 contribution points. Ordinary practitioners would need to refine these materials into pills, powders, or decoctions to maximize their efficacy. But Lu Ding was different, possessed the forgetting the self-skill, allowing him to achieve unity between man and nature. While others could only absorb 20 of a treasure's potency when consumed raw, or 50 at most when refined could absorb 100 of it directly. Without hesitation, he began to consume the 3 treasures. The taste was unremarkable, but the effects were immediate. Within his spiritual sea, his energy surged like massive waves crashing against the shore, each wave several meters high. The thunderous roars echoed as the coastline expanded outward. The spiritual energy in the surrounding environment seemed to respond to his call, rushing toward him in torrents. Witnessing this, Yin Fifan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Brother Lu really is something else. The difference was staggering. While others absorbed spiritual energy as if sipping through a straw, leaving them light-headed from the effort, Lu Ding seemed to be drawing water with a massive iron bucket tied to a rope, effortlessly scooping vast amounts from the ocean of energy. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Lu Ding fully absorbed the medicinal properties of the treasures, advancing 3 levels in his cultivation, from the 2nd to the 5th stage of the spirit sea realm. For anyone else, these materials might have been enough to break through a single level at best. The Jiranji Ma's primary function was to extend lifespan and restore peak condition, but for Lu Ding, who was only 19 and already in his prime, these benefits were secondary. Lu Ding's progress in cultivating his spiritual sea had far exceeded expectations. Within him, the spiritual sea had expanded into a vast inland sea, its scale far surpassing the standards recorded for the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm in the archives of 749 app. Unlike the excruciating pain and numerous obstacles described in the texts regarding the opening of the spiritual sea, for Lu Ding, the process was astonishingly effortless. As long as the medicinal effects were sufficient, he could expand and cultivate simultaneously, achieving both qualitative and quantitative breakthroughs. At this moment, Lu Ding was stabilizing his realm, while in the dilapidated shipyard of the Baofan district, a conspiracy targeting him was being plotted. A group from the Tianli sect huddled inside an abandoned ship cabin, with a map of Baofan district spread out before them. The Security Bureau and Caojia Alley were prominently circled in red. A one-eyed man was decisively laying out the plan. Tonight is Ghost Festival. At the stroke of midnight, when the yin and yang energies shift, Lu Ding will undoubtedly be too preoccupied to watch over Caojia Alley. That's when we'll strike. Launch a surprise attack on Caojia Alley, capture Chowing, and reclaim the Jiranjima. He turned to his subordinates to assign tasks. Zhou Lai and Guangfei, you're in charge of monitoring the Security Bureau. Keep a close eye on Lu Ding's movements. Peng Zisher and Jin Changhua, head east to release the malevolent spirits and lure Lu Ding away. The rest of you, come with me to attack Caojia Alley and take Chowing alive. The one-eyed man's heart burned with rage. 3 days ago, Chowing had stolen his Jiranjima, and now, as a dignified branch leader of the Tianli sect, he had to tread carefully around a mere intern investigator from 749. What infuriated him even more was that this intern's strength was terrifyingly formidable. He had initially planned to wait for the right moment in Yunhai to deal with Lu Ding, but Lu Ding's power seemed to grow stronger by the day, constantly eliminating one threat after another. It was only in the past 3 days that Lu Ding had appeared somewhat subdued, though it was unclear what he was planning. The more Lu Ding killed, the more unsettled he felt. Each strike left him with a sense of unease. From the one-eyed man to Chao Yutong, then the vampire, and finally the Soul Reaper Chao Xiang. The opponents who fell by his hand were growing increasingly powerful, nearly equal to him in strength. This progression led to new realizations for both the one-eyed man and Lu Ding. All right, you're impressive. Lu Ding, you're truly something. I admit defeat. The one-eyed man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Anyway, the Dingfeng Pearl isn't in your possession now, so let's call it quits between us. They'll let go of the grudge over you taking the pearl, and well part ways. The pearl, along with the G-Man and Jima, are with Chowing. They'll go after him instead. All right? This has nothing to do with you anymore. You've just had a falling out with the Chao family. I'm going after them should be something you'd welcome. Lu Xingchuan, the branch leader of the Tianli sect, found himself oscillating between frustration and resignation, ultimately settling on being frustrated and resigned. He couldn't help but grumble internally, is Lu Ding insane? With that kind of power, why stay as a trainee investigator? Why not just get promoted to full investigator? And seriously, could he stop killing people and focus on killing monsters instead? And the Chao family, what were they thinking? Messing with his work. The thought that he, a dignified branch leader of the Tianli sect, had to tread carefully around a 749 trainee investigator made Lu Xingchuan feel utterly exasperated. If it were a full investigator, he could accept it, but a trainee? The very idea was humiliating. Boss, it's been 3 days already. What if Chowing has eaten the G-Man and Jima by now? One of his subordinates asked. With his single eye, Lu Xingchuan replied, unlikely. From what I've heard, Chowing has been busy arranging things for the families of his deceased subordinates these past few days. Besides, Refining the G-Man and G-Ma into pills isn't something that can be done overnight, and eating them raw would be a waste. He's a treasure hunter. After all, wouldn't do something so foolish. As long as we grab the items and retreat immediately, there won't be any mishaps. Trust me, it's all under control. He confidently analyzed the situation. This is an unbeatable open strategy. Even if Lu Ding figures it out, what can he do? On one side, there's the monster outbreak. On the other, there's Caojia Alley. He can't just ignore the monsters. The outbreak happens first, and we'll strike the Chow family afterward. By the time he finishes dealing with the monsters, would he even have time to return? What? Does he think the monsters are just sitting ducks waiting for him to butcher them? Even if he's strong and gifted, he can't be that overpowered as still needs time to grow. This round, I've got it in the bag. The others nodded repeatedly, finding his reasoning sound. However, there was still one lingering concern. The safety of Zhou and Guangfei. After all, Lu Ding had a reputation for being a ruthless killer who wouldn't hesitate to dismember his enemies. Sensing the worried glances, Zhou patted his chest and said, "No worries. If we're caught, we'll fight. I know full well I can't beat him." Guangfei, arms crossed, chimed in. "But when it comes to escaping, the two of us are no amateurs." Everyone nodded in agreement. The two were indeed known for their exceptional agility, which was precisely why Lu Xingchuan had assigned them to monitor Lu Ding. Excellent. Get ready. Well, split up and act at 11 sharp. Time ticked by. It was July 15th, the Ghost Festival. According to folklore, it was best to stay indoors after dark, and many people had already returned home early. However, the younger generation didn't believe in such superstitions. For them, the night was when life truly began. At 10:50 p.m., Lu Ding opened the door to find Yin Fifan standing outside, holding several bags of different sizes. "What's all this?" Lu Ding asked. "Brother Lu, these are clothes that Bohemian dropped off this afternoon. You were cultivating, so he left them with me and headed back. Since it's the Ghost Festival today, he's on standby for emergency support," Yin Fifan explained. Lu Ding took the bags and casually opened one, only to be pleasantly surprised. Inside was a black and white, dragon-patterned robe with alternating wide and narrow sleeves, embroidered with gold threads that outlined the Dragona garment clearly of exceptional quality. While it might draw too much attention if worn in public, it would undoubtedly look stunning. The second bag contained a dark, custom-tailored suit, exuding elegance. Though the suit was also appealing, Lu Ding preferred the dragon-patterned robe not only because it looked impressive, but also because it had a certain flair. "Wait for me," Lu Ding said, taking the bags and heading back inside. Moments later, when he reappeared, he completely redefined Yin Fifan's understanding of handsome. The wide sleeves exuded an air of refined elegance, while the narrow sleeves emphasized a sense of martial prowess. Paired with Lu Ding's model-like physique, the result was nothing short of extraordinary. Unbelievable. Bohemian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Lu Ding's new outfit. Lu Ding had swapped his classic attire for the legendary Wenwu sleeves, and it completely transformed his aura. "Brother Lu, this new skin of yours is way too impressive. How are the rest of us supposed to survive?" Bohemian teased, then added with a laugh, "After Ghost Festival, hot pots on me." Though Lu Ding was quite satisfied with his new outfit, one thing puzzled him: how had Bohemian managed to get his hands on such intricate clothing in just half a day? The answer was obvious. The tailor. All it took was providing the measurements and saying, "I need it today," without any further explanation. Bohemian thought to himself, grateful he wasn't an ordinary person, as even asking one extra question might have led to his doom. Time to get to work. Lu Ding adjusted his collar and strode out of the Public Security Bureau with purpose. Meanwhile, perched 10 meters up in a banyan tree, two sneaky figures were intently watching the bureau's entrance. The moment they saw Lu Ding step out in his Wenwu sleeves, they both sneered in unison. "Show off." Little did they know, Lu Ding had mastered the flying bear pounce technique, the signature skill of the overlord who once dominated both sides of the Liangjie Mountain. While an ordinary spirit sea cultivator might not have been able to hear their whispered remarks, today's Lu Ding had already surpassed his previous limits, his hearing now razor sharp. "What did you just say?" "My hearing is pretty sharp, you know. Don't talk behind my back." Lu Ding's voice suddenly rang out beside the tree. The two figures almost fell out of the tree in shock. Staring at the man clad in Wenwu sleeves standing before them, alarm bells went off in their minds. How could he move so fast? Rumors had always spoken of Lu Ding's unmatched physical strength, extraordinary talent, and profound mastery of techniques, but no one had ever mentioned such astonishing speed. Guangfei quickly scrambled for an excuse, ready to claim they were just passing by, but his gaze involuntarily drifted downward and froze. To his horror, he saw his and Zhou Lai's headless bodies spurting blood like fountains. As he watched Lu Ding hover effortlessly in midair, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. This wasn't just speed. It was flight at a velocity beyond imagination. Lu Ding and Yin Fifan's figures flashed through the night, and two heads fell from the air. The entire process was so swift it left one speechless. People had always known Lu Ding to be decisive, but such precision and efficiency were still beyond expectation. Lu Ding let out a cold chuckle. Sneaking around near the Public Security Bureau in the dead of night, carrying spiritual energy fluctuations, and conveniently passing by on the Ghost Festival of July 15th? Such a lame excuse wouldn't fool a 3-year-old. Yin Fifan quickly pulled out his phone, opened the 749 app, and scanned the heads on the ground. Lu Gu, these are Guang Fei, known as Drifting Dart, and Zhou Lai, the Ground Tiger, both wanted criminals from the Tianli sect. Together, they're worth 100 contribution points. Lu Ding landed lightly, hovering a few inches off the ground. A sarcastic smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Drifting dart? How fitting. A dart is just a piece of deadwood in the river, and now he's truly become one. It's 11 o'clock now. Lu Ding glanced at the time. Drive to Chow's Alley. I'll explain on the way. He had no intention of flying with Yin Fifan. At such a critical moment, it was better to avoid the risks of acting alone. In the car, Lu Ding analyzed. The people from the Tianli sect only have one conflict with meeting Feng Pearl. Right now, the pearl is in Chao Ying's possession. He used it to climb Dingfeng Mountain and retrieve the Jiren Jima, which led to a clash with the Tianli sect. Now they're watching me, either for revenge or to stir up trouble in Baofan district. They're likely planning to lure out a monster to distract me, then ambush Chow's Alley, Lu Ding said, a confident smile spreading across his face. It's a straightforward strategy with no real counter. If a monster appears, I'll have to handle it, leaving Chow's Alley vulnerable. But their plan hasn't started yet, and exposing these two scouts is the perfect way to break their scheme. Yin Fifan listened intently, though he didn't fully grasp the double meaning behind Drifting Dart. Still, seeing Lu Ding unable to stop smiling, he couldn't help but laugh along. Inwardly, he thought, as expected, Lu Gu usually just doesn't bother to use his brain. Lu Ding had long seen through the Tianli sect schemes. Their intention to lure him away was far too obvious. Yin Fifan, however, secretly looked forward to witnessing the shocked expressions on their faces when Lu Ding showed up unexpectedly. Send a message to Wuzong Shrine and the Sihai group. Lu Ding's voice broke Yin Fifan's train of thought. Have them secretly monitor every corner of Baofan district. Report any unusual activity to me immediately. Got it, brother Lu. In Baofan district, such orders to mobilize local forces were met with complete compliance from Wuzong Shrine and the Sihai group. This was in stark contrast to other areas, where such demands would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction. Elsewhere, the local powers would question why they should cooperate. Maintaining order was 749's responsibility, and since there was neither payment nor benefit involved, they saw no reason to comply. But in Baofan district, the three local powers had no such objections. They would cooperate without hesitation. Once the message was sent, Wuzong Shrine sprang into action. In their group chat, the leader, Tang Bao, quickly issued an order. Those of you who are still awake, wake up the ones who are asleep. Gear up, and get the old immortals ready. Release the chaotic soldiers, and keep everything under strict surveillance. Inspector Lu has ordered us to monitor Baofan district and report any anomalies immediately. Remember how well we handled the situation at Duanqiao Wharf last time? The 749 logistics leadership hinted that we might get an auxiliary status to assist with post-incident management within Yunhai City. If we do a good job this time, we might officially become part of 749. The chat exploded with activity. Brother Bao, can we really join 749? Jiang Zelin asked in disbelief. Would we even pass the background checks? Mao Chenghua voiced his concern. I've had a few run-ins with the law before, nothing major, but still, 749. Fong Yang hesitated. Seeing the doubts among his group, Tang Bao explained, that's why they're still considering it. It's not a done deal yet. This opportunity is entirely thanks to Inspector Lu's influence. Think about it, what other force in all of Yunhai has a chance to become auxiliary personnel for 749? None. And now we have this opportunity. No more talking, I'm heading out now. Yin Honglang replied excitedly. I've been dreaming of joining 749, even as auxiliary personnel. If we can get auxiliary status, we'll gain access to 749's resources and techniques, Gaoji said enthusiastically. And with that status, who would dare look down on us again? Liao Yao chimed in with a suggestion. Brother Bao, I think we should take this a step further. Let's not bother Inspector Lu with minor issues. He's got a lot on his plate today. As auxiliary personnel, we should take the initiative to ease the burden on the official members. Let's handle what we can on our own, and only report to Inspector Lu if it's absolutely necessary. Tang Bao stood up abruptly, energized by the suggestion. In his excitement, he had overlooked this point. Exactly. That's the plan. Tang Bao quickly replied. Everyone, get moving. Those who need to grab equipment, do so. Those setting up altars, get started. They'll have the warehouse doors open, take whatever you need. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the streets of Baofan district. As the clock tower struck midnight, its chimes reverberating through the night, an undercurrent of confrontation began to stir. The Wuzong Society moved swiftly, while the Sihai Group, though a legitimate company, refused to back down. Upon receiving Yin Fifin's message, they immediately began assembling their forces. At the northernmost end of Feixiang Lane, two shadowy figures crept into a secluded alley, busy setting something up. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of beady green eyes were fixed on their every move. This stuff is potent. How much should we use? Do the math. 10 grams can affect a 5-kilometer radius. We've got 50 grams Herathats at 25-kilometer range. It's Ghost Festival tonight, so there's plenty of supernatural activity. Just a little of this, and it'll be enough to keep Lu Ding busy. He won't have time to worry about Saojia Alley. Don't overdo it though. Too many deaths will be hard to cover up. The 749 Bureau isn't easy to deal with. Let's just send a message. We're not trying to take revenge on society. As they whispered, a flash of gray darted forward. A small figure snatched the transparent glass vial from their hands and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Where did that rat spirit come from? Catch it! It ran into the wall. Break the wall down. The news quickly reached the Wuzong Society's group chat. Tang Bao immediately mobilized everyone to rush to Feixiang Lane. This was, after all, the very reason he founded the Wuzong Societito win through sheer numbers. If unknown wasn't an option, what about 10 unknown? Or 100 unknown? Even if the opponent was Lu Ding. So what? The group chat exploded. Causing trouble in Baofan district? Beat them to a pulp if we catch them. They're not taking us seriously at all. Don't forget, we're unofficial members of the 749 Bureau. This is our chance to shine. Let's stop a disaster. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchuan frowned, waiting for a reply that never came. Something's wrong. What's the situation with Guangfei and Zhoulai? Lu Ding is still at the Public Security Bureau. Everything's normal. Hearing Lu Ding's location, Lu Xingchuan finally relaxed. Caution? Unnecessary. Charge in. Capture Chowing alive. Kill anyone you see. Tonight, I want Saojia Alley wiped off the map. Inside the Chow family mansion, Lu Ding lounged in a reclining chair, while the Chow family patriarch stood nearby, offering tea. Inspector Lu, please try this pre-rain tea. Not bad. Would you like to take 2 pounds home with you? Yin Fifin watched the scene. His face twitching slightly. This old man sure knew how to spin lavishly. Brother Lu, they've taken the bait. They think you're still at the Public Security Bureau. Chao Ying, standing to the side, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his earlier decision to hand over the Jima horse and Jima man to Lu Ding. Otherwise, these lunatics from the Tianli sect might have torn Saojia Alley apart. He stole a glance at the patriarch, his thoughts itching. Great-grandfather, can I get my treasures back? Just then, Lu Ding stood up and said, let's head to the main courtyard and wait for them. Soon enough, dozens of figures leapt from the rooftops into the courtyard, while Lu Xingchuan swaggered in through the front gate. Chowing, I've missed you. You're such a good friend helping me buy back the Dingfeng Pearl from Lu Ding and retrieving the Jima horse and man from Dingfeng Mountain. To repay your kindness, tonight I'll make sure Saojia Alley is wiped off the map. Everyone, attack. Before he could finish, the vermilion gate behind him shattered with a deafening crash. Lu Ding appeared, slamming a palm into Lu Xingquan's back. With a resounding bang, the Tianli sect branch leader was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through a decorative rock and landing in the koi pond. His chest caved in, and he coughed up blood, staining the water red. Struggling to his feet, Lu Xingquan's eyes burned with anger and confusion. Lu Ding, you dare use such underhanded tactics? Weren't you supposed to be at the Public Security Bureau? It finally dawned on him, his meticulously planned operation had been foiled. Lu Ding, the so-called corpse-breaking god, had outsmarted him and even resorted to a sneak attack. Lu Ding stood by the edge of the pool, his gaze fixed on Lu Xingchuan, who was drenched and struggling in the water. A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Ambush? So what if I, someone from the Linghai division, ambushed your divine palace? Lu Ding sneered openly, his tone dripping with derision. Linghai against divine palace, only an idiot wouldn't ambush. Sure, I could beat you in a fair fight, but an ambush is just so much easier. What? Do you expect me to set up a formal duel with rules like no hitting the groin, no kicking, no strikes to the back of the head? What do you think this is, boxing? At that moment, Chao Ying and the elder of the Chao family emerged from the nearby building, each dragging 2 captured demon cultists from the Tianli sect. Look at you, trying to act all high and mighty. Yin Fifin chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. How's that working out for you now, Lu? You really thought you could just snatch something in front of Investigator Lu and get away with it? What are you, some kind of big shot? If you're going to pull stunts like this, at least wear a trench coat or something. Everyone else is leaping rooftops, and here you are strolling through the front door. The duo's relentless taunts only deepened Lu Xingquan's misery. His wounds throbbed painfully, and the sharp barbs of their words felt like salt being rubbed into them. He couldn't help but think, these two mouths of theirs are more dangerous than any weapon. They could probably fail a high-speed rail security check for being classified as lethal. You disgrace the title of a 749 investigator, Lu Ding. Lu Xingquan's face flushed with anger as he shouted. I thought you were an upright person, but you've stooped to such underhanded tactics. In turn, actually, Lu Ding replied nonchalantly. That single word hit like a hammer. Lu Xingquan spat out a mouthful of blood, his fury boiling over. Seeing this, Yin Fifan immediately took a step back, retreating to a safer distance. Chao frowned in confusion. Why are you backing off? Just stand still. Before Chao Ying's words could fully register, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted in the air, shaking everyone to their core. The sheer force of it sent those nearby stumbling backward. Behind Lu Ding, the spectral image of a ferocious beast's head materialized, its presence exuding menace. With both hands channeling qi, Lu Ding vanished in an instant, reappearing directly in front of Lu Xingquan. Insulting a 749 public official? That's an additional offense. Lu Ding's voice thundered as his palms shot forward. The beastly apparition behind him unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the surroundings. The sheer force of his attack sliced the air, leaving faint, white trails in its wake, a testament to the raw physical power behind it. Lu Xingquan's attempt to gather his chi faltered as a sharp pain stabbed through his chest. He was a fraction too slow. Boom. The impact sent him hurtling backward, flipping several times midair before crashing through a wall, leaving rubble in his wake. Unstable lunatic. Lu Xingquan cursed through gritted teeth, his injuries worsening with every word. In his mind, he was already swearing vengeance on Lu Ding's ancestors. But Lu Ding wasn't about to let up. He closed the distance again, giving Lu Xingquan no chance to recover. You insult me, and am not allowed to get angry? Stay down, he barked. With a resounding crack, Lu Ding's kick ripped through the air, generating a sonic boom. Lu Xingquan barely managed to form a chi barrier to defend himself, but it was as fragile as thin ice against Lu Ding's overwhelming force. Blood and bile spewed from Lu Xingquan's mouth as he was sent sprawling. Enough! Lu Xingquan roared, steadying himself despite his battered state. Behind him, a towering, 10-meter-tall spectral figure wielding a morning staff emerged a divine avatar, summoned by his remaining strength. This is my domain today. Shut up, Lu Ding shot back coldly. He raised his hand, claw-like, and pressed downward. The blood rain that had begun to fall coalesced into a massive crimson hand in the sky and came crashing down. The divine figure shattered instantly under its weight. The blood rain splattered onto Lu Xingquan, its corrosive properties eating away at his flesh. The remaining Tianli sect cultists, sensing imminent doom, tried to flee, but the blood pooling on the ground twisted unnaturally, forming spears that shot upward and impaled them. They hung in the air like grotesque skewers, lifeless. Run? Now? After all this? Too late, Lu Ding said, his voice icy as he formed a hand seal. The blood rain surged violently, morphing into a forest of crimson spikes that erupted from the ground, skewering most of the remaining cultists. A handful who managed to escape into the air yelled, split up and scatter, before dispersing in different directions. Faced with the terrifying power displayed by Lu Ding, none of the Tianli sect members present dared to act rashly. After all, who would risk their life charging at someone who could kill so many people in a single move? However, as they attempted to leap away in a desperate bid for escape, they unknowingly fell right into Lu Ding's trap. A sharp slash erupted in midair, resembling a gruesome display of live dissection. Just then, an unusual sound came from behind. Lu Xingquan, gravely injured, had at some point removed the eye patch he had worn for years, revealing a horrifying sight where his eye should have been. There was now a grotesque, fang-filled maw. My turn, the eerie mouth spoke, its voice chilling. Soul coffins, 100 coffin death lock. As Lu Xingquan rapidly formed hand seals, dozens of coffins adorned with purple talismans materialized in the air. Their lids swung open, descending like an inescapable net toward Lu Ding. Yet, Lu Ding's figure darted and weaved through the coffins with astonishing agility, finally delivering a powerful kick to the last one as it fell. Now this is more like Itzamething worthy of the divine palace realm, Lu Ding said with a mocking smirk. At least it's a bit more entertaining. The grotesque maw in Lu Xingquan's eye socket twisted into a sinister grin. Entertaining? Kid, you're unbelievably arrogant. Let's see how you handle this. Detestable coffin, limbless woman. At his command, a crimson coffin erupted from the ground. With an eerie creaking sound, its lid began to open, and a pale gray hand with jade-green nails reached out from the edge. However, before it could fully emerge, Lu Ding had already appeared in front of the coffin, delivering a brutal kick. Trying to put on a show in front of me? Are you asking for death? Lu Ding sneered. The coffin, barely ajar, slammed shut under the force of his kick and shattered into pieces, vanishing into nothingness. Illusions conjured by spells aren't real monsters. No need to waste my time with theatrics, Lu Ding scoffed. Lu Xingchuan cursed inwardly. That damned Lu Ding, relying on his overwhelming physical strength, wouldn't even let others complete their techniques. At that moment, the blood rain pooling on the ground suddenly transformed into countless crimson threads, shooting toward Lu Ding like a barrage of arrows. This time, Lu Xingchuan was prepared after all. It was this mysterious technique that had just wiped out a large number of the Tianli sect members in an instant. Lu Ding's figure flickered through the air, deftly evading Lu Xingchuan's relentless attacks. Lu cursed under his breath. This guy was a monster. His spells were not only instantaneous and devastatingly powerful, but also astonishingly low on energy consumption. It was as if the laws of nature didn't apply to him. Faced with Lu Ding's unyielding physical strength, blinding speed, and the constant interference of those blood threads, Lu couldn't focus enough to cast his own spells. He needed to create some distance. But when he turned to where Lu Ding had been moments ago, the spot was empty. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darted into his peripheral vision. Before Lu could even turn or focus, Lu Ding was already in front of him. His fist clenched tightly, and small, metallic scales began spreading rapidly from his fingertips, covering his entire body in seconds. General scale armor. With a single motion, Lu Ding launched a devastating punch, trailing a streak of white energy. The force of the strike tore through the air, creating dual shockwaves sewn large, one small that radiated outward with bone-shaking intensity. The sheer power, amplified by his speed, explosive momentum, and the enhancement of the general's scale armor, resulted in a blow that obliterated Lu Xingquan's head entirely. His now headless corpse plummeted into the courtyard below, smashing into the ground with a sickening thud, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Nearby, a grotesque eyeball with a gaping mouth rolled to a stop next to Liu's lifeless body. It stared at the slowly descending Lu Ding and weakly muttered, well, Lu Ding. A true Jiesher Tai Sui. Is this the extent of your power? Linghai 5th stage, defeating a divine palace cultivator? My full power? Lu Ding sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. He hadn't even begun to unleash his true potential. His Blood Rain and Scarlet Tempest technique was still held in reserve. If he were to cast it at full strength, it wouldn't merely draw someone into a spellbound space or summon a storm of blood in the skies. No, it would bring forth an apocalyptic downpour and raging winds that would annihilate everything in this district, leaving nothing alive in its wake. As for Linghai Divine Palace, he smirked coldly. You must be mistaken. It's more like Linghai Slayer's Palace. Want to live? Reincarnate and try again. The eyeball seemed to panic, its tone shifting to one of desperation. Wait, don't kill me. I know valuable things. I can report to Division 749 for you. Bringing me in will earn you commendations, promotions, bonuses. You are just a probationary investigator, right? Capture me, and you'll be a full-fledged investigator in no time. Maybe even a high-ranking one. Plus, contribution points. Think about the contribution pool. Splat. The eyeball burst into a gory mess under Lu Ding's foot. Lu Xingquan's last conscious thought before fading into oblivion was a bitter realization. This unpredictable, short-tempered bastard doesn't even let people finish talking. Lu Ding scraped his shoe against the ground, his expression one of utter disdain. Shut up already. You've been yapping since the moment we started. If I wasn't curious to see if you had anything interesting up your sleeve, you'd have been dead ages ago. And this is it? All your tricks were just illusions and flashy spellwork? Pathetic. As for the so-called secrets, intelligence, and promises of promotion, Lu Ding couldn't care less. If he had wanted to climb the ranks, he would have done so long ago. Keeping a few monsters alive for leverage was more than enough for his purposes. Meanwhile, back at the Chow family residence, the elderly patriarch sat in stunned silence, his once steady hands trembling as he gripped his cane. The destruction in his courtyard, and the sight of Lu Ding standing amidst the carnage, left him at a loss for words. He had lived through decades of turmoil and seen countless powerful figures, but this young man was unlike any he had encountered. Before he could gather his thoughts, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. A familiar figure appeared. It was Yin Fifan, his expression grim as he carried urgent news. Lu Ding, he called out, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. We need to talk. There's been a development. Lu Ding turned his gaze toward Yin, his indifferent demeanor unchanged. What is it? Yin hesitated for a moment, glancing at the wreckage around them and the lifeless body in the courtyard. It's about the case. Something bigger is at play here. We may have underestimated the scope of this. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow, intrigued but not surprised. Bigger? Huh? Fine. Let's hear it. The atmosphere grew heavier as Yin began to explain, his words painting a picture of looming danger and unseen forces at work. And as he spoke, the faintest flicker of anticipation crossed Lu Ding's face. Whatever lay ahead, he was more than ready to face it head-on. Tonight is Ghost Festival, which should have been his night of harvest. It was just past midnight, still far from dawn. Lu Ding had barely dealt with a local threat when unexpected news reached his ears. They took the demons and spirits away? Lu Ding's gentle demeanor faded slightly as he suppressed his emotions and asked, "Where did they take them? Did Jie Shunan say anything about it?" "She didn't specify," Yin Fifan replied honestly. "We tried to send someone to follow them. But you know how it is with people borrowing the way they appear and disappear unpredictably, faster than the wind. It's impossible to keep up." Lu Ding fell into deep thought. The concept of people borrowing the way seemed simple but was fraught with complexities. At its smallest, it could mean wandering souls passing by to glimpse the human world and resolve their lingering regrets. At its largest, it could signal the beginning of a 100-ghost parade. Now that the demons and spirits of Baofan district had been taken away, the latter possibility seemed increasingly likely. A flicker of excitement glimmered in Lu Ding's eyes at the thought. "Did you report it?" he asked. "It's been reported. Should we also report the situation here?" Yin Fifan inquired. "Report it, but don't request reinforcements. Cao Jiali can handle it on its own. Tonight is going to be busy enough as it is. Let's conserve resources where we can." As they spoke, Chowing returned with the cleanup crew. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Fifan asked, "Brother Lu, this feels like the build-up to a 100-ghost parade. Do you think we're in for a group battle tonight?" The mention of a group battle stirred Lu Ding's warrior spirit. A confrontation between the 100 Ghosts Parade and Yunhai 749? A battle was inevitable. Allowing these demons and spirits to roam in packs would endanger ordinary people. Both humans and supernatural entities feared large gatherings once grouped together. Someone would inevitably act on their restless impulses. At that moment, the elder of the Chow family approached, carrying a new tea set. With practiced skill, he began demonstrating his exquisite tea-making techniques, rinsing the cups, adding the tea, pouring water, skimming the foam all in one fluid motion. The aroma of tea filled the air. Lu Ding picked up a cup, savoring the taste as he said, "Let's observe for now. Baofan district is temporarily safe. If we need to fight, we'll fight. If not..." He left the rest unsaid. The Shangxi powder confiscated earlier from Tang Bao's operation was rare, but it only attracted weaker spirits. Stronger entities were resistant to its effects. Lu Ding had initially planned to use it to lure spirits and farm rewards, but with the demons now taken away, it seemed unlikely to be of much use. If there was no battle tonight, he'd find another time to experiment with it. But if a fight broke out, the Shangxi powder would have to wait. A fierce battle would likely clear out most of the powerful entities anyway. Of course, the complete destruction of Yunhai 749 was highly improbable. For now, all Lu Ding could do was wait for the signal to begin. At 2 in the morning, the procession of people carrying coffins had grown significantly. Starting from Yuanfeng Crematorium in Wengqiu District, they passed through Anong District, Baofan District, and Taisai District, and were now moving through Fengyang District. Trailing behind them were over 100 figures, including experts at the Shengong and Ximing levels, both monitoring and deterring the procession. "Damn it! How did it get this far before anyone noticed?" someone cursed. What were the patrols in Wengqiu and Anong doing? These creatures passed through 2 districts before Baofan finally reported it. If Wed caught it earlier, we could have snuffed it out before it escalated. Had it been discovered sooner, this might have been a simple case of people borrowing the way, easily dealt with. But now, it had spread across multiple districts, gathering a host of demons and spirits. Acting rashly would only scatter the creatures, endangering nearby civilians. Fighting supernatural entities in the middle of a bustling city would wreak untold havoc. As a result, after Lu Ding reported the situation, higher authorities only dispatched personnel to follow the procession from a distance. As long as the demons didn't harm ordinary people, they could be allowed to parade through the streets. However, the moment they attacked civilians, immediate action would be taken to minimize the risk. Although this approach is controversial, the enforcers had no other choice given the dire circumstances. By the time the horde of ghosts moved from Baofan District into Taisha District, their numbers had grown significantly. When the main forces of Team 749 arrived, the eerie procession had already swept through most of Taisha District, absorbing all the spirits in the area. "If we act recklessly, aren't the lives of Taisha District's residents just as valuable?" one enforcer murmured, his tone filled with helplessness. Someone in the group responded, "Look at the patrol teams in Wengqiu and Anhong. Are they even on the same level? Compare them to Lu Ding from Baofan District, this year's top rookie. It's not the same, is it?" The fact that patrols in other districts failed to notice anything unusual is surprising, but also somewhat understandable. "Lu Ding is indeed impressive," another person agreed. "I was just venting. What could have been directly eradicated now has to be handled as a threat. It's frustrating. That's all. Stop complaining. Look, those ghostly things have come to a halt. In front of the Luoping construction site, the procession of 100 ghosts suddenly stopped. The coffin they were carrying exploded violently, and a man clad in a black robe emerged from within. With a wave of his hand, the concrete foundation before him shattered with a deafening crash. The earth churned as the black-robed man descended from the air, scooping up blood-stained soil in his hands and sensing its essence. His expression contorted, and a terrifying aura rippled outward. Memories surged into his mind like a relentless tide. Atop a mountain peak, two stones stood side by side, one large, one small, weathering the elements. The smaller one was the legendary Nanshan stone, a fragment of the heavens. The larger was an ordinary rock. Later, villagers ascended the mountain, kneeling and worshipping before the larger stone, offering incense and livestock. They wrapped it in red cloth, carried it down the mountain with manpower, invited the finest stonemasons, and, on an auspicious day, solemnly carved the three characters Shurgantang into its surface. Shurgantang stood silently at the entrance of the village, quietly safeguarding the peace of the land. Over the passage of time, through countless offerings of incense and years of protecting the village, he gradually developed a spark of sentience. In his nascent awareness, he regarded the stubborn rock from Nanshan, which had accompanied him through endless years, as his younger brother. He sensed that this brother might have an extraordinary origin and patiently awaited the day it would take form and emerge into the world. Everything changed during a devastating war centuries ago. Amidst the smoke and chaos, as demons and monsters ran rampant, passing soldiers moved him to use as material for fortifications. From that moment on, he could no longer sense the presence of the Nanshan rock. On that battlefield, drenched in blood and steeped in the energy of resentment and slaughter, he finally gained the ability to take human form. When he returned to his old home, he discovered that the Nanshan rock had already awakened its own consciousness. The Nanshan rock revealed a crucial piece of information. To fully emerge into the world, it must endure a tribulation of human interference without external aid. It foretold that it would be unearthed in Fengyang district a century later, seemingly in safety, but the true test would arrive on the day of the Ghost Festival. Shurgantang understood the unpredictability of such tribulations, but knew he was powerless to intervene. The human tribulation had to be faced alone. Any external interference would not only lead to failure, but could also bring about even greater calamities. Helpless, Shurgantang left the Nanshan rock in its original place and relocated to Yuanfeng Funeral Home. There, he continued his guardianship under the guise of Shurgantang, while absorbing the Yin energy to strengthen his cultivation. But today, on the day of the Nanshan rock's emergence, an unexpected event unfolded. What should have been a controlled process went awry due to the interference of Lu Ding. If not for Lu Ding's silver tongue convincing the workers, including Luo Anping, to make a critical mistake, the Nanshan rock would have successfully passed its trial. An uncontrollable fury ignited in Shurgantang's heart. "They'll make you all pay with your lives for what you've done to my brother," he roared. The ground shook violently with a deafening rumble. Though Shurgantang's origins were humble, centuries of incense offerings and fortuitous encounters had elevated him. Even though he had strayed onto a dark path, his strength was barely enough to be considered godlike. His wrath shattered the orderly procession of the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Within the 749 Bureau, a commander of the Simming realm immediately issued orders. Sound the earthquake alarm. Activate network isolation. Lock down transportation routes. Have the response teams evacuate civilians. Summon all available investigators. Neutralize these malevolent entities within this area at all costs. Over 100 members of the 749 Bureau charged ferociously at the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. "We've been tailing you for long enough. Time to strike. You want a burial? I'll give you one. Brothers, I'm going in first. Cover me. Pair up. Cultivators take the lead." Amid the battle cries, the ferocity of the 749 members rivaled that of the demons. The thunderous explosions of magical spells were drowned out by the blaring alarms. Across Fengyang district, a mechanical female voice echoed with a countdown. 18 beep beep, 17 beep beep, 16 beep beep, 15. Residents, startled awake from their sleep by the alarms, scrambled in panic. "Honey, wake up." 2 warnings in a row. "Mom, Dad, get up. There's an earthquake coming. Grab the baby and head to the bathroom, quick." Meanwhile, the 749 Bureau's support hotline was inundated with calls, the phones ringing incessantly. The piercing earthquake warning siren shattered the tranquility of Yunhai City. The head of the 749 Communications Division stood in the command center, her gaze fixed on the enormous data screen as real-time updates and tactical visuals continuously refreshed. Report. A high-impact earthquake warning has been triggered. Report. Satellite images show no abnormalities. Report. Communication barriers are active. interception systems tested and operational. Report. A lockdown order for a 10-kilometer radius near the How Garden Phase 2 construction site has been issued, expected to be fully implemented in 10 minutes. Report. Post-disaster personnel are assembled and en route to Fengyang District. Report. All hazard coordination documents have been dispatched. Report. Emergency directives have been disseminated across all of Yunhai City, reaching every single 749 investigator with precision. One concise and firm report followed another. The supervisor folded her arms, her expression grim. It had been years since such a large-scale event occurred. A wild god leading a procession of 100 ghosts, with deities and demonic entities mingling together, clamoring for vengeance. She smirked coldly to herself. Gods should remain in their divine realms, and demons and spirits ought to stay within their bounds. This was humanity's trial. If they couldn't endure it, who could they blame? Success or failure, it was all a matter of fate. As the head of the 749 Communications Division, she was well aware that the death of the Nanshan Stone Spirit was the result of Lu Ding's actions. But so what? Even if they had foreseen it, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Besides, trading a single Nanshan Stone Spirit for a prodigious investigator like Lu Ding, gifted, dutiful, and merciless towards the supernatural, was a deal well worth it. Within Yunhai City, all available 749 investigators immediately mobilized toward Fengyang District upon receiving the emergency alert. This was the advantage of fighting on home turf. 100 ghost procession might sound intimidating, but attempting to challenge the 749 division in their own stronghold was nothing short of suicide. While most 749 investigators lacked Lu Ding's decisiveness, they never worked alone and always prioritized teamwork. Meanwhile, far away in Baofan District, Lu Ding also heard the sharp blare of the earthquake warning siren. Yin Fifan jumped to his feet, holding his phone, and shouted, "Lu, the battle's kicking off in Fengyang District. Emergency at 749. Yin Fifan burst out, his voice tinged with urgency. "Our team is locked in combat with the night-walking 100 ghosts at the construction site of How Yuan Phase 2 in Fengyang District. It's become the main battlefield. All investigators are being called in." Lu Ding's expression shifted subtly at the mention of the location. It was the very place where he'd gained his golden finger. But now wasn't the time for reflection. Seconds mattered on the battlefield. He knew well that large-scale battles like this often involved multiple 749 investigators ganging up on a single demon. Arriving late could mean missing out entirely. "Old Master Chow, I'll leave Baofan District in your capable hands," Lu Ding said, downing his cup of tea in one swift motion. Before Chow Ying or the elder Chow could respond, he grabbed Yin Fifan by the collar and shot into the air. As one of the few investigators capable of flight, his speed was his greatest asset. Taking Yin Fifan along? That was purely strategic. It meant more credit for him in the end. Besides, the kid could burrow underground if things got dicey. He'd be fine. Meanwhile, Baihimi had just crushed the head of a monkey-shaped monster with his bare hands when the alarm from the 749 app blared out. Reading the urgent summon, he thought, Lu Ding will definitely be there, won't he? Friends should fight shoulder to shoulder. That's how bonds are forged. With that thought, he abandoned the two investigators he'd been assisting and transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, streaking toward the destination. At that moment, one soared through the skies, the other sped underground, both racing toward Fengyang District. At the construction site, Yin Feng was locked in a fierce battle with a half-human, half-serpent demoness. His meteor hammer was swatted aside with ease, leaving him vulnerable to the wave of venomous, brightly colored snakes surging toward him. Just as he braced for impact, a masked man leapt into the fray from behind. Golden arrows of 100 kills. When Rushu chanted, forming a hand seal, his spell disc expanded, unleashing a volley of golden arrows that pierced through the incoming serpents, pinning them lifeless to the ground. When Rushu, Yin Feng recognized the man beneath the mask. Ever since Lu Ding had left a scar on his face, when Rushu had taken to wearing the mask not to hide the wound, which had long since healed, but as a constant reminder to keep his troublesome mouth in check. Before they could exchange more than a few words, a chilling voice interrupted from behind. "Chatting during a fight? That's a dangerous habit. Lose focus, and you'll regret it soon enough." The moment the words were spoken, both Yin Feng and Wen Rushu were racked with searing pain, collapsing to the ground. They turned to see their attacker, a four-eyed man in green robes, floating ominously in midair. His constantly shifting pupils exuded an eerie, malevolent aura. Wen Rushu cursed under his breath, frustrated by his inability to stop talking even in a crisis. "I don't see the point in your gloating," he spat through gritted teeth. "Aren't you talking during a fight, too? I know someone who never wastes words in battle. Too bad he's not here. If he were, you wouldn't even get the chance to speak." "Oh, is that so?" The demon's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I'd love to meet this person you're so confident in." Before he could say more, the serpent demoness beside him stiffened. her expression shifting to alarm. Flying centipede scent? How is there a flying centipede here? She hissed, her eyes darting frantically in search of the source. The woman's true form was that of a beautiful serpent spirit, not one artificially matured through secret techniques like Ling Gus methods, but an authentic snake demon who had cultivated her powers in the wild. At this moment, her expression was tense as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. The air was heavy with the scent of her greatest nemesis, flying centipedes. Yet, she couldn't pinpoint its source. The ominous presence seemed to permeate everywhere and nowhere all at once, as if it existed and didn't exist simultaneously. There's no such thing as a flying centipede, a furry demon beside her remarked dismissively. Your kind is just utterly terrified of them. I assure you, there's absolutely no such creature in our group tonight. The woman pondered his words and found them reasonable. If a flying centipede were truly present, her keen senses would have detected it by now. She would never have joined tonight's night parade of 100 demons if there was even the slightest possibility of encountering one. All right, they'll leave these useless weaklings for you to deal with. I'm off to find some other entertainment, the furry demon said casually, turning to leave. But in the very next moment, he froze in place. A slender, pale hand, elegant like the joint of a lotus root, reached out from behind, gripping his head firmly, the fingers brushing lightly across his forehead. A face emerged, ancient and chiseled like a carved statue. The voice that followed, though human, sent chills down the spine. I heard you were looking for me? The furry demon stood paralyzed, as if bound by a spell. Even monsters, it seemed, could break out in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, his 4 eyes reflected countless images, memories flashing by like a reel of his life, playing in reverse. Am I going to die? I must be dying. Before he could finish the thought, a sickening crack echoed. His head was casually torn off by Lu Ding. So much for final words. What a luxury, was his last fleeting thought. A system notification appeared. Creature captured. Willow Ghost Corpse Spirit. Reward, Dark Death Coffin Technique. Dark Death Coffin. Summons 6 walls of a coffin to trap enemies and annihilate them in darkness. The ancient text, Taiching Jinjue Yuhua, Xianshu Beijishanshang Sanhuang Nimawan, records. Willow Ghost Corpse Spirit, a creature resembling a man, dressed in white or green, with 4 eyes and no legs. It roams during the dead of night, crying out in pain. Should anyone respond to its call or speak with it, they are doomed to die. This entity is the spirit of an ancient coffin, long steeped in decay. Nearby, the snake demoness trembled uncontrollably, her face as pale as paper, utterly overwhelmed by the full force of Lu Ding's mastery of the max-level wind binding technique. It wasn't just the oppressive aura of her nemesis that terrified her, it was the realization that this ultimate technique had been wielded by none other than Lu Ding himself. As a shadow flickered in the corner of his eye, a massive cockroach, its body streaked with black and red, zipped through the air. For a moment, he doubted his senses, questioning if it was merely an illusion. But when he turned his head, there it was, a cockroach the size of a man, seated nonchalantly on the sofa. Its expression was cold as it spoke in a commanding tone. You, go cook me a couple of dishes. Eating cold food these past days has nearly ruined my appetite. The absurdity of the scene was almost too much to process. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the snake spirit, Lu Ding's form had grotesquely transformed into a monstrous flying centipede, its mandibles twitching as though deliberating where to take its first bite. Lu Ding, however, was entirely unperturbed. His gaze fell upon the snake spirit before him, and his eyes lit up with curiosity. Fragments of ancient texts from the Dianchizhai pictorial surfaced in his mind. In the mountains of Jiaozhi dwells a peculiar serpent. Its head resembles a beautiful woman, with lustrous hair that shines like a mirror, crimson lips, and emerald eyebrows. Her grace is unparalleled. Her arms, pale as snow lotus roots, are human, but her lower body is serpentine, sleek and smooth to the touch. She is adept at subduing tigers, though often falls prey to them. The locals call her the beautiful snake. Even Mr. Zhou Shuren mentioned this creature in his work, From the Herb Garden to the Book Room. As a boy, Lu Ding had little interest in flying centipedes, but the tales of the beautiful snake had always captured his imagination. Now, seeing one in the flesh, it was clear the legends had not been exaggerated. Yet, this was no time for admiration. Combat loomed. He resolved to test his newly acquired technique, the Dark Death Coffin art. With a surge of spiritual energy, a putrid aura filled the air. Dark Death Coffin, converge, he intoned softly. 6 shadowy blocks of varying sizes materialized around the snake spirit, snapping together in an instant to form a pitch-black coffin. Within moments, the coffin dissolved into nothingness. The snake spirit was left crumpled on the ground, her body completely overtaken by an inky blackness. Even her eyes had turned to pure void. There was no doubt she was dead. As the battle concluded, a new reward manifested. The serpent devouring abyss technique. This powerful art could summon a hellish swarm of serpents to tear enemies apart in a frenzy of fangs and scales. A satisfied smile crept across Lu Ding's face. Two techniques gained in a single fight, his arsenal of abilities was now significantly bolstered. Nearby, when Rushu collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by what he had just witnessed, the man before him, Lu Ding, had displayed an array of supernatural powers, bizarre, razor-sharp slashes, the impenetrable armor of the general's mantle, the miraculous ability to fly, an unfathomable physical strength, and the devastating flying bear technique. Could such feats even be achieved by mere mortals? A chilling thought crept into Wenrusha's mind. Could it be that Lu Ding spent every moment outside of battle in relentless meditation and training? Otherwise, how could he have mastered so many techniques? The realization struck him hard. If Lu Ding, with all his prowess, worked so tirelessly, what excuse did he have to slack off? Hey, you two all right? Lu Ding's voice cut through Wenrushu's spiraling thoughts. He looked up to see the man standing under the full moon, his robe sleeves billowing in the night breeze. To their enemies, Lu Ding was an unstoppable tidal wave, suffocating and inescapable. But to his allies, he was a steadfast mountain figure of unshakable reliability that inspired confidence in the feeling of standing above the world. The ensuing battle scenes unfolded with equal brilliance, maintaining the intensity and depth of the original storyline. Take this. The sudden taunt shattered the tense silence, sending the previously composed monster into a frenzy. Its body lit up with glowing patterns, and countless weapons materialized, floating menacingly in the air, radiating lethal intent. Despicable human cultivators. You only dare to ambush me. One of you is all brute force and no precision. The other all precision and no strength, yet you dare provoke me? Despite the dire situation, Zuoqinxiu and Liang Yusong stood tall and unshaken. In perfect synchronization, they raised their arms and waved them side to side, dragging out their voices as they mocked, "Goodbye, monster." The monster froze in confusion at their bizarre antics. But before it could react, an icy chill crawled down its spine, a primal instinct warning it of impending doom. "Let's see how you like my strength and precision." A voice rang out from behind. Lu Ding appeared midair, poised like an avenging blade. His leg, sharp as a weapon, descended with terrifying speed. Bam! The impact landed squarely on the monster's back. The sickening crunch of shattered bones echoed, as blood and flesh erupted from the wound, spraying the surroundings. The once arrogant monster was obliterated in a single, devastating strike. As the dust settled, a glowing reward materialized before Lu Ding. The power of weapon mastery, granting mastery over all weapons, to wield them at will. It was none other than the legendary Liang Chu from Shanhaijing, known to bring chaos and war wherever it appeared. Lu Ding. Liang Yusong gave him a thumbs up, grinning. That was badass. It turned out they had noticed Lu Ding's arrival earlier and had been deliberately distracting the monster. Lu Ding returned the gesture. You guys weren't too shabby yourselves. His gaze then shifted to the heart of the battlefield in the Distancia, chaotic epicenter where the night's strongest boss awaited. Though he hadn't seen it yet, the sheer force of the battle's shockwaves was proof enough of its overwhelming power. That was his true target. On a nearby rooftop, Bai Heming had appeared at some point, crouched gracefully atop a stone pillar. His elegant robes fluttered in the breeze, exuding an air of otherworldly calm. That's a fight in the seeming realm. If we get involved at our current level, we're dead. Hovering midair, Lu Ding's tone remained steady yet resolute. I've always believed that the strong exist to dominate the weak. It's an unchanging law of nature. But most strong beings weren't born that way. The weak who dare to challenge the strong are the ones who earn the right to become strong. Of course, they must also be prepared to face death. An eagle soars in the sky. A fish darts through the depths. Every creature competes for freedom under the frost-covered heavens. To challenge and defeat stronger foes, that's my domain. With all the rewards I've gained, if I only toy around with small fry, I'd be a laughingstock. When Rushu and the others fell silent, pondering his words. Arrogant as they sounded, Lu Ding's track record of taking on increasingly formidable opponents lent credence to his philosophy. At that moment, they finally understood the mindset that set him apart from ordinary people. Frost-covered heavens, huh? Bai Heming asked with a raised brow. Is there more to it? There is. Once this fight's over, they'll write it down for you. Deal. Before the conversation could linger, the two of them shot off like streaks of light, one soaring into the sky, the other vanishing into the shadows, both heading straight for the fearsome battlefield ahead. Damn it, this is getting me pumped. Zuoqinxiu clenched his fists eagerly. Yusong, let's go too. Go, go, go. The hype's too real to sit this one out. Charge. The group sprang into action. Zuoqinxiu and Liang Yusong leapt from the window, one gliding with the wind, the other streaking forward in a crackling arc of electricity. When Rushu and Yin Feng followed close behind, only Yin Fifan stayed back briefly, satisfied as he reviewed the photos he had just snapped. These shots, if submitted to the information department, would surely earn him a hefty contribution. He had taken inspiration from Ji Yinshuang, reasoning that if she could document events, why couldn't he? After confirming that non-department members could also submit content, had invested in a camera and started capturing moments like these. After carefully stowing the camera, Yin Fifan slipped underground, using a clumsy dog paddle technique to follow the others. He clung to Lu Ding's advice, safety first. Had rather lag behind than become a burden to his boss. On the road, Bohemian felt the residual force of the battle ahead growing increasingly intense. He looked up to the sky and saw Lu Ding flying while repeatedly casting the general's armor enchantment on himself, all the while compressing and condensing the spiritual energy within his body. The immense spiritual energy fluctuations made Bohemian uneasy, and he couldn't help but wonder to himself, just how much spiritual energy does Lu Ding's spiritual sea hold? As Lu Ding continued casting his spells, an unsettling aura spread and grew denser by the moment. Bohemian's hair stood on end, and he couldn't resist asking, "What are you doing?" Lu Ding's lips curled into a faint smile. "What am I doing? I'm prepping something big." The residual force of the battle ahead remained unrelenting, suggesting that the monster and the 749 cultivators were locked in a stalemate. This, in turn, indicated that their strengths were evenly matched, with neither side able to gain the upper hand quickly. In such a balance, the outcome would depend on endurance and reinforcements. And this was the Cloud Sea, the territory of the 749. Compared to the monster, 749's reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive first. Once additional cultivators joined the fray, the monster would have no chance of survival. But Lu Ding was not satisfied with such an outcome. A monster of this caliber was bound to drop something valuable. Therefore, he intended to intervene and become the key to breaking the stalemate before 749's reinforcements arrived. The idea was simple, but execution was far more challenging. The combatants were all at the Siming realm, while Lu Ding, despite his strength, could only handle weaker Shingon realm opponents, and that was in unknown situations. However, the circumstances now were different. He had ample time to prepare and someone else to draw the enemy's attention. With that in mind, he decided to employ the oldest trick in the book, a long spell preparation. Assessing his abilities, he concluded that his most devastating technique wasn't the newly acquired Serpent Devourer or Dark Death Coffin, nor was it the fusion of Wind Binding and Blood Rain into Bloody Gale. Instead, it was the simplest and most direct one. The Way of Jin Che. Compared to other flashy spells, the Way of Jin Che could be summarized in just 4 words. Nothing cannot be cut. It was straightforward yet devastatingly potent, with both quantitative and qualitative distinctions. Its simplicity belied its limitless potential. Combining it with the general's armor enchantment, which enhanced overall combat power, Lu Ding had been channeling his spiritual energy into the Way of Jin Che to its absolute limit, continually pushing past his boundaries. With the constant activation of selflessness, he repeatedly triggered unity with heaven, further elevating his limits. Through successive compressions, Lu Ding's understanding of the Way of Jin Che deepened. Using it as the foundation, the general's armor enchantment fortified his base and boosted his overall attributes, while unity with heaven raised his potential to its peak, stacking all the enhancement effects to their maximum. Even if this wasn't enough to break the stalemate, Lu Ding had already planned his fallback retreat. Running away as a weaker combatant wasn't shameful. It was called knowing when to adapt. There was no point in standing there waiting to die. The surging aura could no longer be contained, and the terrifying power began spilling over. Bohemian, sensing the destructive force within Lu Ding's body, quickened his pace to clear the path ahead, silently anticipating the impact of this strike. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, the signs of combat had spread across several kilometers. Amid the wreckage of a devastated landscape, a figure crashed through a half-collapsed building. With a thunderous boom, Shirgantang emerged from the dust, brushing off his shoulder. The invisible shockwave from his motion shattered the already crumbling structure behind him. "If that's all you've got, you can't hurt me, nor can you stop me," he said calmly. His true form, a weathered stone that had endured countless years of wind and rain, granted him extraordinary resilience. Li Xinlong met his gaze levelly. "So, you're planning to run?" Shirgantang shook his head. "I know this is your territory, and I shouldn't have caused trouble here. I also know your reinforcements are on their way, and staying would mean certain death. But," he roared, pointing at the spot where his heart would be, "I demand justice. My heart tells me that if I leave today, I would be betraying the years my brother and I endured together on that mountaintop, through wind and rain. I would be abandoning him once again, failing even to avenge him." Li Xinlong watched him silently, not rushing to strike. "Go ahead, talk as much as you want. The longer you talk, the slimmer your chances of escape." Reinforcements were already en route, and dragging this out a bit longer would save on damages to the surrounding buildings. If he had his way, He'd much prefer to settle this with words rather than fists. This guy's hide was just too tough to penetrate. Of course, the reverse was also true. Shurgantang couldn't do much to him either. Whoosh, Shurgantang exhaled deeply, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a hoarse voice. I was once a guardian deity for ordinary people, shielding them from evil, calamities, and malevolent creatures. But even I deserve to live for myself. Now, I only want justice for my brother. Why won't you give me this chance? Li Xianlong, hearing this, immediately dismissed all his previous hesitation. His eyes reddened with fury as he roared, Justice? Are you kidding me? You just threatened to bury us all with your brother. Is that your idea of justice, forcing everyone to die alongside him? He gestured to the surrounding ruins and continued in anger. Look at this mess you've caused. Our 749 Bureau has to deal with all this damage. Going to give us justice? You say we're denying you justice, but does that mean we should line up to let you slaughter us? Is that what you call fairness? And as for your brother, he couldn't pass his tribulation. That's not anyone's fault. On the path of cultivation, everyone faces hardships. Why should your brother be the exception? When demons and monsters emerge during tribulations, that's the law of the heavens. If you want justice, go ask the heavens about it. Shurgantang was left speechless by this tirade, his face flushing red. Every sharp, piercing word felt like a blade stabbing into his heart. His aura surged with growing intensity, on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, a familiar presence swept through the air, halting his rising power. The sensation was akin to that of the serpent spirit he had encountered earlier, yet distinctly different. One was the threat of a natural enemy, the other, the aura of an old acquaintance. He looked up, eyes narrowing as a figure streaked through the sky. Shurgantang's pupils contracted, his rage reigniting at the sight of someone he despised. His aura exploded unrestrainedly as he roared, Return my brother's life. Li Xianlong reacted swiftly, channeling his inner energy as a purple glow enveloped his body, summoning a divine phantom wielding a sacred sword. But just as he prepared to strike, a sharp warning rang out from behind him by Hemiang shouting, Teacher Li, move aside. Li Xianlong immediately retreated at the command. In the next moment, Lu Ding unleashed a long-prepared slash that tore through the air, the sheer force of it sending him stumbling back from the recoil. The devastating attack radiated an unstoppable edge, obliterating everything in its path. The battlefield fell into a deafening silence, with only the faint echoes of distant skirmishes lingering in the air. Suddenly, the eerie quiet was shattered by a series of crack sounds. The leaning skyscrapers around them began to collapse one by one, revealing precisely severed edges. Shurgantang slowly lowered his gaze, his eyes falling on the thin red line now faintly appearing across his chest. Blood seeped from the wound on Shurgantang's waist, quickly turning into a torrential gush. The strike had nearly cleaved him in two. Li Xianlong stared in shock at Lu Ding, who hovered midair, struggling to believe that a cultivator of the Spirit Sea realm could penetrate the defenses of Shurgantang, a fellow cultivator known for his formidable resilience. Though not immediately fatal, the severe injury was devastating enough. Li Xianlong wasted no time. His divine sword sweeping forth, unleashing a blade of energy tens of meters long, imbued with the power to dispel evil. The strike descended with unstoppable force. Shurgantang, despite his grievous wounds, raised his arms to block. Blood poured even more profusely from the wound on his chest, and the ground beneath his feet fractured instantly. As Shurgantang prepared to leap away, Bohemian formed a hand seal and shouted, Seal! Darkness engulfed the surroundings in an instant. With a guiding gesture, his sword finger directed Lu Ding's figure to vanish into the void. In the very next moment, a terrifyingly powerful punch emerged from the darkness, striking Shurgantang from the side. The shockwave from the impact rippled outward, causing everyone's garments to flutter violently. Li Xuanlong's divine avatar swung its sword once more, and Bohemian followed with another hand seal, sending Lu Ding back into the shadows. Shurgantang, forced back by the blow, barely regained his footing when he saw the divine blade descending toward him again. Sensing movement within the darkness, he roared in fury. Another ambush? A massive boulder, the size of a truck, materialized in his hands and was hurled toward the shadows, but it hit nothing but empty air. Lu Ding suddenly appeared behind Shurgantang, delivering a charged slash that left a gruesome wound across his back. Shurgantang retaliated with stone spikes, but they once again struck nothing. The divine sword of Li Xuanlong's avatar swept in, striking Shurgantang's chest and sending him flying. At this moment, Bohemian activated corpse energy. His hands turned pale, and his eyes glowed with an eerie green light as he performed another seal. Converging in domain, Corpse Ridge Mountain. The earth trembled, a towering mountain rose from the ground, and countless corpse-filled caves exhaled chilling winds. Green glowing eyes lit up as zombies, ghouls, and undead swarmed out, encircling Shurgantang in a massive sphere of corpses. Bohemian continued his incantation, prison of 10,000 corpses. Meanwhile, high above, Lu Ding formed seals with both hands, casting Serpent Devourer. The ground split open, and a colossal serpent head emerged, swallowing the corpse sphere whole. Shurgantang was plunged into a tunnel of flesh and blood, surrounded on all sides by venomous snakes tearing into him. Dark Death Coffin. 6 decayed wooden slabs manifested from the void, slamming in unison from 6 directions. Shurgantang roared in defiance. You think you can kill me? A massive divine sword tore through the illusions, leaving a crack hundreds of meters long on the ground. All of this was a diversion. Lu Ding and Bohemian's relentless assaults were meant to weaken and distract Shurgantang. The final, lethal strike came from Li Xianlong, a cultivator of the Destiny realm. His sword cleaved through Shurgantang's defenses, shattering the flow of spiritual energy within his body. As a thin line of blood appeared across Shurgantang's forehead, Lu Ding suddenly emerged, delivering a decisive blow to his neck. Though not as powerful as his earlier attacks, Shurgantang was already destabilized, his spiritual energy in disarray. Like a martial artist who had lost their inner strength, he was easily decapitated. After subduing the monstrous Shurgantang, they were rewarded with the Sha Suppression Rebirth to bleed, a monument of condensed malice and suppression energy. Feeling the mysterious energy resonate within himself, Lu Ding couldn't help but marvel. A boss is truly a boss. The loot is on a whole different level. The Sha Town artifact suddenly shifted direction, unleashing a terrifying suppressive force in an instant. Lu Ding knew that if this power were to fall upon him, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. This magical artifact truly lived up to its reputation as the five-fold rosette gate of the Qi refiners. Not only was it indestructible and impervious to all forms of magic, but it could also be used as a shield. Unfortunately, there was no suitable opponent to test its full potential. Li Xianlong stood off to the side, his gaze shifting between Lu Ding and the slightly fatigued Bohemian. It was only now that he had the time to reflect on everything that had just transpired. 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators had managed to aid him, a Fate Domain Realm powerhouse, in subduing an enemy even he found himself powerless against. What was even more astonishing was the seamless coordination between the two. They seemed to share a telepathic connection, needing no verbal communication. Just a single glance was enough to understand each other. Bohemian distracted the enemy, while Lu Ding, with his extraordinary physical strength, feigned an opening. He followed up with a bizarre, devastating slash that severely wounded Shurgantang. Bohemian then gathered Qi to cast the Shadow Domain Convergence, further restricting the monster's movements. The young man was especially remarkable, repeatedly executing 2 perfected level techniques to suppress the creature again and again. Finally, Li Xianlong delivered the decisive blow. The whole scene made Li Xianlong feel as if he were in a game, like a high-level player inexplicably being carried by low-level experts. But the pivotal moment was undoubtedly Lu Ding's earth-shattering slash, which nearly cleaved the monster, impervious even to Li Xianlong's attacks, in half. Without that strike, Li Xianlong would have been forced to continue stalling the creature, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. While the monster claimed it wouldn't flee, only it knew how truthful that statement was. If it had managed to escape, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Xianlong turned to survey the surroundings, his eyes falling on the leveled building that had been reduced to rubble by Lu Ding's slash. Unable to hold back, he cursed, "Damn! This destruction is worse than the monsters." Bohemian slumped to the ground, utterly drained, yet a faint smile lingered on his pale face. His gaze landed on Lu Ding, who remained composed and unshaken, and he couldn't help but marvel at the man's sheer strength. The battle they had just fought together against that creature, one as formidable as a Siming-level opponent, flashed through his mind. Their attacks had been seamless, each move flowing into the next like clockwork. The bizarre techniques they unleashed left their enemy utterly defenseless. The synergy between them had been exhilarating. Bohemian had always preferred working alone, unable to find a partner who could keep up with his rhythm. But Lu Ding was different. Whether through his mastery of spells or his physical prowess, Lu Ding's abilities complemented Bohemian's perfectly. Together, their combined strength exceeded the sum of their individual powers, a concept Bohemian had never dared to imagine. After all, even finding a partner who could achieve a simple 1 + 1 = 2 dynamic was rare enough. Lu Ding walked over and offered a hand. Bohemian grabbed it and pulled himself up, stubbornly declaring, "Not bad. I could go another round." "You're full of crap," Lu Ding replied with a chuckle. The unexpected honesty in his response somehow put Bohemian at ease. Li Xianlong approached them, his tone tinged with reproach. "You two are reckless, taking on a Siming-level fight while still in the Linghai realm? If that thing had turned its attention on you, you'd both be dead." "No big deal. I can vanish at will," Bohemian quipped. "And I can fly," Lu Ding added. "So I'm the one who'd get left behind to take the hits, huh?" Li Xianlong exclaimed, rolling his eyes. As his gaze shifted to the star-shaped insignia on Lu Ding's shoulder, realization dawned. You must be Lu Ding, right? Yeah, that's me, Lu Ding replied casually. Nice to meet you, boss. Boss. Li Xianlong burst into laughter. Just call me Instructor Li, or do like Bai here, and call me Teacher Li. He chuckled again, recalling Director Ding's high praise for Lu Ding. Polite and capable Ding's assessment seemed spot on. He handed Lu Ding a cigarette, lighting it for him. Take a break. You've earned it. Director Ding mentioned you, and I've heard quite a few stories about you recently. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but after seeing you in action today, I'd say the truth is even more impressive. With the way you two performed, this year's Union Marshal meet is practically a done deal. Frankly, I think they should just hand you both automatic placements. Despite the compliment, rules were rules, and Li Xianlong wasn't about to break them. The sounds of battle in the distance began to fade as a surge of reinforcements from the 749 Division arrived. Lu Ding silently thanked his timing. Had he been any later, he might have missed this boss-level opponent entirely. Li Xianlong continued, everyone's here now. You two, get some rest. You've done enough. Once this matter is fully resolved, Yunhai should see some peace for a while. When the time comes, we'll hold a meeting back at headquarters to discuss rewards and recognition. Let me give you a heads up. With your performance today, you're definitely getting top honors, especially you, Lu Ding. You were the one who first reported the 100 Ghost Night Parade, and now you've helped critically injure and take down the mastermind. This is a huge win for you. If there's anything you want, let me know, and you'll bring it up with Director Ding. Doesn't that go against the rules? Lu Ding asked, raising an eyebrow. Li Xianlong shook his head. Rules aren't set in stone. The key is addressing practical needs. After a moment of thought, Lu Ding decided to be direct. I want rare resources, something to help me unlock and expand my Ling Hai. Same here, Bohemian chimed in immediately. Li Xianlong nodded, making a mental note before departing with the remains of Shurgantang. Lu Ding and Bohemian also prepared to leave, but not before Lu Ding tracked down Yin Fifan, who was crouched on a hill nearby. Luge, you're done? Yin Fifan asked, spitting out a mouthful of dirt. Yeah, we're wrapping things up. What are you doing up here? Staying safe. Yin Fifan replied with a shrug. Plus, from up here, I can get a good vantage point for photos. They'll sell them to the Information Integration Department later. Easy money. The trio decided to grab Hot Pot, despite the late hour. Lu Ding, ever the big spender, declared, don't worry about the time. We've got money. We'll pay the boss a few grand to stay open. No big deal, right? Under the moonlight, their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. The next day, the battle report was released, and posts about Lu Ding and Bohemian dominated the top of the 749 Division's forum. Among the highlights was a photo taken by Yin Fifan during the fight. Despite her, perhaps because of the blurriness caused by his shaky hands, the image's ghostly afterimages gave it an unexpectedly dramatic flair. The forum buzzed with discussions, some praising the duo's heroic demeanor, while others focused on speculating about Lu Ding's strength. From his legendary duel with Yuan Baifeng to his feats in Zhaoxian, Ling Hai, the Yin Domain Convergence, and Caojia Alley, Lu Ding's growing list of achievements had cemented his reputation. His name was now synonymous with awe and envy. After the Caojia Alley incident, the scene of two Tianli cult members being taken away by the 749 staff was nothing short of comical. The moment they saw the 749 personnel, they burst into tears, crying their grievances with heartfelt emotion. You're finally here. The cultivators in Baofan district are so uncivilized. Over 100 of them ganged up on the two of us. The skies and ground were packed with old immortals and spirit soldiers, and they tortured us. They forced us to eat freshly cooked millet rice dipped in cold water, claiming it was some tradition from their hometown. Clearly, they were just bullying us outsiders. The two wailed as they begged to confess everything. Their antics so absurd that even the well-trained 749 staff couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought members of the formidable Tianli cult could be reduced to such a pitiful state? The staff couldn't help but wonder what kind of tactics Tang Bao and his group had used. All right, enough crying. Look, you're fine now, aren't you? One of the 749 staff cut them off, turning toward Tang Bao, who stood silently nearby. They handed him a silk banner and said, Master Tang, thank you and your team for protecting Baofan district last night. We've decided to officially recognize all members of the Wuzhangsheng Society as auxiliary personnel of 749. Dedicated IDs and work phones will be provided later. This announcement brought visible joy to Tang Bao and the members of the Wuzhangsheng Society. Though they were auxiliary members, being able to act under the name of 749 was a unique honor in the entire Yunhai region. Tang Bao accepted the banner solemnly, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The 749 staff reminded him to thank Lu Ding in particular, as it was he who personally contacted the post-incident response team. Tang Bao understood the gesture, and his gratitude toward Lu Ding was etched deeply in his heart. This moment of recognition was more thrilling than earning a fortunite, marked the Wuzhengsheng Society's successful transition to legitimacy. As soon as the 749 personnel departed, Tang Bao made an announcement: 3 days of feasting, Gevrions invited, and distribute 30 million in red envelopes to anyone we see. Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers away from Yunhei's 749 headquarters, in the Lianhu scenic area, Lu Ding, Bai Hemian, and Yin Fifan, dressed sharply in suits, were enjoying a rare moment of leisure. The battle from the previous day had eradicated the demons and monsters, ensuring peace for the foreseeable future. Taking advantage of the calm, the trio immersed themselves in nature, with Bai Hemian transcribing poetry from a great master. Amid the rustling leaves, Lu Ding recited verse aloud. Bai Hemian's brush moved swiftly across the paper, while Yin Fifan adjusted his camera, using his cultivation skills to guide the wind, letting falling leaves enhance the composition of his shots. A small crowd of 749 colleagues had gathered around, including Lu Ding's old classmates and intern investigators, Lu Yun and Chu Hao, as well as the Guanyin-like Dan Daisianue. The nickname Corpse Slayer of the Grandmaster sparked murmurs among the group. It was a testament to Lu Ding's strength, but also a nod to his literary talents. The crowd marveled at his balance of intellect and might, with some even envying the seamless camaraderie of the trio. Chu Hao, recalling that he was the only person to survive a strike from Lu Ding, found a strange sense of pride in that fact. When Lu Ding finished the final lines, "Do you still remember how we struck the water midstream, waves halting the rushing boats?" Thunderous applause erupted. Smiling warmly, he acknowledged the crowd. At that moment, Yin Fifan clicked the shutter, capturing the serene yet powerful expression on Lu Ding's face. But everyone present knew the truth. Beneath this gentle demeanor was the man who had slain Zhao Xian, defeated Ling Hai, gravely injured Siming, and now stood as a full-fledged 749 investigator and Baofan District's patrol officer, the legendary corpse slayer of the Grandmaster, Lu Ding. The moment Lu Ding appeared, his colleagues enthusiastically surrounded him. He greeted everyone warmly, engaging in friendly banter, exchanging contact information, and posing for photos. Observing quietly from the side, Dan Daisianue couldn't help but marvel. Since when did cultivators become starstruck fans? Although she herself had experienced similar attention before, the level of enthusiasm and sheer number of admirers couldn't compare to what Lu Ding was receiving. It wasn't surprising, she thought. How could anyone resist? He wasn't just an ordinary person who was like an inexhaustible source of charm, a true enchanter. From his appearance to his abilities, from his personality to his demeanor, there wasn't a single flaw to be found. He was so perfect that he seemed to exist on an entirely different plane of existence. Dan Daisianue didn't join the crowd. Instead, she stood quietly and watched. As for why she didn't leave, well, if Lu Ding was truly as captivating as a siren, how could she possibly remain unaffected? As night fell, the 749 auditorium was brightly lit. The crowd escorted Lu Ding to his seat. With some time left before the meeting began, Yin Fifan, sitting beside him, struck up a casual conversation. "Luge," he began, grinning. "The more I think about it, the recent events feel like something straight out of a novel." Lu Ding turned to him with mild curiosity. "Oh, how so?" "Take Tong Yong, for example," Yin Fifan said, his excitement growing. "If we hadn't intervened, after he resolved the Ji family's issue, he would have been targeted by Ling Gu. Following the typical novel trope, wouldn't the Dingfeng Pearl naturally have fallen into his hands?" Lu Ding nodded thoughtfully. "That does sound pretty cliché. But wait, there's more," Yin Fifan continued, clearly enjoying himself. "While researching, I found out that the female officer who arrested Tong Yong is actually part of the Wuzhengsheng Society. Isn't that another classic novel setup? A feisty, no-nonsense Copa textbook candidate for the harem. I can already see it. Tong Yong goes to rescue her, ends up clashing with the Wuzhengsheng Society, and somehow gains their respect. Sure, the Tang brothers from Wuzhengsheng are no pushovers, but Tong Yong isn't weak, either. Plus, the Tang family never intended to harm her in the first place. When Tong Yong steps in, Tang Bao would probably take the opportunity to de-escalate and even offer an olive branch. They might even try to recruit Tong Yong into the Wuzhengsheng Society or form an alliance. This would give him access to the wider community of cultivators and the resources to go after the Dingfeng Pearl. It's a perfect narrative arc. Seeing the faint smile on Lu Ding's face, Yin Fifan pressed on with enthusiasm. And then there's Yixian. He was handling the Bai Mao Ho near Dinghao Estate, right? Those creatures were probably stirred up by him. Isn't he also trying to open the tomb? For all we know, he might be the one to take down the living husk in the end. But unlike you, Luge, who obliterated both the husk and the mask, what if Yixian ends up obtaining the mask instead? As the room filled with attendees, the lights gradually dimmed. A staff member holding a microphone stepped onto the stage. "As per tradition, following the Ghost Festival, it's time for our annual Yuanyan martial meet," he announced. "To kick things off tonight, let me set the mood." Lowering his voice, he added, This year's Ghost Festival coincided with the 15th day of the 7th month when the 100 Ghosts Parade. A dramatic thump sound effect echoed through the hall, accompanied by eerie background music. The staff member continued. It's the time when spirits roam and mortals avoid their path. Starting in Wingqiu and ending in Fengyang, two spotlights illuminated the areas where the patrol teams from Wingqiu and Fengyang were seated. The large screen split into 4 sections, displaying the reactions of the 4 patrol officers. 2 looked awkward, while the other 2 smiled faintly. The staff member's footsteps, amplified by the sound system, punctuated his narration. From Wingqiu's Yuanfeng crematorium, the procession begins with the mournful sound of Suona horns, a chilling wind, and the sight of ghastly pale faces. Some are blackened, some red, some yellow, some green, but most are white. The blackened ones were burned, the red ones suffocated, the yellow ones drowned, the green ones poisoned, and the white ones swell. Those are the faces of the dead. Lu Ding sat in the conference hall, listening to the storyteller on stage. A faint smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. The storyteller's voice was rich with emotion, perfectly synchronized with the increasingly urgent music and dramatic lighting effects, which heightened the atmosphere in the room. Passing through Wingqiu District, Anong District, Baofan District, and Taisher District, we arrive at Fengyang District, our final stop. As the storyteller spoke, the lights swept across the various patrol seats in sequence. It's understandable that Wingqiu missed it, forgivable that Anong overlooked it, but when Baofan sends word, it reaches the heavens. Yin Fifan leaned over and whispered, Brother Lu, what do you think? Interesting? Lu Ding nodded. It's got some charm. We'll tell you something even more interesting, Yin Fifan said, lowering his voice further. The person telling the story up there? That's our bureau's deputy director Chu. Lu Ding blinked, surprised. Life really is tough. Our deputy director moonlighting as a performer. On stage, Deputy Director Chu continued his impassioned performance. Taisher gathers the troops, and Fengyang declares war. The spiritual energy surges, the dark energy dissipates. And the Baofan patrolman? His name is Lu Ding, a man of striking appearance and exceptional talents, who commands the clouds with a wave and shakes the earth with a stomp. In retreat, he ensures Baofan District's peace and tranquility, free of ghosts by night. In advance, he slays the mighty Stone Guardian, earning the highest merit and spreading his name across the cloud sea. Yin Fifan, emboldened, shouted, Bravo! Since the story had mentioned Brother Lu, he felt it was only right to give him some applause for all the help had received. Deputy Director Chu shot him a look of appreciation, and the crowd, catching the cue, joined in with enthusiastic clapping. The hall buzzed with excitement. And beside Lu Ding stands a loyal friend, Baiheman, skilled in the art of blood and battle, walking a righteous path, befriending heroes among men, and achieving great feats in vanquishing demons and spirits. Let's give a round of applause to these 2 champions of the Ghost Festival, Lu Ding and Baiheman. The spotlight zeroed in on the 2 of them, illuminating their figures. Amidst the thunderous applause, both stood up. Dressed in tailored suits, their presence was striking. Lu Ding looked like a nobleman straight out of an ancient painting, with his jade-like features and dignified aura. Baiheman, on the other hand, had sharp features, bright eyes, and a commanding presence, each of them remarkable in their own way. As they ascended the stage, golden confetti rained down, transforming into shimmering gold dust under the lights, making their silhouettes appear even more commanding. Deputy Director Chu handed them a microphone. Our 2 champions, don't you have a few words to share? Lu Ding took the microphone, his expression serious. Well, I guess this is my moment to shine. The crowd erupted into laughter. Once the laughter died down, he added with a straight face, honestly, if it weren't for Deputy Director Chu's storytelling skills, I'd never have realized just how amazing I am. When it was Baiheman's turn to speak, the usually reserved man hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't know, really. I just thought if he's coming, he'll come too. His deadpan delivery, paired with his stoic expression, sent the audience into fits of laughter. Deputy Director Chu teased, You 2 should consider stand-up comedy. Out of nowhere, someone in the crowd shouted, Lu Ding, we know you're awesome. I respect that. But I didn't expect you to write poetry too. You're a bit too extraordinary, huh? Lu Ding replied modestly, That wasn't me. I copied it. Maybe I'm not as impressive as you think. Then copy another one. Don't make me get on my knees to beg because he'll do it, no hesitation. The crowd egged him on, their voices rising in unison. Under the weight of their enthusiasm, Lu Ding stepped forward, his expression turning serious. This poem is by a great figure I deeply admire. I think it resonates with my own journey as well. Clearing his throat, he recited. With youthful ambition, I left my hometown, vowing not to return without renown. Why seek burial in familiar soil? Every mountain is home to a valiant soul. The applause was deafening, and many in the audience rose to their feet. Though simple, the poem struck a chord with everyone present. For Lu Ding, a man who had traversed time and space, the words carried an even deeper significance. During the subsequent awards ceremony, other investigators, including those from the Cloud Sea Prefectural City, took turns receiving their accolades on stage. Meanwhile, in the front rows, a few senior officials chatted casually, marveling at the exceptional performance of the two young men. Someone suggested arranging a friendly exchange with the outstanding investigators from Old Wang's region. The idea of hosting a unique, first-year martial exchange was proposed, injecting anticipation into the upcoming competition. After the late-night event ended, Lu Ding didn't leave immediately. Since he was already there, he decided to handle the paperwork for his promotion. Thanks to his efforts over the past few months, both he and Yin Fifan had completed enough tasks to qualify as official investigators. Yin Fifan had actually met the requirements for promotion long ago, but had been putting off the paperwork. It wasn't due to a lack of ability, but rather a matter of tact that didn't want to get promoted before Lu Ding. Although Lu Ding himself wouldn't care about such trivial matters, Yin Fifan believed it was only proper to show some respect. The two of them filled out forms, submitted their IDs, and upgraded their mobile accounts together. The staff member smiled as they handed over Lu Ding's new credentials. Congratulations, Investigator Lu, on your promotion to official investigator. As a formal investigator, you're entitled to one free reward. You can either upgrade your current technique or receive a 200-point contribution bonus. Lu Ding thought to himself that the benefits for official investigators were pretty generous. However, he decided to go with the contribution points. He was already comfortable with the flying bear assault technique he was using. It made more sense to wait until he broke through to the Divine Palace realm, as there would be better options available then. Instead of switching techniques now, he planned to use the contribution points to purchase rare resources and combine them with Taishui honey to push himself directly to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea stage. Through his recent combat experiences, Lu Ding had come to clearly understand his own strength. Compared to other cultivators of his age, he was overwhelmingly dominant, leaving no room for challenge. Some might call him arrogant, but so what? If he had an advantage, he intended to keep pushing it further. In no time, Lu Ding's account balance was emptied and converted into an assortment of rare treasures and materials. Meanwhile, Yin Fifan had also selected a new technique and was now carrying a large box, ready to head back to Baofan district. Before leaving, he said to Lu Ding, "Brother Lu, focus on your cultivation. Leave everything in Baofan district to me. If I can't handle it, I'll let you know right away." Back in his single dorm at 749, Lu Ding prepared a bath and poured the Taishui honey along with all the other rare materials into the tub. Watching the bubbling medicinal bath, he hesitated for a moment last time. Mixing everything together had worked fine, so soaking in it this time should be okay too, right? The moment he stepped into the tub, the potent medicinal energy surged through his body, instantly opening all his acupoints and pulling in the surrounding spiritual energy. This intense effect was exactly what he had been hoping for. As he activated the flying bear assault technique, a storm of spiritual rain began pouring into his spirit sea, expanding it rapidly amidst the rumbling sounds. Suddenly, a massive stone stele inscribed with the words Shigandang descended from above, stabilizing the Spirit Sea and restoring its calm. His cultivation level began to soar. Spirit Sea stage, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level. While Lu Ding was in secluded cultivation, a major announcement spread across 749 Bureau. The original first-year martial exchange had been expanded into the Southern Regional Joint Martial Exchange, involving collaboration between the 749 branches of Yunhai, Yaodu, and Qing Province. The event had been sparked by Yunhai 749's initial plan to spar with Yaodu, but Qing Province insisted on joining in, claiming they also had exceptionally talented newcomers. This ultimately led to the three-way joint exchange being finalized. 30 spots, with the top 9 advancing. This announcement caused quite a stir among the rookie investigators across the 3 major regions. In the bustling alleys of Caojiao Lane and Baofan District, the air was filled with chatter. Ever since Chowing took over and introduced the Biebao Mountain Goods channel, this place had become the hottest trading hub in Yunhai. Today, with the 3 regions collaborating, investigators from Yaodu 749 and Qing Province 749 gathered here, making it even more lively. Jie Shunan stood in front of a mountain treasures stall, her gaze fixed as she carefully selected items. Recently, she had been searching for suitable rare materials not only to prepare an apology gift for Lu Ding, but also to procure benefits for the energy cultivators employed by Sihai Group. She nearly emptied out the entire stall. Seeing this, the vendor enthusiastically said, "Boss, you're so generous. I'll just throw in the rest for free." Just as Jie Shunan was about to accept these seemingly ordinary freebies, a sudden urgent voice interrupted. "Wait a moment." Chun Xian strode forward, placing his hand on a knotted tree stump. "If this is a freebie, why not sell it to me?" Jie Shunan instantly grew wary. The item she had overlooked had now piqued the other party's interest. She decisively refused. "Not for sale." Behind her, The bodyguard stepped forward to secure the item. Chun Xian quickly explained, "This is a emu knot. It's indeed rare, but it's only useful for suppressing corpse energy. I genuinely need it to save someone. I'll pay 5 million, 10 million if necessary." Hearing this, Jie Xuanan's resolve to keep this rare item only solidified. She replied coldly, "That has nothing to do with me. I won't be guilt-tripped by your moral appeal, and your money doesn't interest me." As the negotiation reached an impasse, energy cultivators from Caojiao Lane began to gather around. Chun Xian immediately flashed his Yaodu 749 investigator credentials. "Are you planning to make a move against a 749 investigator?" Jie Xunan frowned and pulled out her communicator. "Fine. I'll message Lu Ding right now. Just wait." The tension in Caojiao Lane escalated instantly, the atmosphere thick with confrontation. The moment the badge was revealed, the people of Caojiao Alley remained composed, their expressions unchanging. With unwavering resolve, they stated that as the protectors of their community, they were merely upholding the law and safeguarding their rights. "Apologies, sir." One of them stepped forward, speaking in a calm yet firm tone. "Even if you're an investigator from 749, you still need to follow the rules. This item belongs to someone else. Are you planning to take it by force? If you insist on doing so, we will resist to the very end. If we die, our boss will take care of our families, but you might find yourself in trouble." He paused briefly before adding, "Just a friendly reminder, this is Baofan District, the jurisdiction of Lu Ding, the unyielding inspector of the dead flesh. He doesn't have much patience for rule breakers. If you disrupt the order here, leaving Baofan might only be an option if you're carried out." Chun Xian's expression darkened. The cultivators of Baofan District were proving to be unusually defiant, their resolve unshakable. While it was reasonable to start with diplomacy, the other party had made it clear they were ready to fight to the death. If he were to kill someone, there would be severe consequences, but if he refrained from acting, he wouldn't be able to retrieve the item. And as for this Lu Ding, was he truly as formidable as the rumors suggested? Chun Xian placed the item down, and for a moment, the crowd thought he was backing off. But in the next instant, his energy surged, and he pushed his hands forward, a determined fire in his eyes. "You have your principles, and I have mine." Chun Xian, investigator of Yaodu 749, requests a lesson. "This item, I will take it. If reasoning failed, then force it would be." As long as he avoided killing anyone, he'd deal with the consequences later. Meanwhile, in the employee dormitory of Yunhei's 749 branch, Lu Ding had just finished freshening up and was browsing the latest announcements on the 749 app. Now a 9th-level Linghai cultivator, his rapid progress was credited to the benefits of Taishui honey, rare spiritual treasures, and his harmonious connection with the natural order. In just 3 days, he had leapt from the 5th level to the 9th. This was the hallmark of an extraordinary prodigia level of talent that surpassed even conventional genius. Lu Ding had the rare ability to achieve maximum growth with minimal resources, a trait that set him apart as a true phenomenon. After skimming through the announcements, Lu Ding put down his phone. What initially seemed like a dull year one martial debate now intrigued him. A 3-district collaboration with 30 reward slots, where the top 9 could advance their training, had sparked hope among many. To Lu Ding, however, it felt more like an opportunity to effortlessly dominate weaker opponents. Just as he was about to invite Bai Himi and Yin Fifin for hot pot, a message from Jie Xunan arrived, detailing a conflict unfolding in Caojiao Alley. As Lu Ding read through it, his good mood evaporated. A 749 investigator was causing trouble in his jurisdiction, attempting to strong-arm the locals and blatantly disregarding the rules and the law. Rising to his feet, Lu Ding quickly sent a reply to Yin Fifin and Bai Himi. "I'll fly straight over and meet you at Caojiao Alley. There's trouble brewing there." Bai Himin's message came through. "Got it. You go ahead. I'll just put on my shoes," Lu Ding replied. No sooner had he sent the message than a shadow darted out from the 749 base like an arrow leaving the bow. At the same time, vehicles from the Baofan District Security Bureau roared out of their gates. Lu Ding, however, was in no rush. He leisurely put on his shoes, stepped onto the windowsill, and leapt into the air. The scenery below blurred as it sped past his feet. Before long, he caught up with Bai Himin, sensing the trail of energy his companion left behind. "You're still too slow," Lu Ding remarked with a faint smile, channeling his spiritual energy to instantly accelerate. Caojiao Alley was a scene of chaos. Several spiritual energy practitioners from the alley lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. "Don't push me!" Chun Xian roared, his aura fierce and unyielding. Chao Ying, gripping his magical implement, turned and shouted back, "Push you? A transaction is supposed to be mutual. You want to buy, they don't want to sell, so you resort to force? That's what you call being pushed? Here in Caojiao Alley, we maintain order and provide a fair marketplace. You start something here, we're obligated to step in, and you call that pushing you? You're just making excuses for yourself. This Imu knot is useless to you anyway. What's the harm in selling it to me?" I'm even willing to pay for it. Chen Xian argued loudly. Everyone present knew exactly what he was trying to do, but he insisted on twisting the narrative, justifying his actions simply because he was offering money, disregarding the other party's refusal to sell. Are you deaf or just stupid? They said they don't want to sell. Chowing snapped, about to lose his temper when suddenly one of the fallen practitioners leapt up and clung tightly to Chen Xian's leg. Quick! Boss, I've got him! The practitioner shouted. Seeing this, Chowing immediately activated his magical implement and charged forward again. You forced me into this. Chen Xian growled as spiritual energy erupted from his body, sending the practitioner clinging to his leg flying through the air, coughing up blood. He assumed a combat stance, and behind him, the phantom of a raging bull emerged. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. With a single stomp, the bull phantom shattered instantly. Lu Ding stomped down with immense force, shattering Chen Xian's defenses instantly and pinning him heavily to the ground. The tiles beneath them cracked and splintered under the sheer pressure, producing a sharp, crisp sound. Oppressing you? Is stopping you from forcing a sale considered oppression? Lu Ding sneered coldly, pressing his foot down even harder. And you dare to hurt others? Do you think you're some bandit coming down from Dahe Mountain? The sound of bones cracking echoed under the relentless pressure. Chen Xian felt his inner energy completely sealed off, his entire being subdued. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to endure the agony and tried to explain. It's not like that, let me explain. Before he could finish, Lu Ding shifted his stance and delivered a powerful kick with the other leg, cutting off Chen Xian's words and forcing him to swallow both his explanation and the blood welling up in his throat. The searing pain rendered him speechless. Shut up. If you really wanted to explain, why didn't you do it earlier? Lu Ding said coldly. There's always someone willing to hear you out, but that person won't be me. When you're winning, it's don't push me. But when you're losing, it's suddenly let me explain. It's all a misunderstanding. At that moment, a figure from the crowd moved swiftly to the forefront. The newcomer was dressed in a 749 standard combat uniform, her high ponytail swaying behind her. A blade rested at her waist, and the insignia on her shoulder identified her as an investigator from Yaodu's 749 Bureau. Investigator, isn't it a bit overbearing to silence someone completely? Shang Guanqing said, her expression icy. Or is this the renowned hospitality of Yunhai's 749 Bureau? The last person who liked meddling without understanding the situation ended up with their mouth ripped open. Lu Ding said, turning his gaze toward her. You want to try your luck too? Shang Guanqing was about to retort when a shadow suddenly flashed from the distance, materializing behind her. A voice belonging to Bai Heman rang out, with a cultivation of just the 7th level of the spiritual sea. How dare you speak to him like that? Shang Guanqing felt an overwhelming presence behind her, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had appeared. The corpse energy within her stirred uncontrollably. She immediately turned and struck out with her palm, only to have Bai Heman casually meet her attack with a dismissive gesture. Boom! The clash sent shockwaves rippling outward. Shang Guanqing staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The corpse energy intertwined with Bai Heman's spiritual energy had disrupted her internal flow, further aggravating the dormant corpse energy within her body. Bai Heman frowned as he glanced around, his expression almost saying, I didn't expect her cultivation to be so weak. That was just a casual block. The 8th level of the spiritual sea. Shang Guanqing thought in shock. She hadn't anticipated that an investigator who appeared out of nowhere would possess such a high level of cultivation, let alone someone whose strength far exceeded their peers. Realizing she couldn't overpower Bai Heman, Shang Guanqing quickly shifted her target to Lu Ding. Her movements were as agile as a leopard, every motion displaying remarkable flexibility as she launched herself toward him. The surrounding crowd watched with mocking expressions, as if they already knew how this would end. The gathered cultivators held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the scene unfolding before them. These practitioners, hailing from the areas around the Sea of Clouds and Saojia Alley, were all too familiar with the name Lu Ding. From the moment he first made his mark, that name had echoed like thunder, striking awe and fear throughout the cultivation world. Shang Guanqing's actions left the crowd in disbelief. Having just suffered defeat at the hands of Bai Heman, she now dared to challenge Lu Ding? It was like leaping from the edge of a blade onto the tip of a sword. Was one crushing loss not enough for her? Did she need to endure an even more humiliating defeat to learn her lesson? Lu Ding stood motionless, his expression calm as he observed Shang Guanqing charging toward him. Her unique method of exerting force piqued his interest, and with a casual flick of his hand, he mimicked her movements. This only fueled Shang Guanqing's anger. That technique was a secret skill she had honed through years of grueling practice. How could it possibly be imitated so effortlessly? She leapt into the air, delivering a fierce whip kick that tore through the air with a sharp, explosive sound, aimed directly at Lu Ding's vital point. But Lu Ding's response left everyone stunned. His arm moved with a fluidity that seemed almost inhuman, as if it lacked bones, striking with greater power and speed than Shang Guanqing's own attack. Even the sound of his strike, tearing through the air, was more thunderous, resonating with a force that was almost artistic in its precision. Crack! Shang Guanqing was sent flying, her body flung through the air as her clothing tore from her collarbone to her back. Exposed beneath the shredded fabric was not the flawless, pale skin often romanticized in stories, but a horrifying expanse of crimson. Blood pooled beneath her bruised and battered skin, forming dark, purplish patches. The searing pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness, but it was not the physical agony that overwhelmed her. Far worse was the humiliation, the utter destruction of her pride. The stinging wounds were a brutal reminder that the technique she had painstakingly trained to master for years was effortlessly surpassed by someone who had merely observed it once. Lu Ding's remark only deepened the wound. The concept of using softness to overcome hardness is brilliant, but your execution is a complete mess. That sentence was the final blow that broke her spirit. The corpse energy by Hemian had stirred within her earlier now surged uncontrollably as her blood and chi roiled, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Chun Xian, witnessing this, immediately summoned all his spiritual energy, pushing himself beyond his limits in a desperate attempt to catch the falling Shang Guanqing. Yet under Lu Ding's oppressive presence, all he could do was extend a trembling hand before hearing Lu Ding's calm, indifferent voice. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." Boom. With a dull thud, Chun Xian's display screen went black, all signals cut off in an instant. As soon as Yin Fifan arrived, he immediately pulled out his phone for a facial scan. Rising quickly, he introduced, "Brother Lu, this is Chen Xian and Shang Guanqing, official investigators from Yao City's 749 division. They're both new investigators within the past year, and they're here as seeded contestants for the Zone 3 martial trials. They're the strongest rookies in Yao City, and Shang Guanqing is even considered the favorite to win the championship." This statement drew the attention of the surrounding Qi refiners. Some couldn't help but scoff, their gazes shifting between Lu Ding and Bai Hemian. Chowing joked from the side, "Seated players, sure, but when faced with towering figures like Lu Taizue and Bai Futua, they're still way too green." Lu Ding remained unfazed. "Cuff them and take them back to the station. Chief Chow, make sure to tally up the damages and have them pay for it." He then turned to the most injured Qi refiner from Caojia Alley and asked with concern, "Brother, how's your injury?" The man, moved, replied, "It's nothing, Lu Taizue. Just coughed up a bit of blood. I'll recover with some rest. Take your time to recover well. I'll make sure the medical expenses are covered." Lu Ding glanced at the unconscious Chun Xian on the ground and added, "As for him, he doesn't need to worry about medical fees. Starting trouble and breaking the rule, she brought this on himself." Jie Shunan picked up the slightly scuffed Imu, not from the ground. "Lu Taizue, sorry you had to deal with this again. This is the item I mentioned earlier. It's said to suppress corpse energy, and that investigator from Yao City's 749 division wanted it." Lu Ding took it and examined it, finding it rather unremarkably no different from ordinary natural treasures. At this moment, Bai Hemian spoke up, "Could I have it? I'm willing to trade money, natural treasures, or even techniques, anything except those from 749. Before Jie Shunan could politely decline, Lu Ding had already tossed the emu, not to Bai Hemian. "Consider it a return gift for the clothes you gave me last time." To him, the item was of no particular use. Bai Hemian caught the emu knot, feeling a surge of joy. As a half-human, half-corpse born of a mother corpse, born in a Yin year, and burdened by punishment for killing a teammate in the past, this item held immense significance for him. With the situation resolved, Yin Fifan signaled everyone to disperse. Chowing leaned in and said, "Brother Lu, I've got another angry rooster in the pot. It's already being stewed. Care to join us for a taste?" The group readily agreed. Even Jie Shunan, who usually avoided such gatherings, decided to join them. As night fell, within the dark confines of the Cloud C749 prison, Shang Guanqing was the first to awaken. Sitting in the cold cell, she replayed her confrontation with Lu Ding in her mind, feeling deeply shaken. Though her physical injuries had been treated during her unconsciousness, the blow to her spirit was far harder to heal. She kept trying to rationalize it to herself. Surely, ordinary Qi refiners at the Divine Palace realm wouldn't have such strength, right? If Bai Hemian relied on the corpse energy within him as a shortcut, then Lu Ding had defeated her in the very area she prided herself on. Thinking of the insignia on Lu Ding's shoulder and the silence of the crowd during their fight, she concluded he must be a seasoned official investigator. Shang Guanqing silently vowed, "Tomorrow, I must secure first place in the Zone 3 trials and earn a chance for advanced training. When I return, I'll challenge him again." As a prodigy who had reached the 7th level of Ling Hai at just 20 years old, Shang Guanqing had never faced such a crushing defeat. She was used to being lauded as a genius, accustomed to the praise of her superiors. Being beaten by Lu Ding with sheer technique, coupled with his comment that her training was a complete mess, felt like a brutal blow to her pride. Subconsciously, she envisioned Lu Ding as a highly experienced senior investigator, never considering the possibility that he might just be a recently promoted rookie. The thought briefly crossed her mind as she recalled his youthful face, but she quickly dismissed it. Chen Xian barely had time to think when a violent fit of coughing suddenly overtook her. Blood surged up from her throat, and her entire body was racked with unbearable pain. Fortunately, her external injuries and broken bones had been treated. She opened her eyes and found herself staring directly into Shang Wanqing's gaze. Just as she was about to explain, a cold snort echoed from outside the cell. Awake already? Why not rest a little longer? A middle-aged man stood outside the cell. Officer Feng, the two exclaimed in unison. You came to rescue us? Chun Xian blurted out. Her words seemed to ignite a fuse, and Officer Feng immediately erupted in anger. Rescue you? What nerve do you have to ask for that? As investigators of the 749 Bureau, you broke the law knowingly snatching goods in broad daylight, coercing and extorting others. And you, he turned to Shang Wanqing, attacking a patrolling officer in their own jurisdiction without understanding the situation. Where's your professionalism? What was the point of all that training at headquarters? Standing nearby, Li Xinlong sneered. Putting on a show in front of me? Trying to make a big deal out of a small punishment? Feng, that trick doesn't work on me. Snatching goods in broad daylight, what is this? A den of bandits? Yan Fanfan has already submitted the report and surveillance footage. Li Xuanlong's tone grew colder. The main offender must remain detained, and their participation in tomorrow's Year 1 combat trials is revoked. Their character is clearly problematic. The surveillance footage leaves no doubt they were forcing someone to sell their goods. As for the accomplice, who got involved in the verbal dispute while trying to defend their colleague, they can be given leniency. They may still participate in the trials tomorrow, but they must face disciplinary action upon returning. He turned to glance at the two inside the cell, his voice icy. Lawless behavior using your badge as a weapon. So this is how 749 credentials are abused. With that, he turned on his heel and left. Officer Feng hurried after him, calling out, Oldly, let's talk this over. Inside the cell, Chen Xian and Shang Wanqing were visibly ashamed. Chun Xian was filled with regret. If only she hadn't acted so impulsively, there could have been a better way to resolve the situation. But if that person had just given her a chance to explain, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Now, not only had she dragged Shang Wanqing into this mess, but she had also lost her spot in the Year 1 combat trials. Why? Chun Xian thought bitterly. She admitted her actions were rash, but they hadn't caused any real harm. The injured cultivators had only gotten hurt because they tried to stop her. She was willing to compensate them. Why did it have to blow up like this? Lu Ding, Chen Xian gritted her teeth. I'll remember you. When I get out of here, I'll repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard in Caojia Alley, the air was filled with the aroma of delicious food. A group of people sat around a table, enjoying their meal and each other's company. Lu Ding had just picked up a piece of chicken when his chopsticks suddenly snapped, and the meat fell onto the table. The cheerful atmosphere came to an abrupt halt. Chowing chuckled awkwardly. Breaking chopsticks as a guest? Not exactly a good omen. He then began recounting various folk beliefs about chopsticks, especially their use in exorcisms. Lu Ding looked thoughtful as he recalled people he might have offended recently. Yin Fifan asked, Brother Lu, could it be Tahitian? Unlikely. Lu Ding shook his head. During the Zone 3 combat trials, Tahitian wouldn't make such a foolish move. It's probably those two 749 investigators we caught today who aren't taking it well. He smirked. Causing trouble in my jurisdiction and still daring to be defiant? Lu Ding stood up. Though it was just a hunch, it was worth checking out. As Bohemian reached for some food, Yin Fifan, already anticipating his move, placed a chicken drumstick in his bowl. Take it to go and eat on the way. Not today, Lu Ding said as he took his leave. You all go ahead and enjoy. I'm going to see if someone's trying to act tough without any justification. Defiance? That was Lu Ding's specialty. Cell 749, a massive, impenetrable fortress constructed with C-1000 grade concrete reinforced by specialized steel. This wasn't just any ordinary prison. It was a cage designed to suppress and contain, fortified with materials meant to ward off evil and malevolent forces. To put it into perspective, even C-140 grade concrete can withstand direct rocket fire without so much as a scratch. For C-1000 grade concrete, a missile strike would barely leave a dent. The sheer hopelessness of being confined here was palpable. Escape was impossible without going through proper procedures. Lu Ding and his two companions arrived at the prison gates. As practitioners of arcane energy, known as Liankashi, they operated under a unique legal framework separate from ordinary citizens. While 749 investigators had the authority to interrogate, it had to be conducted strictly within the confines of the prison. After their credentials were verified, the trio proceeded down a winding corridor. Before they reached their destination, faint sounds echoed through the hallway. These were picked up by the prison's advanced detection systems, designed to prevent the dense, fortified cells from completely isolating any unusual activity. Equipped with filters and alarms, the system was integrated with the prison's semi-intelligent terminal. Any attempts to use sound-based spells, toxins, or powders would be immediately detected and trigger an alert. Anyone foolish enough to try would soon find themselves face-to-face with a group of friendly prison investigators. It was a seamless blend of mysticism and technology. You'd better just focus on your cultivation for now, came the voice of Shang Guanqing, calm but firm. After all, you were in the wrong first. We don't have the upper hand here. I will cultivate, Chen Xian snapped, his tone laced with resentment. But that doesn't mean I can swallow this. Why should I let it go just because he hit me? Sure, he's in the right, it's legal, and yeah, he's stronger, but I don't care. I won't yield. He hit me, and am supposed to just accept it? No way. Just wait, I'll make him pay. Shang Guanqing fell silent for a moment. Though headstrong by nature, she understood the weight of responsibility that came with wearing the 749 uniform. She was aware that Chen Xian's actions stemmed from his concern about the corpse energy lingering in her body, which had driven him to seize the emu crystal. Still, she pondered how to change his misguided perspective. I don't usually say these things, she began, her voice carrying a rare gravity, but I want to be clear today. As a 749 investigator, you enjoy certain privileges, but with those come rules you must follow. This isn't a lecture, it's advice from a friend. Chen Xian scoffed, unconvinced. We're all part of 749. Can't we bend the rules a little? Chen Xian, Shang Guanqing said with a sigh. If everyone bent the rules, what's the point of having laws? You can't just sweep everything under the rug because it's convenient. When we make mistakes, we own up to them. The officials who enforce the law here followed the proper procedures. But laws aren't supposed to override human compassion. Sure, but they don't owe you any compassion. I care about you, so I helped you. Because of that, you felt entitled to forcefully take the emu crystal from me. That was the cause, and this being locked up here raised the effect. The world doesn't revolve around us. If you can accept the good, why can't you accept the bad? Frustrated, Chen Xian shot up from his seat, his voice rising. I don't care. He'll never accept this. Just wait, one day, he'll hit back. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of three figures standing beyond the glass-paneled door, staring at him intently. They remained silent, but their presence was unmistakable. The enforcement recorder was running, capturing every word Chen Xian had just shouted. Fifin, did you get all that? Lu Ding asked, breaking the silence. Got it, Brother Lu, Fifin replied with a smirk. Every single word. He admitted you acted reasonably and legally. No coercion, no tricks, all recorded under full surveillance. Now that he's openly declared his intent to retaliate, according to the Liankashi management regulations, he's earned himself a whipping. The mention of whipping sent a shiver down Chen Xian's spine. The punishment was notoriously brutal, designed to break even the toughest of bodies. The specialized vine whip delivered excruciating pain. 1 lash to numb, 2 to sear, and 3 to leave even the hardiest howling in agony. All right, Lu Ding commanded, his tone icy. Open the door. Let's proceed with the interrogation. It might not be the most conventional route, but as long as it's within the rules, it's fair game. Not satisfied? Planning revenge? Perfect, let's see how you like the little black room. Panic flashed across Chen Xian's face. Wait, what are you doing? This is the 749 prison. You can't just, this isn't allowed. Allowed? Lu Ding's lips curled into a cold smile. The rules exist to protect those who follow them. For those who don't, the privileges of the rules no longer apply. You broke the rules, so you face the consequences. As the cell door creaked open, Heman darted in, swiftly subduing Chen Xian. Shang Guanqing instinctively moved to intervene, but a single look from Lu Ding froze her in place. She recalled how effortlessly he had subdued her earlier that day and begrudgingly admitted the truth in his words. Those who break the rules cannot expect to enjoy their protection. For practitioners like them, being bound by ordinary laws would leave too many loopholes. In that moment, Shang Guanqing found herself unable to argue against Lu Ding's actions. The recorded conversations and the events unfolding before her eyes would serve as irrefutable evidence. This was precisely why Lu Ding had engaged Chen Xian in that lengthy exchange to ensure everything was justified and above board. Fair, legal, and within the rules. As for whether it was lenient, a rule breaker had no right to demand leniency. From morality to regulations to raw power, this was a complete and utter domination. Those who still dared to talk back after committing offenses were often the ones who hadn't truly suffered yet. Only after feeling the sting of punishment would they learn fear. Only then would they understand. As dawn approached, the cries and wails in the interrogation room finally subsided. Chen Xian sat there in a disheveled state, his face streaked with tears and mucus, muttering incessantly, I give up, I truly give up. I was wrong, terribly wrong. I've let everyone down. Inside the interrogation room, The teamwork between Yin Fifan and Bai Hemian was nothing short of flawless, a perfect blend of brains and brawn. Bai Hemian wielded a long whip, applying pressure, while Yin Fifan held the regulations for refining chi practitioners in one hand and the 749 Investigator Code of Conduct in the other, questioning relentlessly, "What part do you not accept?" At first, Chen Xian tried to act tough, insisting he had nothing to be dissatisfied about. But after the first lash of the whip, his attitude changed immediately. He complained that Lu Ding shouldn't have silenced him and that knocking him out after subduing him was unnecessary. Before he could finish his sentence, another lash struck, leaving him howling in pain, invoking the names of his ancestors. As an ordinary person before becoming a chi refiner, Qian Xian's resolve was limited. With each strike of the whip, Yin Fifan would begin to educate him on the law. A 749 investigator has full enforcement authority while carrying out duties. According to the explicit regulations, any criminal chi refiner who violates the management ordinance can be stripped of their right to speak, their freedom, and their ability to act. This is to prevent them from using techniques to resist arrest, which could lead to unnecessary casualties. This is lawful, compliant, and reasonable. Meanwhile, Lu Ding sat calmly to the side, leisurely sipping flower tea, completely ignoring Qian Xian's pleas. This cold indifference nearly drove Qian Xian to the brink of madness. Finally, after the last strike of the whip, Lu Ding set down his teacup and said flatly, "Bring me a life and death pact. I'll sign it, and he can sign it after me." This statement utterly broke Qian Xian's psychological defenses. A life and death pact meant a fight to the death, and he knew he was no match for Lu Ding. Terrified, he began shouting, "I give up! I give up!" Seeing that his surrender stemmed only from fear, Yin Fifan pulled out his phone and showed Chen Xian the records of Lu Ding's exploits on the Yunhai 749 forum. Chen Xian stared at the screen, his once proud identity as a genius crumbling to dust. The astonishing achievements Lu Ding had racked up in just a few months made Chen Xian go from scared to genuinely awed. At that moment, Chen Xian had a sudden epiphany, as if a frog at the bottom of a well had finally seen the vastness of the sky. He realized that if it weren't for Lu Ding wearing the 749 uniform, he might have experienced true brutality. A chilling thought crossed his mind. This man could have killed me if he wanted to. Meanwhile, the so-called geniuses of Qing province's top echelon were left speechless, stunned by what they had witnessed. Outside the guest meeting room of Yunhai 749, leaders from 3 regions stood behind the glass, observing the young talents from Qing province inside. The incidents involving Chen Xian and Shang Wanqing had set off a chain reaction, and Lu Ding's exploits were like a bombshell, leaving these prodigies utterly convinced of his prowess. Inside the meeting room, the large smart screen repeatedly played footage of Lu Ding and Bai Hemian joining forces to battle Shiganheng. The jaw-dropping confrontation had been thoroughly recorded by Li Xinlong's law enforcement camera. When the gathered group saw that devastating charged slash, they collectively felt as if the sky was collapsing. And when they confirmed Lu Ding's relatively short cultivation time, it felt like the sky had fallen all over again. The transformation of resources from the Ghost Festival into strength had once again elevated Lu Ding's power, leaving everyone in the conference room feeling as if they had plunged into an ice cave. The investigators exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. "We were already no match for him, and now the gap is unfathomable," one investigator remarked with a bitter smile. Geniuses have their pride, but they also know when to assess the situation. The difference between this monster and a genius is far greater than that between an ordinary person and a genius. Why should we, as fellow investigators of 749, make life hard for ourselves? Another person sighed and shook their head. This isn't battling an enemy, it's sparring with a colleague. Asking us to challenge someone like that, and calling him part of the same cohort? It's like asking Binbo Erba to single-handedly take on Sun Wukong. What's the point? I'll be honest, if I run into him, I'll surrender right away, a voice declared firmly. I don't have any peculiar hobby of getting beaten down. If it were demons or ghosts, I could just start over if I lost. But he's a colleague, why should I humiliate myself? Forget Onion. Even if we teamed up against Lu Ding, surviving would already be a miracle, someone chimed in. And you're talking about victory? Stop daydreaming in broad daylight. Exactly. There's no shame in admitting defeat, the group echoed in agreement. Outside the room, the provincial leader's face was dark as thunder. He grabbed Deputy Director Chu by the arm and stormed to a corner, lowering his voice but failing to conceal his anger. Deputy Director Chu from Yunhai. You better give me a clear explanation. What's the deal with this monster-like rookie of yours? Before Chu could respond, the leader seemed to have a sudden realization and scoffed at himself. Ah, I get it now. So, you brought us in just to play the supporting cast, huh? No wonder you never mentioned a joint operation before. You were saving up for a big reveal. That kid Lu Ding, don't tell me he learned this from you. He faced a monster heathen the moment he showed up, not only leaving the monster stunned but even shocking me senseless. And you're telling me this is a rookie? How the hell is that a rookie? Deputy Director Chu stood there, his expression awkward and uneasy. He should have been thrilled to see such impressive new recruits among his subordinates, but the way things had unfolded left him both amused and exasperated. The rookies from the other two districts were utterly terrified, surrendering at the mere sight of the competition. Such a situation was completely unprecedented. The idea of the three-district martial challenge had originally been proposed due to Lu Ding's overwhelmingly dominant combat abilities. Now, the outcome was clear as day. Lu Ding was the undisputed number one, by him and held a firm second place, and no one else even had the motivation to compete. What was meant to inspire the rookies had instead crushed their spirits, not only those from Yunhai 749, but also from the other two districts, who had abandoned any hope of participating. The leader of Yaodu suddenly realized the situation. So this was your plan all along. The Year 1 Martial Challenge was supposed to motivate all the rookie investigators, but then your two little monsters show up and completely demoralize everyone. Our officer, Sheng Wanqing, is still locked up in your facility, and you've even used her own methods against her. How are we supposed to compete now? Everyone's just shouting, "I surrender," and unanimously voting to forfeit. What's the point of this challenge anymore? Deputy Director Chu forced a smile. Well, then come up with some new rules. His tone was slightly flustered, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Just as Lu Ding had said, not only was he showing off, but Chu Bureau was basking in the glory too. After much deliberation, the leaders of the other two districts finally made a decision. Give each of them Lu Ding and by Himian a guaranteed spot in the advanced training program. Just get them out of here before they crush the morale of our rookies further. Chu Bureau hesitated for a moment. We don't have any precedent for direct admissions. Just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it can't be done now. If you don't give them direct admission, what do you suggest we do? Fine. I'll contact the Advanced Training Center and give them a heads up. Chu Bureau nodded, then turned to give instructions. Feng Jiaoguan, go get Sheng Wanqing out of the cell and prepare for the three-district martial challenge. What about Chun Xian? Leave him locked up. Feng Jiaoguan and Li Xianlong immediately headed to the 749 detention center, only to find just one person left in the cell. Sheng Wanqing informed them that Chen Xian had been taken for questioning, prompting the two to rush to the interrogation room. When they pushed open the door, they were greeted by the sight of Chen Xian hanging from an interrogation rack. Feng Jiaoguan hurried over to check on him, but before he could say anything, Chen Xian looked up at him, his eyes glistening with tears. I'm sorry, instructor. I've brought shame to Yunhai 749. I violated Article 219 of the Qi Refinement Practitioners Management Law, as well as Article 32 of the Investigator Regulations. The sight left Feng Jiaoguan at a loss for words. Chen Xian had those regulations memorized better than he did. Li Xianlong, on the other hand, couldn't help but grin broadly. After watching the detention center surveillance footage, he knew that while Lu Ding's actions were unconventional, they were provoked by Chen Xian's initial misconduct. Now, Chen Xian's remorseful demeanor and tone seemed genuinely sincere. Mr. Li, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. We need to prepare for the Year 1 Martial Challenge, Lu Ding said. Li Xianlong stopped him. You and Bai Himian don't need to compete. The other district's prodigies are too intimidated by you two. You're both being directly admitted to the advanced training program. Go find Chu Bureau for the details. Chen Xian, overhearing this, felt it was only natural as if it should have been decided long ago. Lu Ding, however, seemed somewhat disappointed. He had been looking forward to the competition. Were the so-called prodigies from the other districts really this mentally fragile? As Lu Ding stepped out of the room, he bumped into Sheng Wanqing, who was waiting outside. Noticing she hadn't entered, he casually asked, "Why aren't you going in?" "Flogging requires taking off my pants," she replied bluntly. After a brief exchange, Lu Ding left. Not long after, Feng Jiaoguan emerged, supporting a weakened Chen Xian. Sheng Wanqing was still standing in the same spot. The instructor urged her to head to the three-district martial challenge. Before leaving, Sheng Wanqing declared with confidence, "I'll take first place and restore the honor of Yaodu 749. Her words were met with an awkward silence. Feng Jiaoguan reminded her, "There are only 7 spots left now." Sheng Wanqing froze. There should have been 9 spots available. Learning that the strongest contender had been given a direct admission, she pressed on, confused. Who? The guy who just walked past you, Lu Ding. The answer hit her like a bolt from the blue. She recalled Yin Fifan referring to him as Brother Lu and realized, to her disbelief, that he was also a rookie investigator. When did he join? She asked, unwilling to accept the truth. Last month, Li Xianlong answered, grinning. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.